Low budget, no system, multi-female protagonist tomb raiding. My name is Cao Yang, and I'm a transmigrator. I was reborn into a family of tomb raiders and antique collectors. At the start, I had ghosts as my godfather and godmother. Later, because of an ancient book, I embarked on this path. In Panjiayuan, Beijing, I'm Divine Eye Cao, the owner of Tianyi, who can tell the difference between real and fake at a glance. In the Taklamakan Desert, I'm Autumn Pants Knife God, capable of cleaving giant scorpions with my blade. In the Insect Valley of Yunnan, I'm Cao Yang, who can tear apart the corpses of demons and monsters with my bare hands. In the Kunlun Glacier, Chapter 1, The Stench of a Beggar, the Charming Widow, and the Greedy Patron. The narrative resumes that in October of 1963, during the Golden Autumn, in the Yandere Alley of the capital city, the elderly Mr. Cao, nearing 76 years of age, regaled his 3-year-old grandson, Cao Yang, with tales. Reluctantly subjected to these stories, young Cao Yang felt a sense of exasperation. Cao Yang harbored the conviction that his rather peculiar grandfather was an eccentric old man. What were the grounds for this belief? There were two noteworthy points. Firstly, who among the elderly would frequently recount tales of tomb raiding, warlords, zongzi, and dark family histories to their young grandchildren. The narratives were often filled with bloodshed, supernatural entities, and chilling phenomena. And let it be known, Cao Yang was merely 3 years old. As the saying goes, a child at 3 predicts the future, and Mr. Cao, in his misguided pride, believed his grandson possessed an extraordinary talent, fit to inherit the family legacy. This leads us to the second peculiarity. In an era where everyone pursued progressive ideas, Mr. Cao contemplated how to restore the family's former glory through his grandson, indulging him in tales of the supernatural. Little did he know that within the body of 3-year-old Cao Yang resided a soul from the future. Born under the red banner and nurtured in the spring breeze, he once considered ghosts and zongzi to be mere fables. Even now, he found himself drowsy while listening to such tales that a connoisseur of renowned horror films, he had a penchant for the macabre. While alive, he had a singular shining trait, an audacious and bold taste. Each time he encountered gory scenes, he felt a thrill that he had once reached a point where such films were essential to his meals, perhaps indicating a slight abnormality in his psyche. Listening to these stories was, for him, a tedious exercise. However, observing his grandfather's earnest demeanor, Cao Yang chose to feign belief, driven by the allure of antiques. His grandfather claimed that his own father was an aficionado of antiques and had left behind a family treasure. Those familiar with the world of antiquities know that this field has long been rife with the most extraordinary tales, and the supernatural is a frequent guest in such stories. The tales of a scholarly fox spirit exemplified cross-species love, while those of tomb raiders represented the epitome of wealth. Cao Yang envisioned villas, luxury cars, yachts, beautiful women, and tropical islands beckoning him. In a future society dominated by wealth, antiques promised immense potential. Having been granted a second chance at life, Cao Yang vowed never to become a mere cog in the corporate machine again. He resolved to live differently. Coincidentally, his grandfather possessed experience in this domain and a family heirloom. Wasn't that fortuitous? Yet, when the old man turned eccentric, he could be rather intimidating, often speaking without restraint. For instance, he frequently inundated Cao Yang with tales of the family's glorious yet dark history, often claiming they were descendants of Cao Cao, the universally acknowledged patriarch of tomb raiders and the founder of the renowned Mogong and Mokenjia. His great-grandfather had been a warlord during the Republic, often resorting to explosives to secure military funding, tales of honor and glory. Once he began recounting these stories, he could hardly be interrupted. The Cao family, from the time of the elder Cao to the present generation, had encountered 3 peculiar incidents. The first incident traces back to the elder Cao and a beggar. In the 13th year of the Republic, 1924, during the sweltering summer after the conclusion of the Second Zhili Fengtian War, the warlord Cao San was liberated and had just settled into an inn in a small town on his way to Kaifeng. While dining alone in the main hall, sipping on sour plum juice, a strangely dressed beggar entered, catching Cao San's attention. This individual had 3 peculiar traits that made him stand out. Firstly, he was clad in a tattered leather coat, even in the heat of summer, his face obscured by a black scarf, and topped with a dilapidated melon hat. Secondly, his emaciated frame rendered the coat oversized, and he had a hairless forehead with a long, knotted braid hanging down his back. He was evidently a Manchu, despite the Qing dynasty having fallen years ago. and the presidency of the Republic having changed several times. How could one still sport a braid? Thirdly, as soon as he stepped in, Cao San could detect the foul odor of sweat and a familiar stench. This aroma resembled a concoction of rotten eggs and aged vinegar, mixed with the scent of an old salted fish. The stench was so potent that the innkeeper's wife, a widow in her late 30s, voluptuous and appealing, exclaimed in disgust, "What a stench! Where did this foul beggar come from? Get out before you drive away my customers, or I shall have you beaten." The innkeeper's wife, a woman of many roles, innkeeper, cook, waiter, and occasionally an entertainer, managed the establishment alone in the chaotic era of the Republic, a feat not easily accomplished for a woman. In such sweltering weather, who would don a tattered leather coat? The beggar's bizarre attire piqued Cao San's curiosity. As the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences often signal something unusual. Cao San raised his cup, pretending to drink, yet his attention remained fixated on the peculiar figure. The innkeeper's wife, covering her nose, brandished a cloth to shoo the beggar away. The beggar, coldly observing the innkeeper's wife, took several hits from a cloth but remained unfazed, retrieving a round, dark object with a mix of red, black, yellow, and green from his garments and tossing it toward her, his raspy voice echoing, "I seek a room. Treat me to fine food and drink, and prepare a barrel of hot water. I desire a bath." Flustered, the innkeeper's wife caught the object and examined it closely. It appeared to be a round ornament, resembling ancient jade, elegantly shaped, simply yet grandly carved, with a weathered surface speckled with brownish-yellow spots, exuding the same foul odor as the beggar. Ugly and smelly, she initially dismissed it as a mere trick and disdainfully tossed it to the ground, retorting, "You foul-hearted beggar! Are you here to mock me? Presenting me with something you fish from a dung pit? Do you think you can pose as a wealthy landlord? You can't afford a room. Begone, or I'll have you beaten." With that, she continued to wave her cloth to drive away the beggar. As he retreated a few steps, his left foot crossing the threshold, he fixed a cold glare on the innkeeper's wife and lifted his right foot as if to kick her. At that moment, Cao San stood up and interjected, "Madam, a guest is a guest. In business, one ought not to chase away patrons." As he spoke, he picked up the jade ornament from the ground, and upon closer inspection, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his features. He met the beggar's gaze for a moment and approached him, cupping his hands in greeting. "Forgive my ignorance. May I inquire what offerings you seek, and to whom do you pay your respects?" "Humph, you possess some discernment. I am but a solitary man, subsisting on the earth's bounty, paying homage to the earth god. A man's name should remain unchanged. I am Liu Sanyan, a scavenger of the earth, praying to the earth god." This man was undoubtedly a tomb raider, albeit a rogue without a faction, seeking the earth god's blessing for safe and successful ventures. Such individuals were rare indeed. Cao San was filled with intrigue, pondering the absence of any mention of such a figure in the circle. Liu Sanyan? Though puzzled, Cao San maintained a polite demeanor. Introducing himself, "I am Cao Kun, formerly a cloth merchant, known as Cao San. It seems fate has brought us together, both sharing the number 3 in our names. Madam, I shall take care of this brother's bill. Quickly, go boil some water to assist him in his ablutions." Upon hearing this, the proprietress fluttered her large, sparkling eyes, her expression clouded with annoyance as she pinched her nose and swayed her hips, retreating to the back room to heat water. Before long, Liu Sanyan ascended the staircase to wash up. The proprietress returned multiple times with water, each trip accompanied by a dry heave. The foul, putrid black broth was exchanged again and again. The proprietress retched 3 or 4 times. Master Cao observed the buckets of black water the proprietress had brought out, carefully sniffing each one, unfazed by the stench. "Master, do you not find it repugnant?" The proprietress gaped in disbelief at this peculiar behavior. Master Cao feigned profundity as he chuckled. "Woman, you know nothing. This is not odor, but rather the fragrance of wealth." "Fragrance of wealth? Ugh, spare me. This beggar smells worse than someone who has fallen into a cesspit. Encountering him feels like a curse from 8 lifetimes ago." The proprietress gagged a few times and took the bucket of filthy water outside to dispose of it. In the main hall, Master Cao paced back and forth, his gaze occasionally drifting upstairs, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together. Who exactly was Cao Kun? From a mere peddler of mats and shoes, he had survived the chaotic times of the Republic, drifting through half a life in warfare, and half a life of scheming. He had been a vendor, a soldier, a general, a politician, a warlord, and even a president. His life's experiences could scarcely be described as rich. Though now diminished to a commoner, his keen insights remained intact. Years ago, during his time with the Huai army, he had often used explosives to loot graves. The foul odor emanating from Lu Sanyan, coupled with the jade pendant he produced, led him to instantly conclude that it was something unearthed from a tomb. Authentic corpse odor, genuine funerary goods. The grotesque patterns on the jade pendant were unmistakably indicative of decay. What puzzled Master Cao was the identity of Lu Sanyan. The stench of the corpse seemed to cling to him like grime, and the buckets of black water he produced were unbearable even. For the average person to it was as if he had rolled around in corpse water several times. This was no ordinary feat. Even the most common grave would not yield such an abundance of corpse water. This beggar must have unearthed a grand tomb, and a very ominous one at that. In any grand tomb, there would be treasures fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. And no wonder he wore a coat in the heat of summer. Master Cao was certain that this man had been thoroughly saturated with the miasma of death, with little time left to live, certainly not beyond 7 days. How could he refuse a business opportunity that presented itself so conveniently? He was truly worried about his old age and the lack of sustenance. Lu Sanyan had come right to his doorstep. A good man indeed. The proprietress worked tirelessly until dusk, and finally, Lu Sanyan emerged, dressed in a new coat, with a scarf wrapped around his neck. His gaunt face was devoid of color, pale and ashen like that of a corpse, with high cheekbones, deep-set, bluish eyes, and not a single strand of hair on his forehead, marred by several foul, sores oozing pus. Master Cao was taken aback. This man possessed remarkable resilience. Generally, when one reached such a state, they would be bedridden, struggling to turn over. Yet this fellow was lively and animated. Remarkable indeed. Master Cao, with a sigh of admiration, warmly invited Lu Sanyan to take a seat. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, they engaged in light-hearted discussions about various matters, and Master Cao began to discern Lu Sanyan's background. In summary, this man was merely a fortunate fool, a naive youth unaware of the depths he had plunged into. He had acquired some rudimentary skills in tomb raiding and, in his ignorance, had opened a grand tomb, leading to his current plight. He had the fortune to partake in this trade, yet lacked the fate to sustain it. During the banquet, Lu Sanyan drank copiously, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He could scarcely eat anything. The dishes on the table remained largely untouched, his expression alternating between agony and grimace. Each additional second of life felt like torment. Seeing Lu Sanyan's distress while maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Master Cao couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. Brother Sanyan, we are both wanderers of fate. Our meeting here is serendipitous. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I, Cao, could lend a hand, so our acquaintance would not be in vain. What Master Cao did not anticipate was that this very statement would alter the destinies of the Cao family for 3 generations. Ahem. If I were to express a wish, it would be this. My current plight is solely the fault of the heavens, which granted me wealth but denied me the fortune to enjoy it. Master, I am solitary and desolate. After my death, there will be none to tend to my remains. If you regard me kindly, I implore you, after I pass, to collect my body and lay me to rest in peace. I, Lu Sanyan, shall repay you handsomely. Master Chao's expression turned troubled, hesitating to respond. Though he was not a professional tomb raider, he had heard of the taboos of the trade. Those afflicted by corpse poison were especially averse to burial. Interring them would surely result in their bodies turning into mummies within 3 years. Brother, this is a taboo. Lu Sanyan raised his cup and gulped down a drink, scoffing, taboo. Huh, my line of work is one of gambling with fate. Moreover, the ancient text that guided me states that when excavating a mountain or digging a grave, those who fear are destined to perish, while those who take bold action will thrive. I, Lu Sanyan, have risen from a mere farmer to this point because of this book. I have experienced the essence of vitality and pleasure. I have indulged in the most exquisite women, savored the strongest spirits, and engaged in the fiercest battles. I have lived fully and freely. When my time comes, I shall meet it head-on. This life has been worth it. Master, I am a poor man unable to retain wealth. All that remains is a jade guanine and this ancient text. After my 7th day, you may take them. Should you remember me, visit my grave, and add some soil, burn some paper money. If you forget, it matters not. Consider it as though you have never known Lu." Upon hearing Lu Sanyan's words, Master Cao was taken aback, realizing why this man, even afflicted by corpse poison, could still be so lively. He had consumed the essence of the mummies. The essence or corpse essence was a rare find, present in some mummies but not in others, embodying the quintessence of the corpse. Such a thing was exceedingly rare. Some tomb raiders spent their lives seeking it without success. Master Cao had only heard of it, but never beheld produce essence from a corpse was a sign of great misfortune, at least at the level of a drought spirit. This piqued Master Chao's curiosity about the ancient text Lu Sanyan mentioned. What kind of ancient text could transform a farmer into someone who traversed tombs with such ease? After pondering for a moment, Master Cao gritted his teeth and readily agreed. Is it not merely the collection of a corpse? I, Cao Kun, shall take it upon myself. Excellent, Master. How kind of you. Here, let me toast to you. Lu Sanyan slammed the table, raising his cup to clink with Master Chao's. The two revelers drank heartily in the hall, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. They were returned to their respective rooms by the proprietress. Then, the following day, as Master Cao awoke from his drunken stupor, he lay in bed, striving to piece together the fragmented memories of the previous night. Strangely, he found his recollections of Lu Sanyan becoming increasingly hazy. He could only recall the existence of such a person, but the details of their conversation eluded him entirely. A cold sweat broke out on Master Chao's brow. His mind cleared a bit as he threw off the covers and got out of bed, intending to seek out the proprietress for confirmation. However, as he lifted the corner of the blanket, two items that appeared at the bedside instantly filled him with terror. An ancient black-covered book, a gilded jade guanyin. Both lay quietly in the corner of the bed. Chapter 2. The Decade of Spiritual Connection. Cao Sanyi's eyes widened in disbelief, his scalp prickling as memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled his promise to Lu Sanyan to collect his body after death. But hadn't that man yet departed from this world? Swallowing hard, Cao Sanyi sensed something amiss and hurriedly concealed two items within his leather suitcase before donning his clothes and heading to the main hall. Upon seeing him, the proprietress's lips curled into a peculiar smile, her chin resting on her hands as she regarded him with an oddly intense gaze. "Sanyi, are you sober now? Did you enjoy yourself last night?" The brief inquiry sent Cao Sanyi tumbling onto the staircase, his face pale with fear as he stared at the proprietress. "Your voice. Lu, is that you?" Indeed, the voice belonged to Lu Sanyan, unmistakably raspy, imbued with a strong Beijing accent. "Sanyi, do not be afraid. This woman acted foolishly and offended me last night. It is only just that I take her life, is it not?" Cao Sanyi trembled, nodding in agreement. "It is only just indeed. That proprietress, with her narrow-mindedness, truly deserves it. Ha! Do you think I am human?" The proprietress laughed uncontrollably, her fair skin undulating with each guffaw. On that sweltering summer morning, an inexplicable chill coursed through Cao Sanyi, penetrating to his very bones. Within moments, the inn's main hall was shrouded in a dense fog, filled with the echoes of raspy laughter. "Sanyi, since you have accepted the items and pledged to fulfill your promise to my brother, do not forget." The voice gradually faded away. At that moment, Cao Sanyi realized with horror that he had encountered a ghost. This was dire indeed. The possessions of a ghost are not easily collected. It was his own greed that had led him astray. Now, if he failed to honor his promise to Lu Sanyan, the Cao family would never know peace again. In light of these events, Cao Sanyi quickly regained his composure. He cast a glance at the proprietress, who lay motionless at the counter, and then ascended the stairs. He packed his belongings and left the inn. Alone, he arrived at a village in a small town and rented a room, where he began to secretly investigate Lu Sanyan. This search lasted several years. "Grandfather, what happened next? What became of great-grandfather? And what of the jade guanyin and the ancient book? You mentioned 3 strange occurrences, and we've only heard of one." Cao Dayo observed the glimmer of wisdom in his little grandson's bright eyes, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as his tone grew somber. "Later, your great-grandfather, having failed to fulfill his promise to Lu Sanyan, was tormented by his ghost. Never finding peace day or night, he sought the help of a master and struck an agreement with Lu Sanyan, ultimately leading to his own demise." "What?" 3-year-old Cao Yang was taken aback. Judging by the old man's unwillingness to elaborate, he suspected this tale might bear truth, rather than being a mere fabrication to amuse him. Now, Cao Yang, though a time traveler, was still just a toddler, not yet comprehending the rules of this world. What was certain was that he remained in Huaxia. During the 1960s or 70s, his situation seemed to revolve around a family of tomb raiders, with mysterious ancient texts and a gilded jade guanyin suggesting an antique realm. Yet, he was certain of the era, the 1960s, and that he was born in 1960, just 3 years old. Could our family's strange occurrences be related to the agreement with Lu Sanyan? The words that escaped Cao Yang's lips astonished Cao Dayo. Was this the thought process of a mere 3-year-old? God bless, let my Cao family give birth to another prodigy. Cao Dayo exclaimed, overcome with emotion, kneeling and bowing his head in fervent supplication. Cao Yang, feeling awkward, touched his fuzzy little head, unsure whether to assist or not. What kind of prodigy am I? Just a baby in his 20s? After finishing his prayers, Cao Dayo sat on the stone steps at the entrance of the main house, taking several puffs from his pipe before continuing. The second strange occurrence pertains to you. The weight of those words instantly tensed Cao Yang's nerves. He thought, surely a master has not discerned my origins? The master said. Cao Dayo paused, glancing at Cao Yang, conflicted about whether to share this with a mere 3-year-old. Cao Yang, feeling the old man's gaze, grew anxious and feigned calmness. Grandfather, what did the master say? Cao Dayo's expression was troubled as he hesitated, finally sighing deeply. This matter traces back to the agreement with Lu Sanyan. The master performed a ritual, guiding Lu Sanyan's soul, and your great-grandfather established a spiritual connection with him. In this connection, Lu Sanyan stipulated 3 conditions. If our family fulfills them, he will spare us. What are the 3 conditions? Cao Yang's heart raced, sensing an ominous turn. This whole affair felt dubious. Contracting with a ghost? What kind of master was this? First, your great-grandfather must descend to accompany him in suffering. The causality tied to that gilded jade guanyin from the Ming dynasty must be settled. Cao Yang's eyes widened. This first condition was indeed grim. Suffering in hell for a jade statue from the Ming dynasty? That was a priceless treasure. Though unfamiliar with its specifics, he recognized the name Lu Zigong from history as a master craftsman of jade. What's the second condition? Cao Yang's heart raced, fearing the worst. The second condition pertains to you. Lu Sanyan has agreed to bestow upon the Cao family that ancient book, but you must acknowledge him as your godfather. On the 1st and 15th of each month, during the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays, grand feasts must be held in his honor, with offerings to help him atone for his earthly misdeeds, lasting 10 years. Cao Yang was perplexed. What kind of arrangement is this? Suddenly, I have a ghost godfather? And what of a ghost godmother? Cao Dayo, chewing thoughtfully, regarded his grandson with a mix of pride and discomfort. Indeed, you guessed correctly. It is the proprietress you great-grandfather once fancied. Cao Yang blinked in confusion, the relationships growing increasingly convoluted among the Cao family's elders. Is she my great-grandmother or my godmother? Cao Yang rolled his eyes, exasperated. This is not important. Cao Dayo elaborated. Your great-grandfather encountered the proprietress first, then crossed paths with Lu Sanyan, becoming infatuated and acting foolishly. The entanglements of their relationships are beyond our control. Our focus must be on fulfilling the conditions of the spiritual contract and resolving this karmic cycle. Given the circumstances, there was little else to be done. So, we have a ghost godfather and a ghost godmother. This is quite the predicament. And what is the third condition? The more he inquired, the more uncertain Cao Yang felt, silently hoping the third condition would not be too outrageous. Chapter 3, Divine Skill. Nine Wu treasure eyes upon hearing the question. Cao Dayo took several deep puffs from his pipe, the smoke obscuring his expression, casting a heavy atmosphere. The third condition. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Cao Yang's heart, which had just begun to relax, tightened once more. Clearly, this third condition could not bode well. Sighing, Cao Dayo reflected on the myriad events leading to this moment, recognizing that the situation was not simply a matter of right or wrong. Great-grandfather Cao Kun, driven by greed for retirement funds, had been at fault. Lu Sanyan had sought out Cao Sanyi without invitation. It is likely that this was an attempt to find someone to atone for the sins committed during their lifetime. This does not seem inherently wrong. As for the charming widow, peering through the crack of the door to see a ghost, one can only attribute it to her unfortunate fate. In a world where one does not act for themselves, they invite disaster upon their own heads. Cao Yang understands the calculations of each individual involved, and can only attribute it to fate. The cycle of cause and effect is indeed shrouded in the unseen. As for the matter of the spiritual contract, it is best left unspoken. Keep it to yourself and do not divulge it to your parents or your uncle and his family. Cao Yang nodded in agreement. And the old man chuckled. When all is said and done, we are not at a loss. At the very least, the ancient book in Lu Sanyan's possession will now belong to us. In times of chaos, Gold is invaluable. In times of peace, antiques flourish. Trust your grandfather on this. Our country is bound to enter an era of prosperity. In such times, wealth outweighs skill. The antique trade holds immense profit. Your future days will surely be prosperous, and this is what you deserve. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the first divine technique from that ancient book, the 9 Crows' Precious Eye. Mastering it will take at least a decade. During this time, do not forget to pay respects to your godfather and godmother. For 10 years, you shall honor them. And in due time, they will bless you. Such is the law of cause and effect. Neither humans nor spirits can escape it. Cao Yang nodded in agreement. Having already encountered the extraordinary, what else was there to be astonished by? Was it not merely a matter of offering incense for a decade? For the sake of wealth. Luxury villas, yachts, luxury cars, beautiful women, and idyllic islands. He would toil and invest early. From the age of 3, he had been striving. And if this meant retiring early and avoiding detours, it was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Cao Yang was roused by the old man. After a quick wash, the elder applied a medicinal solution to his eyes. The moment the liquid entered his eyes, Cao Yang felt a piercing pain akin to needles, and his vision began to blur. His small frame squirmed restlessly, and his hands instinctively reached to scratch. Grandfather, what kind of medicine have you applied? Is it expired? Why does it hurt so much? Cao Daiyo, expressionless, restrained young Cao Yang with his legs, his large hands firmly pinning down Cao Yang's arms to prevent him from moving. Hold still. If you cannot endure this little pain, how will you accomplish anything in the future? This prescription is from your godfather. If it's too unbearable, just curse him a few times. Cao Yang, on the verge of tears, protested. Is there such a grandfather who would torment his own grandson? Cao Daiyo, I am your own flesh and blood. How can you ask me to curse my godfather? He is a spirit. Suddenly, his frightened cries were interrupted by the sight of a pale, gaunt face looming before him. With deep-set eyes and prominent cheekbones, wearing a peculiar hat and a long coat, it stared at him intently. Who else could it be but Lu Sanyan? Cao Yang swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting the pain in his eyes. Choosing to be wise in this moment, he decided to greet him. Godfather, he called out, his voice dripping with respect. Lu Sanyan grinned, evidently pleased with the boy, and said, Good child, practice diligently. Once you master the 9 Crows' Precious Eye, your godfather will reward you with a grand gift. With that, Lu Sanyan mysteriously vanished, leaving only a haze in his wake. Grandfather, you are applying this medicine again? Isn't it supposed to be a gradual process? How can you apply it so soon? Cao Yang argued, struggling against the old man. Your godfather instructed that it must be applied 3 times a day. He did not specify how to divide it. I have work to do. So let us complete the required applications first. Cao Yang found himself at a loss for words. The old man made a valid point. Being born into the Cao family must be my misfortune, he muttered, only to receive a slap from Cao Daiyo for his insolence. The elder was visibly angered by the boy's words. How dare you speak like that? If you have the ability, then remove the Cao from your name, and let us see if I would still bother with you. Cao Yang protested, Grandfather, when my father returns, ask him if I am truly his son. He suspected the old man knew of his strange circumstances. What kind of grandfather behaves like this? Did you pick yourself out of a dung pit? Cao Daiyo retorted, picking up the medicinal solution again and applying it to Cao Yang's eyes. Ah, Cao Daiyo, you are at it again. Can't you let it absorb before applying more? Well, today's applications are done. We will continue tomorrow, Cao Daiyo conceded. Suddenly intrigued by the boy's argument, he released Cao Yang and hurriedly grabbed an old sack, slinging it over his shoulder as he exited. On the first day of practicing the precious eye, the experience was far from pleasant. After 3 applications of the solution, the stinging gradually subsided, only to be replaced by tears that flowed until evening, when his mother returned from work and saw her son with red, tear-streaked eyes. She was heartbroken and incessantly questioned him about whether he had been bullied. Cao Yang felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly confess that it was his grandfather who had tormented him. That would only stir up family conflicts and disrupt the harmony of the Cao household. Therefore, he clung to his mother's legs, sobbing, Mom, I dreamt of the old hen from Uncle's house, and it told me I am not your biological child. Uncle and Aunt, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly froze in shock. Aunt Yang Huiling burst into laughter. You silly child, have you been reading too many storybooks? How could an old hen talk? That would mean it's become a spirit, and we don't have such things these days. The more reasonable Uncle Cao and chuckled, sister-in-law. I think he's just craving something. He must be having nightmares. I have some meat coupons. I'll get some for him tomorrow. His mother shot a disapproving look at the drooling Cao Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of the visibly displeased aunt. How could I do that? I'll just boil him a couple of eggs instead. Uncle was adamant. insisting on giving the coupons to his wife. Later that evening, after dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Aunt complained about Uncle giving away the meat coupons, while Uncle retorted, "You know nothing. You have seen how much the old man dotes on Cao Yang. If he hears about this, your hen won't see the sunrise tomorrow." Aunt was left speechless, and as she pondered this, a chill ran down her spine. You know, this child is quite cunning for his age. What kind of scheming mind could he possibly possess at such a young age? We must divide the family, otherwise, life will become unbearable. Thus, days passed, filled with the application of medicine, bantering with the old man, and outsmarting his uncle and cousins, all while teasing his older cousin. 2 years swiftly flew by. Chapter 4. The fourth condition. The year was now 1965, in the capital city of Beijing, at the Cao family courtyard. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, during the Ghost Festival, an unusual event transpired. Just as midnight struck, the elderly patriarch of the Cao family, Cao Daiyo, passed away on this significant day. At dawn, the atmosphere within the Cao family residence was unusually oppressive. In the backyard, a dozen robust men had gathered to assist, yet none dared to enter the morning room. They busily occupied themselves with their tasks, not daring to make a sound. Logically, Cao Daiyo, nearing 80 years of age, had died of natural causes, and it should have been a joyous occasion, celebrated with lively festivities. However, the timing of his passing was too uncanny, prompting unease among the younger men. Cao Ping and Cao An, along with their wives and children, knelt in the morning room, weeping inconsolably, while the sounds of neighbors setting up the morning tent filled the air. The entire Cao family was enveloped in an eerie, heavy atmosphere. The timing of the patriarch's death was far too coincidental. Who had ever heard of an elder passing at the stroke of midnight on the Ghost Festival? Down to the exact minute, this left everyone suspecting that the old man's past dealings with antiques had come back to haunt him, leading to widespread concern about attracting trouble. Consequently, no one dared approach the morning room or the body. It is widely acknowledged that peculiarities abound in this ancient practice, though few dare to voice their thoughts aloud. Reluctantly, it was left to the brothers Cao Ping and Cao An to attend to the elder's body, dressing him in mourning attire. Within the mourning chamber, Cao Yang knelt with bowed head, gazing upon the closed eyes of his grandfather. A tumult of emotions swirling within him, whether to grieve or to feel a sense of relief, was a conundrum he could not resolve. His grandfather, Cao Daiyo, had once been a modest dealer of antiquities during wartime, even dabbling in the craft of a local historian. In an era where such pursuits could be likened to balancing a powder keg upon one's head, he later shifted his focus after the establishment of the nation. Actively responding to the call of duty, his eldest son, Cao Ping, enlisted in the military while the second son, Cao An, pursued education and a career in governance. Yet, the history of the Cao family is marred by dishonor, unable to withstand scrutiny. In times of hardship and ill repute, the elder's funeral was conducted with a stark simplicity, the family observing 3 days of mourning before hastily interring him in the ancestral grave. Following the elder's passing, Cao Ping applied for a transfer, becoming a proud worker, serving alongside his wife in the same factory. However, ever since the elder's demise, misfortunes have plagued the Cao family. In the subsequent year, on the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, as the little new year approached, Cao Yang's father was assigned an official duty, only to encounter hostile elements en route, his parents sacrificing their lives to protect state secrets. At the tender age of 6, Cao Yang was left an orphan, taken in by his uncle. Though they resided in the old homestead, he felt like an outsider. Deep down, Cao Yang understood that this string of bizarre occurrences was likely linked to a third peculiar event, the elder's death on the Ghost Festival and the calamity that befell his parents on the Little New Year, potentially tied to that enigmatic spiritual contract. To this day, he remains in the dark regarding the nature of Lu Sanyan's third condition, yet he feels powerless to inquire. The realms of the living and the departed are divided. The ancestral grievances would remain unresolved until he possesses the means to seek clarity regarding his parents' demise. 3 fleeting years have passed, and once again it is the 14th of July. Tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary of the elder's passing. For days, Cao An has been burdened with worry, as the family adheres to a custom dictating that significant anniversaries, 3 years, 15 years, and 22 years, must be observed with grand memorials. Yet, the prevailing winds of the times do not permit such observances, particularly as his aunt vehemently opposes it. Cao Yang's uncle has enjoyed a meteoric rise in his career, benefiting from the legacy of his parents, and with the political climate being what it is, his aunt fears that any hint of such a memorial might jeopardize his prospects. Caught between loyalty and filial duty, Cao An ultimately resolves to conduct a secretive midnight offering, seeking solace even if it is but a single incense stick. He recalls vividly that it was during this very year's ghost festival that the family's fortunes began to shift. His aunt, begrudgingly yielding to him, procured 2 pounds of pork, while his uncle gathered an assortment of offerings: oranges, apples, snacks, milk candy, incense, and paper money. At the stroke of midnight, the table was set with braised pork and fresh oranges, and the family summoned the elder's spirit. Just as the candles were lit, a strange occurrence transpired. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, flinging the door wide open, extinguishing the incense and candles, leaving the family members drenched in cold sweat, their skin prickling with goosebumps, and their neck hairs standing on end. This wind, laced with a bone-chilling mist, enveloped them, causing them to shiver uncontrollably in the July heat, their sneezes echoing in the oppressive atmosphere. The shock rendered his aunt and cousin faint, collapsing to the floor with ashen faces, tears and snot flowing freely, their foreheads bruised from frantic prostrations. His uncle trembled as he knelt, attempting to rekindle the extinguished flames, but despite exhausting a box of matches, not a single spark emerged. It was a clear sign that the ancestors bore resentment and would not accept offerings. Cao, bowing and muttering apologies, was suddenly interrupted by a hissing sound, and warmth began to permeate the room. "Grandfather, this is hardly fitting. You've frightened them half to death. Who will you scare next? Life continues, does it not?" Cao Yang declared, lighting the incense and candles with an old-fashioned lighter. Instantly, the wind ceased. The flickering orange flames cast eerie shadows on the faces of his uncle's family, enhancing their disheveled appearances, while the dancing flames seemed to mock their plight. Amused internally, Cao Yang reflected on how they had clamored for division on the very night of the elder's passing. Now, it seemed, the spirits had come to knock at their door. "Grandfather is displeased," he teased. "Uncle, aunt, sister, you must kneel before his spirit all night." After completing his offering, Cao Yang ignored the others and retreated to his own quarters for a peaceful night's sleep. As soon as he departed, the winds began to howl, turning the backyard into a cacophony of clattering objects, while the windows and doors rattled uncontrollably. Only the front yard remained calm. With the dawn came tranquility. However, his timid aunt declared she would no longer reside in the old homestead. When the elder passed, the brothers had divided their inheritance, one taking the front yard and the other the back. The initial division was contentious, but now, after the elder's frightful visitation, it seemed likely that the ancestral estate would revert to Cao Yang. This was a testament to the elder's astute decision, which safeguarded the family's property during turbulent times. Unfortunately, none of the household items remained. In the following year, Cao Yang's uncle, eager to demonstrate loyalty, shattered everything in sight, leaving Cao Yang shivering with regret. Fortunately, the elder had clandestinely excavated a small cellar in his study, where a few treasured items were hidden. Only Cao Yang and the elder were privy to their existence. Among these treasures was a gilded statue of Guanyin by the Ming Dynasty master Lu Zigong, a rare gem that belonged to his ghostly godfather. With the elder's passing, the family's sordid history was buried alongside him. The ancestral lineage of antiquities and local historiography came to an abrupt end. Days later, Cao Yang's uncle and his family found a new residence and moved out, with his aunt reluctant to part with the backyard property. Under the guise of ancestral legacy, she sold it to young Cao Yang at a bargain, pocketing a portion of the compensation meant for his parents. Though he feigned anger, inside he was elated, for treasures lay hidden within that yard. A few days after moving, his uncle could no longer bear to leave Cao Yang behind, so he brought him to their new home. Despite his reluctance, Cao Yang had no choice but to follow, being underage. At 13, with his exceptional abilities finally honed after a decade of diligent practice, the time had come to resolve the ancestral grievances with Lu Sanyan. That very night, an extraordinary event unfolded. He dreamt of a grave from the family cemetery, shrouded in smoke. A chilling aura enveloped the area, with dense, misty smoke swirling around the gravesite, as if the underworld had descended upon them. Although surprised by the bizarre dream, Cao Yang initially dismissed it. However, the following 3 nights bore the same unsettling visions, prompting him to stealthily visit the ancestral grave. What he encountered nearly struck him dead with fear. The grave had been desecrated. The very site from his dreams now split open, revealing a decayed coffin within, a sight both grotesque and horrifying. Gathering his courage, he approached, incensed to discover that the grave had been tampered with, containing hidden mechanisms. Beneath the blasted surface lay 2 stone slabs, propped up by 2 large springs, compressed within a stone groove and equipped with a triggering mechanism, under which rested 2 iron boxes, each containing provisions, with an opening barely wide enough for a mouse to pass through. As the mice gradually consume the provisions, the iron box becomes lighter, lifted by a mechanism that ultimately triggers the large spring switch, causing the stone slab to open. It is a remarkably simple weight mechanism. However, who in the household possesses such craftsmanship besides the old master? What could be the old master's intent behind such meticulous planning? Cao Yang, perplexed, bowed 3 times before leaping into the burial mound to search diligently. Beneath the coffin, he discovered an ancient jade box, which he recognized as belonging to the old master. Upon opening it, he found an ancient book bound in animal hide, The Secrets of the Wu Hou. A sudden realization struck him. This very tome was the one owned by his ghostly godfather, Lu Sanyan. He recalled Lu Sanyan had once mentioned that when the 9 Wu treasures were perfected, he would present him with a token of their meeting. Kneeling, Cao Yang bowed 3 more times, restored everything to its original state, and took the jade box back to the ancestral home for safekeeping. Once the storm had passed, he promptly returned to the old residence, immersing himself in the study of the secrets of the Wu Hou. Years whisked by, and we find ourselves in Chapter 5, at Tianyi Building, in the summer of 1981. The weather in the 49 city appeared hotter than in previous years. As usual, Cao Yang arrived early at the Panjiayuan flea market to open his shop. On the surface, he operated an antique store, yet over the years, he had delved deeply into the Wu Hou secrets, secretly planning to revive the art of tomb raiding. According to his late grandfather, their family hailed from a lineage of tomb raiders who once excavated the grave of Cao Cao, a legitimate descendant of the famed warlord. During the Republic era, they had even organized troops for grave digging. However, since the days of his great-grandfather, the Cao family had fallen into obscurity, becoming ordinary citizens and attracting the attention of malevolent spirits. Cao Yang was only 5 when his grandfather passed away, and the old master had not passed down his skills. It was indeed a lamentable circumstance. Despite this, Cao Yang's knowledge of tomb raiding was limited to theoretical understanding and stories from the old master, primarily drawn from the secrets of the Wu Hou, lacking any practical experience. His parents and second uncle, influenced by new ideologies, scoffed at the disreputable history of their ancestors. Yet, Cao Yang had always held a keen interest in it, nurtured by the old master's deliberate guidance. Being a time traveler who despised the 996 work culture, he resolved to pursue a career in antiquities, preparing for this path since the tender age of 3. The old master would banter with Cao Yang during the day, secretly relishing their exchanges, often waking up with a smile in the night. Since Cao Yang began training his 9 Wu treasures at the age of 3, the old master employed a peculiar concoction to cleanse his eyes daily. After the old master's passing, Cao Yang naturally continued this practice, which lasted a decade. 10 years later, as the winds of development began to blow, Cao Yang, having just graduated from high school, decisively abandoned his studies. He relied on his parents' savings and the trinkets the old master had gathered over the years, establishing a stall at Panjiayuan. He became the neighborhood's idle youth, a representative of the unambitious and wayward. That year was 1978, a time of impending reform, when a wave of entrepreneurship surged as many faced the daunting choice between the precarious security of a stable job and the allure of business ventures. At this crossroads in life, within 2 years, Cao Yang had purchased an old house at Panjiayuan, transforming it into an antique shop, enjoying 3 leisurely years of business. He emerged as the youngest antique dealer in Panjiayuan, gaining notable recognition as the Divine Eye Cao, with a modest storefront in a small 2-story house from the Republic era, thanks to the very Wu Hou secrets that had propelled his success. With his newfound fortune, his second uncle's family grew envious of his thriving business, particularly his dim-witted cousin, Cao Fengyu, who frequently came begging for money, only to return home in tears after being scolded. Yet, she remained undeterred, which led to a growing rift between Cao Yang and his uncle's family. Unfazed, Cao Yang asserted that, despite their familial ties, there was no reason to share a meal any longer. He resolutely visited his uncle's household, articulately returning the expenses incurred over the years, severing ties for good. On a particularly sweltering morning, Cao Yang arrived early at his shop, opened the doors, brewed a pot of tea, and settled into a lounge chair under a large poplar tree to enjoy the cool shade. At 9 o'clock, the proprietor of the neighboring Wanbeige, known as Big Gold Tooth, approached him, clad in a checkered shirt and suit pants, fanning himself. "Cao, you've come rather early today," he exclaimed. Cao Yang rose from his chair, offering Big Gold Tooth a seat and pouring him a cup of tea. "Please, sit down and relax, have some tea." Big Gold Tooth waved his hand dismissively, accepting the small stool but swallowing hard. "I'll pass on the tea for now. I have news regarding the matter you entrusted me with." The 2 gentlemen have finally loosened their tongues. Cao Yang's eyes lit up. Wonderful. Thank you, Big Gold Tooth. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. May prosperity be upon you. Big Gold Tooth frowned slightly, his face serious. As for prosperity, I cannot say. But I can assure you, it has been quite exhausting. These past few days, I've endured quite a bit to persuade those two, especially that insufferable fat man, whose words could drive anyone mad. Cao Yang chuckled. You know well that making money is no easy feat. The road is fraught with challenges. Securing this deal means we can both take it easy for 3 years. Big Gold Tooth nodded. Indeed, we've agreed to set off the day after tomorrow. Cao, take these next few days to prepare. His demeanor shifted as he spoke of the business, radiating excitement. Rest assured, I have most preparations in place. We are merely waiting for the two gentlemen to give their final approval. It is all thanks to you. Cao, your reliability is unmatched. By the way, when will that lady from your shop be visiting? We should find a place to enjoy a drink. Big Gold Tooth teased with a smirk. Cao Yang rolled his eyes. Drinking this early in the day? Are you not opening your shop today? Of course I am. I've hired someone to help. As agreed. We're meeting at 9:30 to discuss wages. I suspect they'll be arriving soon. Ah, Big Gold Tooth, it seems you are finally catching on. Cao Yang praised, giving him a thumbs up. Big Gold Tooth chuckled. One must keep up with the times. My expectations are modest. If I can match even half the skill of the lady in your shop, I would be content. Cao Yang scoffed. You are sorely mistaken. Finding someone like Xiaqing is no easy task. It requires fate. Big Gold Tooth nodded earnestly, recalling past events. Indeed, do you remember that terrifying scene from back then? The notorious Master Pai of South City was quite the figure, a man known for his ruthlessness. How did that lady muster the courage to take down one of his most capable subordinates? A single woman taking down 8 or 9 men. She was left bloodied but emerged alive. I have never bowed to anyone in my life, especially not to a woman, but she is the first. He then pointed at Cao Yang. And you, Cao, were remarkable as well. At that time, I was utterly stunned. In our line of work, who would dare to provoke such individuals? Yet you did, and later, with your gilded guanyin statue, you resolved the matter for her. Only now do I realize how exceptional your eyes are, a true master of appraisal, and your ability to discern beauty is simply unparalleled. Cao Yang smiled and sipped his tea, pondering the adage, while wealth may be easily acquired, a true general is hard to find. In this profession, one inevitably mingles with the underworld. Let us not delve too deep into it, but you, Big Gold Tooth, don't think I'm unaware of the less savory characters you associate with. Big Gold Tooth chuckled sheepishly. Those are merely minor escapades. I collect trinkets from the countryside and don't take great risks. We are business people, after all, and we believe in the principle that harmony fosters wealth. Cao Yang disagreed. Especially in the realm of antiquities, asserting, in this line of work, we play with the past and risk our lives. Every treasure carries a history stained with blood. Those who work beneath us are of utmost importance. As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden chill enveloped them, dissipating the oppressive heat in the air. Boss, a voice, cool and deep, resonated, prompting Cao Yang to turn and greet the newcomer with a knowing smile. The individual, with a delicate, oval face and smooth, shoulder-length hair, was strikingly tall and alluring. Clad in blue jeans that hugged her perfectly shaped legs, she appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding an aura of coldness. Her name was Xiaqing, the formidable woman referred to by the big-toothed man, a fierce warrior capable of taking down 7 or 8 men single-handedly. Xiaqing hailed from a troubled background. It was during a winter night when Cao Yang and the big-toothed man had just finished a meal of hot pot that they encountered a bloodied woman, exuding a ghostly vapor at a street corner. Thanks to the secret techniques learned from the Wu Hou secret record, Cao Yang possessed the unique gift of seeing what others could not. With a single glance, he discerned the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from her, a hue of red tinged with purple and undertones of gold. Such a person, with unwavering loyalty and vitality, would have been a legendary general in ancient times, a perfect companion for tomb raiding, as ordinary malevolent spirits would not dare approach her. Moved by a desire to save her, he bravely intervened, risking his safety to halt those pursuing her. With the aid of a Ming Dynasty gilded statue of the guanyin, he negotiated peace with the local gang leader. From that moment on, he gained a valuable ally in Xiaqing, orphaned and raised by a rival gang leader. She honed her formidable skills. When her adoptive father was killed during a territorial dispute, she sought vengeance, leading to her own near demise until Cao Yang saved her. After 3 years of training with him, she became his right-hand woman. Have you completed the tasks? Cao Yang inquired. Everything is ready. We can depart at any moment. Xiaqing replied. Excellent. You may continue your work, he nodded. Xiaqing then entered the store, diligently cleaning with a bucket in hand. Her obedient demeanor leaving the big-toothed man astonished. Cao Yang reflected on how instrumental the Wu Hou secret record had been in his rise to success. The first of its remarkable techniques, the 9 Wu Treasure's Eye, allowed him to discern the authenticity of antiques in a single glance. Genuine treasures radiated a distinct brilliance invisible to others, while forgeries appeared mundane. To Cao Yang, the record was an ancient tome of wonders, containing not only methods to unlock tomb mechanisms, but also extraordinary recipes and ancient martial arts practices, thus shaping his future endeavors in tomb raiding. Chapter 6. The Tomb Raiders duo. Those who venture into tombs typically harbor 2 main ambitions: to unearth treasures or to seek medicinal herbs. For Cao Yang, it was a matter of choosing both, especially since he found himself in a world reminiscent of the Ghost Blows Out the Light series. He aspired to grow stronger and tread a unique path, knowing certain herbs could only be procured from graves. He practiced a secret technique from the Wu Hou secret record called the 9 Wu Nurturing Spirit Technique, which involved refining the body using specially concocted formulas alongside martial arts principles. This technique comprises 9 stages, symbolizing the 9 sons of ancient lore. The first stage, as described in the text, was known as 1,000 kins entwined. According to the standards of ancient warriors, it conferred strength akin to that of a mighty force. In modern terms, it equated to the prowess of a weightlifter. A notable strongman of your lifted over 505 kilograms. Should Cao Yang master this initial stage, he would achieve similar feats. However, while one necessitated rigorous training, the other relied on rare herbs and specific techniques in breathing and exertion. Over the years, Cao Yang had been in search of a singular herb essential to completing this first formula. He was aware that the most crucial ingredient lay within the first tomb unearthed by the duo of tomb raiders in this world. The likelihood was high that it resided within the body of a red-haired creature, a variant of a corpse. Technically, it was no longer a corpse but a dominant entity known as a corpse overlord, who, in life, had been a general and likely possessed the sought-after essence. Although the Wu Hou secret record contained mechanisms to dissolve traps, it lacked the art of geomancy, necessitating the assistance of the protagonists Hu Ba Yi and Wang Fatty. Recently, while chatting with the big-toothed man, Cao Yang learned of a plump man from Beijing who approached him with a peculiar jade pendant. The big-toothed man was uncertain, and although he wished to have the pendant checked by Cao Yang, the proposal was swiftly dismissed by Wang Fatty, who accused the big-toothed man of being a greedy capitalist, eager to swindle him out of his pendant. This incident had sparked a grudge between them. Cao Yang recognized that the plot was about to unfold. Those familiar with the original narrative knew that within the Gangongzi camp, there lay the tomb of a prominent general from the Jin dynasty. However, as an outsider, unfamiliar with the terrain and lacking geomantic skills, venturing there recklessly would be perilous. Thus, he concocted a fabricated story to persuade the big-toothed man to join the mission. He would provide the equipment and funding, while the profits from any recovered treasures would be divided into shares. While the big-toothed man opted out of the tomb exploration, Cao Yang understood that he had channels for selling any stolen goods. Therefore, he would take a 20 cut, while Fatty and Old who would handle geomantic assessments and navigation, receiving 30 of the profits, leaving Cao Yang with the remaining 50, contingent upon him managing all preparations for the expedition. Thus, they successfully convinced Old Who and Fatty to participate. The 3 parties agreed to set forth in 2 days. After completing his daytime tasks and witnessing the dismal outcome of the big-toothed man's recruitment efforts, where a 40-year-old woman had shown interest, Cao Yang playfully reassured him. That woman seems quite prosperous. At 40, she can still work her charm. You, a man of stature, should have no trouble managing her. The big-toothed man, visibly displeased, replied. Cao, you shouldn't belittle people. Cao Yang chuckled mischievously. At 8 this evening, let us gather at Dong Lai Shan. I will host a pre-mission rally and soothe your wounded spirit. That sounds reasonable. I, the big-toothed man, have worked tirelessly to facilitate this venture. Surely, I deserve some compensation. He grumbled. Absolutely, we shall meet tonight. There will be ample food and drink, Cao Yang assured. After parting ways, he returned home with Xia Qing to the Cao family residence in Yanda Hutong. They entered the study in the back courtyard, moved aside the bookshelf, and accessed the secret chamber. The room was modest, about the size of a small bedroom, with several large canvas bags strewn across the floor. Xia Qing opened the bags and displayed their gear for the expedition. Canvas tents, flashlights, leather ropes, spade shovels, solid alcohol, wind-resistant stoves, deerskin boots, leather gloves, and work uniforms. These were the items they had managed to gather, many custom-made. What about the weapons? Cao Yang inquired as he inspected the gear. 2 Type 54 pistols with 60 rounds, a dagger, a machete, and the steel wire you requested, Xiaqing replied. Cao Yang picked up the bundle of steel wire. Worry etched on his face. I wonder if this wire can restrain that red-haired creature. It is truly immensely powerful. Especially the fact that he can wield weapons is what troubles him the most. In the Wu Hou secret record, there are methods and tools to subdue corpses. But the materials required are exceedingly rare. Over the years, Cao Yang has only managed to find a segment of lightning-struck peach wood, measuring the length of an arm, which he fashioned into 9 corpse-subduing wooden stakes. This serves as his final safeguard against the red-haired hound. How is the vehicle coming along? Any leads? Xiaqing shrugged her shoulders. We only have a single 212 Jeep. With the 4 of us and all this equipment, it might be a bit cramped. Cramped or not, it will have to do. The shop will close tomorrow. We need to find a way to stow these items in the car, especially the gun. It must be concealed well. If we encounter Uncle Hat, it could spell trouble. How about I take care of it tonight, and the shop can open as usual tomorrow? Xiaqing suggested. Cao Yang waved his hand dismissively. We're not short on time. Come out with me for dinner tonight, and bring some cash. All right. Xiaqing nodded calmly. Cao Yang was accustomed to her aloofness. Her demeanor was fine. It was just that her temperament was rather frigid. If one did not engage her in conversation, she could easily remain silent for a year. By 8 o'clock that evening, the 3 parties met. After a brief introduction by Dejinja, the conversation commenced. Cao Yang nodded at Xiaqing, who then retrieved 2 stacks of cash from her bag. One was a thick bundle of brand new notes, amounting to 1,000 yuan. Consider this a modest token of my appreciation. Please, do not refuse it right away. I heard from Dejinja, that master who was once a soldier. Though I am not a good person, I have the utmost respect for those who serve in the military. Use this money as you see fit, one part for purchasing items for the elders of Gangangzi camp, as we are here to take treasure from their territory, and it serves as a small compensation. The other part is a token of comfort for the families of fallen veterans. Without them, there would be no us today. It is a great kindness, and it must be repaid. We cannot let our heroes feel forgotten. This is my personal sentiment, and I insist you accept it. Upon hearing these words, both men were immediately won over. The psychological burden of their tomb-robbing activities dissipated in an instant. Wang Pengzi gave a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Cao Gu, you are generous. From now on, we are brothers. Cao Yang lifted his glass to clink with Wang Pengzi's, saying, we all earn money together. Our profession does not have a good reputation and cannot be made public. We cannot involve our fellow villagers in our fortune, so we must find ways to compensate them. The amount is modest. I hope you do not mind. Hu Ba smiled, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Chapter 7. Trouble in Neo Xian Mountain. He was not like Wang Pengzi, who could not discern the underlying meaning in Cao Yang's words. This was a form of bribery to silence them. At that moment, both were impoverished. They could hardly scrape together even 30 yuan, let alone 1,000. Cao Yang's generosity astonished Dejinja. This was 1,000 yuan in the 1980s, not the inflated currency of later years. It was enough to sustain a family for several years, indulging in meat and wine, enjoying a lavish lifestyle. Cao Yang was not foolishly generous. He had ulterior motives, primarily to foster closer ties. Old Hu's Tianqing feng shui technique was akin to possessing extraordinary abilities in this world. He knew that learning from someone like him would not be easy, and Cao Yang was reluctant to broach the subject. In the future, when it came time to find graves, he would surely need Old Hu's assistance. Hu Ba raised his glass to toast with Cao Yang, saying, on behalf of my fallen comrades and the elders of Gangangzi camp, thank you, Boss Zhao. Among family, there are no formalities. Don't be too polite, Old Hu. You must drink one more glass. All right, I will drink one more. After several rounds of drinks, the camaraderie among the group deepened. Cao Yang understood that Hu Ba was not someone lacking in discernment. He was well aware of the intricacies of their trade. The banquet concluded, and they returned to their respective homes. 2 days later, the group packed their belongings and set off in the 212 Jeep towards Inner Mongolia. Although taking the train would have been quicker, they could not transport some of their equipment that way. If they were caught, it would lead to trouble. Thus, driving was the safer option. The journey was bumpy, with multiple wrong turns taken, and it took nearly half a month to arrive at a small town near their destination in Inner Mongolia, leaving the 4 of them nearly falling apart from the ride. Hu Ba stretched his limbs and said, Cao Gu, from here on, we will have to rely on our legs. We still need to walk a day's mountain path. Wang Pengzi joked with Xiaqing, the 3 of us big men are fine, but this young lady will have to endure some hardship. Cao Gu, bringing her along is quite unkind. Just as he was speaking animatedly, he felt a chill at the back of his head and recognized that it was a 54 style gun. He was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Hey miss, let us talk this over. Can you please move that thing from my head? I really dislike this. Wang Pengzi said, attempting to lighten the mood. I am not a vase. You take care of yourself. Xiaqing coldly replied before continuing to move their luggage. Wang Pengzi, with a darkened expression, rubbed the spot where he had felt the gun, casting an envious glance at Xiaqing's sleeve. He leaned closer to Cao Yang and said, it's still Cao Ge who has the magic touch. To have secured such a treasure, we can feel much more at ease now. Is there a share for me? Cao Yang shrugged. I only managed to get 2, with just 60 rounds of ammunition. We must be frugal with it. Enough, Pengzi. Stop having delusions. Hurry and help move the gear. Don't you feel tired? Hu Ba urged, quickly trying to divert Wang Pengzi's attention, fearing that they might provoke Cao Yang. Given the current circumstances, they were clearly at a disadvantage. He was concerned, as there were many dangers in the graves, and if Cao Yang had any ill intentions, especially with a gun in his possession, they would need to be cautious. After spending a night at the guest house in town and securing their vehicle, the next day, the 4 of them shouldered their large bags and trekked into the mountains. Upon reaching the treacherous paths, Xiaqing's performance earned the immediate respect of Hu Ba and Wang Pengzi. With her heavy pack, she moved with astonishing agility. In contrast, the 3 men were struggling. Cao Yang felt helpless. Despite years of training, Xiaqing's martial arts foundation made her formidable. Having practiced since childhood and later nourished by the secret formulas from the Wu Hou secret record, she had eradicated her hidden injuries over 3 years, enhancing her strength significantly. Now, Xiaqing could easily handle a dozen strong men without breaking a sweat. After trekking for half a day, the heavy pack on Cao Yang's back found its way to Xiaqing's hands, leaving Wang Pengzi enviously purple with jealousy. Life ahead seemed to have found a purpose. This was how life should be lived. Just look at how Cao Yang managed it, having a beautiful and capable subordinate like Xiaqing. As they rested beneath a tree, a young boy approached, staring in astonishment at Hu Ba and Wang Pengzi. Uncle Hu, Uncle Peng, is that you? The 2 men looked closely and exclaimed with delight, little Shirtu. You've grown so much we almost didn't recognize you. Yes, it's me. Uncle Hu, Uncle Peng, what brings you back? Little Shirtu asked excitedly. Hu Ba ruffled little Shirtu's hair, saying, it's been a while since we came back to see our fellow villagers. How is everyone? Everyone is well. But the old party secretary keeps talking about you. Little Shirtu replied with a smile. Ah, we missed the old party secretary too. The mention of him invigorated both men. They shouldered their heavy bags again and resumed walking, with little Shirtu racing back to the village to fetch a donkey cart for assistance. Within an hour, he returned with a donkey cart, accompanied by a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Uncle Hu, Uncle Peng, this is my little sister. Quickly, let us load up the cart. I'll take you into the village. Wang Pengzi grinned as he helped with the load, while Hu Ba pulled some milk candies from his pocket to coax the little girl. Cao Yang and Xiaqing were busy loading items onto the donkey cart. Look at you, little Shirtu, already adept at handling the donkey cart. By the way, where's your father? Wang Pengzi chuckled as he worked. Little Shirtu replied with a smile. Father went to work with the archaeological team in the mountains, earning 4 yuan a day. Hu Ba and Wang Pengzi paused momentarily, their expressions shifting to one of concern. An archaeological team? Where did they come from? After the Tangshan earthquake in 76, our area was also on the fault line, and it cracked open Nyo Exine Mountain, revealing a grand tomb resembling a palace. There were countless treasures, but somehow it attracted the attention of the county, and an archaeological team came, claiming it was national heritage, taking everything from our home, even the jars of pickled vegetables. Wang Pengzi's face fell, deflating like a punctured balloon, and he opened his mouth to curse, as he had hoped to collect more items. Quick-witted, Cao Yang kicked Wang Pengzi in the rear, halting his words. Little Shirtu, can we go and see the excitement? Little Shirtu shook his head. I'm afraid not. They're quite strict about it. No one is allowed in. They've been digging for years, and still haven't finished. I heard there were incidents recently. Quite a few people were carried out, bloodied, and injured. Cao Yang's heart raced, and his brow furrowed slightly. What kind of incidents? In a hushed tone, little Shirtu said. I heard from my father that the tomb belongs to a Liao dynasty empress, Empress Xiao. The archaeological team, ignorant of the protocols, accidentally unearthed a large zombie, injuring several soldiers. My father and the others didn't go to work for a week out of fright. They only returned after wages increased. A large zombie? Is that true? Cao Yang and Hu Ba exchanged glances filled with apprehension. It is true. Strange occurrences have been happening in the mountains lately. People are carried down every few days. So serious? Why do they continue digging? Is human life not valued? Wang Pengzi retorted indignantly, nearly voicing his desire to take over the excavation. The leaders of the archaeological team won't allow it. I heard they believe there's a national treasure inside that must be excavated and handed over to the state. After hearing Little Shitta's account, Cao Yang pondered deeply. The style of the archaeological team's leadership was indeed reflective of the era. He recalled that Uncle Ba had briefly mentioned the Liao dynasty empress's tomb in his narratives about Neo Exine Mountain, yet without any elaborate details. Reflecting on it, it was reasonable. Even a general's tomb contained peculiar creatures like prairie marmots, red-haired hounds, and pig-faced bats, let alone Empress Xiao's tomb. It was bound to be fraught with peril. Chapter 8. The white-haired zombie. The Liao dynasty, shrouded in mystery, was established by the Khitan people and lasted 209 years. The Khitan were originally a nomadic tribe. The Liao dynasty prioritized ethnic development, enforcing a separation between nomadic and agricultural peoples, advocating governance according to customs, and pioneering a bicameral political system. They created the Khitan script, preserving their culture while also assimilating influences from the Bohai Kingdom, the Five Dynasties, the Northern Song, the Western Xia, and various Western regions, significantly promoting the political, economic, and cultural development of the Liao state, alongside a flourishing of Buddhism. Empress Xiao was a regent, and her tomb must be filled with treasures. The Liao people favored gold and silver artifacts, pearls, Buddhist beads, Liao Sankai pottery, and other exotic treasures. Cao Yang remembered that a remarkable Buddhist bead was unearthed in later years, hailed as a treasure of epic-making significance, a gold hollow cloud dragon patterned bead. This artifact marked the inception of gold-cast Buddhist beads, and its hollow craftsmanship was a significant achievement. Such treasures were typically reserved for empresses, queens, emperors, or princes, considered invaluable. However, now with the authorities present and the archaeological team leading the excavation, it was uncertain what they might unearth, resulting in severe casualties. It was evident that the situation was not benign. Cao Yang felt a twinge of concern. Encountering zombies was indeed abnormal. He wondered about the ferocity of the Golden Kingdom general. He hoped not to find himself overwhelmed, as the primary goal was the corpse den, crucial for his future endeavors within the tomb. This was pivotal for his ability to navigate the tomb with confidence. The first prescription in the Nine Crows nurturing spirit technique was the corpse soul boiling blood formula, relatively simple in operation. It involved processing a dozen herbs through special methods and then ingesting them, subsequently absorbing their efficacy through internal cultivation, achieving a powerful effect. However, the most perilous aspect remained the corpse den, which, although medicinal and capable of detoxifying peculiar poisons, was still a corpse den. Its potential side effects were uncertain. Yet, based on the efficacy of the Nine Crows' precious eyes, the contents recorded in this manuscript were undoubtedly genuine. Upon arriving in the village, a throng of elderly men and women warmly surrounded them, greeting the legendary old party secretary, who engaged Wang Pengzi and Hu Ba in a rigorous ideological discussion. Cao Yang occasionally chimed in. The elderly secretary, hard of hearing, frequently digressed, leading to laughter among the crowd. However, Cao Yang discerned that the old secretary was genuinely delighted, treating these two youngsters as his protégés, a rarity in those times for a village cadre to treat educated youth with such kindness. Wang Pengzi and Hu Ba appeared elated, their smiles unwavering as they set up a television and distributed chocolates, milk candies, and pastries, reveling in the moment. Finally, as dinner approached, everyone was animatedly preparing to feast on meat and drink at the old secretary's home, where the women were stewing deer meat and stir-frying wild chicken. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent voices erupted outside. From the Lao Su family, your man had an accident in the mountains. Come with me. A man in his 30s, clad in tattered clothes, with hair resembling a bird's nest, covered in dirt and blood, approached with a pale face and fear evident in his eyes. What happened to my husband, Lao Su? Aunt Su rushed outside, wiping her oily hands on her apron, her anxiety palpable. Oh, don't ask. Just come with me to the mountain, and you'll find out. Panjiayuan stepped forward, pulling Aunt Su to head up the mountain. Inside, the old secretary's hearing seemed to have returned. He donned his shoes and outer garments, emerging to bellow, Panjiayuan, let go of her. Explain what is going on in the mountains. Panjiayuan, frightened by the old secretary, trembled at his shout, his composure unraveling. It's all that damned archaeological team leader's fault. They ignored the warnings and insisted on opening that coffin. After they did, a white-haired zombie sprang out, fleeing from the tomb and biting anyone it encountered. Lao Su didn't escape and was bitten to death. The old secretary's eyes bulged with rage, and he shouted furiously, damn it, all able-bodied men, grab your weapons and head to the mountain. His roar resounded like a battle cry, and the village elders hurriedly seized axes, hunting rifles, and pickaxes, following the old secretary toward Neo-Exine Mountain. Lao Hu and Wang Pengzi felt transported back to their youthful days of grappling for land and water, each gripping a machete, flanking the old secretary like formidable generals. Cao Yang and Xia Qing retrieved daggers and corpse-binding nails from their bags, concealing them within their garments, and joined the throng heading up the mountain. After trekking a short distance, the mountains erupted with a barrage of gunfire, sending waves of trepidation through the crowd, prompting them to quicken their pace. Upon reaching Neo-Exine Mountain, the wind carried the pungent odor of earth and decay, mingled with the stench of blood, an overwhelming assault on the senses. Cao Yang's expression shifted as he pulled out a small tin box containing essential oil, popping 2 pills the size of Danshin pills into Xia Qing's mouth, then doing the same for himself. The stench of corpses was suffocating. This was no ordinary white-haired zombie. It seemed someone had deliberately crafted it and placed it within the tomb. The miasma of corpse is toxic. What about these villagers? Xia Qing gestured toward the furious group of villagers, her brow furrowing with worry. In a state of agitation, they could not be persuaded otherwise. Our supplies were insufficient, and for the next 10 to 15 days, we would need to rely on mugwort-infused water. As long as we avoided bites, it would be manageable. The two quickened their pace, joining the main group as they ventured into the heart of Niuxin Mountain. A glance around sent a chill through their hearts. Bright, large light bulbs illuminated the entire camp, revealing a grim scene. Numerous corpses scattered across the ground, at least a dozen in total, with blood splattered everywhere. Some tents lay collapsed, wooden crates, generators, and scattered papers littered the ground, creating a chaotic environment. The sounds of gunfire, wails of despair, and cries of anguish intertwined, creating an atmosphere of dread. The ground was nearly stained crimson, with most of the bodies clad in military uniforms, while a few wore Zhongshan suits, likely belonging to the archaeological team. Upon seeing the fallen soldiers, Old Hu's eyes reddened instantly. He seized the rifle of a nearby soldier and signaled for Fatty to move and back-to-back with him. "Old Secretary, you stay here with everyone while Fatty and I investigate," he instructed. "Be careful, you two. Rest assured." Following the sounds, they advanced a few steps, and behind a tent, amidst the gunfire, a cacophony of dense roars and the sounds of gnashing teeth echoed, sending shivers down their spines. Cao Yang and Xia Qing trailed behind Fatty, rounding the tent only to find their pupils constricting sharply. In the clearing lay heaps of excavated black earth, deep burial pits, and coffins, alongside decaying wooden debris. There stood a towering, 2-meter-tall white-haired zombie, its tattered clothing riddled with bullet holes, its skin covered in white fur an inch long, with a grotesque visage, sharp fangs, and eyes glowing a menacing green. Its mouth stretched wide to the roots of its ears, fingers transformed into steel claws with toxic, purplish nails. Bullets ricocheted off its body, producing sparks, yet proved utterly ineffective. The only option was to corner the white-haired zombie into a pit. A few soldiers prepared to throw grenades when a middle-aged man, resembling a commanding officer with slicked-back hair and dark sunglasses, rushed forward and sternly objected. "Do not use grenades. You'll collapse the burial passage. Who will take responsibility for that?" Upon hearing this, Cao Yang quietly returned the corpse immobilizing nail he had been holding back into his pocket. He stepped forward to pull Old Hu and Fatty away from their intent to fire, whispering, "You've retired from the military. Firing a weapon now would be unjustifiable. We cannot afford to get involved in this." Both men's expressions shifted, a mix of internal struggle and indignation, before they reluctantly discarded their rifles. Cao Yang patted Old Hu's shoulder, guiding the two back into the crowd, and shouted, "Pour gasoline and burn it." "Yes, pour gasoline and burn it." Old Hu and Fatty's eyes lit up, echoing his call. The villagers in the encampment chimed in as well. The soldiers, upon hearing the rallying cry, rushed to fetch gasoline barrels. The middle-aged man attempted to intervene, but a commander, resembling a company leader, drew his gun and pointed it directly at the man's forehead. "If you utter another word of nonsense, I will execute you on the spot. Take him away and bind him. Bring the gasoline barrels, burn it." Several soldiers brought over barrels of gasoline, opened the lids, and tossed it into the pit, igniting it with their guns. A fierce fire erupted, engulfing the white-haired zombie in an instant. The flames transformed into an eerie blue, thick black smoke billowing forth, permeating the air with a foul stench. While the zombie's anguished cries shattered the night sky. "This smoke is toxic. Everyone, retreat and hold your breath," Cao Yang warned, stepping back with the old secretary to observe from a distance. As all eyes were fixated on the burning white-haired zombie, Xia Qing suddenly tugged at Cao Yang's sleeve, revealing a small, blood-red jade pendant in her delicate hand. Cao Yang's pupils dilated, quickly blocking Xiaqing and leaning in to ask, "Where did you find that?" "Quickly. Hide it." Without hesitation, Xiaqing unfastened her belt and tucked the jade pendant into her waistband, replying, "I found it in the soil. Don't worry, no one noticed." "I believe it's blood jade." Cao Yang's envy surged as he remarked, "Your luck is unparalleled. It truly is blood jade, radiating with rich treasure light." Xiaqing smiled faintly. Earlier, when Cao Yang activated his 9 crow's treasure eyes, the jade pendant appeared to him like a golden sun. Its brilliance unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Such a treasure. Before long, the white-haired zombie was reduced to ashes in the flames. Cao Yang activated his 9 crow's treasure eyes again, scanning the area and noticing several flickering glimmers of treasure light in the pit. He silently lamented. This indicated that the treasure light was waning, suggesting that the pendant had indeed belonged to the white-haired zombie. Cao Yang subtly nudged Xiaqing's arm, shielding her with his body. She nodded and discreetly retreated, disappearing into the darkness in a few swift steps. As Cao Yang had anticipated, several members of the archaeological team whispered to each other near the commander, who approached the villagers with a grim expression. "Old secretary, this is a forbidden area. What do you think?" The old secretary waved his hand, maintaining a serious demeanor. "We adhere to the agreed-upon rules, avoiding trouble for the government. However, our villagers have perished. You must provide us with an explanation." The villagers from Ganggangzi camp gathered, demanding to search them. "We will not partake in this work any longer. Today's events are far from over. Even if it costs me my life, I will report you to the county." The commander felt a shiver run down his spine. If word of this spread, it would surely incite a storm of public outrage, and he could find himself in dire straits as well. Cao Yang discreetly stepped forward, adding, "Old secretary, I know many journalist friends in Kyoto, as well as lawyers who can assist." The old secretary inquired, "I know about journalists who write for newspapers. But what do lawyers do?" "They specialize in legal matters and can help the common folk seek justice." The old secretary grasped Cao Yang's hand in gratitude, while the commander glared daggers at him, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "Who are you?" "I'm a friend of Hu Ba-yi, a local from Kyoto. Here to enjoy the mountains," Cao Yang explained. The old secretary waved his hand dismissively. "Li Commander, do not intimidate our guests. These two are former educated youth from our village. I can vouch for them with my life. Let us clarify today's incident first." Cao Yang felt somewhat embarrassed by the old secretary's words and instinctively recoiled. Li Commander, looking pained, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Rest assured, old secretary. I will provide an explanation to the villagers. How about this? You lead your people back, and I will immediately report to my superiors. Today's incident is too significant for me to handle alone." The old secretary nodded. "All right, I will await your return in the village." With a wave of his hand, the old secretary led a group of villagers, bearing the body of Aunt Sue's husband, back to the settlement. Hu Ba-yi scanned the crowd and suddenly asked, "Where's Miss Xia?" "I haven't seen her," Cao Yang replied. "I sent her back to prepare glutinous rice and mugwort. Uncle Sue was bitten to death by the white-haired zombie, and the corpse poison must be dealt with before burial." Hu Ba-yi accepted this without suspicion, his expression grave as he nodded. "Thank you, Cao Yang, for your concern. The villagers here value a proper burial, and they cannot accept cremation. Rest assured, we will take care of it." Upon returning to the village, a group of villagers convened to discuss how to handle the funeral. Hu Ba-yi took charge, extracting the corpse poison from Uncle Sue's body and implementing numerous precautions. A shelter was erected outside the village, where they burned mugwort for 2 days. After verifying that no issues arose, the villagers finally accepted the burial. The villagers were united in spirit, yet adhered to peculiar customs. For those who died outside, it was generally prohibited for them to enter the village. In some places, even burial grounds within the village were off limits, especially for those like Uncle Sue who had been killed by the white-haired zombie. After hastily completing the funeral, Hu Ba-yi and the rotund Wang set out with Xiaqing and Cao Yang, meandering through the village, visiting households. Their excursion was ostensibly under the guise of reconnecting with fellow villagers and indulging in leisure. Naturally, they had to put on a good show. That night, after everyone had succumbed to slumber, Xiaqing stealthily slipped out and returned with the jade pendant. The two of them, shrouded in blankets, meticulously examined the pendant under the beam of a flashlight. The piece was crafted from exquisite sheep fat white jade, adorned with intricate carvings. The motif appeared to depict a sea eagle, unmistakably a relic from the Liao dynasty, complete with a dragon pattern on the reverse side, suggesting its connection to the family of Empress Xiao. This jade pendant, roughly the size of a child's palm and round in shape, featured a hollowed-out eagle in the center. While its back was embellished with dragon motifs, all interwoven with gold threads. However, it bore the marks of blood seepage, rendering it a deep crimson, translucent like a ruby. The surface had darkened, indicating the presence of corpse seepage, an effect caused by the jade absorbing the fluids from a decaying body, often manifesting as water spots of a blackish hue, resembling mold. This blood-stained jade was of exceptional quality, a true treasure from the Shao lineage, worth a fortune. Cao Yang, brimming with excitement, joined in to witness the spectacle, hoping to stumble upon a great find. Xiaqing's luck seemed almost supernatural. Although the pendant lacked the smooth, lustrous finish typical of jade and displayed corpse seepage spots, it was not a significant concern. With proper care and nurturing, it could be restored to its former glory. The Pan family had specialists for this. Finding someone to polish jade was not a challenge. It merely required financial investment. Cao Yang had just finished speaking when Xiaqing took the pendant and tucked it into her clothing without hesitation. He quickly retrieved it, exclaiming, "What are you doing? We'll find someone to polish it later. There are plenty of professionals, no need for you to handle it yourself. It's cheaper that way." Xiaqing replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean cheaper? You are my precious talisman. If it becomes tainted with corpse energy, it could ruin my fortune, and that's not something to be taken lightly. I'll heed my boss's advice." After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaqing affirmed, "Fine." Cao Yang, smiling, wrapped the pendant in cloth and handed it back to her, saying, "Hide it away. Take it with you when we leave." "All right." Xiaqing exited with the pendant, and Cao Yang felt no concern that it would be discovered by anyone. Xiaqing's skills in concealment were exceptional. They had often engaged in such activities during their rural excursions. In the early hours of the morning, after Xiaqing had hidden the pendant and returned to her room, Cao Yang took the thunderstrike corpse nails and meticulously cleaned the areas she had touched on the pendant. He also prepared a peachwood nail wrapped in red cloth for her to carry close to her. Xiaqing exuded a vibrant aura, a vivid red tinged with gold. That glimmer of gold represented her fortune, transforming misfortune into blessings and attracting wealth. Cao Yang sensed her fortune was even more robust than his own. Having completed these tasks, Xiaqing gazed intently at Cao Yang and stated, "I will retrieve that gilded guanyin statue from the Ming dynasty as soon as possible." Cao Yang raised an eyebrow. "Are you getting a bit too spirited, woman? I saved you for your sake, not merely for a jade statue. I can afford that. I understand. But I will strive to make it happen." Cao Yang chuckled, lifting Xiaqing's chin playfully. "By your words, it seems you intend to redeem yourself. What are you planning?" Xiaqing looked at him earnestly. "I wish to earn money, travel abroad to remove these scars, and become a complete woman." Cao Yang was bemused, pinching her cheek. "Are you serious? Do scars make you any less of a woman? Those procedures are often untested and can harm your body. Otherwise, I would have taken you long ago." Xiaqing nodded, then shook her head. "My adoptive father always yearned for a simple life. He has told me more than once to lead a normal, stable existence." Cao Yang sighed, shaking his head. "Living a stable life seems improbable. If you wish for stability, you should keep to the shop and avoid risky ventures." Xiaqing smiled gently. "I feel that being with you, regardless of what we do, brings stability. My adoptive father always told me my fate was unique, that ordinary people could not withstand it. Initially, I didn't believe him, but when I was 16, Blackie recognized my skills and forced me into his service under threat to my adoptive father. I ended up working for him, committing murder and seizing territory. Our power grew, but within a year, Blackie died. When her adoptive father passed away, he instructed her that once her luck improved, her future would be secure. You redeemed me with a jade guanyin, and after 3 years of recovery under your care, I started feeling grateful and was willing to help you manage the shop. Today, I realized my fortune has indeed improved, and I understand my future is now assured. I do not seek a conventional marriage or a mundane life, but I long to be a complete woman." Cao Yang shook his head with a wry smile. "Your luck has improved beyond measure. That gilded guanyin was not nearly as valuable, and robbing for money does not happen as quickly as your fortune." Cao Yang embraced Xiaqing and whispered in her ear, "I understand your intentions. Now, let us sleep. When we return home, you shall see how I deal with you." Later that night, as they lay entwined in slumber, Cao Yang found no aversion to the idea of becoming intimate with Xiaqing. Furthermore, since embarking on this path, he had resigned himself to bidding farewell to the life of an ordinary person. As for love, it seemed better left aside. Having a woman like Xiaqing by his side felt quite fitting. They spent an entire week reveling in the village. Meanwhile, the archaeological team at Nyoshin Mountain underwent a leadership change. After Captain Li and the former village head resolved compensation matters with the Su family, they informed the village head that Empress Zhao's tomb had been temporarily sealed, and the archaeological team was to withdraw until further notice from above. The recent fatalities had likely caused some concern for the higher-ups. Cao Yang sensed an opportunity arising and conferred with Hu Ba, Yi, and Wang, preparing to ascend the mountain the next day to venture into Haifengku and the Wild Man Gorge to hunt. Before their departure, the trio sought out the village head, who scrutinized them with narrowed eyes, his penetrating gaze instilling a sense of unease in them. Cao Yang understood that the village head had discerned something. Be cautious. There are bears in that gorge. Do not act recklessly and lose your lives for nothing. Understood, rest assured, village head, Hu Ba Yi replied, leading the two others out. The four of them packed their belongings, accompanied by the village's hunter, Ingzi, and 3 luncheon hunting dogs, along with 3 mastiffs. They mounted 5 horses, with 2 additional pack horses, and ventured into the mountains. Haifengku was a 5-day journey from Gangangzi camp, nearly reaching the border with Inner Mongolia. Legend had it that the area was a burial ground for the nobility of the Jin dynasty. However, it was a desolate place, rarely trodden by human feet, and there were reports of bears, making it infrequently visited. On the way, Cao Yang found himself increasingly fond of Ingzi's mastiffs and inquired, Ingzi, do your mastiffs have any pups? Ingzi shook her head. No, you shouldn't expect pups from these mastiffs. However, I do have hunting dogs, if you're interested. I can give you a few. Is there anyone in the village who can train mastiffs? Cao Yang asked again. Ingzi proudly replied, those 3 mastiffs were trained by me personally. What do you think? Do you want them? Those mastiffs can handle bears, but they wouldn't stand a chance against the white-haired zombies. Cao Yang chuckled. How do you know we are grave robbers? Besides, those are your mastiffs. Mine would be different. Not grave robbers. Then what business do you have in Wild Man Gorge? Ingzi questioned, surprised. Cao Yang nodded, then shook his head. Strictly speaking, I don't train mastiffs. I just know how to care for them. You're a bit mysterious. You don't seem like a good person. Ingzi shot him a glare before turning her horse around and leading the way. Haha, Cao Yang, you got burned, huh? This little firecracker in the mountains can be quite spicy. Wang couldn't help but laugh at Cao Yang's plight, teasing him. Cao Yang, unfazed, replied with a smile. Oh, don't misunderstand, my friend. I'm genuinely interested in the mastiffs, not in wooing women. The majestic mastiff, a creature of remarkable renown throughout history, is often referred to in the adage, 9 dogs for 1 mastiff. Training a true mastiff is no simple task. Fortunately, the secret record of Wu Hou provides insights into the proper care of mastiffs, along with specialized remedies for these noble dogs. Had I encountered a suitable breed, I would have certainly trained one to see if it could vanquish the undead. However, who would believe such a claim? Wang, with a knowing expression, seemed to say, don't try to deceive me. All right, you too. If we don't hurry, we'll fall behind. Old Hu exclaimed, cracking his whip and urging the horse forward in pursuit of Ingzi. After 2 days of travel, the path grew treacherous, leading into an endless expanse of dense, primordial forest. The horses were relegated to carrying supplies. Ingzi, accompanied by her large dog, forged ahead while Hu Ba and Wang managed the laden horses. In the middle, Cao Yang and Xiaqing walked, with Wang unable to suppress his curiosity. Ingzi, where exactly is this Wild Man Gorge? I've heard tales of wild men. Have you ever seen one? Ingzi halted and shot a glare at the 3 men. You know nothing yet dare to venture into the gorge? Are you courting danger? The trio exchanged glances, taken aback by her fiery demeanor. I don't even know what a wild man looks like. My father and others claim to have seen them. Yet those who have cannot describe their appearance, nor have any encountered a corpse. Hu Ba turned to Cao Yang. Cao, I heard from Dejinia that you've investigated this area. What do you know? Cao Yang nodded. Those are not wild men. They are likely remnants of the Japanese. The former Guangdong army mysteriously vanished in this region after their surrender. I suspect they delved deep into the Wild Man Gorge, where a fort constructed by them still lies hidden. The so-called wild men cited by local hunters are probably just Japanese soldiers trying to scare the mountain folk. Japanese? Ingzi, Hu Ba, and Wang gasped in astonishment. Cao Yang affirmed, indeed, my deductions stem from research. Whether wild men truly exist remains uncertain, but the Japanese soldiers likely perished long ago. The 3 remained skeptical. Traveling with horses through the primordial forest proved challenging. Steep inclines necessitated detours, slowing their pace considerably. Fortunately, the summer forest was a spectacle of vibrant greenery, the air thick with humidity. Occasionally, they spotted wild animals, a hare, a pheasant, or a deer, prompting Ingzi to unleash her dog in pursuit. By nightfall, they camped, kindled a fire, and enjoyed a hearty meal, savoring every bite. Chapter 11. A long-term partnership in the mountains. The experience of locals versus outsiders was starkly different. Only local hunters could navigate this primordial forest, others would be lost. The dense vegetation teemed with diverse flora and fauna, and without Yingzi as their guide, they would have merely caught a hare, seasoned it with salt, and roasted it. Spices and other delicacies were out of the question. The security of a dog was paramount at night. Without one, they would only be able to sleep in trees. Now, with 3 mastiffs and 3 dogs guarding them, they could rest easy. For Yingzi asserted that mastiffs were the natural enemies of bears. As for why that was the case, the 3 wisely refrained from asking, choosing instead to heed her words. Yingzi's assertiveness had been evident throughout their journey. Every decision regarding food, drink, rest, and travel was dictated by her. Cao Yang and Xiaqing managed well, but Wang and Hu Ba bore the brunt of her directives, often left speechless. Yet, Yingzi's skills in the mountains were unparalleled. She could find paths, locate water, hunt, identify plants, discern poisonous mushrooms, camp in the wilderness, and forage for wild mushrooms. There was nothing she did not understand. It was no wonder she dared to venture into the mountains alone at the tender age of 19. Cao Yang contemplated the practicality of bringing her along on future expeditions. She was a veritable encyclopedia of survival skills. However, upon reflection, he hesitated. After all, she was only 19. In the city, life might not be as kind. Here, she was a spirit of the mountains. Beyond these woods, she might become a mere Cinderella. The fate of Cinderella is not always a happy one. Cao Yang had glimpsed her vibrant essence through his 9 crow eyes, sensing her vitality and connection to the mountains. The locals were surely blessed by the mountains. Once she left her homeland, her spirit would inevitably shift, for better or worse, beyond anyone's control. After navigating the primordial forest for nearly a week, they finally reached the Haifengkou at the border between China and Mongolia. The forest's lushness was beyond description. Debris lay everywhere, leaving little room to tread. The woods were predominantly filled with red pine, larch, birch, and cold-resistant poplar trees. While humans could manage to walk through, the horses struggled, frequently sinking into the underbrush. At this point, the path ahead was daunting for Yingzi as well. Brother Hu, I'm not familiar with this area, but the elders in the village mentioned that there are large bogs here. If you step into one, it's worse than a swamp. You must test the ground with a branch before stepping. Cao Yang interjected, what do you think, old Hu? Can we apply the principles of feng shui here? The forest was too dense to discern the terrain clearly. Perhaps it would be best to exit this thicket before searching further. Old Hu shook his head. Even a true master of feng shui would likely be lost in this place. After much effort, they finally emerged from the forest into a relatively open valley. Old Hu scanned the landscape, picked up his compass, and raced up the slope. As dusk approached, the blood-red sun hung low on the horizon, casting vivid clouds that painted the sky. Climbing the slope to gaze upon the scene, the sun appeared to be sinking, the sky dimming over the forest-clad mountains. The fiery sun, the colorful clouds, the green trees, the grasslands, and the mountains seemed to meld into a masterful oil painting. This journey felt like a cleansing of the soul. Wang, lost in thought, exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. This trip has been worthwhile." It was unclear whether he referred to the scenery or someone else. People are easily moved by their surroundings, especially in the presence of such beauty, which often stirs memories of the past. Even Xiaqing, without resistance, gently grasped Cao Yang's hand, her eyes half closed and dreamy. Old Hu scrutinized the compass, murmuring incantations. After a lengthy contemplation, he exclaimed with excitement, "Finally, we've arrived at the right place. This is it." He pointed ahead and began sharing his knowledge of feng shui. "Look here, the terrain is formidable, exuding an aura of grandeur. One side leads to the vast grasslands of Outer Mongolia, while the other connects to the greater Xing'an Range. The grasslands resemble a boundless sea, while the Gongpung Moon Gorge is akin to a great river flowing into the ocean. This place is worthy of an emperor's burial. If not a general's, noble lords and aristocrats would suffice." "Cao, your information was correct. There must be a significant tomb here." Cao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. "It's good to know this journey wasn't in vain. When can we pinpoint the exact location?" Old Hu gestured toward the sky. "After nightfall. When the moon is high, and the gorge cradles the bright moon, we shall raise the coffin and seek fortune." We've finally reached this point. It hasn't been easy. We've been out for nearly a month now. Wang chuckled foolishly. 28 days, Xiaqing replied softly. Cao Yang paused, curiosity piqued, and activated his 9 crow eyes for a clearer view. Suddenly, he was blinded by a dazzling light that pierced his eyes painfully. "Boss, are you all right?" Xiaqing asked, supporting Cao Yang with concern. Hu Ba, noticing, chuckled. "People from Panjiayuan say that Cao, the one with the divine eyes, can discern treasures from the world. It seems there is truth to that." Master Cao, you truly possess a pair of extraordinary eyes. Wang, the rotund fellow, scratched his head in bewilderment. Old Hu. How did you come to that conclusion? Hu Ba responded languidly. In my half-complete tome on the 16 characters of Yin Yang and Feng Shui, there exists a passage that conveys the notion that all things in this world, humans, insects, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, oceans, and lakes, possess their own essence. Humans exude human energy. The earth has its own energy, mountains have their mountain energy, and the sea radiates its own essence. I surmise that Master Cao's eyes are indeed the eyes capable of perceiving the energy of treasures. Cao Yang, covering his eyes, felt astonished and raised his thumb in silent acknowledgement. Old Hu, your half-complete Feng Shui manuscript is rather useful. You should study it diligently. Old Hu sighed wistfully, alas. The most crucial parts are missing. Otherwise, I too could cultivate a pair of Feng Shui eyes. Do not fret. Such matters depend on fate. Cao Yang reassured him. Master Cao, a friendly piece of advice. Please do not take offense. The forces of Feng Shui are far too vast. While your eyes are indeed remarkable, they may not be suited for discerning terrain. It would be a shame to waste them. Cao Yang replied, that sounds like good advice. Yet it strikes me as rather awkward. Old Hu chuckled. I believe that the three of us combined, my Feng Shui expertise, Master Cao's divine sight, and Jin Ya's connections, could secure a notable position in the antiques world. What do you say, Master Cao? Shall we collaborate long-term? Wang, the rotund fellow, interjected anxiously. Old Hu, what about me and Miss Xia, along with Ingzi? Old Hu shot him a sharp glare, hesitating, as he had not fully formulated his thoughts. Cao Yang attempted to open his eyes and finally glimpsed something. Tears streamed from his eye sockets uncontrollably. Chapter 12. Master Cao, you are not from the Southern School. Are you? Not an issue. That is precisely my intention. Xia Qing is my associate, so she naturally counts as part of my team. The rotund fellow is yours. And if Ingzi wishes to develop her career in the capital in the future, I can assist her. As for this venture, let us take a share from the public funds. No problem. I agree. Old Hu quickly concurred, while Wang, the rotund fellow, grumbled sullenly. So I'm merely an extra. Am I? Ingzi approached, carrying a pile of firewood, and sharply retorted, Brother Fat, with your physique, you are insatiable. Both lazy and gluttonous. You should be content to merely be an extra. In my opinion, you ought to tend to horses. Even the horse caretaker has more sense than you. All right. I admit my faults. I shall go tend to horses. Wang promptly conceded. The group playfully bickered as they set up camp, preparing their supplies for the tomb exploration and distributing weapons. Ingzi directed the mastiffs to hunt down a foolish roe deer. They bled it out and skinned it on the spot, consuming part of it and slicing the remainder into strips to dry and smoke for provisions. After resting for the first half of the night, at the stroke of midnight, when the moon was high, Hu Ba began to take readings with a compass. The group cleared the ground of dead branches and leaves and finally pinpointed the location just a few meters ahead of their camp, marking it with a wooden stake. They decided to rest well for the night to replenish their strength for the tomb exploration and potential fortune. Just as they were about to return to the camp to sleep, they suddenly heard the panicked whinnies of horses, followed closely by the sound of gunfire. The three hurried back to the camp and found a pony lying on the ground, its belly slashed open and intestines spilling out. What was that? I only saw a shadow darting past, striking the horse's belly. What could possess such ferocity? Wang exclaimed in shock. Ingzi approached the injured horse to inspect its position and discovered a large hole in the ground, concealed by branches. You didn't pay close attention while tying the horse, did you? That allowed whatever did this to take advantage. Hu Ba furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, plunged a knife into the pony's chest to end its suffering, shaking off the blood from his blade. Let's clear the leaves and see. It looks like a burrow. The group quickly cleared the foliage, and Hu Ba examined the hole more closely, stating, this is not a thief's burrow. It appears to be the work of a wild beast. Ingzi, can you identify it? Ingzi shook her head. There are many strange creatures in this area. I cannot discern what did this. It might be a badger, Cao Yang suddenly recalled, noting that this region was known to harbor large badgers, whose sharp claws could easily rip open a horse's belly. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Ba advised, Master Cao, I believe we should not linger here. Time is of the essence. We must descend into the tomb tonight, acquire the treasures, and return swiftly. Cao Yang shook his head. No, it is unwise to rush in. Besides, the tomb is likely more perilous than the outside. We shall wait until dawn, ensuring all preparations are complete before proceeding. Wang echoed, yes, Old Hu. What if we encounter a powerful spirit? We should heed Master Cao's advice. Resting well will give us strength should we face any spirits. Very well. I shall defer to your counsel. Fatty, Come assist me in moving this horse's carcass. Leaving it here may attract predators. Hu Ba nodded, rolling up his sleeves to prepare for the task. No need to move it far, just shift it a bit. We can set a trap. That creature killed the horse for food and may return. Engaging it on the ground will be to our advantage. Ingzi, you should set up a trap. Fatty, old Hu. After moving the horse, go chop down some wood. Understood. Upon hearing Cao Yang's words, they found them to be quite reasonable, and each went off to chop a few small trees, crafting them into sharpened stakes to set up the traps before finally getting some sleep. In the midst of their slumber, they were abruptly awakened by the sound of barking dogs. Armed with their guns, they rushed outside to discover that their trap had been triggered. A large, black-furred beast, with sharp claws and a pointed snout, was pinned against a tree by the wooden stakes. Indeed, it is a badger. What could it have been eating to grow so large? Wang mused, shining his flashlight for a closer look, feeling quite taken aback. Cao Yang approached and swiftly dispatched the badger, saying, "It is not surprising. This creature likely resides in the tomb. Its size is understandable. Let us take it down and reset the trap. There may be more." Upon hearing this, Wang and Hu Ba hurriedly removed the badger and prepared to set the trap once again. As dawn broke, the trap remained still. However, they felt relieved to have eliminated one badger, easing their burden for the tomb exploration. Old Hu, do you think the badger's burrow connects to the tomb? Cao Yang inquired thoughtfully. Hu Ba was taken aback, gazing at Cao Yang. Master Cao, are you suggesting we enter through this hole? Cao Yang nodded. Precisely. Previously, I reviewed some documents indicating that this area was a subterranean fortress of the Japanese Guandong army, which surely has passages leading directly to the main burial chamber. Oh, if that is the case, have all our treasures already been taken by the Japanese? Wang exclaimed anxiously, nearly leaping into the hole had Hu Ba not pulled him back swiftly. Fatty, can you refrain from being so loud? You have nothing with you. Jumping in would only serve as a feast for the badger. Hu Ba scolded him sharply. Brother Fat, you are too plump. The badger may not even be interested in you. Please don't cause further trouble, Ingzi remarked, hitting Wang's sensitive spot. Embarrassed, Wang blushed and chuckled awkwardly. I just got a bit flustered, didn't I? Old Hu, you could have pulled me back a bit. Are we not brothers? Hu Ba rolled his eyes. You're too heavy. I can't manage to pull you. Wang shot him a glare. Cao Yang chuckled softly, recalling the original plot as he pondered how they escaped. There was definitely a passage. Likely a large chimney used by the Guandong army for incinerating corpses. Never mind, that's too disgusting. Old Hu, I've decided it's best to dig a thief's tunnel. It's safer and will help Fatty lose some weight. Yes, let us help Fatty shed some pounds. Hu Ba concurred. Ingzi chimed in with agreement, leaving Wang momentarily stunned and disgruntled. Why is everyone targeting my ample physique? This is not fat, it's muscle. Once we enter the tomb, I can bear the spirits. Do not be ridiculous. You think you can carry the zongzi? It would be more fitting to add some ingredients to it. Hurry and fetch the tools. It's time to get to work. Cao Yang's words were merciless. Upon hearing they were going to the tomb, Wang Pengzi was instantly filled with excitement, momentarily forgetting about his weight issues, and he dashed off to gather the tools. Hu Bai, seizing a prime position, rolled up his sleeves and began to dig. As he worked, he couldn't help but mock the southern tomb raiders. Cao Yi, what skills do those southern bumpkins possess? They can't even divide gold or determine burial sites, and the only thing they excel at is using explosives. In the graves they've looted, they've stripped even the burial shrouds from the deceased. It's utterly inhumane. Given your familiarity, you surely aren't one of them, are you? Cao Yang's expression turned awkward. In a strict sense, the Cao family had produced warlords during the Republic of China era and had plundered many ancient tombs. Eventually, they fell out of favor and were exterminated by rival warlords, leading to their decline as a family. As for the old man's claim that they had once excavated Cao Cao's grave, Cao Yang was utterly skeptical. It is well known that Cao Cao's subordinates possessed the 9 seals and tomb raiders, who were adept in their craft. The Wu Hou secret record could hardly be deemed a significant resource, apart from the 9 secret formulas corresponding to the 9 Wu's nurturing techniques. The most valuable aspects were the 9 Wu's precious eyes and the related mental exercises. There were also various minor remedies and techniques, such as detoxifying methods, strength-enhancing potions, and beast-taming techniques. While not particularly exceptional, they were undoubtedly effective. To be accurate, my ancestors relied on cannons. Explosives are child's play, Cao Yang explained casually, causing Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi to nearly hit their heads on their shovels in surprise. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, Cao Yi, so your ancestors were warlords, capitalists of sorts. With the surname Cao, you wouldn't happen to be related to the great warlord Cao Kun, would you? Hu Bai speculated wildly. Cao Yang shook his head. I am not certain. My grandfather never mentioned it. Only that they were warlords. Hu Yi, Who is Cao Coin? A great trader? You should just dig. The two exchanged banter, cursing as they dug, and their first attempt at excavating a tomb was nothing more than a mere hole. This was a skilled trade that took years to master. Fortunately, they were making decent progress. After digging straight down for about 7 or 8 meters, Wang Pengzi's shovel suddenly struck something, producing a clear, ringing sound. Stop! Hu Bai quickly commanded, cautiously removing the loose soil with his hands and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Pengzi, if you had struck harder, we would have become roasted pigs. Old Hu, is this jade? It's a vibrant green. Wang Pengzi's eyes gleamed as he reached out to pry it. For heaven's sake, can you be a bit more cautious? This is merely glazed tile. Beneath it lies the oil of the western region's fire dragon, which ignites upon contact with air. Ah, how dangerous. Wang Pengzi recoiled. What did you expect? Fill in some soil, we'll dig sideways. All right. The two of them filled in quite a bit of dirt, fearful that they might shatter the glazed tile and turn into roasted pigs themselves. Cao Yang was somewhat exhilarated. He had finally encountered the legendary Tianbao dragonfire, glazed roof. Old Hu's skill in locating burial sites was indeed commendable. If it weren't for the protection of the Tianbao dragonfire, glazed roof, they would likely have broken straight into the main burial chamber. When encountering such mechanisms, they could only dig sideways, as forcing their way through was futile. Such mechanisms were entirely unsolvable. The two worked rapidly, and Cao Yang felt a strong urge to join them. However, upon descending, he was promptly thwarted by the tangled roots underground. City folk like me cannot handle the work of digging. Nevertheless, Cao Yang's gaze shifted to Xiaqing, his eyes burning with intensity. This hole must be accessible. Xiaqing met his gaze, raising an eyebrow and alluringly curling her lips, her delicate tongue flashing briefly. At that moment, she resembled a beguiling serpent, both enchanting and cold, exuding an air of deadly allure. As the sun sank in the west, the sky transformed with swirling clouds. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, the air grew heavier, and leaves rustled in the wind. A storm was brewing. Rain was imminent. Cao Yang shouted into the hole. Pengzi, Old Hu, have you broken through? It's about to rain. Almost, Wang Pengzi's muffled voice replied. By the evening, around 7 or 8 o'clock, the tunnel was finally breached. Outside, a torrential downpour began, and in the primeval forest, the smell of decaying leaves and branches mingled with the steaming earth, creating an oddly intoxicating aroma. It was akin to how some individuals are drawn to the scent of gasoline, car exhaust, or even flatulence. Hu Bai made a trip up, returning with a bucket of aged vinegar, claiming they needed it to soak the rammed earth layer. This rammed earth, said to be made from a royal secret recipe, was harder than concrete, containing a mix of glutinous rice juice and other odd ingredients used to build tomb walls, isolating moisture and deterring grave robbers. However, in nature, all things are interdependent. The rammed earth layer that explosives could not breach became as soft as tofu when soaked in vinegar. Wang Pengzi poured the vinegar while Hu Bai wielded a spade to break the wall. Soon, they managed to create a large opening. When Hu Bai shone his flashlight inside, it revealed a pitch-black, deep space with a significant drop from the ground. Wang Pengzi, brimming with excitement, rolled up his sleeves, ready to leap down. But Hu Bai yanked him back. Are you crazy? Go up and call Cao Yi and the others, and bring down our gear. All right, Wang Pengzi responded, quickly getting on all fours and scuttling away with remarkable speed. Hu Bai shook his head in amusement. The fat man was more excited about descending into the tomb than about visiting a nightclub in the city. It was no wonder Wang Pengzi was exhilarated. Upon hearing the tomb wall had been breached, Cao Yang felt a surge of excitement. Grabbing his backpack and, braving the downpour, headed toward the tunnel. Once he jumped in, he paid no heed to the mud on his clothes and crawled deeper into the hole. By the time he reached the entrance of the burial passage, he was caked in mud. Oh, it's raining outside? Hu Bai remarked upon seeing Cao Yang's condition. The heavens are not kind. If we take too long, the tunnel might get flooded. It's coming down hard. Cao Yang nodded, taking Hu Bai's flashlight and peering into the tunnel, admitting to himself that he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, everyone has their first time. The initial descent into a tomb was filled with curiosity and excitement, yet tinged with a hint of fear. After all, people are inherently curious, knowing well there might be dangers lurking within, yet still feeling compelled to enter. Before long, Pengzi and Xiaqing arrived, while Ingzi stayed behind to guard the camp, wary that their horses might bolt in the rain. Xiaqing tossed a wild chicken into the burial chamber. Hu Bai examined it with his flashlight for a moment, confirming there were no issues, before jumping in. As they entered the burial chamber, Cao Yang illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight and exclaimed, "These Jurchens from the Jin dynasty were indeed a barbaric lot. This tomb is clearly the work of the Song dynasty. The tomb of the Northern Song dynasty possesses a notable characteristic. It is compact. The main chamber, flanked by two side chambers, along with a rear chamber, is not large, emphasizing a tight arrangement. The tunnel had been dug into the right side chamber. Wang Pengzi, shining his flashlight around the left and right side chambers and the rear chamber, returned grumbling. Damn it, what a wasted effort. Aside from a pile of worthless scrap metal and some ceramic jars, there's nothing of value here. Old Hu, do you think the Japanese have already looted this tomb? Old Hu's expression darkened. It's hard to say. Cao Yi, what do you think? Cao Yang chuckled. In my view, if I hadn't come, you two would have missed out on a great treasure. Saying this, he picked up a ceramic jar from his feet and shone the flashlight on it. Chapter 14. The unripe egg. Have you noticed? The clay body is a grayish-white, firm in texture, with the exposed areas exhibiting a sauce-like yellow hue. The glaze presents a deep and rich greenish yellow, thick on the upper part and thinner below, with a ginger yellow interface where the body meets the glaze. Additionally, there are small brown speckles of exposed clay on the green glaze, a rarity not found in other celadones. This is genuine Yaozhou porcelain, one of the 6 major kills of the Northern Song dynasty, known for its tribute porcelain during its peak, likely pilfered by the mighty general of the Jin dynasty. After Cao Yang spoke, a look of concern crossed his face. These porcelain jars, each gleaming with brilliance, are undoubtedly authentic treasures. Yet the challenge lies in how to transport them back. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi became quite agitated, grinning widely as he began to move them outside. Hu Bai was about to intervene when Cao Yang said, "Let him carry them. It's better than letting them be ruined. We can devise a plan to retrieve them after we exit." Hu Bai nodded in resignation. Cao Yang removed his backpack, extracting a coil of steel cable and several large steel nails, and began searching for a suitable spot within the tomb. Old Hu, don't just stand there idly. Did you see the weapons and armor in the rear chamber? Take everything except for the broken ones. Ah, we're moving weapons too? Hu Bai asked, puzzled, as he deemed those items to be of little value. Cao Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to reprimand Hu. We can forego the rest. But we must retrieve that wolf-toothed club. You and Pengzi will lift it together. It's not safe to leave it in the tomb. First, there's the fear that the red-haired behemoth might acquire it and become extraordinarily powerful. Secondly, the material of this club is quite peculiar. At present, Cao Yang could not discern its composition, but under the gaze of the 9 Wuhua treasure eye, a glimmer of treasure light flickered, suggesting the presence of some extraordinary material within. Isn't this just a lump of iron? Wang Pengzi mused as he returned after a trip. Cao Yang felt his heart racing. Throughout their history of tomb raiding, these two had a tendency to lose sight of the bigger picture, often ruining the tomb while securing only a meager haul. It was truly exasperating. No treasure is worth the trouble. Let us just focus on the task at hand. Without further ado, they spent the entire night clearing the tomb, emerging as dawn broke. Hu Bai surveyed the ground littered with jars, small bowls, and writing basins. Feeling overwhelmed, Cao Yi, how are we going to transport all of this? These items are fragile. Cao Yang shot a glare at old Hu. Do you want to get rich or not? With that attitude, you'll be left with nothing. Ingzi, old Hu Pengzi, I'm assigning you a task. Go cut some grass leaves, the more the better, and make sure they are brought. He assured them. If we manage to bring back these porcelain and ceramic pieces, you can live comfortably for the rest of your lives. Cao Yang's words were not an exaggeration. There were 33 pieces of porcelain and pottery, 3 of which glowed with extraordinary brilliance. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them lit up with excitement. Grabbing machetes to cut grass, Cao Yang and Xiaqing took the prepared newspapers and blankets, carefully wrapping each porcelain item, securing them with yarn, and then encasing them in 3 layers of broad grass leaves. How much they could carry would depend on fate. As for the wolf-toothed club, Cao Yang crouched down. Examining it closely, he discovered that while the outer layer was made of ordinary iron, something significant lay within. The treasure light flickered, almost imperceptibly. After some contemplation, he concluded that transporting it back intact was impractical, so he decided to improvise. There was plenty of gasoline in the Kanto army stronghold. Digging a large pit, he intended to burn it and see if he could soften it enough to extract the contents. He had not anticipated that within the general's tomb, there would be such a wealth of treasures. After packing the porcelain, they moved it into their camp. Wang Pengzi, sleeves rolled up and brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Cao Yi, the real treasure must be in that coffin, right? When shall we open it and strike it rich? Let us rest first. This is a general's tomb, and I suspect the occupant may rise again. If you're not afraid of death, you can open it now, Cao Yang remarked with a sidelong glance at Wang Pengzi. His expression faltered. Is that true? We should be cautious. Cao Yang nodded. Here is what I think. Did you see the hole in the rear chamber wall? Behind it is likely the stronghold of the Kanto army. We'll venture in, procure some weapons and explosives, and prepare thoroughly before opening the coffin. If worst comes to worst, we can blow it up. Hu Bai nodded, hesitating to speak. Cao Yang glared at him. Speak your mind. Don't hold back. Cao Yi, why do I feel you're so familiar with this tomb? Wang Pengzi inquired. Cao Yang scoffed. With you two bumbling fools. How could I possibly strike it rich? Before embarking on a tomb raid, failing to research is akin to courting death. Allow me to enlighten you. The tomb's owner is Guo Xiama, also known as Guo Bin, a renowned general of the Jin dynasty, a lineage of sharpshooters. Granted the surname Yin Zhan by Emperor Xian of Jin, who rose to the position of governor of Fengxiang and served as the commander of the military. Guo Xiama was bestowed with 2 prized steeds by the emperor, and the 2 horse bones within the tomb likely belonged to them. Additionally, the emperor's golden cauldron and jade-hair falcon are likely in his coffin. This man met his demise in a bloody battle against the Mongols, leaving behind a heavy aura of resentment and fury. It would not be surprising if he were to rise from the dead. Cao Yang's historical exposition left the two of them in awe, as he had indeed done his homework prior to their journey. They bowed in admiration, exclaiming, Cao Yi, we acknowledge your expertise. In this field, you are the master, while we are mere novices. If it weren't for old Hu's skills in locating dragon veins, this fortune would have eluded us. Hu Bai expressed his sincere apologies, acknowledging his earlier doubts about Cao Yang. Having chosen to collaborate, they were determined to see this venture through to completion, leaving future concerns aside. Cao Yang waved his hand dismissively and returned to the tent. Old Hu, when will you overcome the habits formed in battle? Thankfully, Cao Yi is magnanimous. Otherwise, we would have missed out on this fortune. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even know about those treasures, which would have made our journey in vain, Wang Pengzi advised, patting old Hu on the shoulder. Hu Bai sighed. It's a habit formed over many years. Changing it isn't so simple. In my days as a company commander, I had to consider many factors in battle, and over time, this habit became ingrained. To put it positively, one might say he was thorough in his considerations. Negatively, one might call him paranoid. He was a rather contradictory individual, desiring to profit from tomb raiding while also feeling compelled to protect cultural relics due to influences from Sherry Yang. He could be rational and level-headed for the sake of his comrades, yet in an instant, he could lose his composure. In short, he was a complex character. Cao Yang regarded him as someone who had not yet undergone the trials of capital, imbued with a sense of chivalry and loyalty, easily swayed by emotions, a veritable knave. Chapter 15. The Bat with a Pig's Face. Unlike Cao Yang, his purpose for entering the tomb was exceedingly clear. He knew exactly what he sought, wealth and medicine. With such great risks involved, he couldn't possibly return with just a pair of jade pendants. That would be utterly disappointing. He was not in need of a mere 50 or 60,000. It was better to remain at home, managing the shop and deceiving foreign devils. Since 50 or 60,000 was merely a single business transaction. After a long slumber, he awoke around noon. The group had a simple meal of dried meat, fashioned several pine resin torches, and descended into the tomb once more. This time, Wang Pengzi and Hu Bai remained quite silent throughout, adopting a demeanor of earnest study. However, Cao Yang would bet that they wouldn't last 3 minutes. They broke through the hole in the rear chamber wall, and upon entering, they discovered a hidden world within. Wang Pengzi grimaced in frustration, exclaiming, Damn it, these little devils have truly crossed the line. They've set their sights on this place. Cao Yang replied nonchalantly, It's to be expected. In the eyes of the Japanese, the 3 eastern provinces are nothing less than a treasure trove, rich in timber and mineral resources and adjacent to Mongolia. They have gone to great lengths for these territories, not only deploying elite Guangdong army troops to garrison the area, but also constructing numerous fortifications along the Sino-Mongolian border. During the war, officials from the island nation even stated they would rather lose their homeland than relinquish Manchuria. Let us proceed cautiously and see what treasures lie in wait, Cao Yang suggested, leading the group down the passage to the right. After walking a short distance, they stumbled upon a large iron door marked with the words Ganaku in white. Together, Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi pried it open, revealing a vast arsenal filled with mortars, howitzers, mountain guns, and a mountain of firearms and ammunition. Wang Pengzi gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, this stockpile could equip an entire regiment. Hu Bai, surveying the area with his flashlight, replied, Not just that. It's likely enough for 2 regiments. Good gracious. How do we handle this, Master Cao? Should we destroy it, blow it up, or report it to the authorities? Wang Pengzi inquired. Cao Yang, his expression cold, retorted, Have you lost your mind? Are you here to loot tombs or to collect the discarded treasures of the Guangdong army? Reporting this to the authorities? Why don't you just invite Uncle Hat to join us? Wang Pengzi's face turned a mix of green and pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. All right, let us find what we need. No excessive taking of firearms and ammunition. Whatever is used must be destroyed on site. The four split up, and after a thorough search, they discovered an impressive array of weaponry, nearly complete with the arms used by the Guangdong army. Cao Yang and Xiaqing pried open a box containing handguns, revealing a collection of Mauser pistols, specifically the Belgian M1900, a 7.65mm handgun with 8 rounds, also known as the 8-sound pistol. After some contemplation, Cao Yang took 2, fastening them to his waist, while stashing 2 more and several magazines into his bag. With Xiaqing doing the same, he intended to see if there was a chance to bring them back directly, as procuring firearms from gangs back home posed significant risks, and frequent dealings with such individuals would surely lead to trouble. After loading up on ammunition sufficient for an extended period, they rummaged through more boxes until Cao Yang opened one containing revolvers. He examined a model, identifying it as the M1892 from France. It seemed the Guangdong army had indeed indulged themselves. These 2 types of firearms were predominantly sourced externally during that era. Turning back, he saw Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi gearing up for battle, each brandishing a submachine gun and sporting several grenades. It was often said that guns were a man's romance, but these 2 had clearly taken their affection to excess. Wang Pengzi grinned at Cao Yang, waving his submachine gun. This thing's exhilarating, an American piece. That broken handgun of yours isn't worth a damn. Cao Yang rolled his eyes. Just focus on your own toys. Gather what we need and let us retreat. All right. The 3 exited the warehouse and proceeded deeper into the passage, though they had little need to continue. However, Cao Yang sought blankets, gasoline, and some wooden crates for packing the porcelain. On their way back, these would serve to safely transport the delicate items, ensuring they were cushioned. 33 pieces of porcelain. It would be impossible to retrieve them all at once, and Cao Yang estimated another trip would be necessary. At that moment, he felt a twinge of resentment. Why did the neighboring protagonist have space to store equipment, while he did not? Reaching the left end, they encountered yet another large iron door. Upon opening it, they discovered another expansive warehouse. We need military blankets, gasoline, and cotton coats. I have use for them, Cao Yang remarked. Suddenly, a shadow darted past in the beam of the flashlight. Be careful, it's a prairie badger. Wang Pengzi warned as he raised his weapon, prepared to fire. Just then, a blur shot past, leaping onto a nearby large crate. Moments later, gunfire erupted, and Xiaqing strolled out nonchalantly, declaring, all done, just one. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard, reluctantly lowering his weapon. After securing their haul, Cao Yang suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He realized he might have a way to transport the porcelain in one go. Arriving at the spot where the badger had appeared, he shone his flashlight upward, discovering a passageway. This is where the badger entered, he noted. The group exchanged glances. Uncertainty etched on their faces. Master Cao, should we investigate? Wang Pengzi asked eagerly. Yes, let us check it out, Cao Yang replied with a nod. The group climbed through the passage, arriving in a vast chamber that appeared to be a half-natural, half-man-made cavern, the floor coated in a thick, sticky substance. What on earth is this? Cao Yang was about to warn Wang Pengzi when a cacophony of flapping echoed from deep within the cave. They quickly shone their flashlights in that direction, revealing a multitude of grotesque, oversized bats hanging from the ceiling. To the left, there's an iron door. Let us move quietly so we don't disturb the bats, Cao Yang whispered. Master Cao, they've already been disturbed. Run. Hu Bai urged, taking off. What are you running for? Use that submachine gun you're holding. Shoot. Cao Yang exclaimed in exasperation at Hu Bai's antics. As the two began firing, Cao Yang rushed to the iron door, grappling with the lock for what felt like an eternity before finally prying it open. It's ready. Come on, he called out. The startled bats screeched and swooped toward them, but Cao Yang tossed several grenades deep into the cave, and the explosions temporarily scattered the creatures. The group seized the chance to slip through the iron door. Wang Pengzi leaned against it, still shaken, saying, "What kind of bats are these? They're enormous and quite terrifying." Hu Bai explained, "They're likely pig-faced bats. They're quite vicious and often attack cattle and sheep on the prairie." "Why are there so many coffins here?" Wang Pengzi asked, shining his flashlight around, his interest piqued. Cao Yang surveyed the area, stating, "These must have been unearthed by the Guangdong army while constructing fortifications. It's a pity that the contents have been taken." Wang Pengzi, Hu Bai. "I believe I have a method to transport the porcelain back," Cao Yang said with a grin. Hu Bai paused, glancing at a coffin. "Master Cao, You're not suggesting we use a coffin, are you? Cao Yang nodded. Precisely. We'll modify the coffin by adding a partition, placing the porcelain at the bottom, and adding 2 skeletons on top. If anyone questions us, we'll claim we're relocating graves. Who would dare investigate? After Cao Yang's proposal, Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pengzi exchanged glances, contemplating the absurdity of risking their ancestors for a few pieces of porcelain. Hu Ba-yi chuckled awkwardly. Let us heed Master Chao's plan. Then it's settled. Let us get to work, Cao Yang declared. Just then, Wang Pengzi shone his flashlight into a nearby stone coffin and exclaimed, Wait, there are 2 children inside this coffin. Cao Yang froze, momentarily forgetting about the 2 little ones hidden in the chamber. However, he pondered why these 2 had never emerged. In the original tale, they had once patted Wang Pengzi on the shoulder. Could it be that he and Xia Qing carried the thunderbolt nails that kept the corpses at bay? Such items were the natural nemesis of the undead. In the center of the chamber lay a large stone coffin with its lid ajar, revealing a skeletal figure. With 2 childlike forms nestled at the corners, their skin an eerie silvery gray. The most unsettling aspect was that these children's eyes were open. At first glance, they were indeed quite alarming. Hu Ba-yi pushed the coffin lid aside, shining his flashlight inside. These are likely sacrificial children, preserved with mercury injected into their heads. Such cruelty was characteristic of the vile old society. I apologize that you were not born in a fortunate era. My interruptions are regrettable, and I ask for your forgiveness. Wang Fatty clasped his hands together and bowed 3 times. Cao Yang shook his head, unsure of what to say. The hearts of these 2 were too soft. Were it not for the halo of the protagonist shielding them, they would have perished in the tomb countless times by now. Cao Yi, shall we take these 2 children out and bury them? Hu Ba looked at Cao Yang, seeking his opinion. All right, let's place them in this coffin and withdraw. Cao Yang nodded in agreement, patting the 2 chosen coffins. The 4 of them made 2 trips back and forth, finally bringing the 2 wooden coffins to the surface. Cao Yang scraped off the layer of black-red paint and examined the coffin's material, clicking his tongue. Old Hu, do you think there is an ancient tomb deep within that cave? The wood of this coffin is redwood. Ordinary burial coffins cannot afford such material. Hu Ba came over to take a look and said, Indeed, Cao Yi, I am certain there are no other tombs nearby. We have reaped significant rewards this time. We, as tomb raiders, are not like those southern-style tomb robbers. We have our own rules, emphasizing moderation. We only take 1 item from the coffin. Before Hu Ba could finish, Cao Yang, growing impatient, interrupted, You 2 are tomb raiders, but I am not. I belong to the military thieves. If I haven't blasted this thing to smithereens, it would be a charitable act. Stop dawdling. Let us rest for a while, and then proceed to open the coffin. Hu Ba's expression darkened at those words. He shook his head helplessly. He chose not to say more. This feast was provided by others, and how much they could partake, and whether they followed the rules was dictated by them. After resting for an hour, they once again entered the main burial chamber. Cao Yang handed a steel wire to Old Hu and Fatty, saying, You 2 hold this end while I secure it to the stone at the entrance. If the corpse awakens, we can immediately restrain it with this rope. The 2 gulped nervously and nodded in agreement. Cao Yang and Xia Qing exchanged glances and nodded, taking their entrenching tools to start prying open the coffin nails. After prying open both coffins, Cao Yang took out a peachwood corpse restraining nail, preparing himself, and nodded at Xia Qing. Xia Qing raised a shapely leg and kicked the coffin lid with a forceful strike. The heavy redwood lid flew off with a crash, sending dust flying into the air. This coffin lid was exceedingly heavy, weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds. It would be a struggle for an ordinary person to push it open. The sight of Xia Qing's kick left Fatty and Hu Ba dumbfounded. In that instant, as the lid flew off, Cao Yang acted swiftly, pressing a thunderstrike corpse restraining nail onto the corpse's forehead. The thunderstrike peachwood is both strong and yang, and with the corpse restraining rune carved from the Book of Wu Hou, it easily penetrated the skull. However, as the nail was pressed in, black smoke began to waft from the corpse's forehead. Cao Yang was horrified. This black smoke indicated the presence of corpse energy, which was highly toxic. Although he had prepared himself and held his breath, the rush of corpse energy would surely cause his skin to rot. In a critical moment, Xia Qing grabbed Cao Yang by his waistband and lifted him away just in time. A low, guttural roar erupted from the coffin, and the 2 exchanged alarmed glances. Fatty, Old Hu, prepare yourselves, the corpse is rising, Cao Yang shouted, leaning close to Xia Qing's ear. I will draw its attention. You take the opportunity to retrieve the burial items from the coffin. Xia Qing shook her head. No, I will confront it. Give me the corpse restraining nail. Cao Yang considered her agility and strength, realizing she was more capable than himself, especially with Old Hu and Fatty assisting her. It should not be a problem. All right, be careful. Cao Yang handed the corpse restraining nail to Xia, and they separated to different corners. Xia drew a mountain-cutting knife from her waist, her gaze fixed on the coffin. Moments later, a massive, muscular figure with red fur and green skin arose from the coffin. Turning its head, the peachwood corpse restraining nail had already embedded itself in its forehead, leaving a large hole from which thick, black liquid flowed. Upon seeing the appearance of the red-haired beast, Fatty cursed, "What the hell is this? It looks utterly hideous. Old Hu, be ready, it's about to come out." As he spoke, the red-haired beast stood up from the coffin, towering at nearly 2 meters tall. With one kick, it shattered the coffin to pieces. Cao Yang trembled at the sight. If it broke, it would lose its value. "Let us take it down," Fatty shouted, and the two of them grabbed the steel wire, running in circles around the red-haired beast, entangling the wire around its legs. After several loops, the beast let out an enraged roar, and with a powerful step forward, it sent Fatty and Huba flying through the air. Cao Yang's pupils constricted. Just then, Xia sprang into action, accelerating her run, using her feet to propel herself into the air and thrusting the mountain-cutting knife directly into the beast's eye. Having successfully struck, she dodged the beast's sweeping arm, delivering a kick to its chest that sent it crashing to the ground while she gracefully landed on her feet, holding the peachwood nail and charging forward once more. Cao Yang's eyes sparkled. Xiaoqing's agility was remarkable, making the confrontation with such a heavy creature appear effortless. Chapter 17. Silver Iron Core in a Flash. She soared through the air, dodging left and right. In the dim light of the main burial chamber, her lithe figure and long legs moved gracefully. 9 Thunderstrike peachwood corpse restraining nails were embedded in the red-haired beast. Black smoke billowed from its chest, forehead, and limbs, producing a foul stench that made it hard to keep one's eyes open. Xia drew a dagger from her leg, preparing to approach and retrieve the corpse pill. Cao Yang lunged forward to stop her, saying, "Don't act impulsively. 9 corpse restraining nails are sufficient to subdue it. Approaching now would allow the corpse energy to enter your body, ruining your life." "Fatty, Old Hu, retreat." "But what about the corpse pill?" Xia asked anxiously. Cao Yang glanced at the encroaching corpse energy, gritting his teeth. "The corpse pill should not be destroyed. Preserving our lives is paramount. Let us go." The 4 of them quickly exited the burial chamber. Inside the empty chamber, the only remnants of the red-haired beast's anguished cries mingled with the overwhelming corpse energy. Upon reaching the surface, Huba, still shaken, said, "Cao Yi, what did you use?" "It was incredibly effective, directly subduing a zombie. The corpse restraining nails made from Thunderstrike peach wood," Cao Yang explained, his gaze lingering on the entrance of the tunnel. "I see. So it was the corpse restraining nails. Cao Yi's skills are impressive," Huba remarked. As he spoke, black smoke began to rise from the tunnel entrance like a chimney. Ingzi rushed over, gun in hand, looking nervously at the tunnel entrance. "Are you all right? What's happening? Why is there smoke?" Wang Fatty grinned. "That's not smoke. It's corpse energy, as Cao Yi has just subdued a large zombie." "Zombie?" Ingzi asked, puzzled. "Yes, but this one is a red-haired one," Wang Fatty clarified. Cao Yang's gaze flickered as he assessed the situation. It would likely take several days for the corpse energy to dissipate completely. "Well, we'll wait a few days to see." "This trip has truly been a monumental loss," Cao Yang muttered, picking up his entrenching tool and finding a patch of empty ground to begin digging. The others looked confused. And Old Hu asked, "Cao Yi, what are you doing? Burying those 2 children?" "No, there is something in that wolf-tooth club. I'm going to see if I can burn it out." "Stop standing around and help me," Cao Yang replied. Afterward, Old Hu and Fatty also grabbed entrenching tools and joined in the digging. Xia approached the wolf-tooth club, lifting it with one hand. Wang Fatty's eyes widened. "Miss Xia, your strength is quite remarkable. That thing must weigh at least 100 pounds. Xia scoffed, dropping the wolf-tooth club. "That's because you're weak." Wang Fatty fell silent, lowering his head to continue digging. Soon, a large pit was dug. The rain-soaked earth was soft and easy to excavate. The group found some dry tree branches and stones to construct a simple vented stove, propping the wolf-tooth club atop, filling the base with dry wood, pouring gasoline over it, and setting it alight. The damp wood ignited, producing thick smoke. Fortunately, this is an uninhabited primeval forest. Had it been a populated area, the situation would have proven quite challenging. The fire raged for 3 consecutive days and nights. During this time, a few individuals sourced materials on site, felled trees, and crafted wooden planks to create a partition within 2 coffins, carefully encasing 33 porcelain artifacts, wrapped securely in blankets. On each side of the partition lay a set of skeletal remains, indistinguishable to anyone. Wang the Fat grinned widely, continually praising Cao How did you come up with such an ingenious plan? It's truly remarkable. Thankfully, these 33 porcelain and ceramic items were not oversized, making them easier to transport. Had they been larger, it would have been quite troublesome. Cao Yang smirked, suggesting, when we return, we will say they were friends of yours who perished in the mountains while serving as educated youth. Our visit here was merely for the purpose of relocating their graves. Ingzi, there are also several military supplies inside, like dry batteries and generators, which the villagers could utilize. You should make a trip back and summon them to help with the transport. Ingzi waved her hand dismissively. No need. I'll send the dogs back with the message. With that, she instructed 2 mastiffs to return with the news. In any case, this venture has yielded substantial rewards. Fatty, Laohu and Ingzi. I propose that once we sell these treasures, we allocate 1/10 of the profits for you. Ingzi. All right. We have no objections, the 2 responded with smiles. Ingzi again declined. No, I merely guided the way. I did not enter the tomb, so I do not want anything. Cao Yang replied earnestly. Ingzi, listen to me. That portion of the money is significant. It won't all be for you. We will discuss with the old secretary to divide it into several shares. And you will receive some while the rest goes to the village. However, if anyone inquires, you must not disclose that these are antiques being sold, including to the villagers. If anyone asks, just tell them that the ancient tombs have been plundered by the Japanese, and we are selling the remnants they left behind. Chow, I'm not foolish. Don't worry, I know what to say. The villagers are well aware that if these items remain here, they will eventually be claimed by archaeological teams, and we will end up with nothing. If you take them away, we might receive some compensation, which is a good thing. Only a fool would speak out. Cao Yang chuckled. That is indeed a sound point, but remember, idle gossip can be perilous. Entering a tomb is a matter of life and death. If anyone questions you, just respond as I instructed. Ingzi laughed. I'll deny it to the death. Exactly, that's the principle. Even if they suspect we are tomb raiders, without evidence, they cannot do anything to us. After Cao Yang finished speaking, Ingzi shot him a sidelong glance. Cao, you certainly are not a good person. I didn't even enter the tomb, yet you've included me in this. Her playful demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the group. Once everything was settled, Cao Yang poured water from a leather bag over the glowing red wolf-tooth club. He struck it with stones repeatedly. After several rounds of intense heating over 3 days, the massive club was finally melted down, revealing an iron core that gleamed like silver, measuring about 50 centimeters in length and the thickness of an arm. It bore marks from the forging process, appearing silvery white and dense, weighing over 100 pounds. What is this? Is it iron? Wang the Fat pondered for a long time without arriving at a conclusion. Huba also speculated, it must be meteorite iron. Ancient warriors had an almost obsessive fascination with weapons. I believe this is a piece of meteorite iron that Guxiaoma intended to forge into a weapon but failed. Hence it was cast into his own weapon to increase its weight. Cao Yang nodded in agreement. Laohu has a point. This item belongs to me. Feel free to request any compensation you desire. Laohu replied sternly. Cao, you shouldn't say that. This item was discovered by you, so naturally, it belongs to you. Our significant fortune from this trip is all thanks to you. Asking for compensation would make us seem ungrateful. Wang the Fat chimed in with a smile. Indeed. In the future, the 2 of us will continue in this line of work, so we hope for your continued support, Cao. Cao Yang smiled gently. These 2 were quite sensible when serious. Chapter 18. Return. They lingered in the forest for another 7 or 8 days until the stench of death dissipated. After Cao Yang and Xia Qing descended, they thoroughly searched the coffin for treasures, recovering 5 precious items, a pure gold black mask, a palm-sized golden tripod intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes, inlaid with sapphires, and engraved with golden characters, likely a royal gift, a short sword used by the Jurchens, also known as a boot knife, about 3 inches long, with a straight blade resembling a dagger, exquisitely crafted, with an ivory hilt topped with a thumb-sized ruby. Presumably belonging to Guxiaoma, a gold-threaded belt known as a jade rabbit hawk, a royal gift, though the silk fabric had turned to ash, leaving only the golden threads and a pair of eagle-head jade clasps, and finally, the pair of moth-bodied dragon-patterned double-bite discs that Huba and Wang the Fat had taken out, which were not jade, but rather made from a type of stone known as Qianhuang color-changing plate, the least valuable item from the tomb. Even the eagle-head jade clasps were worth more. After packaging the items, Xia Qing's eyes sparkled as she pointed to a blackened spot where a blue orb rested quietly, exclaiming, Boss, it's the corpse Dan. Cao Yang swallowed hard, retrieving a jade box from his pocket, opening it to extract a pair of jade chopsticks. Delicately picking up the object and placing it within the box, smiling with excitement. The recipe for the corpse soul boiling blood was finally complete. He had searched for the ingredients for this formula for nearly several years, and now he had finally succeeded. The corpse soul boiling blood is the most crucial formula for cultivating the Nine Crows spirit nourishing technique, with the corpse soul being its core component. This blue gelatinous, semi-transparent orb, the size of a pigeon egg, known as the corpse dan or corpse soul, encapsulates the essence of the red-haired hound. Its formation remains a mystery. Not all zombies or zongzi contain this substance. It is purely a matter of luck. It must be extracted using chopsticks made of stone or jade, never by hand or metallic tools. After securing the corpse soul, before exiting the cave, Cao Yang doused the shattered coffin with gasoline, setting up a simple timed mechanism with explosives, obliterating everything. As the explosion echoed, Wang the Fat anxiously pounded his thigh, exclaiming, "Cao, why did you blow it up? How will the villagers retrieve the remnants now?" Cao Yang pointed to a burrow made by a gopher, saying, "We can dig through there. This tomb cannot be left intact." Surprisingly, Hu Ba did not object, nodding in agreement. Cao is right. This tomb must not remain. Wang the Fat opened his mouth, realizing something, but chose to remain silent. On the third day, Cao Yang and his companions set off for home. Hu Ba stayed behind to lead the old secretary and the villagers in excavating the remnants left by the Kanto army. Cao Yang and the others departed first, transporting the two coffins out of the village with two horse-drawn carts, while Wang the Fat was forced to wear mourning attire, lamenting sorrowfully. The villagers accompanied them to the town, where Cao Yang promptly contacted Dejinia to prepare for their return. The old secretary arranged for a large truck and secured a permit, putting Cao Yang's mind at ease. After treating the old secretary and others to a meal in town, Cao Yang handed a letter for Yingzi to the old secretary, signifying the conclusion of this operation. The next day, they began their journey home. The road was smooth and unobstructed. After 2 weeks of turmoil, they arrived in the capital, heading directly to the burial site prepared by Dejinia, where they interred the two coffins. That evening, Cao Yang and Xiaqing returned to the tomb to retrieve the items, restoring everything to its original state. The expedition into the tomb has finally reached its conclusion. Upon returning home, it felt as though they had traversed through time. The two of them soaked in mugwort-infused water, enjoyed a hot bath, and then collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. When they awoke the next day, it was nearly noon. The eager Golden Tooth soon arrived at their doorstep. "Master Cao, please don't sleep any longer. Where are our treasures? Let me take a look." Cao Yang yawned and replied, "What is your hurry? Lock the door." After securing the entrance, he led Golden Tooth to the study in the backyard, showcasing a total of 33 pieces of porcelain and pottery, 2 gold artifacts, 1 jade hair falcon, a knife, and a pair of eagle-headed jade clasps. The piece of mutton fat jade pendant that Xiaqing had picked up was not among them. Cao Yang had no intention of revealing that particular item to Golden Tooth, given its connection to the tomb of the Liao dynasty empress and the fact that it had been excavated by archaeologists. It could not be exposed to light for several years. Otherwise, it could potentially implicate their entire tomb-robbing endeavor. "Here they are, Master Jean. Take a look." Golden Tooth trembled with excitement. After years of dealing in antiques, it was his first time encountering such authentic treasures. He picked up a Celadone brush washer and savored it with delight, exclaiming, "The quality is simply exquisite." This sight made Cao Yang feel nauseated. The methods of antique appraisal are numerous, but they can be distilled into 4 key characteristics: observation, inquiry, taste, and touch. Unlike traditional Chinese medicine, where touch refers to the pulse, here it pertains to taste, as demonstrated by Golden Tooth's approach of savoring the items. In recent years, with the acceleration of the open-door policy, counterfeiting has become rampant, especially in the southern regions, where the market is flooded with fakes. Genuine antiques have become increasingly scarce. The art of forgery has existed since antiquity, flourishing in prosperous times, with techniques that are often chaotic and tailored to the buyer. For instance, in Cao Yang's Tianyi building, he has been involved in antiques for many years, having followed his father since childhood, trading items in the marketplaces. Over the years, he has acquired numerous genuine pieces, yet truly outstanding artifacts are rare. In the area of 49 City, the waters run deep. Despite the difficult economic conditions of recent years, one should not assume that antiques and artworks are plentiful on the streets. It is not as simple as casually picking up a few items and expecting to find treasures that could appreciate into millions over 2 or 3 decades. The years when genuine antiques could be found at low prices were mostly during times of upheaval, when the Red Guards were focused on confiscating property, leading to the destruction of many items. Those were the times when Cao Yang acquired some of his prized possessions. In earlier years, Dabbling in antiques was tantamount to courting danger. The unscrupulous individuals who survived those tumultuous times were ruthless and cunning, making it perilous for anyone to attempt to deceive seasoned professionals in the field with half-baked knowledge gleaned from the internet. The trades in 49 City are conducted in a coded language, where a single misstep could reveal one's identity. The antique market has never been a realm for the common folk. Every significant treasure bears the stains of blood. Chinese culture has engaged with antiquities for thousands of years, and those who continue to do so typically hail from families with deep-rooted traditions or those who stumbled upon good fortune amidst chaos. A few years ago, a black market for antiques existed, but Cao Yang dared not venture there. Such places are fraught with danger. It is far safer to scavenge in alleys for scraps, where one might still chance upon ancient artifacts, or to browse thrift stores for obsolete stamps, vintage currency, commemorative coins, silver dollars, old watches, grandfather clocks, various collectibles, and furniture, which are more attainable. However, for truly grand pieces, one must not hold any illusions. In Tianyi building, the majority of items fall into this latter category. The treasures that can be deemed as the building's prized possessions are limited to 3. The first is a Ming Dynasty gilded jade guanyin, carved from blue and white jade. This exquisite creation by the renowned artist Liu Zigong measures about 1 foot in height, radiating a pristine, luminous quality. A ruby is embedded in the center of the bodhisattva's forehead, while the willow branches in the vase of her headdress are crafted from gold filigree, showcasing unparalleled artistry. It almost did not survive the tumultuous times, but now it has become a cherished heirloom in the household, thanks to Xiaqing. The second piece is a seal made of Tianhuang stone, belonging to the Ming Dynasty calligrapher Xinzhou, who, alongside Wen Zhengming, Tang Yin, and Xiaoying, is revered as one of the 4 masters of the Ming Dynasty and the founder of the Wu school of painting. The acquisition of this private seal was serendipitous, as it was discovered within a redwood carving when Cao Yang was honing his skills with the 9 crow treasures. Without the second treasured item, he would have never crossed paths with it. The third item is a coin, specifically a Qing Dynasty coin minted in the 25th year of Qianlong's reign, used for imperial blessings. The Qianlong emperor had a total of 12 such coins minted, each inscribed with auspicious phrases such as peace under heaven and long-lasting prosperity. The coin in Cao Yang's possession bears the inscription longevity without bounds. Now, Cao Yang's collection of treasures could be further augmented by a few more items. The emperor's golden ceremonial tripod, a blood-stained eagle-patterned white jade pendant, and the personal boot knife of the left deputy director Gua. Regrettably, the jade hair falcon has been damaged. Nevertheless, with the help of a skilled artisan, it could be adorned with a golden ribbon, still retaining significant value. Golden Tooth examined the items for a full hour, thoroughly enchanted, before he finally spoke. Master Cao, having seen all 33 pieces, I can confidently say that 3 are undoubtedly treasures. The golden ceremonial tripod and the boot knife are both marvelous artifacts. Please let me know your decision regarding their fate and how we shall divide them. Cao Yang tapped the armrest of his chair and replied, Master Jean, let us dispense with pleasantries. How many pieces can you personally accommodate? After a moment's consideration, Golden Tooth grimaced and stated, with some effort, I could manage 3 pieces of porcelain. Cao Yang smiled and said, in that case, let us keep 5 exceptional items for ourselves. You may take 3 pieces of porcelain, and I will keep the remainder, selling them at market value. As for the others, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a benefactor to purchase them. And once the funds are gathered, we shall divide them accordingly. What do you think? Golden Tooth pondered for a moment and agreed. That sounds good, no problem. All right. You will contact the benefactor while I prepare the contract. Let us proceed with integrity. If fortune smiles upon us, we shall all prosper together. Should any issues arise, we shall share the consequences. We will sign the contract privately, and I will document the provenance of these items, as this was a joint venture, and no one can withdraw from it. As Cao Yang concluded his words, he noticed a flicker of conflict on Golden Tooth's face. After a brief silence, Golden Tooth clasped his hands in respect and declared, I, Golden Tooth, am not one to bite the hand that feeds me. I shall sign this contract. Excellent. It is settled then. Once Master Hu returns, we shall gather, Cao Yang replied, smiling and returning the gesture. In these times, tomb raiding is no easy task. To strike it rich, one cannot work alone. A team of 3 or 4 is ideal, but it is imperative to bind everyone together, for should misfortune strike, none can escape unscathed. Upon returning to the capital, Cao Yang's life resumed its ordinary pace, with daily visits to the shop and nurturing his relationship with Xiaqing. Thus, after 3 months, the fruits of their tomb robbing endeavor finally emerged. From early June to November, they had toiled for nearly half a year, culminating in a total sale of 5,260,000. According to their prior arrangement, they allocated 10% to Yingzi and the villagers of Gangangzi, with the remaining profits distributed among themselves, instantly elevating their status to that of the affluent in this era. Although they did not rival the nobility, they certainly surpassed the average citizen. Cao Yang's net worth doubled in an instant. After distributing the money, Fatty and Hubba, following the suggestion of Cao Yang, secured a courtyard in Kyoto. This was not only to settle down, but also to conveniently stash their cash. The entire transaction was conducted in cash, bypassing any banking procedures, with the origin of the funds meticulously cleaned by the Golden Tooth. What remained was for the group to concoct a reasonable excuse to either deposit the money in a bank or hide it securely. Once they arranged the courtyard, they hastily set off to deliver Yingzi's share to Gangzi camp, while also preparing to celebrate the new year there. At this moment, it was November 1981. With an estimated 6 months remaining before the onset of the Ghost Blows Out the Light narrative. With the completion of this significant deal, Golden Tooth intended to lie low for a while. After exchanging pleasantries with his associates, he accompanied Cao Yang on a trip to Sichuan province under the pretext of collecting goods. However, Cao Yang was not heading to Dijin village. Rather, he sought the skills of a local artisan known as the honeycomb craftsman, who specialized in crafting indestructible umbrellas. The journey was not without its challenges, and particularly for Golden Tooth, who, upon arriving in Sichuan, succumbed to temptation. He indulged in 2 hot pot meals, leading to a hospital visit. Suffering from both hemorrhoids and asthma, truly a double affliction. This caused Cao Yang considerable distress, fearing that his companion might succumb on the way, thereby implicating him. The reason for Golden Tooth, who typically shunned spicy food, to partake in 2 fiery hot pots is somewhat amusing. In the hospital of Wushan County, Cao Yang and Xiaqing looked on helplessly as Golden Tooth and a fair-skinned young woman engaged in flirtation, causing them both a headache. During this trip to Sichuan, Golden Tooth had a romantic encounter after heroically saving a damsel in distress from a thief on the train. The victim was a single widow and a true Sichuan beauty. He fell headlong into love, and upon disembarking, he could not resist her warm invitation, resulting in 2 hot pot meals that landed him in the hospital. Golden Master, I quipped, what role are you intending to play here? Is it the tragic tale of Shimin Qing and Panjiayuan, or the romantic saga of Zhu Yingtai and Liang Shanbua? Golden Tooth, flustered, spat thrice and said, Cao Yang, stop with the sarcasm and think of a solution for me. What on earth should I do now? Cao Yang chuckled. After 2 days of fiery peppers, your Sichuan dialect has emerged. How should I know what to do? Why not consult Sister Hong? If I may suggest, her brother-in-law is simply after money, and you, Golden Master, are not lacking in that department. Offer a sum to redeem her niece, take her with you to Kyoto, and enjoy a blissful double life. Who could possibly object? Golden Tooth's eyes sparkled with hope as he turned to the fair-skinned young woman. Hong, what do you think? Jiang Hong, with her porcelain-like complexion and alluring figure, despite her rustic attire, exuded an undeniable charm. At 33, she had a daughter named by Xiaoyu. Her husband had passed away, leaving her with an inept brother-in-law who sought an inappropriate relationship with her, compounded by unsupportive in-laws who were determined to keep her from leaving. As fate would have it, Jiang Hong's in-laws resided in Wushan County, Qingxi Town, the very destination Cao Yang was aiming for. This was also the secluded abode of the honeycomb craftsman. During their train ride, Jiang Hong revealed that she was a local from Qingxi Town, on her way to Chengdu with her daughter for medical treatment. On their return journey, Golden Tooth, while in the restroom, encountered a thief attempting to rob Jiang Hong, and in his impulsive act to intervene, he sustained a couple of slaps from the thief, but successfully met Jiang Hong. Both were yearning for affection after long periods of solitude, and they found a spark between them. Golden Tooth engaged in animated conversation, nearly overwhelming the young woman with his exuberance. Yet she seemed to be quite taken by his charm. Upon arriving at her modest home, it became evident that they were impoverished. With her brother-in-law by Haoyan, a name that sounded grand, but whose character was anything but, being a notorious drunkard and gambler, often intruding upon Jiang Hong's space. While their indifferent parents-in-law turned a blind eye, eager for Jiang Hong to bear more grandchildren. Had it not been for Jiang Hong's strong-willed nature, her little granddaughter would likely have been running wild by now. Grateful for Golden Tooth's assistance, Jiang Hong prepared a hot pot meal with 2 pounds of pork and some dried chili peppers. After a couple of cups of rice wine, they discussed their lives. Jiang Hong's parents had passed away, and as the only daughter, she had married Bai Haoyu, the eldest son of the Bai family, whom she had chosen to care for her family. Initially, Their life was harmonious, but by Hao Yan's gambling addiction led to financial ruin for both families. With a fractured family, an inept brother-in-law, a sick granddaughter, and neglectful in-laws, Jiang Hong was utterly shattered. Golden Tooth, unable to contain himself, bared his heart to her. When he sought the approval of her in-laws, he encountered resistance. By Hao Yan's anger flared, and with the added spice of the dried chili peppers, they ended up in the county hospital for 3 days. On the 4th day, with Cao Yang's assistance, Golden Tooth bribed the village secretary, placing a stack of crisp 100 yuan bills before the elderly couple, and secured Jiang Hong and her daughter's household registration. They departed the Bai residence, with Jiang Hong glancing back at her former home, collapsing to the ground in tears. The resilient woman, who had held back for so long, finally unleashed her emotions, leaving Golden Tooth somewhat at a loss. He exchanged glances with Cao Yang, signaling for some comfort. Cao Yang rolled his eyes, picked up by Xiao Yu, and walked away. Little Yu, shall we visit Uncle Li? Yes, I want candy. Little Yu's eyes sparkled at the mention of Uncle Li, her mouth watering at the thought of the sweet treats. Uncle Li owned a general store in the town, and for her, his home was a treasure trove filled with delicious white rabbit candies. Upon arriving at the ancient town, Cao Yang spotted a peculiar wooden box resembling a small coffin, suspended by hemp rope at the entrance of the store. The box, coated in layers of black lacquer, appeared quite ancient, the weathered surface revealing signs of age. With a glance from his 9 crow eyes, he could see the box radiated a peculiar brilliance, likely influenced by the honeycomb craftsman, enhancing its allure. As they approached, it became clear that the box was riddled with numerous tiny holes. Intrigued, Cao Yang pondered the eccentric customs of the old-school martial artists. Entering the dimly lit store, a scent of aged vinegar filled the air. Inside, an elderly man and a young woman were present. The elder, in his 60s or 70s, had white hair and beard, drowsily clutching 2 iron balls while reclining on a bamboo chair. The young woman, in her 20s, was pretty with 2 braids cascading down her chest, dressed in worn but tidy clothing. Upon seeing Cao Yang enter with Little Yu, the young woman eyed them with a hint of suspicion. Little Yu, is this your relative? Little Yu, however, was too captivated by the candy jars to pay attention to the question. With a smile, Cao Yang reassured the young woman, do not worry. I mean no harm. I merely wish for Little Yu to have some sweets. The young woman blushed and smiled shyly. Cao Yang then turned to the elderly man, clasping his hands in greeting. As I traverse the high mountains, I gaze upward to see a golden plaque. Behind it lies a silver plaque, all lined with B characters. At this, the young woman looked at Cao Yang in astonishment, and the old man opened his eyes, rising to return the greeting. A mirror reflects 2 sides, showcasing the golden phoenix shining bright. I wonder which path leads to Fengshan, where one recognizes the golden and silver B characters. Cao Yang chuckled awkwardly. Forgive me. I haven't completely mastered the mountain classics, and can't continue. I am Cao Yang, a resident of Kyoto, hailing from the Tianyi building in Panjiayuan, and I have had the honor of meeting Elder Li. The elderly man glared at Cao Yang, displeased with his attempt to invoke his identity. You young lad. Having grasped only half of the mountain classics, what nonsense are you spouting in the martial world? This is not a suitable way to express one's intentions. I apologize for resorting to such measures, esteemed elder. Old Master Li reclined back on his bamboo chair, spinning the iron ball, and inquired, what brings you here from the mountain? Cao Yang's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, I seek to invite the beehive. Old Master Li stroked his white beard and remarked, the beehive is not easily summoned. What is your purpose in doing so? After a moment of contemplation, Cao Yang answered, guests from all corners of the world meet. What need is there for prior acquaintance? Old Master Li scrutinized Cao Yang intently. Speak. What is it that you seek from this old man? With earnestness, Cao Yang stated, I possess a piece of precious iron and wish to request your esteemed hands to forge an object. Where's the iron? Old Master Li stretched out his hand inquisitively. Xia Qing placed the leather suitcase down, opened it, and retrieved the silver iron core, presenting it carefully. Elder, please be cautious. It is somewhat heavy. To his surprise, Old Master Li's rough, aged hand brushed against the iron core, causing him to sit upright with a piercing gaze fixed upon the silver-white iron core. Heavenly meteorite iron. Where did it come from? Cao Yang chuckled and replied, I acquired it as an antique. Upon consulting an expert, I learned it is indeed meteorite iron. I humbly seek your guidance to craft an object. Old Master Li scoffed. Indeed, you are a naive novice. I was merely jesting. This is not meteorite iron. Cao Yang's expression stiffened, feeling weary from dealing with these worldly individuals. It was truly vexing. A single misstep could lead to entrapment. Esteemed elder, I am but a novice in this field. I hope for your understanding. You are quite honest, Old Masterly nodded. As for this piece of iron in the young lady's possession, it could be deemed meteorite iron, or not. It hails from beyond the heavens. Yet its material is exceedingly unique. At that moment, Jinya and Jiang Hong entered. Old Master Li's voice abruptly ceased, and Cao Yang turned to glare at the two, wishing he could kick them out. Helpless, Cao Yang exchanged a glance with Xia Qing, retracted the silver iron core, and slightly bowed, saying, I apologize for the intrusion. I shall return tomorrow. After purchasing a considerable amount of candy, he turned and left the shop with his companions. Chapter 21. The initial success of the Nine Crows spirit cultivation technique after Cao Yang and his companions departed, Old Master Li opened his eyes, toying with the iron ball, and chuckled, how intriguing. He carries the scent of the earth and lacks finesse. The young lady by his side is remarkable. She possesses a robust vitality, indicating she is indeed a novice. Grandfather, do you mean to say these individuals are country bumpkins? The young woman's fleeting fondness for Cao Yang vanished instantly. More or less, Old Master Li replied, closing his eyes once more to feign sleep. Upon exiting the shop, Cao Yang pondered and stated directly, Jinyi, this matter may be more challenging than anticipated. Please take your wife back to the capital. The Jinyi responded in surprise, Cao Yi, are you suggesting that this old fellow will not assist us? Cao Yang shook his head. It's hard to say. You should return first. Or perhaps enjoy a few days of leisure. Xia Qing and I will stay here to exert ourselves for a few days. Very well. Just as I planned with Hong Hong. Tomorrow we shall pay respects to her parents, and afterwards we will go for our marriage certificate, the Jinyi replied. His eyes filled with excitement. Cao Yang jested, Jinyi, mind your back. Be cautious of getting it broken by your wife. Jiang Hong, with a hint of sass, shot a glare at Cao Yang and remarked, you haven't even fully matured yet you seem to know quite a bit. Perhaps your sister-in-law should give you a lesson. Cao Yang chuckled mischievously. All right, it all depends on Jinya's consent. The Jinya shot a glare back at Cao Yang. I consent to nothing, Cao Yi. If you wish to take advantage of my wife, you shall find it impossible. TSK, and you haven't even received a certificate yet. Yet you already refer to her as wife. How shameless. Very well, Jinyi, I wish you a swift arrival of children, when the time comes for your wedding. I shall present you with a grand gift. The Jinya's eyes widened. That's fair. I don't have high demands. The Tian Huang seal from Cao Yi would suffice. I can make do with that. Get lost. Cao Yang scowled, cursing as he departed with Xia Qing back to the guest house. The following day, Cao Yang arrived alone, bearing 2 jin of wine and several delicacies, to invite Old Master Li for a drink. During their meal, he refrained from mentioning the crafting of objects. After 10 consecutive days, the matter finally began to take shape. Today, Old Master Li was in a good mood, and, quite unusually, shared the origin of the silver iron core with Cao Yang. This piece of iron, known as the Danshua Divine Stone, is neither gold nor iron. Its texture is exceptionally resilient. A palm-sized piece weighs around 14 to 15 jin, and no flame can melt it. In ancient times, it is said that a divine stone from the heavens fell upon Danshua Mountain. The phoenix, seeing it, carried it back to its nest, and, through phoenix fire, refined it into 100,000 jin of silver iron, which scattered across the world. Of course, this is merely a legend, yet it is true that no flame can melt this iron. Cao Yang's expression tightened. Even the techniques of the hive craftsman cannot suffice? Old Master Li chuckled. I neglected to mention that aside from me, no one else can work with it. Cao Yang exhaled in relief, pleased that solutions were at hand. Old Master Li continued. Now, tell me, what do you wish to forge? Overjoyed, Cao Yang hastily presented his prepared design. Esteemed elder, please take a look. This is a family heirloom that was lost during wartime, and I wish to recreate it. Do you believe it is feasible? Old Master Li took the drawing, examining it for a considerable time before declaring, it is possible, and there will be surplus materials. In addition to these 3 items, I would appreciate your assistance in crafting a weapon for her. Old Master Li squinted at Xia Qing and asked, what are your skills? A saber, Xia Qing replied nonchalantly. Bring the materials tomorrow, and you may collect it after the new year, Old Master Li concluded. Cao Yang then inquired, Elder, do you happen to possess a diamond umbrella? Old Master Li expressed surprise. How do you know? Cao Yang sighed. To be honest, esteemed elder, my family had a close relationship with the old master of the partridge whistle. However, Grandfather Yang was troubled by a family curse and later went abroad, and since then, there has been no news. My family often reminisces about him, which is how I learned of the item entrusted to you by Grandfather Yang. I wish to retrieve it. May I? You may, but you must provide proof. After some thought, Cao Yang nodded in agreement, reasoning that if he encountered Shirley Yang, he could easily concoct a story. After all, His elders had passed away, and fabricating a tale was not unreasonable. It was merely borrowing a name. First, he would secure the diamond umbrella. The next day, Cao Yang delivered the materials and a deposit for the commission, then returned home with Xia Qing. With over 2 months until the new year, there was little to accomplish here. When the time came, he would return. With the weapon matter settled, Cao Yang returned home and began to isolate himself to concoct pills. After a month of effort, he finally transformed the corporeal essence of the red-haired hound into a medicinal pill for the corporeal blood-boiling formula. The pill, red as flame and the size of a longan, bore mysterious blue patterns that appeared both eerie and enigmatic. That night, Cao Yang locked himself in a secret chamber and swallowed the pill. Upon ingestion, a spicy and bitter aroma surged through his senses, instantly overwhelming him and causing him to lose consciousness, his head spinning as if under anesthesia. As the pill settled in his stomach, it swiftly began to take effect. The first transformation occurred within his heart, its rhythm accelerating with a vigorous pulse that he could distinctly feel. Soon, his blood surged as if boiling, causing his entire body to turn crimson, with veins prominently visible beneath his skin. The blood became scorching hot, akin to boiling water, and the pain forced Cao Yang to writhe within the chamber, losing consciousness multiple times. It was not until 7 days later that he regained his senses and utilized the heart method from the 9 Crows spirit cultivation technique to continue digesting the power of the pill. His body began to transform, with his breathing slowing, heart rate decreasing, and a sensation of immense strength filling him. Curiously, his skin started to shed in layers, akin to a snake molting. After another 7 or 8 days, Cao Yang's condition finally stabilized. He had successfully achieved the first stage of the 1000 June power within the 9 Crows spirit cultivation technique. His muscles and bones felt as resilient as those of an ox, and when he struck a stone tile with his fist, he felt no pain, while the tile shattered into neat fragments. Cao Yang stared in astonishment at his own fist, lowering his head to gaze upon his physique. He admired the fullness and definition of his muscles, distinctly shaped yet devoid of any bulkiness, far removed from the artificially enhanced muscles produced by substances. Instead, they exuded a natural strength. Following the principles of the 9 Crows nourishing technique, Cao Yang activated the power within him, instantly feeling a surge of warmth erupting from his heart, swiftly coursing through his entire being. The familiar sensation of boiling blood washed over him once again, compelling him to unleash a primal roar. As he gazed at his upper body, intricate patterns began to emerge, converging into what appeared to be a capillary network, yet was, in truth, a striking and enchanting crimson image of a 3-legged golden crow clutching a flower. Cao Yang dashed out of the secret chamber and into his room. Standing before the mirror, captivated by the image of the 3-legged golden crow on his skin, becoming increasingly enthralled. The vivid crimson lines, though merely an outline, were undeniably striking. The 3-legged golden crow rested sideways upon his right shoulder, its beak grasping a blood-red flower from the other shore, its head facing his heart, tilting slightly as if to gaze into the distance. The golden crow's eyes were closed, yet an aura of ferocity emanated from it. A feather extended gracefully from the back of his neck, stretching across his back, while its wings draped over a significant portion of his shoulder, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly charm. Chapter 22. The Jade Pendant of Fat Wang. In a single word, magnificent. Cao Yang chuckled, suddenly realizing that his entire demeanor seemed transformed. His skin had taken on a fairer tone, and an alluring beauty graced his features. He waved his arms a few times, executing several complex movements with ease, including a backflip and a 360-degree spin in midair. Actions he had once deemed unimaginable now came effortlessly. More importantly, as he performed these maneuvers, his vision remained sharp, devoid of any dizziness. Cao Yang cherished this newfound treasure. A robust body was the greatest wealth. In the days to follow, he practiced martial arts with Xia Qing, learning combat techniques from her, becoming intimately acquainted with his physical form. His control over strength improved, and his mastery of the 9 Crows nourishing technique grew increasingly adept. With a mere thought, he could command his state at will. Presently, he possessed 2 distinct states: a daily state, wherein he did not employ the 9 Crows technique, capable of delivering 800 pounds of force in a single punch and sustaining the lifting of 500 pounds for an hour. The second state involved the use of the 9 Crows technique, revealing the blood crow tattoo, enabling an explosive power of 1,200 pounds, with speed, strength, reaction time, and endurance all exponentially enhanced. With his current physical condition, he could maintain this state about 3 times a day. Beyond that, he felt drained, as if his body had been hollowed out. Recovery necessitated several days of rest and a diet rich in meat and high-calorie foods. Cao Yang speculated that this state resulted from the technique accelerating cellular activity. Another benefit was that he now faced little fear from most toxins, poisons, and cadaverous gases. As half of the ingredients in the corpse Dan boiling blood formula were toxic, including the flour from the other shore, or the manjasaka. The formula contained numerous concentrated poisons, akin to a form of ancient stimulant, capable of altering the inherent cellular activity of the body, manageable through the corresponding technique. Cao Yang was uncertain whether practicing this was beneficial or detrimental. However, judging by his current state, it was quite splendid. He felt as though he had undergone a form of evolution. It was a remarkable sensation. Even his 9 crows treasure eyes had transformed. Previously, he could only see auras. But now, from 10 meters away, he could activate his treasure vision to discern the tiny hairs on a mosquito, akin to a microscope. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, apart from the occasional meals and drinks with Lao Hu, Fat Wang, and Big Golden Tooth, most of his days were spent at home honing his martial skills. In just 6 months, he had mastered everything Xiaqing had to teach. The calendar turned to July 1982. On this day, several of them were gathered in Big Golden Tooth's shop, sipping tea. Cao Yang absent-mindedly rubbed Fat Wang's jade pendant, a look of indecision crossing his face. Fat Wang, I want this jade pendant. What's your price? Fat Wang grinned, holding his child, Jin Xiaoyu, and said, if you, Master Cao, fancy it, take it. Without you, my brother and I would have surely gone under. Big Golden Tooth interjected sarcastically, well, Fat Wang, it seems all the credit now belongs to Master Cao. Oh dear, look at my loose tongue. Xiaoyu, give your uncle a slap to remind him to be cautious. Fat Wang jested, leaning towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu giggled and playfully slapped Fat Wang, while Jiang Hong scolded, Xiaoyu, that's quite rude. Cao Yang examined Jiang Hong for a moment. She had transformed significantly, her figure more voluptuous and statuesque, her demeanor exuding both charm and an air of nobility, her presence vibrant and striking. He teased, sister-in-law. We haven't seen each other much in the past 6 months, yet you seem to have gained quite a bit of fortune. Meanwhile, Big Golden Tooth appears to have lost weight. Not much, indeed, he has lost weight. Fat Wang chimed in with a smirk. Time for some nourishment. Huba interjected succinctly. Jiang Hong, flustered, shot several glares at Cao Yang, picked up Xiaoyu, and headed to find Xiaqing in Cao Yang's shop. Big Golden Tooth's expression darkened as he glared at Cao Yang, shifting the topic. Master Cao, what have you been researching in your secluded time? Aside from dining and drinking, we seldom see you. Studying Western region culture, Cao Yang casually offered as an excuse. Western region culture? When did you become interested in that? Big Golden Tooth replied, before swiftly changing the subject. Oh, I almost forgot a significant matter, thanks to your mention. Speaking of Western region culture, my old man had a friend, a professor in archaeology named Chunjuren. He spent his life studying Western region culture. Recently, he contacted me, asking for assistance in finding someone skilled in Tianqing feng shui. He didn't elaborate on the purpose, merely mentioning it was for archaeological collaboration, with generous compensation. How about it, Huba? Interested? Huba paused for a moment. Glancing at Cao Yang, Master Cao, what do you think? Can we do it? I don't practice Tianqing feng shui. You must decide for yourself. However, Cao Yang teased, leaving them in suspense. Oh come on, Master Cao, stop with the mysteries. Just tell us straightforwardly. Fat Wang urged, a hint of impatience in his tone. Cao Yang raised the jade pendant. I have a rough idea of Professor Chen's reputation. Frankly, my research aligns closely with theirs. Among the 36 ancient nations of the Western region, there was one known as the Jingjue Kingdom, which once thrived, leaving behind dazzling cultural treasures and the mysterious ghost cave tribe culture. This pendant, Fat Wang, may indeed be related to the Jingjue Kingdom. Fat Wang was taken aback. Wow? My humble jade pendant holds such significance. Please, enlighten me about its origins, Cao Yang prompted. Fat Wang immediately replied. This was a gift from a comrade of my father when I was born. It is said to have been taken from a bandit leader during the eradication of bandits at the Naya Oasis. Indeed, the Naya Oasis is part of the Western region. Master Cao, do take a closer look. Big Golden Tooth exclaimed, hurriedly snatching the pendant from Cao Yang's hand and examining it in the sunlight. Huba and Fat Wang leaned in closer, curious to see. After a prolonged inspection, they could discern nothing and turned to Cao Yang. Don't look at me. This is merely my conjecture. Artifacts from the Jingjue Kingdom are rarer than bronze artifacts in the antique market. They hardly ever surface. Fat Wang's jade pendant could be considered a treasure in its own right. Beyond that, I cannot say for certain. The three exchanged glances, and Huba, with a spark of insight, said, Master Cao, do you have a plan? Share it with us. We are all ears. Cao Yang pondered for a moment, his expression conflicted. There is a plan, but I am somewhat torn regarding the Ghost Cave tribe. The origins are shrouded in mystery, and the history is profoundly ancient. Based on the materials at hand, it can be inferred that they existed in the primordial era, and the kingdom of Jingjue is indeed their descendant. At that moment, Cao Yang was articulating his thoughts when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Turning around, he was taken aback. Chapter 23, Professor Chun. Surely Yang the three were engrossed in their discussion when they noticed Cao Yang's reaction and turned to look. Dejina promptly stood to greet them. Uncle Chun, what brings you here? And who might this be? The newcomers, a man and a woman, presented themselves. The man, in his 50s, had a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a scholar, while the woman was tall and striking, dressed in fashionable attire. Her features exhibited distinct characteristics of a Western ethnic group: a high nose, elongated eyes, deep eye sockets, fair skin, and cascading waves of slightly reddish hair. Greetings. I am Shirley Yang. You may call me Shirley. The woman graciously introduced herself, extending her delicate hand for a handshake with each person present. After the introductions, Cao Yang exchanged glances with Hu Ba-yi and the stout man, signaling his intent to take his leave. Young man, please don't rush off, Professor Chen interjected with a smile. I overheard your earlier discourse and was pleasantly surprised to find a young individual with such unique insights into Western culture among the populace. We could engage in a fruitful exchange. I am also a researcher of Western culture. Cao Yang chuckled softly, humbly replying. What I have to offer is merely playful banter for my companions. I wouldn't dare to claim any authority in your presence. Perhaps it's best to refrain, lest I become the subject of ridicule. Professor Chen shook his head, expressing his earnestness. My young comrade, I must disagree with your modesty. Archaeology requires bold conjectures and cautious validations. Do not shy away, share your thoughts. In that moment, Dejina had prepared tea and invited the two to sit down. After accepting a cigarette offered by Professor Chun, Cao Yang finally spoke. Then I shall continue from where I left off. Based on known historical conjectures, the kingdom of Jingjue likely existed during the Western Han Dynasty, under the jurisdiction of the Protectorate of the Western regions. However, this kingdom remains enigmatic, and the duration of its existence is a mystery. Moreover, during that era, the culture of sacrifice was prevalent, and this kingdom's connections to the Ghost Hole tribe imply that its relics must be shrouded in enigma and fraught with peril. Earlier, Dejina had mentioned that Professor Chun intended to lead an archaeological team to explore the ruins of the ancient city of Jingjue. Professor Chun, you must exercise caution, Cao Yang advised. At this juncture, Shirley Yang interjected. My father once led an archaeological team into the ancient city of Jingjue, but they have since vanished. Our aim in this expedition is twofold: to locate my father and to assist Professor Chun in his archaeological research. I overheard earlier that you possess a jade pendant related to the ancient city. Might we see it? If so, I would be willing to purchase it. Cao Yang nodded, and Dejina handed the jade pendant over. After examining it for some time, Shirley Yang passed it to Professor Chun, who, upon inspecting it, exclaimed with great excitement. Indeed, this is inscribed with the characters of the Ghost Hole tribe. Moreover, this jade is unique to Xinjiang. Mr. Hu, what price do you set for this jade pendant? Shirley Yang inquired. Hu Bai glanced at Cao Yang. This jade pendant belongs to Mr. Cao. You should negotiate with him. Shirley Yang turned her gaze to Cao Yang, who replied, I'm afraid I have no intention of selling this jade pendant. 1 million, Shirley Yang offered outright. Cao Yang remained unmoved. 2 million, for million. She pressed on, yet Cao Yang remained resolute. As the atmosphere grew tense, Professor Chen interjected, Shirley, let's not rush this matter. Xiao Jin, do you have any updates on the matter I entrusted to you? Dejina pointed to Hu Bai. This gentleman, Hu Bai, is a genuine inheritor of the Tianqing feng shui art and has previously served as a squad leader in the desert. I just discussed this matter with him. Upon hearing about the desert, both Professor Chen and Shirley Yang's interest peaked. Professor Chen inquired, Xiao Hu, do you have any plans? We could discuss further. Hu Bai hesitated momentarily, looking at Cao Yang. Professor Chen and Shirley Yang realized that he was the one truly in command of the situation. How about this? Why not let me treat everyone to dinner another day? Today, I've intruded upon you all, and I must take my leave. Professor Chen said with a smile, rising to bid farewell alongside Shirley Yang. As they ventured outside, Shirley Yang looked at Professor Chen with confusion. Professor, why didn't you speak directly with them just now? Professor Chen chuckled. Shirley, you're newly returned to the country and may not yet grasp the nuances of interpersonal relations here. There's a Chinese way of handling matters that requires patience. We still have time to prepare. There's no need to rush. Very well. At Wanbaoga. The four moved to the second-floor tea room in Cao Yang's shop and resumed their conversation. Hu Bai directly addressed Cao Yang. Mr. Cao, could you offer us some advice? Do you think we can go? Cao Yang hesitated. We can certainly go, but with Professor Chen present. There were things I felt I couldn't say openly. The affairs surrounding the tomb are well known to you both. As far as I know, the Ghost Hole tribe is not to be trifled with. They are an ancient and mysterious lineage, and their origins remain unclear. Their methods are unpredictable, and I fear complications may arise, which is why I am reluctant. Are you familiar with a legendary figure from the folk tales known as Zhigu Shao? The three shook their heads. Cao Yang continued. Zhigu Shao belongs to the faction of the mountain-moving Taoists. Their purpose in tomb raiding was to seek a miraculous herb to break a curse that had plagued their family for generations. It is said that those afflicted bear a mark resembling an eye on their shoulder, and the decorative patterns of the eyes are related to the Ghost Hole tribe. Look again at this jade pendant. Do the patterns not resemble an eye? After speaking, Cao Yang passed the pendant to them. The three examined it closely, their faces paling with cold sweat. Upon hearing Cao Yang's words, the resemblance was indeed striking. Thank goodness we didn't agree. If we had incurred the curse, it would have been troublesome, Wang Pengzi remarked, still shaken. De Jinya cast an apologetic glance at Hu Bai. Mr. Hu, I apologize for my oversight in handling this matter. Hu Bai waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault, Jinya. Besides, we haven't made any commitments yet. Afterward, the three turned to Cao Yang and asked, Mr. Cao, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? Cao Yang sighed. You may choose not to go, but I might have to make the journey. Are you truly going despite the curse? Wang Pengzi exclaimed in astonishment. This matter is too complex to explain in detail. Cao Yang replied without elaboration. His reasons for going were straightforward. The second prescription of the 9 Wu nourishing spirit technique contained a medicinal herb that likely exists within the western regions. Perhaps in the ancient city of Jingjue or in the tomb of a noble from one of the 36 nations of the western regions. Thus, he felt compelled to embark on this journey. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus is indeed the second prescription within the 9 Wu nourishing spirit technique, comprising an extensive array of over 100 medicinal herbs. While most can be procured, a few are notoriously difficult to locate. One such herb, Cao Yang conjectured, likely appears in the region of the 36 nations of the western regions. This ancient nation is known as the Kingdom of Yutian. Once a member of the 36 nations of the western regions, it should be noted that the term 36 nations does not imply precisely 36 individual states. In the arid expanse of the western regions, numerous civilizations have emerged. According to later historical records, over 300 ancient city ruins have been identified on this vast land. Though only 36 have been well documented in historical texts, many nations exist solely in fragmented oral histories, with their true territorial remains being numerous and varied. The mystique of the land of Huaxia stems from the existence of myriad enigmatic cultures. The 56 ethnic groups of Huaxia are the result of the ancestral Han people merging with various nomadic tribes through continuous interaction and fusion. Among these, the culture of the nomadic tribes is particularly mysterious, with customs that are peculiar and traditions that are enigmatic, leaving even modern observers in awe. The Kingdom of Khotan, an ancient Buddhist realm in the western regions, thrived for an impressive 238 years. Its inhabitants were primarily of Scythian descent, with some theories suggesting a blend of Tibetan and Indian ancestry, marking them as one of the notable nomadic peoples of the frontier. Renowned for its advanced agricultural practices and textile techniques, Khotan was the first to acquire silkworms in the region, eventually evolving into a center for Mahayana Buddhism. Throughout its millennium-long history, the kingdom faced countless invasions and assimilations, yet it has never been entirely extinguished. The medicinal herb sought by Cao Yang is the ancient silkworm known as the 7-star snow-spotted golden silkworm. This creature, adorned in resplendent gold with 7 snow-white spots on its back, produces silk that intertwines golden and white threads, creating an ethereal spectacle. Legend has it that this rare silkworm has been secretly bred by the royal family of Khotan, making it an enigmatic rarity. Its specific use is known only to the royal caretakers. What Cao Yang requires are the silkworm's castings and excrement. Based on the ancient relics and territorial extent of the Khotan kingdom, it is likely located near the ancient Peacock riverbed, conveniently along the route for Professor Chun and his team. Another possibility is that it may lie within the coffin of the Queen of Jingjue, an ancient kingdom that once conquered this land. Given the scarcity of such precious silkworms, offerings would undoubtedly be made, necessitating an exploration of both avenues. Silkworms hold a pivotal position in Chinese culture, revered as divine creatures. The silk produced from them has adorned garments for millennia, captivating even the ancient Egyptian Cleopatra and Roman aristocrats. rendering it a symbol of luxury that endures to this day. Throughout the extensive domestication process, various mutations may have emerged, concealed by the elite of the time. The record of the 7-star snow-spotted golden silkworm in the 9Wu spirit cultivation technique suggests its potential existence. The remaining task is to determine whether to join Shirley Yang's archaeological team, a question with multiple possible outcomes, perhaps more than 2, all of which could arise during this journey. Cao Yang's revelation about the curse serves as a precautionary measure for Hu Ba Yi and the Fatty, advising them to consider the implications of such an undertaking, lest they unwittingly become afflicted while he remains unscathed. This could lead to unforeseen complications among them. He still needs to employ Lao Hu's astrological feng shui techniques, having consumed the medicinal pill crafted from the corpse qi boiling blood formula. Cao Yang is uncertain whether this curse would affect him. Lao Hu and Fatty must contemplate whether to accompany him on this venture. Wealth is a certainty, and perhaps they might even encounter a Western beauty. If they choose not to go, that too is inconsequential. Moreover, should they decide to embark on this journey, they must deliberate on whether to form a partnership or travel independently. Let us reconvene at our usual place at 8 o'clock the evening after tomorrow to further discuss this matter. Upon concluding his thoughts, Cao Yang rose, clutching his jade pendant as he departed, leaving Wang Fatty and Hu Ba Yi in a state of perplexed contemplation. The ever-calm Dejinja discreetly observed the duo for a moment before lifting his cup of tea, infused with goji berries, to savor its warmth. Upon descending to the first floor, Jiang Hong and Xia Qing were enjoying snacks, engaged in a lively chat. Jiang Hong's laughter was exuberant, causing her soft flesh to jiggle, eliciting a twitch from Cao Yang's eyelids. This woman, he mused, seemed to thrive in an extraordinary manner. What a marvel! What are you so joyous about? Share your delight with me, he called out, drawing back from his reverie. Just as Dejinja placed his teacup down, he suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting. He grabbed his cup and hastily descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he scrutinized Cao Yang's strikingly handsome visage for an extended moment before leaning in closer and whispering, "Cao Yi, though you share the surname Cao, do not emulate Cao Cao, or else we shall find it impossible to remain brothers. Go to hell, enjoy your goji berries," Cao Yang retorted, rolling his eyes as he seized a handful of goji berries from the nut platter and stuffed them into Dejinja's mouth. The reason for the goji berries being in the nut platter would be a matter for another day. Observing this, Jiang Hong rushed over, rescuing Dejinja as if guarding a cub, her bright eyes fixed on Cao Yang. "Little Cao, stop bullying our Jinya. If you have the capability, direct your antics toward me." Dejinja puffed up his cheeks in pride. All right. Since Dejinja is present today, I shall save my quarrels with your sister-in-law for another day, especially in front of your father. I feel shy." Dejinja's expression turned serious, and he quickly pulled Jiang Hong away. Jiang Hong chattered in her Sichuan dialect, and Cao Yang could not decipher her words, but it was evident they were not flattering. Their enmity dates back to the wedding night. On that evening, Cao Yang, accompanied by Hu Ba Yi and Fatty, had neglected to entertain Dejinja and his wife, provoking Jiang Hong's ire more than once. Consequently, she would glare at Cao Yang with disdain whenever they crossed paths. However, he had no intentions of marrying, so Dejinja's grievances remained unreciprocated. Cao Yang had played various pranks on the couple, leaving them in tears, far more exhausting than the first night of marriage. Many of his antics have since been forgotten. Simple tricks like biting a candy or using toothpicks with apples, banging pot lids, or eating unpeeled tangerines. The next day, Dejinja's thighs were bruised, courtesy of Fatty's belt. Yet, amid the jesting, Cao Yang had never crossed the line, despite sharing the surname Cao, which might suggest a familial resemblance to the ancient warlord. He would never target a friend's wife, unless there was no alternative. Just as Cao Yang would not pursue the spouses of his subordinates, he adhered to certain principles. Another uneventful day drifted by. In the afternoon, as they were about to leave, an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Cao Yang's mood soured instantly. It was none other than Cao Yang's aunt's daughter, Cao Fengyu, a woman who had inherited her mother's dubious traits and demeanor. "Cao Yang, I'm short on cash lately. Lend me some, as I wish to go ballet dancing with my friends." "Get lost. Don't push me to the point of slapping you in public," Cao Yang replied with a frigid glare. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for such relatives, who had caused a ruckus on the very night of his grandfather's passing, clamoring for a division of assets. His uncle, Chaoan, was a decent man, but the family's authority lay firmly in the hands of his opportunistic wife. Despite their household's relative affluence, being civil servants, their daughter was a cause for great embarrassment. "Cao Yang, how could you treat me like this? I am your cousin." Cao Fengyu persisted, undeterred. "I remember my cousin passed away 12 years ago. I might lend you some money, but you must give me a dream tonight. Tomorrow, I'll burn you a few 100 million, Cao Yang retorted coolly. Her sobbing response was immediate. Having locked the door, he led Xiaqing home, ignoring Cao Fengyu as though she were invisible. The onlookers were familiar with the scene, accustomed to her periodic visits, which always ended with her leaving in tears. Cao Yang suspected she might be afflicted with a serious ailment. As they ventured to the market for groceries, they encountered another woman, one with whom he was familiar. Oh, Miss Yang, what brings you here? How did you know I lived around here? At the alley's entrance stood Shirley Yang. With a gentle smile, Shirley Yang replied, Mr. Cao? You are quite the celebrity in Panjiayuan, known as the illustrious Zhao of the divine eyes. Your reputation precedes you, and with a little inquiry, one can uncover many tales about you. All unique. Cao Yang chuckled wryly. These people are merely spinning tales. Miss Yang, having come from the United States, should believe in science. There are no such things as divine eyes. Wouldn't you agree? Shirley Yang smirked. I cannot speak for others, but Mr. Cao, your ability to elevate your career to such heights at a young age, your vision and methods are undoubtedly exceptional. I am inclined to believe in Mr. Cao's capabilities. Cao Yang smiled lightly and remarked, what abilities? It is merely a means to earn a living. Speak, Miss Yang, what brings you to me? Mr. Cao, it's rather ungracious to have a guest standing at the alley discussing matters, don't you think? Shirley Yang said with a playful toss of her hair. Very well. Let's head to my home, Cao Yang called out, leading Shirley Yang to his doorstep. He opened the door and entered the courtyard, where Xiaqing was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. The two made their way to the living room. Tea was served, and Cao Yang remarked, now we can speak freely. Taking a sip of her tea, Shirley Yang stated, Mr. Cao, I believe you have already surmised the purpose of my visit. I have come privately to discuss the jade pendant you possess. Of course, you are welcome to join my expedition team with the pendant, and the compensation will be at your discretion. Cao Yang regarded her with mild surprise and a faint smile. This is not the typical approach of you Americans, is it? Professor Chen sent you, didn't he? Shirley Yang candidly admitted, you possess a keen insight, Mr. Cao. Uncle Chun informed me that your reputation in the antique trade is well known, and few are aware of the Ghost Cave tribe. Therefore, I am confident that with your involvement in my expedition team, we will undoubtedly locate the legendary city of Jingjue. Cao Yang pondered for a moment. I will consider it and provide you with a response in 3 days. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. Shirley Yang said with a smile, rising to leave with a decisive air. Cao Yang accompanied her to the door, and, as he observed her departing figure in the alley, a sudden unease washed over him. Activating his golden crow's eye, he took a quick glance, and to his astonishment, he broke into a cold sweat. Shirley Yang exuded no apparent aura. Instead, she was enveloped in an abyss of darkness, unfathomable and daunting. Within that abyss floated a bizarre crimson eye, eerie and terrifying. The moment their eyes met nearly caused Cao Yang to falter. As the evening breeze brushed against him, he was drenched in cold sweat until Shirley Yang's figure vanished from sight. He murmured, is that the eye of the boundless demon or the eye of the serpent god? How utterly frightening. Whichever it was, the owner of that eye had been immensely powerful, at the very least of a queen's caliber. Though long deceased, their lingering might remain. Upon returning home, dinner consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, fried noodles with soybean paste, a salad of 3 shredded vegetables, braised pork, and sautéed greens, a balanced meal. After dining, Cao Yang sipped tea while reclining beneath a sweet-scented osmanthus tree, feeling the summer heat of Kyoto in July. It was only 5 p.m. The shop typically closed at around 4:30 p.m., depending on the owner's mood. Boss, are we really going to collaborate with that American woman? I'm still contemplating. It's likely. As the desert is treacherous, and without an expedition team, it's easy to lose direction. Among us, only Old Who has ventured into the desert, the rest lack experience. Xiaqing paused before adding, I think we can collaborate without necessarily joining them. What are your thoughts? Cao Yang's interest was piqued. First, we have Old Who's celestial feng shui skills, and that jade pendant, which are our advantages. We can negotiate terms with them. Secondly, collaborating with the archaeological team to acquire some artifacts might be challenging. We could raise the price and include our desired items as part of the conditions. Xiaqing's words lit a spark in Cao Yang's mind. Indeed, we can collaborate without needing to join them. Very well, let's proceed with that plan, Cao Yang declared decisively, pulling Xiaqing onto a reclining chair, teasingly pinching her soft flesh. Not bad, you've secretly gained quite a bit of weight lately. And it seems your intellect has flourished as well. Xiaqing scoffed. What does gaining intelligence have to do with gaining weight? Larger breasts mean a larger brain, right? That's absurd. Have you locked the door? Cao Yang inquired. Yes, I have. The old bamboo chair creaked under the weight of two muscular martial artists lounging upon it. That night, the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, and Xia Qing transitioned from a girl into a woman. She was several years older than Cao Yang, embodying an aloof and formidable presence, marked by scars that once made her feel self-conscious. Cao Yang recalled her early days, when she would always lower her head while speaking to him. Even in summer, she never donned skirts or short sleeves, her arms and legs bearing numerous scars. Changing clothes was always done discreetly, and such open honesty as now was unimaginable. Chapter 26. The Falconer 2 days later. Cao Yang shared his thoughts with Hu Ba and Wang Pengzi, who were somewhat intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, they agreed to accompany Cao Yang into the desert. The four then approached Professor Chun and Shirley Yang to discuss terms. Professor Chun, Miss Yang, we have made our decision, but we would like to adjust the approach. We wish to collaborate. Upon hearing this, both exchanged surprised glances. Shirley Yang chuckled helplessly. Mr. Cao, we are engaging in an archaeological expedition, not a business venture. How do you propose we collaborate? Cao Yang smiled and replied, you provide the materials and equipment, and we four will form a team. Miss Yang will compensate us, and we will offer the celestial feng shui skills and the jade pendant. Does that not suffice? Moreover, we have our own purpose in entering the desert, to seek a rare medicinal herb that can only be found in ancient tombs, most likely within the legendary city of Jingjue. I hope Professor Chun and Miss Yang can accommodate this. As Cao Yang concluded, both Professor Chun and Shirley Yang fell into deep contemplation, clearly analyzing his motives. Shirley Yang then stood and asked, excuse me, but how much compensation does Mr. Cao require? $100,000, solely for guiding and providing the jade pendant. $200,000 for security services. Upon hearing this, Shirley Yang slightly furrowed her brow. Please give us 10 minutes to discuss. Very well, take your time. Young Cao, please sit and enjoy some tea. Professor Chun said with a smile as he followed Shirley Yang out of the room. After a hushed discussion outside, they re-entered. Shirley Yang stated directly, we can agree to your conditions, but with a few stipulations. First, you must obey commands. I am the leader of the archaeological team. Second, while you all are in the antique business, this expedition is strictly for archaeological research and to find the medicinal herb Mr. Cao seeks. Agreed. A pleasant collaboration. They shook hands, solidifying the deal, and 2 contracts were drafted. Shirley Yang's approach exemplified the American spirit of contracts. On July 20th, the weather was fine and cool as the group gathered at the archaeological team's temporary base and boarded the train to the ancient city of Seomian. Upon arrival, they picked up several of Professor Chen's students, including the unfortunate characters from the original text, Chu Jian, Sa Di Peng, Yi Xian, Hao Ai Gua, Chen Jiu Run. Shirley Yang, along with Cao Yang, Xia Qing, Hu Ba, and Wang Pengzi. A total of 11 individuals set off toward the western regions. As the train entered the western regions, they disembarked at the capital, took a night's rest, and continued by car. The beautiful Bain County, home to Boston Lake, is a shimmering gem nestled at the southern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains, quietly cradled within the embrace of the Yinchi Basin, resembling a gentle blue satin caress from Mother Earth. Boston, a word in Mongolian, signifies unwavering resilience. Much like the 3 majestic peaks that stand proudly amidst the vast azure waters, serving as guardians of the lake and sacred totems bestowed upon this land by nature. It is these towering summits that lend Boston Lake its name, adding an aura of mystery and grandeur. The first stop of this expedition was in the county seat of Wu Hou. Upon reaching their destination, they settled into a guest house, and Hu Ba contacted an old comrade to arrange for an experienced guide. Thus, the group split into 2. Hu Ba and Wang Pengzi sought the guidance of a local guide, while Shirley Yang and Cao Yang set out in search of a physician. Under Cao Yang's subtle hints, they concluded that it would be prudent to have a doctor accompany them, for the journey was fraught with peril. Numerous hazards awaited, from treacherous terrain to drastic temperature fluctuations, compounded by a scarcity of water and the lurking presence of monstrous creatures. A moment's inattention could cost them their lives. Moreover, the tombs they intended to explore were likely more than 2. With uncertainty clouding their path, they could only proceed step by step, relying heavily on Hu's skills and expertise. It is noteworthy that over the past 6 months, Hu had fortified his resolve and diligently enhanced his knowledge of feng shui and antiquities, leading to an inadvertent increase in Wang's understanding as well. However, the latter's rapid learning was matched only by an equally swift forgetfulness, as he often succumbed to the allure of the nightlife in search of romance. After acquiring some funds, he wasted no time wandering through the county for 3 days, where they finally made progress in securing a guide. The search for a doctor, however, proved to be a daunting task. Cao Yang recommended that Professor Chen leverage his network to find a male doctor experienced in wilderness medicine. Unfortunately, after contacting 4 candidates, none were willing to accept the challenge. Each one more cowardly than the last upon learning of the journey into the depths of the desert. Faced with such discouragement, Shui Yang reluctantly suggested that they should stock up on medical supplies, asserting her ability to provide battlefield first aid, which she believed would suffice. With no other options, Cao Yang nodded in agreement. On their way to purchase medicine, they encountered a director introduced by Professor Chen, surnamed Ding, a robust middle-aged man in his 40s. "Ah, Mr. Cao, Ms. Yang, I was just looking for you. I have found a potential doctor for you." Director Ding: "If she is unwilling to go into the desert, then we might as well manage with our own supplies," Cao Yang replied, weary of hearing various absurd excuses. As Shui Yang remarked, the explanations were anything but straightforward. Director Ding waved his hands dismissively. No. The individual I'm introducing you to is quite different, a true beauty of the Kyrgyz, a descendant of eagle trainers. She grew up in the lush valleys of West Xinjiang, is in excellent health, taller than I am, proficient in horseback riding, sheep slaughtering, and hunting, and trained in battlefield first aid. After her family fell ill and depleted their livestock and incurred debts, she sought me out for this opportunity, expressing great interest in joining you into the desert." Shui Yang and Cao Yang exchanged glances, intrigued. Cao Yang instinctively overlooked Ding's remarks about her height and health, feeling it inappropriate to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, at just 165 centimeters, he felt it was hardly surprising that a woman might surpass him in stature. "Where can we meet her to discuss further?" "Follow me. I'll take you to her home," Ding offered enthusiastically. They arrived at a spacious yard filled with empty sheep pens and stables. To the left of the entrance, a nearly sealed wooden house emanated the sound of flapping wings, likely an eagle, given the Kyrgyz tradition of falconry. "Is Su Ruo at home?" Cao Yang inquired. A tall woman, her presence imposing, parted the curtain and greeted them with a warm smile. Her height made Cao Yang raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Director Ding, you've come. Please, come inside." The woman, appearing to be around 30, was adorned in traditional ethnic attire, standing approximately 180 centimeters tall, quite rare among women. Her fair skin, high nose, deep-set eyes, prominent eyebrows, and long, naturally golden lashes, complemented by a hint of blue in her irises, caught Cao Yang's attention. He instinctively used his unique ability to discern the unseen, confirming her lineage as a descendant of the Zagrama people. To his astonishment, he had encountered yet another descendant of the Zagrama, though her condition seemed less severe than Shui Yang's. Upon entering, the room was filled with a peculiar aroma, a blend of floral scents and a lingering dairy essence. "Miss Su, where are your family members?" Shui Yang asked, her curiosity piqued. Su Rua's expression dimmed slightly. "My mother passed away during childbirth, and my father succumbed to an incurable illness." Her voice was delicate, imbued with an air of innocence. Cao Yang surmised that the peculiarities of her lineage were likely tied to a curse. The Zagrama people harbored an unusual tradition of intermarriage. He speculated that Su Rua's lineage stemmed from the remnants of the Zagrama clan following its decline, having melded with the local populace over generations to become Kyrgyz. In truth, she was a Zagrama descendant, perhaps unaware of her heritage, whereas Shui Yang's lineage had persisted due to the remarkable figure of Zhigu Shao. "My apologies if I overstepped," Shui Yang offered, sensing the weight of the conversation. Cao Yang redirected the topic. "Miss Su, we are planning an expedition deep into the Taklamakan Desert, which can be perilous. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety." As for compensation, before he could finish, Su Rua eagerly interjected, "I'll do it." Cao Yang deduced that she likely had some understanding of her heritage, perhaps imparted by her father before his passing. "Very well, then it's settled. Please prepare your belongings and meet us at the county guest house tomorrow. The remuneration will be $20,000, and we will supply the necessary medicines. You need only bring your personal items." Shui Yang finalized the arrangement. After leaving Su Rua's home and arriving at the guest house, Cao Yang found an excuse to return. He wished to converse with Su Rua further. As he re-entered the yard, he noticed her tension. "Mr. Cao, is there a change in plans?" she asked. "No, let us go inside and talk," he replied with a smile. Su Rua hesitated before allowing him entry. Cao Yang lit a cigarette and sat on a step outside the door. "If I'm not mistaken, Miss Su, you are indeed a descendant of the Zagrama people, correct?" Su Rua's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know?" "My eyes can perceive things hidden from others, such as the eyes on your shoulder." Her astonishment deepened. "You know of this condition?" "I have a general understanding. My purpose here is to learn more about your lineage. After all, Our destination is the ancestral homeland of your ancestors, and knowledge can only serve us well. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruo responded, There is nothing I cannot share. I should be the last of the Zagrama clan. My father revealed this to me shortly before he died. He told me that our ancestors once served as the bodyguards of the envoy of the Lost Kingdom. When the kingdom fell, they happened to be accompanying the envoy on a diplomatic mission, thus escaping disaster. The envoy, upon learning of the ancient kingdom's fate, took my ancestors far from their homeland, where they concealed their identities and intermarried with local women, passing down their lineage until only our branch remains today. Unfortunately, our family has gradually succumbed to a peculiar affliction. Initially, we viewed it as a mark of distinction, a family honor bestowed upon us by the heavens, a sign of our noble lineage. Those bearing the mark are tall and robust, learning swiftly and rarely falling ill in their early years, which led to our family's prosperity. However, we later discovered that those with the eye mark seldom live beyond 60 years, their blood turning golden in old age, and they suffer immensely upon death. It was then that we came to realize it was the curse of the lost queen. Our ancestors sought out records and returned here, attempting to break the curse. But all efforts have been in vain. The family's decline persisted until my generation. My father, suddenly stricken by illness before reaching 50, prompted us to believe that with modern medical advancements, he could be cured. However, despite exhausting our family's fortune, he remained unwell. As the only daughter, I married late. And upon learning of these circumstances, I chose to divorce. I did not wish for my child to endure such suffering. Recently, I heard of a foreign expedition venturing into the desert, and I felt a strong desire to join them. Fear held me back, but upon hearing of your arrival, I sought out Director Ding, eager to explore the ancient city of Jingjue in hopes of unraveling the curse. After Su Ruhua finished her story, Cao Yang gazed thoughtfully, surprised by the deeper narrative intertwined within. Regardless of its truth, given the passage of time, it bore a striking resemblance to the tale of the Partridge Whistle clan's journey to the Central Plains. Had it not been for Cao Yang's sudden suggestion to find a doctor, Su Ruhua, after 2 or 3 decades, might have succumbed to illness as well. The Zagalama clan could face extinction. Many of the clansmen who separated long ago remain unaccounted for, their methods to break the curse lost in the annals of history. I now have a clearer understanding of the situation. What I wish to convey is that you are not the last descendant of the Zagalama clan. The young lady you just mentioned, Miss Yang, is also one. What? Su Ruhua gasped in disbelief, her hand instinctively covering her mouth as she stared at Cao Yang. Please, remain calm, Cao Yang urged. The circumstances surrounding your clan are quite complex and cannot be resolved swiftly, but there should be a way. Su Ruhua composed herself and nodded. I understand. A problem that has persisted for over 1,000 years is bound to be challenging. Cao Yang shifted the conversation. Do you have any relics left by your ancestors? Yes. Wait a moment. I will retrieve them. Su Ruhua replied, dashing into the house. She returned with a biscuit tin, opened it, and produced a jade pendant along with an ancient leather scroll, which she handed to Cao Yang. Cao Yang examined the jade pendant closely and then took out a matching piece from his pocket. This should belong to the Jingjue people. It serves as the key to the ancient city. Nothing particularly special about it. Su Ruhua received it back and scrutinized the 2 pendants side by side. Cao Yang then opened the leather scroll and studied it for a moment, conjecturing that it contained records regarding eagles, recognizing only the eagle's illustration depicted there. Do you recognize the writing? Cao Yang inquired curiously. Su Ruhua shook her head. I do not. But my father mentioned that this is an ancient method of falconry passed down through generations. The reading of these characters has been lost. But I am well versed in the art of falconry. Cao Yang's expression brightened. Chapter 28. Deceiving a subordinate. Cao Yang, intrigued, asked, Do you know how to hunt? Su Ruhua nodded. With a gun or bow and arrow. I can manage both. Are you skilled in combat? Cao Yang pressed further. Su Ruhua shook her head. I am not, but I possess remarkable flexibility and strength. Realizing something, she approached a pile of discarded wood in the courtyard, lifted a thick log effortlessly, and demonstrated her strength. Cao Yang, impressed, mused, you can hunt, train eagles, ride horses, shoot arrows, and possess great strength and flexibility. Such a versatile talent is ideal for our expedition. I am Cao Yang, a native of the capital and an antique shop owner. I often embark on expeditions and require a battlefield medic. Frankly, your qualifications are quite appealing. Shall we discuss? Su Ruhua remained silent for a moment before asking. What do I need to contribute? I mean, aside from my skills. Your loyalty, Cao Yang stated. Our line of work is rather peculiar. Due to personal reasons, I frequently need to travel to procure medicine, often to perilous locations like the ancient city of Jingjue, where life-threatening dangers may arise. And my compensation? Su Ruhua inquired again. Cao Yang smiled. What do you deem appropriate? Su Ruhua shook her head. The amount is not my concern. I merely hope that Mr. Cao can assist me in breaking this curse. I understand it is a daunting task, but I refuse to relinquish hope. Cao Yang nodded, agreed. Additionally, I will offer you 5,000 a month, with bonuses to be determined separately. You will need to learn about antiques, martial arts, and wilderness survival. Furthermore, I will provide meals and lodging. Since your home appears rather sparse, you may decide whether to sell or keep your belongings. However, please do not sell the eagle in your home. I will take it. You may handle your affairs, and in a few days, we shall embark into the desert. Consider this your probationary period. With a grin, he added, I will lead you down a path unlike any other, filled with wonder, sweat, mud, danger, and blood. Take these few days to ponder. Before we set off, I require your loyalty and competence. Having said this, Cao Yang turned and departed the courtyard. Approximately 3 to 4 days later, Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi had secured the services of the elderly in Lyman. The team assembled at the county guest house, preparing for departure. Just before they left, Cao Yang encountered a seemingly transformed Su Ruhua. Observing her from a distance, he nodded in approval. A few days prior, Su Ruhua had appeared somewhat listless, her long hair disheveled. Today, she sported a chic bob, secured with a hat, dressed in blue denim attire, and wearing sturdy riding boots. With a large backpack slung over her shoulder, she approached Cao Yang with a radiant smile. I went to the city to gather supplies. What do you think? Does it meet your approval? Cao Yang chuckled. You look splendid. Congratulations on stepping out. Go choose a camel. By the way, where is your eagle? Su Ruhua pointed skyward. In the air. As she spoke, she lifted an old eagle whistle hanging around her neck. Do you want me to call it down? Cao Yang glanced upward, but saw nothing, and shook his head. No need. Prepare for departure. The team set off from the county town, reaching a small town where they rechecked their equipment, food, and fresh water. After resting for approximately an hour, they began their journey into the desert along Lake Boston. Not long after entering the desert, the weather was fair, with clear skies and gentle breezes, the azure expanse mirroring the waters of Lake Boston. Before them lay golden sand dunes, with flowing patterns resembling waves, illuminated by the sun in breathtaking splendor, showcasing the beauty of the vast desert. The initial route led them southwest from Lake Boston to the ancient Peacock Riverbed, and then westward until they discovered the ancient riverbed heading south. The scenery grew even more enchanting as they passed Lake Boston, with its sapphire waters glimmering like a jewel set within the golden sands, the gentle breeze creating rippling reflections. Shirley Yang incessantly snapped photographs, her enthusiasm infectious, while the boisterous Wang Pengzi, always one for excitement, bellowed, "What a wonderful place in Xinjiang." His voice, however, left much to be desired. In the early days, the team's spirits soared, filled with laughter, singing, and playful banter. During a break, Yi Yisan engaged Su Ruhua, even attempting to mimic the local dance. Yet, her slender frame appeared awkward in motion. Conversely, Su Ruhua, with her graceful and supple movements, captivated the group. Her vibrant dance style, at times wild and at others enchanting, left Wang Pengzi drooling. As night fell, they ignited a bonfire and replenished their already depleted water supply. Watching the younger members frolicking around the fire, Cao Yang, Hu Bai, and Wang Pengzi reclined on the sand dunes, smoking and lost in thought. Xiaqing approached, carrying 2 robust, handmade canvas backpacks, and with a thud, dropped them at Wang Pengzi and Hu Bai's feet. These are your supplies. After this stretch, we will enter the true desert. I hope you do not falter. The two nodded eagerly, smiles plastered on their faces, careful not to provoke Xiaqing, a formidable woman who could handle herself against the fiercest of foes. Wang Pengzi and Lao Hu opened their backpacks, revealing their contents, grinning broadly. Cao Yi, what will you use if you give us these treasures? Cao Yang pointed at Professor Chun and said, Professor Chun brought them over as part of our collaboration. Besides, what else do you two know how to use besides guns? Indeed, the 2 backpacks contained the abandoned black stars, leather gloves, leather ropes, work uniforms, windproof stoves, and more. Cao Yang smiled mysteriously and stood up, saying, Stop thinking about trouble all day. Spend more time honing your skills. You will manage your equipment next time. Naturally, his own gear had been upgraded. After speaking, he walked towards the bonfire. Sister Su, come here, he called out to Su Ruhua, who entered the tent shared by him and Xiaqing. Chu Jian and Sa Di Peng exchanged glances, their expressions comically mischievous. Su Ruhua stepped into the tent, puzzled, and was startled by the sight before her. The mattress was in disarray, covered with an array of weapons, guns, knives, daggers, and more. The most conspicuous were 4 handguns, 2 black mapai pistols, and 2 revolvers, alongside stacks of ammunition. Xiaqing sat nearby, expressionless, as she pressed the bullets. Cao Yang picked up a mapai and 2 magazines, handing them to Su Rua, saying, "Take this for self-defense and keep it safe. You know how to use it, right?" "Thank you, boss." Su Rua nodded, accepting it and placing it at her waist, her gaze drawn to the nearby knives, her eyes lighting up. Cao Yang smiled at her reaction and handed her a slender dagger, saying, "I didn't expect you to have such good taste." Su Rua joyfully accepted. "As a woman from a horse-riding tribe, I appreciate these." "Thank you, boss. This dagger is made of special materials, extremely sharp, able to cut through iron like mud." "Don't lose it," Cao Yang cautioned. This dagger was forged from the Danxue divine stone, with the silver iron core completely used up, transformed by the elder Li into a long blade, approximately 1 meter in length, resembling a Tang ceremonial sword, albeit slightly wider and thicker, weighing an impressive 116 pounds. Aptly named Jiu. The remaining material was crafted into 4 short daggers, one of which was uniquely designed for Xiaqing, resembling a dog-leg knife, capable of both slicing and stabbing, which she named Jiu. The remaining 3 daggers were all brought along, one given to Su Rua, with each person now equipped. Additionally, there were items acquired from Elder Li, primarily the indestructible umbrella, which was not brought this time. Xiaqing had learned to throw knives in her youth, possessing 16 willow leaf throwing knives, far superior to those available on the market, being the work of the skilled artisan Li. Furthermore, there was a piece of unknown python skin, thicker and more resilient than typical snake skin, from which Elder Li crafted several pairs of fully fingered gloves, vests, knee pads, and boots. Noticing Su Rua's gaze fixated on a women's python skin vest, Cao Yang curtly remarked, "Don't look at that. It's Xiaqing's. You haven't been confirmed yet, so it's not for you." "How stingy." Su Rua's expression shifted, and she muttered under her breath as she helped organize the gear for the 2. Then sat on the mattress, staring intently at Cao Yang. "Boss, do you have thoughts about me?" Cao Yang glanced up at her. "Yes, I want that eagle of yours." This woman owned an elegant falcon, a type of sea eagle, though not the most extraordinary specimen, with its claws being a dull yellow and its size somewhat small. However, it possessed a vigorous spirit. Cao Yang had observed it with the Jiu Wu treasure eye, noting its faint azure glow, yet fierce demeanor. It was indeed a bird of great potential. Su Rua rolled her eyes. "I meant me, Rua Su Rai. Are you so eager to share a bed?" Cao Yang chuckled. "You are so keen to offer your loyalty?" "For the people of the Rai family, my body signifies my loyalty," Su Rua replied earnestly. Cao Yang scrutinized her face for a long while. Though not well versed in the customs of the Kyrgyz, he had some understanding of their origins from the Yenisei River basin, a mixed race descending from Turks, Khitans, and Mongols. Su Rua also carried the blood of the Zagrama tribe, a unique anomaly among ethnic minorities. Some families within such tribes possess peculiar customs that may take decades to evolve. "Take it slow. You are still in your trial period." Cao Yang offered a vague response. Su Rua nodded and exited the tent. Xiaqing remarked softly, "This woman from the horse-riding tribe is quite intriguing. She is intelligent and eager to earn your trust." "I can see that, but it's understandable. Perhaps she was frightened by her father's death and wishes to survive," Cao Yang speculated. Cao Yang had never witnessed the agonies faced by the Zagrama upon death, but rumors spoke of the legendary figure Shelley Yang's grandfather, Zhigu Shao, who succumbed to the unbearable torment of a curse and took his own life. He did not yet know Su Rua well. What he needed were companions like Xiaqing, those who transcended the ties of life and death. If he were to ask Xiaqing to take her own life, she would do so without hesitation. Such individuals were exceedingly rare. The next day, Cao Yang and Xiaqing donned new attire, each wearing a short trench coat. Cao Yang carried his long blade, while Xiaqing's knife hung at her waist, revolvers strapped to her thighs, presenting an imposing and wild appearance. Elder and Lyman sat on a sand dune, draped in a blanket, praying with squinted eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the duo, his lips trembling. The team set off once more. The yellow sands no longer glimmered golden, but bore a hint of dusk, the barren dunes devoid of vegetation. The true desert had begun. It is said that the desert transforms boys into men and girls into women. Those who have traversed the desert likely share this profound realization. It is not merely a journey, but a metamorphosis of body and soul. The vast expanse, wild and imposing, stretches infinitely, devoid of any clamor or restlessness. This sensation feels as if one's entire soul has been cleansed, and from this point onward, during the days spent traversing the ancient Peacock riverbed, there would be no songs or laughter, only silence, accompanied by fear and reverence for the desert. Cao Yang rode atop a camel, occasionally glancing at the water-filled leather pouch, anxious about its integrity. Following the course of the Peacock River, they crossed a bend, where the river redirected southeast, prompting the archaeological team to change direction towards the southwest. After walking for a while, Enliman instructed the camels to halt, rushing to a nearby sand gully to sniff and dig. Cao Yang, Shelly Yang, and Hubbo approached, and Enliman pointed at the sand gully, saying, "Once you reach here, you have truly entered the desert. Keep heading south, cross a few sand ridges, and you will reach the Black Desert. It is a barren land cursed by Hude as a punishment for heretics, a sea of death. Countless treasures and cities lie buried within the Black Desert, yet none can ever retrieve them. Not even a single gold coin can escape the grasp of the Black Sands. Turn back now. It is enough to have come this far." Cao Yang squatted on the ground, looking at Elder Enliman, and said, "Elder, from what you say, it seems you have been to the Black Desert." Enliman was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. No, these are mere legends. I have never been to the Black Desert. It is a land of death. One cannot go there. Is that so? I heard you recently led a team of Russians in. How is it that you returned alone? What happened to them?" Upon hearing this, Enliman was visibly alarmed, panic washing over his face as he jumped up, slapping his thigh, waving his arms, and raising his voice in explanation. "You little comrade, don't wrongfully accuse me. Those people insisted on entering the Black Desert themselves. It had nothing to do with me. I merely brought them here and then returned. Beyond that, I know nothing." The sight of the obstinate and stubborn old man caused a collective headache among the three. Cao Yang approached the old gentleman, patting Enliman's shoulder, and said, "Old man, just look at these sand dunes. It's unlikely anyone could find a burial site here, is it? Such a splendid resting place is hard to come by. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, he casually touched the holster of his gun. This startled the old man Enliman, who exclaimed repeatedly, "Let us go. Let us go. We can move on. We're all friends here, and matters can be discussed. The Black Desert is traversable. I've been there before." Chapter 30. The Spear Falcon and Beast Essence. After a brief respite, they set off again around 2 in the afternoon, when the sun blazed hotly. The high temperatures rendered everyone parched and without refuge. Upon crossing a sand ridge, the group was met with a scene that chilled their hearts, an indescribable fear washing over them. From this point, the color of the sand had visibly changed, infused with a hint of darkness. The desolation stretched endlessly. The oppressive blackish-yellow sand and dunes lay still, devoid of any vitality. Cao Yang glanced at the sky, hesitated for a moment, then urged his camel closer to Miss Shueli Yang. "Miss Yang, ahead lies the Black Desert. I suggest we set up camp and rest here. Tomorrow, we shall hasten our pace to cross this barren expanse. What do you think?" Shueli Yang pondered for a moment and then turned to Hu Ba, inquiring, "Mr. Hu, how much water do we have left?" "We can last for about 7 more days," Hu Ba replied promptly, as he was in charge of supplies. "How many days are we from the nearest supply point, old manin?" Shueli Yang asked again. "Not many, perhaps 4 or 5 days," he answered. "Very well. Let us rest for the afternoon to replenish our strength before setting off tomorrow." The group found a spot behind a sand ridge to set up camp. As soon as the camp was established, they retreated into their tents, which were thick, desert-specific tents made in America, designed to shield against the heat. The external temperature was excruciatingly high, especially in the sweltering August sun. After a brief rest, Cao Yang sought out Old Hu, offering him a cigarette. "Old Hu, what do you think? Are there any tombs in this area?" Old Hu shook his head. "None. My eyes have grown red from scanning the surroundings. But I haven't spotted any auspicious locations. I'll take another look tonight." "Good, keep an eye out. This area is filled with ancient riverbeds. Logically, if there are tombs, they should be around here." "Understood." Hu Ba readily agreed. As dusk approached, the fiery sun scattered endless rays of light, draping the desolate desert in a cloak of crimson. The clouds on the horizon blazed like blood, crafting a magnificent landscape. Miss Shueli Yang captured this rare sight of the desert sunset with her camera, while Old Man Enliman gazed at the horizon, his expression growing increasingly grave. Noticing his distraction, Hu Ba approached him and asked, "Old man, is the weather about to change?" "Indeed. The clouds on the horizon are bleeding, Hu Ba. A storm is brewing in the Black Desert." Enliman murmured. Wang Pengzi interjected, "Why are you so skeptical? If Hu Ba is so easily angered, why do you keep bowing and praying to him?" "Fatty." Hu Ba shot a look at him, signaling him not to mock the old man's beliefs. Wang Pengzi begrudgingly fell silent. "Old man, don't be upset. This fatty simply lacks decorum," Hu Ba teased, smiling at Enliman while poking fun at Wang Pengzi. "Old Hu, are you still not my brother?" Wang Pengzi protested, displeased. And Lyman shook his head. It's fine. Hu Ba is quite magnanimous. Generally, he builds a grand burial mound for those disrespectful heretics in the Black Desert. With that, he shot a look at Wang Pengzi as if he were already dead, then turned and fled. Hey, this old fellow. Today, I shall make you meet Hu Ba. Wang Pengzi rolled up his sleeves, preparing to chase after him, but was stopped by Hu Ba. Enough. Why bother with him? Go fetch my compass. I'll need it tonight. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi's eyes widened. Old Hu, have you discovered a tomb? Hu Ba was speechless. No, don't go spreading rumors. I'm just taking a look. Make sure to look closely. I'll go get the compass for you. Wang Pengzi grinned and dashed off. The beauty of the desert is fleeting. It seemed the sun barely lingered before sinking below the horizon, and as the last traces of red vanished, the wind picked up and the temperature plummeted. What was once pleasantly warm now sent chills down their spines. Cao Yang, having just returned to the tent and donned a jacket, was suddenly met with the distant, haunting cry of an eagle. Cao Yang looked up to see a shadow circling above, filled with envy. The allure of falconry and horseback riding is irresistible to men. He approached Su Rua, who had just removed a falcon whistle from her lips. This whistle was a remarkable instrument. Its sound was imperceptible to human ears, but resonated sharply with eagles, possessing a penetrating quality. Ordinary whistles, with their softer tones, often went unnoticed. Each falconer's whistle produced a unique sound. Before long, a 30-centimeter tall spear falcon descended, stirring up a cloud of dust as it folded its wings. This provided Cao Yang a chance for a close observation of the bird. Its underbelly was pure white, while its back was dark with white spots. Its claws were a mottled black and yellow, its beak curved like a hook, and its gaze was sharp. As Cao Yang studied it, the falcon regarded him with equal wariness. This bird is well-trained and possesses a keen spirit, Cao Yang remarked, intrigued by Su Rua's ancient falconry techniques. Surely remarkable in their own right. Having dealt with falconers, pigeon trainers, and bird handlers through his antique business, he had seen many. Yet they seemed to lack the wildness and liveliness of true wild eagles, ultimately resembling mere pets. Su Rua produced a strip of raw meat, tasted it, then spat it out, distressed. It's too hot in the desert. This meat isn't fresh. She reached to feel the falcon's crop, disheartened to find it empty, indicating the spear falcon hadn't caught anything today. Although the desert teemed with wildlife, the spear falcon thrived in highlands and grasslands, typically avoiding the sweltering sands. It had only landed now as temperatures dropped. Seeing this, Cao Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Returning to his tent, he retrieved a small, palm-sized yellowish-green porcelain bottle and approached the falcon, pouring out a round, meatball-like morsel. The instant it rolled into his palm, the falcon flapped its wings and began to call eagerly, opening its beak. Cao Yang fed it 3 morsels, teasingly remarking to Su Rua, having tasted my secret concoction. This falcon now belongs to me. Curious, Su Rua inquired about the contents of the porcelain bottle. Boss, what is this? My falcon has never eaten anything else. It only consumes beef shank. Cao Yang held up a morsel, explaining, this contains the gall of poisonous snakes, dried tangerine peel, mulberry bark, Isida's root, powdered rhino horn, and black ginseng, with pigeon meat as the main ingredient. Su Rua stared at him in disbelief. Chapter 31. The Beast Spirit Pill in Truth. There was also a bit of the residue left from extracting the essence of corpse souls, which Cao Yang chose not to mention. This concoction was one of the recipes recorded in the secret tome of Wu Hou, processed through a unique method. The formula was roughly as stated, but the proportions and preparation methods remained a mystery, knowing it was merely a diversion. Each pill cost about 100 yuan to produce. After creating the corpse essence boiling blood formula, he had quite a bit of medicinal material left, including the residue, which seemed too wasteful to discard. Thus, he decided to refine it into the Beast Spirit Pill, which had a near total lack of resistance from various beasts, comparable to a highly addictive substance. Just one use would lead to dependence. Oh dear, what if it becomes addicted? How will I afford to care for it in the future? Cao Yang grinned widely. I shall raise it. Su Rua, with a hint of hesitation in her gaze, responded. But what? Cao Yang raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Sherry Yang approached, stating, for the nomadic girls, the falcon holds special significance. The gerfalcon is a remarkably loyal raptor, known to have a single mate for life. Ahem. Do take this and feed it. A single pellet can sustain it for half a month. Just don't overfeed it. Cao Yang tossed the porcelain vial to Su Rua and turned to leave. Is this pill truly so miraculous? Sherry Yang inquired, pointing at the vial with curiosity. Su Rua shrugged, opening the vial for further examination. Sherry Yang turned away, smiling. Miss Su, it seems your falcon is contemplating defection. Su Rua looked up to see the gerfalcon shifting its position, following Cao Yang into his tent. Quickly, Su Rua blew the falcon whistle, but received no response. She rushed to the tent and lifted the curtain, only to find Cao Yang reclining on the mat. The gerfalcon nestled beside him, its eyes half closed, relishing his gentle caress. Cao Yang waved his hand and flashed a grin at Su Rua. He had not anticipated the creature would respond so remarkably. Perhaps it was due to the essence of the spirit pill he had consumed, which infused him with a scent recognized by the gerfalcon. "Boss, you can't do this," Su Rua exclaimed, slightly miffed, as she plopped down beside Cao Yang, calling out, "Little one, return to me. It is asleep, digesting the effects of the pill." Cao Yang explained, noting that the spirit beast pill's effects were not merely to satiate. It bestowed special benefits upon beasts, accelerating their growth and potentially triggering evolution. Su Rua felt a mix of annoyance and disappointment. The spirit beast pill can help it become the sovereign of the skies, a divine bird. The finest of its kind, known as the Heidonking. Do you not wish for it to become a Heidonking? Su Rua's beautiful eyes narrowed in skepticism. Are you so certain? Cao Yang gestured to his own eyes. It possesses great potential. Su Rua leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. If you truly can raise a Heidonking, I shall pledge my loyalty. With that, she stood and departed. Cao Yang chuckled, bemused by the beliefs of the Kyrgyz people. Perhaps in their culture, a man capable of raising a Heidonking is deemed the most handsome. The term Heidonking is widely recognized, revered as the god of all eagles, holding a prestigious status among nomadic tribes. Historically, after the establishment of the Liao dynasty, they became enamored with the Heidonking, which eventually led to their downfall at the hands of the Jurchens over a jade-clawed Heidonking. During the Qing dynasty, one could even trade it for a death pardon, illustrating its esteemed position. While many gerfalcons exist, few are deemed worthy of the name Heidonking, which is categorized by claw color, autumn yellow, wave yellow, three-year dragon, and jade claw, with the latter being the rarest and most precious. It is akin to humanity. Some are born as mere mortals, while others are exceptional talents. Yet even the remarkable require nurturing. The Heidonking is indeed the pinnacle among falcons. Cao Yang's spirit beast pill is ideally suited to expedite this process. But what kind of little one he would eventually raise remained uncertain. Cao Yang mused on the name Little One, finding it amusing that Su Rua likely desired a son, thus naming the gerfalcon as such. In Uyghur, this term signifies a boy. After a brief rest, the night watch, Xiaqing, entered, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the little one, lying beside Cao Yang, just as she prepared to sleep. Suddenly, a rustling sound outside the tent caught their attention, resembling something crawling. They both sprang to their feet, arming themselves to investigate. At the campfire, the second watch, a hefty man in Hubba-e, held a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other, scanning the surroundings. The beam of the flashlight revealed nothing. With exceptional vision and keen hearing, Cao Yang quickly discerned that the disturbance was coming from underground, and there were many of them. Quickly awaken everyone. Fatty, scatter the firewood. Understood. Once Cao Yang had given his orders, he unsheathed his nine-crow dagger and listened intently to the sounds around him. Soon, he pinpointed a location, approximately 25 meters to the southeast. Drawing his pistol, he swiftly chambered a round and fired 3 shots. The sound of gunfire startled Professor Chun and the others, who hurriedly emerged from their tents. Chow chow. What is it? A wild beast? Professor Chun squinted, unable to see clearly. Hao Igua emerged, draping a jacket over Professor Chun, his eyes wide with confusion. Cao Yang remained silent, listening closely as the number of disturbances grew. Stay within the fire circle. Do not move. After issuing the warning, Cao Yang leaped out of the fire circle and sprinted toward a patch of sand that was stirring. He jumped into the air, thrusting his nine-crow dagger into the ground, unearthing a large, blackish-red scorpion the size of a human head. Cao Yang was taken aback by the creature's size. What breed of scorpion could grow so large? This was the desert, not a tropical rainforest. The scorpion's glimmering blue tail stinger indicated its venomous nature. Make the fire larger. It's a scorpion, highly toxic. Cao Yang quickly realized that the scorpion was drawn to the essence of the spirit beast pill, with the swarm converging on his tent. Likely attracted by the scent released as the little one digested the pill, he hastily returned to the center of the camp. Sister Sue, the spirit beast pill. Fatty. Old Hu, prepare the solid alcohol. Understood. Su Rua dashed into the tent, retrieving the porcelain vial and handing it to Cao Yang, while Fatty and Old Hu each took a bag of fuel, standing ready. Do not move. Qingjia, let us go. With a command, the two took a bag, and Cao Yang opened the vial, running a lap around the camp. In no time, he was surrounded by a swarm of large scorpions, among them one particularly massive specimen. Chapter 32, The Scorpion Swarm. The enormous creature startled Yi Yisin, who gasped in fright. The others were equally alarmed. This gigantic scorpion, resembling a water buffalo, emerged from the sand, shedding grains as it moved, its body black-red and glinting like metal. As the flashlight beam illuminated it, the creature shone with reflected light, its tail stingers swinging menacingly, moving with astonishing speed. It hissed ominously, relentlessly pursuing Cao Yang. In an instant, Su Rua and Sherry Yang shouted warnings simultaneously. After exchanging astonished glances, Sherry Yang, possessing night vision, was surprised to see the same ability in Su Rua. As they shifted their gaze, Cao Yang, in motion, propelled himself upward, performing a backflip to evade the stinger's strike. With a swift flick of his nine-crow dagger, he severed the stinger. As Cao Yang landed on the massive scorpion, he plunged the dagger into its head, burying it nearly to the hilt. Twisting the blade to dislodge it, he stood up, shaking off the viscous residue. Hubba E and Fatty looked on, astonished. Wow, Hu Gu, when did Cao Gu become so formidable? Damn, the way he wields that dagger while wearing long johns is simply too cool. Fatty exclaimed, showering praises. Hubba E, equally puzzled, replied, I had no idea. Meanwhile, Xiaqing had prepared the solid alcohol in a sandy hollow and glanced up at Cao Yang. Their eyes met, silently conveying their mutual understanding as Cao Yang tossed the vial over to her. Xiaqing caught it effortlessly, standing among the pile of solid alcohol, her demeanor calm. One hand gripping the vial while the other held her blade, exuding an air of unflappable composure. A swarm of diminutive sand scorpions surged wildly towards Xiaqing, converging from all directions like a rolling tide of dark crimson. Undaunted by their proximity, which was less than a meter from her feet, Xiaqing, demonstrating both skill and audacity, lowered her left hand, holding a porcelain vial, and released a single beast spirit pill. With a swift leap forward, her lithe form resembled a darting fish as she deftly vaulted over the ring of scorpions. Landing gracefully, she executed a somersault and swiftly dashed away. Meanwhile, Cao Yang raised his firearm, patiently waiting until the scorpions clustered tightly before aiming. His gaze fell upon a round melon grenade, perfectly positioned at the heart of the scorpion horde. Bang! Cao Yang fired. Instantly, a thunderous explosion erupted, igniting a fierce blaze as the surrounding solid alcohol caught fire. The center of the flames was quickly accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, the acrid scent of charred flesh, and the shrieks of the panicked scorpions. The fire blazed ever more fiercely as many ignited scorpions, aflame, scurried chaotically across the sandy terrain. Bang, bang, bang. In concert, Cao Yang and Xiaqing, each taking a different direction, unleashed their 3 firearms, methodically targeting each scorpion. Observing this, Su Ruhua joined the fray, seeing Hu Ba in a stupor. Sherry Yang snatched the black star from his hands and stepped forward to commence shooting. In the darkness, the 4 of them wielded 5 guns, tongues of flame flickering forth, the rhythm of gunfire resonating through the night sky. Unfazed by the chaos, the skilled Wang Fatty struggled momentarily, blinded by the flames, and could not aim accurately. Yi Yisin's eyes sparkled with admiration. They are truly formidable. Sa Di Peng adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on Cao Yang as he remarked, Teacher, I believe he is an alien. Hao Igua interjected sternly, Little Sa, there are no aliens in this world. Chu Jian furrowed his brow. Then how can he be so extraordinary? His reflexes and speed are hardly human. Sa Di Peng chimed in, Indeed. He dispatched that massive scorpion with just 2 strikes. He must be an extraterrestrial. Yi Yisin, in a daze, questioned, Do aliens also wear long underwear? The group exchanged bemused glances, the 2 professors sharing a resigned look, torn between laughter and exasperation. The gunfire echoed for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. The sheer number of scorpions was staggering, and the fire continued to blaze. It would likely take at least an hour or 2 to extinguish. Old Man and Lyman hurried to inspect his camel, trembling with concern, as one camel lay overturned, frothing at the mouth, its lips tinged with a purplish hue. Fortunately, the remainder of the night passed without incident. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the group gathered around the enormous scorpion carcass, marveling in astonishment. After extensive examination, no one could arrive at a conclusion. Cao Yang leaned closer to the scorpion's mouthparts and remarked, There's a foul odor. I suspected as much. Generally, scorpions do not grow to such a size. This must be a mutant that fed on ancient corpses. There are ancient tombs in this vicinity. Professor Chun, visibly excited, asked, Xiao, are you certain? Absolutely. If not an ancient tomb, then certainly the remnants of an ancient city. There must be ancient corpses nearby. Xiaohu, can you employ the heavenly star feng shui technique to pinpoint the location? Professor Chun urged Hu Ba. Hu Ba produced a compass, shifting its position repeatedly. Yet after a lengthy attempt, he approached with confusion. Cao Yi, did you misinterpret the sense? This place is desolate, vast, and not likely a favorable site. Cao Yang frowned and leaned closer to the scorpion's other parts, taking in the scent, his brow furrowing deeper. He examined several relatively intact scorpion corpses, and each one exuded the same stench of decay, as if they had emerged from a den of corpses. Such a phenomenon likely indicated one possibility, a mass grave. Hu Ba nodded in agreement. That is plausible. Any site of past warfare would inevitably harbor numerous dead bodies. The unique climate of the desert prevents complete decomposition, thus creating a haven for these scorpions and their sustenance. The scale of this scorpion swarm suggested that a typical mass grave would not suffice to sustain them, indicating the presence of a destroyed ancient kingdom, one that had faced total annihilation. This was Cao Yang's hypothesis. Very likely, Hu Ba concurred. In mere moments, the two of them had deduced an abundance of information from the scorpion corpses, instilling a sense of suspicion within the archaeological team and Sherry Yang. Hao Aigua, concerned, voiced, "Teacher, who exactly are these individuals? Could they be tomb raiders?" Professor Chen shot him a stern look, admonishing, "Do not speak carelessly. There have always been extraordinary individuals in our history. We ought to learn from them. I have spent my life studying antiquities and lack their capabilities. Now is not the time for mutual suspicion. Had they not intervened, we would have perished." He continued, "Examine closely and learn with humility. China boasts a long and storied history, filled with remarkable figures. Aigua, your mindset must evolve. Do not hastily draw conclusions. As archaeologists, we cannot fully grasp the complexities of ancient tombs, and sometimes collaboration serves the greater purpose of archaeology." Professor Chen spoke earnestly, yet his words seemed lost on Hao Aigua, who remained obstinately resistant. "But teacher, these ancient tombs are national treasures. They lack archaeological qualifications. How can we collaborate with them? What if they damage the tombs or steal national relics?" Professor Chen sighed internally, feeling helpless in the face of his student's stubbornness. A bittersweet smile crossed his face, accompanied by a profound sense of painful recollection. If you had heeded advice back in 75 regarding that Song Dynasty general's tomb in the Chilean mountains, if you had not triggered that mechanism, an entire platoon of soldiers would not have perished. Aigua, do you realize how many priceless artifacts and texts were lost? At this, Hao Aigua felt a wave of shame, yet his heart held no remorse. For the sake of archaeology, such sacrifices are necessary. Professor Chen shook his head, deeply disheartened. With a heavy heart, he lamented the state of Chinese archaeology, filled with concerns. In today's academic world, practical individuals are few and far between. The nation's development has provided opportunities for those who engage in grandiloquent discourse, manipulating knowledge for personal gain, believing that a few years of study qualifies them as elites in the field, often spouting distorted truths. They are not conducting research, they are committing crimes. Aigua. After this concludes, return and focus on organizing your materials. Professor Chen suddenly realized that he alone could not alter this prevailing trend. Initially, he had planned for Hao Aigua to lead the next tomb exploration, but now it seemed he was unsuitable. His mindset could endanger everyone involved. After returning, take the time to understand the depths of Chinese history. What you learn in 10 years of study pales in comparison to what extraordinary individuals can grasp in a year. Do not confine yourself to rote learning. Professor Chen was a man who, as evidenced by his connections with individuals like Sherry Yang's father and the father of Big Gold Tooth, was adaptable and wise. His conversation with Hao Aigua, though quiet, was overheard by Cao Yang, who suspected the old man was deliberately speaking for their benefit, aiming to facilitate collaboration. Even if Cao Yang were indeed a tomb raider, it seemed this old man would turn a blind eye, provided he did not overstep boundaries. Following the tracks left by the scorpions, Cao Yang and Hu Ba swiftly identified a southwestern direction. This aligned with the route toward the ancient city of Jingjue, though reaching the site would require a detour. After clarifying the general situation, the two returned to report, and the group fell into thoughtful silence. Sherry Yang expressed her concern. "If we divert to explore this site, our supplies, especially water, may not suffice for long." Old Man and Lyman replied, "The ancient city with water is approximately 4 days' journey away. All I can do is assist you in locating water." Professor Chen hesitated, glancing at Cao Yang. Cao, what are your thoughts?" Cao Yang replied slowly. "Now that we are here, it would feel unsatisfactory not to explore. While there are challenges, there are also solutions. We have 2 courses of action. First, we can head to the water source at the ancient city of Xie as mentioned by Olden, establish our base there, and then return to search for the relic. Second, we can call for support." Sherry Yang scoffed, "What a joke. We don't have a satellite phone. How can we call for help? Cao Yang smiled lightly. When Americans were still wearing open-crotch animal skins, we were already using carrier pigeons to send messages. Is it really so difficult to have a message delivered back home? Sherry Yang fell silent. It was feasible to find a way home and convey the message, but the real question remained. Were there trustworthy people outside? Suru had it. My neighbor is the village chief. He knows my family's eagle and can deliver the message. He has a phone. Cao Yang turned to Professor Chun with a smile. Professor, the pressure is on you now. Do you have any reliable contacts? After a moment of contemplation, Professor Chun responded, I can provide a rescue team's phone number. But re-entering the desert to transport supplies will incur significant costs. Cao Yang grinned at Sherry Yang. Wealthy lady, it's your turn. Sherry Yang rolled her eyes. Your eagerness to plan is all for your own benefit, isn't it? Cao Yang stood and clasped his hands. The journey is long and arduous. We shall meet again in the martial world. I will bear any penalties for breach of contract. Lao Hu, gather your things. We're leaving. Fatty and Hubai stood up, ready to go, but Professor Chen quickly detained them. Xiao Xiao, don't be hasty. We can discuss matters. Sherry, refrain from saying anything detrimental to our unity. Sherry Yang pouted and glared at Cao Yang, who glared back. They exchanged glances for a moment before Sherry Yang conceded and graciously apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Please, continue. Cao Yang interjected. Continue? You intellectuals are so pretentious. We have two paths. We will act simultaneously. I will take command of the team. You are relieved of your duties. If we finish early, you can return home for the new year. Lao Hu, Fatty, Sudi Peng, and Chu Jian go with Olden to fetch water. The rest will accompany me. Professor Chen, you will write the letter. Gather fresh water, food, camels, salt, medicine, and fuel. Take as much as you can. After finishing, he turned to Olden, old man. If you complete this task honestly, your reward will be doubled, and you can enjoy a peaceful retirement, raising more camels to rent out. How delightful that would be. If you are not honest, Fatty, break his legs on the spot. I will support him for the rest of his life. All right, leave it to me. Wang Fatty grinned mischievously. Sure, your idea is splendid. I'll follow your lead. If I had known, I wouldn't have run away. May the Hu conference bless you. My friend, do you have any other lucrative ideas? Teach me. Let's all make money together. Olden, shedding his usual demeanor, approached Cao Yang with a friendly smile. Cao Yang chuckled. This old man has a bit of charm. Follow me, and I assure you, you will never go hungry. That is your promise? Indeed. The group dispersed, and the team quickly became organized, with some packing their belongings, others loading supplies, some drawing maps, and others writing letters. Among them, Sherry Yang appeared the most idle. She approached Cao Yang and inquired, what should I do? Cao Yang patted her shoulder. The backer doesn't work. They only handle the finances. Sherry Yang retorted, I see I resemble a fool. Your Chinese is quite good. Keep it up, Cao Yang encouraged with a light laugh. During this journey, they discovered an ancient tomb, which greatly boosted Cao Yang's confidence. If it truly belonged to the relics of the kingdom of Yutian, it would be a significant find. Given the scale of the previous scorpion swarm, this relic was unlikely to be small. Whichever of the 36 nations of the western regions it belonged to would certainly increase their odds. Chapter 34, Singular Infant, Millennial Tree, Myriad Energies. Thus, Cao Yang made a spontaneous decision. 3 tombs in one go. The tomb of the prince of the ancient city of Xia, the tomb of the queen of Jingjue, and one unknown. If all went smoothly, they could return home for the new year. If not, they would greet 1983 in the desert. With Cao Yang's arrangement, Professor Chun gained confidence, writing a multitude of notes, several phone numbers, and collaborating with Old and to draft a location map. As everyone busied themselves, Cao Yang approached the corpse of the giant scorpion, slicing it open to retrieve the poison sac. After securing this item, he hesitated for a moment, battling his nausea, and dissected the creature. To his surprise, he uncovered something extraordinary. A body, unrecognizable due to the corrosive digestive fluids, was that of a man, partially intact, his features obscured. The remains, resembling a large red popsicle, were nearly indistinguishable from the scorpion's digestive juices. Among the decayed flesh, Cao Yang discovered a palm-sized stone box, which he carefully unearthed, cleaning it with sand multiple times. Once pristine, he donned gloves and examined it closely. The stone box, carved from a brownish-green stone, was oval-shaped, more accurately. It was a lidded stone jar, adorned with exquisite carvings of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, depicting playful children in lifelike detail, devoid of any written symbols. This stone appeared to be a semi-jadeite, its murky hue infused with a glimmer of clarity. Using the tip of his dagger, Cao Yang gently pried open the lid, revealing its contents. A walnut, normal in size but resembling amber or perhaps jade-like, with a yellowish, semi-transparent outer shell. Intriguingly, the walnut kernel inside was singular. Curled up like a fetus within its mother, its color resembling that of cabbage, a peculiar sight indeed. Cao Yang glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and casually pocketed it. He then set the giant scorpion's body ablaze. The team set out once more, splitting into two groups. Throughout the journey, Cao Yang's thoughts were consumed by the walnut. It was simply too bizarre. Walnuts, a common nut in the western regions, were one of their local specialties. However, he had never encountered a singular, fetal-like yellow rubbery walnut before. As he rubbed it in his pocket, he found no edges or seams. The surface was smooth and rounded, bearing no marks. It seemed both natural and artificial. Reflecting on the legends of the 36 nations of the western regions, a particular tale resurfaced in his mind. One that was quite intriguing and related to the kingdom of Yutian. In the western regions, near Hitian, there stands a millennial walnut tree, approximately 100 years old. Strangely, this ancient walnut king has withstood the test of time, remaining tall, lush, and robust in stature, showcasing its grandeur to the world. The tree reaches a height of about 17 to 18 meters, its trunk thick enough for 5 men to encircle. Legends about it abound. It is said that during the Han Dynasty, the king of the kingdom of Yutian was unable to have children for many years. One day, he heard of a miraculous tree located several dozen miles from the palace, whose fruit could grant offspring. The king immediately dispatched someone to fetch the fruit. A year later, still no pregnancy occurred, leading him to believe he had been mocked. Thus, he ordered the execution of hundreds of those who had spread the rumor under the tree. That day, the sky was clear and cloudless when, just as the executioner raised his blade, a baby's cry suddenly echoed from beside the tree. Upon investigation, they found a lovely infant beneath the tree. The king believed it to be a gift from the divine tree and ordered the release of the gathered crowd. From that moment on, the walnut tree became the sacred tree of the kingdom of Yutian, receiving endless reverence. Later, the king of the Wusun nation, another of the 36 nations, learned of this and desired to claim the divine tree for himself. Although the king of Yutian was reluctant, he found it difficult to refuse the powerful Wusun nation. Thus, a response was sent to the Wusun kingdom, stating that if they could remove the divine tree, it would be theirs. Upon hearing this, the king of Wusun gathered 100 strong men and worked tirelessly through the night to excavate the tree. Yet after a whole night of effort, they had not moved a single inch of earth. Eventually, the king of Wusun personally ventured to Yutian to attempt the task. However, upon arriving at the base of the tree, his steed let out a long cry and collapsed, leading to a collective fear that deterred anyone from attempting to touch the sacred tree again. Thus, the tree remained safely preserved, becoming Yutian's most treasured heritage. In an intriguing twist of fate, while searching for remnants of Yutian, an encounter with a corpse occurred, the age of which was indiscernible, ancient or modern. The only artifact retrieved was a stone jar. This legend intriguingly resonated with the walnut, invoking themes of infants, a king's yearning for offspring, a millennium-old walnut tree, unique walnut fruits, the Buddhist faith of Yutian, and the stone jar engraved with the image of Guanyin, the deity of childbearing. It was likely crafted by a master artisan of Yutian, a relic indeed. Since entering the desert, this was the first ancient artifact uncovered, a fascinating item. Initially apprehensive of being observed, Cao Yang had hastily overlooked the use of his 9 crow's eye. Now he intended to activate it. And as he cast his gaze into his pocket, he was astounded to perceive a purple light. The ethereal violet shimmered magnificently. Since mastering this extraordinary vision, he had encountered no fewer than 1,000 objects, allowing him to glean insights into the various hues of their treasures. Porcelain and pottery typically mirrored their surface colors, while wooden artifacts were categorized into 2 types. Living wood radiated a deep green, and dead wood appeared yellowish-white. Jade artifacts reflected their jade hues, with the most precious being golden. Other items like decorative bracelets, clay sculptures, and metal wares exhibited shifting radiance, which varied in intensity to signify their value. The purple light was a novelty for him. Humans, too, exhibited similar traits. Those with the most commanding presence radiated a brilliant golden red light, akin to a resplendent sun at its zenith, vast and deep. Cao Yang had been fortunate to witness such a sight from afar. Among those around him, there were 3 who matched this aura: Xia Qing, with her crimson gold glow, and the duo of Sherry Yang and Su Rua, enveloped in dark hues, with one possessing a blood-red eye. Others, like Old Hu, had fluctuating auras. Upon first meeting, he exuded a black-red malevolence, but after engaging in the profession of tomb raiding, He now bore a grayish pallor mixed with hints of golden smoke, indicative of fortune. The portly man displayed a blend of white with golden and gray flecks. Ordinary individuals possessed fortune, albeit meagerly, alongside misfortune. The human essence was the most intricate and challenging to discern, and Cao Yang could only estimate broadly. Given the complexities of character, occupation, and associations that influenced one's aura. In summary, their efforts the previous night were not in vain, seemingly serendipitous. They had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 35. The terrifying beast spirit pilled during their journey through the desert. Their first exquisite find emerged. After wandering for 3 days within the confines of the Black Desert, stretching from due west to due south, they had yielded nothing, and their water supply dwindled to a mere 2 days. As the team fragmented, the water sources appeared to diminish further. The tracks left by the sand scorpions were insufficient to trace back to their origin, and with Old Hu absent, the surrounding sands revealed nothing. Cao Yang surmised that the relic was buried deep, likely within a 10-mile radius. The unique desert terrain rendered the search exceedingly difficult. In the heart of the Taklamakan Desert, the sand layers reached depths of 300 to 500 meters, a formidable figure that made the concealment of an ancient site seem effortless. However, in the face of despair, fortune shifted unexpectedly. Cao Yang, Sherry Yang, Xia Qing, Su Rua, and Chun Juren gathered around Hao Aigua, their hearts filled with intrigue. Sherry Yang delicately held a bright yellow shell casing between her fingers, contemplating it before looking up at the others. 762mm rifle cartridge, likely from an A series. She noted. Cao Yang remarked meaningfully, "It appears Lyman has not been entirely forthright with us. The Russian expedition team he brought is quite sizable." "Professor Hao, where did you find this?" Hao Aigua squinted as he surveyed the area, pointing to a nearby sand pit, right in that sand hole. Cao Yang was at a loss for words. A severely myopic individual had managed to uncover a brass shell casing amidst the yellow sands. Such luck was indeed remarkable. Approaching the indicated spot, he retrieved a shovel and began to dig. The soft yellow sand was easily excavated, and soon they had unearthed a significant pit nearly 3 to 4 meters deep. As Yi Yisin struck down with her shovel, a peculiar sensation coursed through her, and upon clearing the sand with her hands, her expression paled. "There's a corpse here." The others were overwhelmed with excitement. Cao Yang hastened to the site, and indeed, they uncovered a corpse, a fresh one, that of a corpulent Russian woman, but the manner of her death was horrifying. Her eyes were wide open, pupils constricted. A visage of terror etched upon her face, her mouth agape and filled with sand, her once fair skin now a grotesque purple, her legs splayed. She had succumbed to poison. Sherry Yang donned gloves and moved to inspect the body, but Cao Yang swiftly intervened, raising a hand. "There are scorpions. You should all step back," he advised. At his words, the group scrambled to escape the pit. Once everyone had vacated, Cao Yang drew his 9-crow blade and sliced through the clothing of the deceased Russian woman, causing 2 large, purple-hued orbs to burst forth. The sight caused the women present to arch their brows. Yi Yisin instinctively glanced down, a wave of profound defeat washing over her. Among the women present, only 3 could rival her in that regard, while she was the sole one who bore the title of flat-chested. As the blade cut through the lower abdomen, Cao Yang felt a stirring within. He sensed that this excursion might leave an indelible mark on his psyche, tainting it. He braced himself for the impending shock. With one decisive cut, he severed the fabric at her groin. The 4 women gasped, 2 older ones retching violently, and even the cold-blooded Xia Qing turned pale, dry heaving and covered in goosebumps. The woman's lower body was utterly grotesque. Tiny, blood-red scorpions had made her body their nest, swarming as if her flesh were a decaying carcass. This corpse had become a breeding ground for scorpions, and Cao Yang surmised her abdomen was filled with larvae. The scene was overwhelmingly intense. Cao Yang had no desire to linger. He leaped from the pit, procured solid alcohol, and ignited it, incinerating the remains. As the flames consumed the body, the others seized the moment to set up camp, with Sherry Yang firing 3 signal flares. Calculating the time, Cao Yang anticipated that the portly man and Hu Ba should have arrived. Their task was to procure water, and he had expressly instructed them to be swift in their return. As the flames flickered out, Cao Yang intended to delve deeper into the excavation. Upon hearing this, the 4 women promptly retreated to the tent to fortify their defenses, their actions remarkably synchronized. Cao Yang chuckled ruefully. After the past month or so, he had no desire to encounter women again. Such high intensity was overwhelming. With preparations complete, Cao Yang descended to clear the bones, surrounding the pit with canvas before the group resumed their digging. They excavated downwards for 5 to 6 meters. Suddenly, the clang of a shovel striking stone resonated, invigorating the group. They quickened their pace, and shortly after, uncovered a stone passageway, an entrance to a tomb that had already been disturbed by Russians. As they cleared the sandy entrance, Professor Hao grew excited and attempted to dive inside. Cao Yang seized his waistband, pulling him aside and coldly admonishing, "Do you wish to court death? Do not involve us in your folly. Everyone, step back. Aigua, you seem to have forgotten everything I told you. One must not rush into a tomb." Professor Chen chastised him. Cao Yang, accompanied by several companions, excavated a substantial pit a few meters away. Sherry Yang approached with a backpack and remarked, "We don't have much fuel left. Let's conserve it. Just toss in a few pieces and use the grenades." As the trap was set, Xiaqing threw a beast spirit pill into the center of the pit. Within 10 minutes, a rustling sound emerged from the entrance of the tomb, filled with yellow sand. A multitude of scorpions surged forth from the burial chamber, making a beeline for the pit they had dug. Their numbers were more terrifying than the scorpion swarm that had appeared the previous night, forming a torrent of black and red across the sandy terrain. Cao Yang's pupils constricted as he dashed into the trap, seizing a beast spirit pill. "Go fetch more fuel. Quickly," he commanded before sprinting into the distance with the pill in hand. After running nearly 30 meters, he glanced back at the swarm of scorpions, his heart racing with realization. There was a burial pit within this tomb. Initially, he and Lao Hu had theorized it to be a grave site, but it appeared to be a burial pit instead, with an astonishing number of accompanying artifacts, leading the scorpions in circles across the sandy expanse. The scene behind him was beyond terrifying. Dozens of scorpions the size of calves and several the size of water buffaloes were present, while many small, blood-red scorpions had been crushed into a gruesome paste. The scent of the beast spirit pill was irresistibly alluring to these creatures. As the aroma wafted through the air, a variety of desert creatures, sand tigers, lizards, yellow goats, wolves, dune cats, giant lizards, and rattlesnakes, converged upon the source, drawn in as if it were a festive occasion. In Cao Yang's line of sight, several hundred meters ahead, numerous sand springs erupted. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Chapter 36, Army Ants and Mutant Scorpions. In the original tale, the archaeological team encountered a sandstorm in the Black Desert just days after their arrival, stumbling upon the desert army ants. The direction was correct. The remnants of that ancient city likely held a connection to this tomb, with an army of desert ants and a mutated scorpion swarm feasting upon the deceased. Cao Yang stood atop a sand dune where the two groups intersected, watching the terrifying seas of insects behind him. A grin crept across his face as he stashed the beast spirit pill into a ceramic bottle and sealed it. The moment the scent vanished, both factions became frenzied, scattering to search for the aroma, only to collide in a violent clash of chaos. Cao Yang exhaled in relief, leading the scorpions away for several kilometers. They were unlikely to return. Meanwhile, he found himself at the heart of the battlefield between the two factions. Taking a deep breath, he removed his left glove and made a quick incision in his palm with the Jiuwu knife before crushing a beast spirit pill and tossing it into the air. Drawing in another breath, he activated his tattooed state. Entering a frenzied mode, Cao Yang sprinted away, blood streaming from his hand. The scent of his blood perfectly masked that of the beast spirit pill, and given that his blood had been altered by the blood-boiling formula, it was not merely capable of warding off beasts, but also exerted a hallucinatory effect. After circling the two factions several times, Cao Yang bore 3 fresh cuts on his hand. Upon returning to the camp, his comrades were taken aback by his disheveled appearance, drenched in sweat, with bloodstains adorning his pants. They rushed to his side, but in an instant, their worried expressions transformed into dazed stupor. Cao Yang chuckled dryly, realizing his blood had become a valuable asset. However, in a normal state, the effect would not last long. After about a minute in the wilderness, his companions regained their senses. "Don't just stand there, my blood is toxic. You were just poisoned, but don't worry, no one will die. Sister Su, please tend to my wounds." His comrades' expressions shifted uncertainly. "You're sweating profusely. Come inside the tent and take off your clothes." Su Rua, realizing the situation, grabbed a medical kit and ushered Cao Yang into the tent, while Xiaqing entered with a dry towel to wipe away the sweat. Upon removing his shirt, the vivid red tattoos on Cao Yang's body captivated Su Rua, while Professor Chun and Sherry Yang entered, momentarily stunned. Sherry Yang handed him a water bottle, saying, "It's salted, drink up." "Thank you," Cao Yang replied, still slightly breathless from his earlier frenzy, having been in the berserk mode for a full 15 minutes. Teetering on the edge of his limits, The terrifying numbers of both factions could only be described as oceanic. Had he not fled quickly, escape would have been impossible. In the boiling blood state, his body temperature soared. While this state was powerful, it also came with drawbacks, excessive consumption of energy. As Su Rua treated his wounds, and Xiaqing wiped his sweat, Cao Yang drank copiously, finally feeling somewhat calmer. I encountered the desert army ants and led the two factions into conflict. For the time being, we are safe. After saying this, he turned to Xiaqing. 3 to 4 kilometers southeast, there is a herd of yellow goats. Xiaqing handed her towel to Sherry Yang and departed the tent with her rifle. As Sherry Yang wiped away Cao Yang's sweat, his tattoos began to recede gradually. Cao Yang spoke first. My condition is quite similar to yours, which is why I sought out medicine. Allow me to introduce you to your other clan member. Regally Su Rua. The weight of this revelation shifted attention to Su Rua and Sherry Yang. How did you discover this? Sherry Yang gazed intently at Su Rua, fixated on Cao Yang. He felt a pang of anxiety. This woman was not easily fooled. It's a long story. My ancestors had dealings with your grandfather, you see. Sherry Yang furrowed her brow. Your grandfather? Yes, your clan is easily recognizable. Night vision abilities and the surname Yang. It's almost certain. Sherry Yang nodded, her expression softening. I see. Professor Chen's gaze was fixated on Cao Yang's knife, intrigued, and when their conversation concluded, he chuckled. Little Cao, we are fortunate to have you with us. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament. Thank you for your efforts. It was nothing, Cao Yang replied with a smile. As night fell, the group gathered around a campfire, feasting on roasted whole goats. Xiaqing had hunted 2 yellow goats, roasting one while preparing to make jerky from the other. Cao Yang's voracious eating left his companions in awe as he devoured nearly an entire goat. Su Rua and Sherry Yang whispered to one another, resembling a pair of sisters with their exotic features. Both stood tall. Su Rua was around 1.8 meters, while Sherry Yang was not far behind at approximately 1.7 meters, their physiques a testament to a diet rich in dairy. After satiating their hunger, Cao Yang succumbed to slumber. Awakening the next afternoon, he found that the wounds on his hand had begun to heal overnight, the cellular activity promoting quick recovery. Stepping outside the tent, he was greeted by the grinning face of Old Man Only, who handed him a water skin. Sleeping in until noon, young man? You should be more diligent. Cao Yang accepted the water skin, opening it to reveal sweet, cool underground water. After taking a sip, he asked, when did you return? Just as the yellow goats were stirring in the desert, Old Man Only replied. Cao Yang chuckled, realizing that the old man was somewhat displeased about the yellow goats being hunted. Nonetheless, he understood the man's beliefs, even if he did not share them. Wang Fatty approached. A piece of goat rib lodged in his mouth, grinning widely. Hey Cao, you were incredible. This morning, I went with Lao Hu to check on the giant ants and scorpions. They were still battling. Terrifying. Really? What was the situation? Cao Yang inquired, curiosity piqued. One word, tragic. It was a gruesome sight, with bodies everywhere. After listening to Fatty's account, Cao Yang gathered a clearer understanding. The desert army ants were notorious for their brutality, and the mutated scorpions were no less formidable. Once these two factions clashed, it was clear that a bloody struggle would ensue until one side was vanquished. Wang Ponzi's expression suddenly shifted, and he began to wink at Cao Yang, saying, Cao Yi, impressive. While my brother took a quick break, you managed to snag another lady. At this pace, you'll soon catch up with me after several visits to the Red Romance. Cao Yang, perplexed, asked, what do you mean? As they returned, Wang Ponzi, enviously tapping Cao Yang on the shoulder, remarked, I saw Su Rua coming out of your tent. Cao Yang, at a loss for words, raised his left hand. She is a doctor, changing dressings. Wang Ponzi scoffed, who changes dressings at 4 or 5 in the morning? You must be joking. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's go check on that tomb. Cao Yang stepped towards the entrance of the tomb passage. Chapter 37, Blood Altar, Underground Palace upon awakening. Cao Yang seemed to instill a sense of purpose in the team, who gathered around the entrance of the tomb passage. Professor Chen, please send a responsible student. Pengzi, Lao Hu, prepare yourselves. We shall venture down to scout the way. As Cao Yang concluded his instructions, Chu Jian raised his hand, declaring, Cao Gu, I'll accompany you and will absolutely follow your orders. I will join as well. The 2 Zaglamar tribesmen were equally eager. Only a few can descend to scout. We can't all go while the Great Scorpion is still fighting over there. I, Lao Hu, Shui Liang, and Chu Jian will descend, while the rest remain on guard. Cao Yang determined the number of participants, gathered the necessary equipment, and the 4 entered the tomb passage in succession. The passage was quite deep, over 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide, arched above, with a floor strewn with gravel and yellow sand. After advancing 3 or 4 meters, they were taken aback by the scene before them. 7 or 8 corpses, all of them Russians, mangled beyond recognition by the swarm of scorpions. Blood splattered everywhere. No wonder there was a foul odor when they were digging. Let us clear this out, but be cautious. There may be scorpions on the bodies, warned Cao Yang. The group worked together to move the corpses from the passage, and Wang Pengzi inexplicably brought over a bucket of gasoline, dousing the bodies and setting them ablaze. Where did the gasoline come from? Cao Yang inquired, intrigued. It must belong to those Russians. There are still plenty of weapons and ammunition left in the ruins of the Western Night ancient city. They set up camp somewhere nearby. I've observed their activities. They split into 2 groups. One headed southwest, and the other came here. There were 3 guards at the camp, whom Pengzi and I dealt with. Hubei explained. Cao Yang nodded. This small team comprises 8 individuals. The other group must have gone to the Jingjue ancient city. It seems that news of the Jingjue ancient city has already leaked out. Professor Chin expressed his concerns. What should we do now? These individuals are likely part of an overseas tomb raiding gang. Professor, rest assured, the tombs of the western regions are not easily plundered. The corpses here serve as a prime example. These Russians are insignificant. This black desert is their grave. We need to intervene. The treasures within the tomb will take care of them. Cao Yang reassured him. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen examined the corpses of the Russians and seemed to find some sense in Cao Yang's words. They re-entered the passage, traversing approximately 30 meters before reaching the other end. The entire passage sloped downwards, leading into a dimly lit, expansive area. Hubei touched the stone walls on either side and exclaimed, Cao Yi, this doesn't look like a tomb to me. It resembles a city. Cao Yang nodded, indeed. However, look at the gravel on the ground. It must have been blasted by the Russians. Tombs in the western regions are indeed peculiar. Hubei shook his head, chuckling. Observing the layer of rubble, it seemed that this passage had been sealed with large stones. It was his first encounter with such a method of sealing a tomb. Exiting the passage, they were greeted by a grand main hall, extending over 100 meters deep. After a thorough inspection, Cao Yang concluded that it indeed resembled a tomb. Within this stone hall, a stone pathway led directly to the innermost section, where a stone altar stood, flanked by 4 colossal black-eyed statues. On either side of the stone path were thick columns, each adorned with bizarre carvings and holding black iron braziers. The design of these braziers indicated that this was undoubtedly a tomb of a minority ethnic group. Had it belonged to the Han people, the artifacts would have been exquisitely crafted in the shape of beasts. Further out, on both sides, there were burial pits with stone columns. As expected, the left side housed human remains while the right contained animal remains, the scale of which was immense, estimating by depth and dimensions. These 2 large pits could easily accommodate thousands of bodies. The walls surrounding them bore ancient murals that had oxidized over time, rendering the images indistinguishable. Hubei crouched on the stone path, shining his flashlight into the burial pits. These must be war captives, all decapitated. It's strange, aside from a few major nations. The western regions consist mainly of smaller states with limited populations. What kind of people could afford to bury nearly 10,000 alongside them? The burial pits were indeed littered with bones, a testament to the scorpions feasting. All the bodies had been devoured. It's hard to say. There's an altar up ahead. Let us go take a look. Cao Yang pointed forward. The group cautiously stepped onto the stone path, with Cao Yang leading the way. Observing intently, the stone path measured precisely 100 meters, and this underground hall was indeed vast. The tomb styles of the western regions are quite eccentric. Some mimic the secret burials of the Mongols, where even their descendants may remain unaware of the tomb's location, much like the elusive tomb of Genghis Khan. Others feature vertical structures, with the upper section serving as a spirit hall for rituals, while the main burial chamber lies beneath. However, tombs in the western regions typically feature simple designs with minimal complexities, unlike those in the Central Plains, where elaborate constructions abound. Creating such an expansive hall exceeding 100 meters in depth is a considerable feat for these smaller nations. The entire tomb structure is semi-embedded, with the ceiling formed by the mountainous rock. This tomb was likely constructed within a mountain, only to be later buried by yellow sand. Upon reaching the end of the stone path, they entered a small embedded stone chamber, approximately 7 to 8 meters long and 5 to 6 meters deep, resembling a square box. In the center of this chamber stood a stone altar, shaped like a fire pit, its top leveled off and hollowed into a semicircular stone basin, with a stone tunnel about the width of an arm leading directly underground. The surface of the basin was coated in a thick layer of powdery residue, likely remnants from past blood sacrifices. The 4 towering black-eyed statues surrounding the chamber appeared human, yet were distinctly unsettling. Upon encountering the altar and the statues, the group felt a chill run through them. Places of blood sacrifice rarely bode well. At that moment, Yang suddenly called out, "Come quickly and take a look." She stood behind the altar, illuminating a stone carving with her flashlight. The carving depicted a scene of a sacrificial rite, featuring a high priest presiding over the ceremony, surrounded by kneeling subjects, including a king and queen at the forefront, while soldiers brandished curved blades, hoisting bound captives, with livestock being slaughtered upon the altar. The mural itself appeared unremarkable, yet curiously, beneath the altar, a hollow space was sketched with simple lines, appearing void of substance, resembling an abyss. Could this concealed space beneath the altar be the legendary void within the eyes of the Queen of Jingjue? This tomb might very well belong to one of the vassal states of the ancient Jingjue kingdom. Upon hearing Yang's words, Cao Yang blinked. The eyes of the Queen of Jingjue, the void, what are these? His response elicited a satisfying stir within Yang. Chapter 38. Yang's proposal. Feigning ignorance was a skill Cao Yang had mastered as an antique dealer, a fundamental aspect of his profession. Yang, however, was not convinced by his response, given that he could identify himself as a descendant of the Zaglamar tribe. He undoubtedly possessed a certain understanding of the Ghost Cave tribe and the Jingjue ancient city. The exchange between them continued. Yang deftly shifted the topic. "What is your grandfather's name? When I return home, I shall inform my grandfather, and I am certain he will be delighted." Cao Yang nearly burst into laughter, but maintained a straight face as he replied honestly. "Ah, your grandfather is still alive? Our family's elder passed away over a decade ago. His name was Cao Dayo, famously known in the community as Cao de Peo." "Cao de Peo?" Yang murmured. "Yes, when you return, please extend my greetings to Elder Yang." Cao Yang earnestly instructed. If the partridge whistle were alive today, he would be over 90. Yang was testing Cao Yang's knowledge, particularly regarding the curse of the Zagralama tribe. "Very well," he replied with a smile. "Miss Yang, won't you explain the significance of the Eye of the Queen of Jingjue? And what about that imaginary space?" Yang nodded, collecting her thoughts. Legend has it that the Eye of the Queen of Jingjue possesses mysterious powers, capable of making people vanish. The Queen used this eye to subjugate countless small nations, and the place where people disappear is likely an imaginary space. During my time as a reporter for American Geographic magazine, I encountered a report about a young boy in America who could make objects disappear with his gaze. However, researchers fitted him with a helmet, and the ability vanished. I suspect the Queen of Jingjue might possess a similar power. Yang nodded in agreement. That sounds rather eerie. Making someone disappear is indeed a remarkable ability. Faced with the slippery Yang found herself at a loss for words. Her objective was simple, to understand Yang and uncover more information about the Zagralama tribe. At that moment, Chu Jian inappropriately interjected. "There isn't a single inscription here. Brother Cao, should I summon the teacher to come down and have a look?" "Certainly," Yang replied. Hu Ba shook his head at Chu Jian's back, thinking the young man was still naive. However, it seemed that Yang was even younger. "Well, this gentleman should not be judged solely by age. Let us search for any hidden mechanisms or secret passages," Yang mockingly suggested, though he had already discerned that the hidden door was right beneath Yang's feet. Yang rolled her eyes and stomped her feet. Yang immediately exclaimed, "Miss Yang, your keen eyesight is remarkable. How did you detect the hidden door? When did you realize it? Truly impressive." Hu Ba turned away, unwilling to witness the exchange. The two were clearly on different levels. Yang, momentarily taken aback, shone her flashlight down at her feet, where two iron rings lay partially obscured by dust. With a discerning eye, anyone could spot them. She retorted, "It's not difficult to see, as long as one isn't blind," and then shifted her foot. Yang teased, "Is that so? Having night vision is indeed a gift. Old Hu and I didn't notice it, right, Old Hu?" Yang's chest heaved slightly. Hu Ba chimed in, leaning closer to Yang. "Cao, sir, that's enough. I think this girl is about to explode." Yang replied with a faint smile, "You underestimate her. This woman is quite intelligent, though her words sometimes lag behind. Isn't that taking advantage of someone who is unfamiliar with the customs?" Hu Ba murmured. "Old Hu, which side are you on? What? Are you fond of her?" Yang teased. "All right, enough of this. You two continue your game. I'm going to check on Professor Chun," Hu Ba said, turning toward the tomb passage. Once Old Hu left, Yang stared intently at Yang. "Mr. Cao, since we are to collaborate, I hope we can be forthright with one another. It would be best to share any information you have. What do you think?" "Miss Yang is correct. Ladies first." Yang nodded, returning the ball to her court. "You share, and I shall share. Let us all speak together. After all, The original text did not clarify whether at this point Shirley Yang was aware of the curse of the Zagralama tribe. Cao Yang suspected she definitely knew. With an eye marking, it was implausible for her not to be aware, unless she was in a situation like Su Rua, where the truth could no longer be concealed. And only then did her family inform her. I am a descendant of the Zagralama tribe, and my family has borne this curse for generations. Members of my tribe do not live past 50 years. In old age, the blood within their bodies turns golden due to a deficiency of iron ions. My purpose in coming to the ancient city of Jingjue is to unravel this curse. After speaking, she gazed intently at Cao Yang. I am somewhat aware of this, however. What intrigues me more is whether you possess the mountain-moving Taoist unique skills. Shirley Yang's chest heaved again. You truly know my background. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Let us not hide anything. I desire to learn the mountain-moving Taoist secret technique, the Coatian kick. Let us discuss the terms. Cao Yang smiled gently. I cannot. Shirley Yang retorted coldly with 3 words. Cao Yang circled around Shirley Yang, analyzing her seriously. Your legs are straight and powerful, your muscles well-defined, and your explosive strength is considerable. Based on the footprints you left in the desert, they are shallow, indicating a forward center of gravity. It is evident you have practiced lightness skills. Miss Yang, shall I continue my analysis? Shirley Yang blinked and suddenly smiled. If you wish to learn, unfortunately, my grandfather has already passed away. In our lineage, I am the sole heir. If you wish to learn, I can take you as my student, and you can pay respects to my grandfather as your master. I shall teach you the skills. Cao Yang's face stiffened, his mind racing through the advantages and disadvantages. He had to admit, Shirley Yang's proposition was quite tempting, given the partridge whistle's mastery. It was clear she had been taught well. How much have you learned? 1/10. Then how will you teach me? My grandfather's teachings have been preserved. I simply lacked interest when I was younger and did not learn much. Based on your aptitude, mastering this should not be difficult. I will not sell this knowledge nor exchange it. If you wish to learn, you must consider my terms. Once you join the mountain-moving sect, you will be one of us, and I am the senior apprentice. Shirley Yang smiled sweetly at Cao Yang. Cao Yang hesitated. I will think it over. Very well. Inform me once you have made your decision, and I will take you to my grandfather's grave to pay respects and become your master. Shirley Yang suddenly felt she had found a way to deal with Cao Yang. The conflict within Cao Yang was palpable. The Coatian kick would be incredibly impressive. With his current strength, delivering a kick could easily obliterate a Zongzi. Just imagining it was exhilarating. However, in this realm, the lineage between master and disciple held great significance. Years ago, Master Liu Ken accepted the partridge whistle as a disciple, and before imparting any skills, he sacrificed his own life for his student. Paying respects and becoming a disciple implied a responsibility to uphold the sect's rules, and members were expected to assist each other. Chapter 38. The Coatian kick reappears suddenly. A commotion arose at the entrance of the tomb passage. The two shifted their conversation in unison, crouching to clear the dust from the hidden door. Just as they were sweeping away the sand, Cao Yang abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting, and shouted, "Don't move." At that moment, Professor Chun and his group entered, and the unruly AI Gua jumped into the burial pit, notebook in hand, beckoning his students to record their observations. Professor Chin turned in alarm. AI Gua, what are you doing down there? Come back up. AI Gua, ignoring him, became increasingly animated, wandering about the burial pit, examining everything, completely oblivious to the danger. His arms spread wide in excitement. Professor, look at this enormous burial pit. It is extremely rare in the history of the entire Western regions, indicating that this nation was once very prosperous. It could potentially change history. Cao Yang closed his eyes, helplessly shaking his head, feeling a headache coming on. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as AI Gua's words were cut short by the sound of bones scattering, followed swiftly by AI Gua being impaled by a thick, sturdy tail hook. Professor Chen cried out, AI Gua. The stout Huba and the quick-witted Huba hurriedly pulled Professor Chen away. Cao Yang's pupils dilated as he beheld the tail hook. Thick and long, its owner must be colossal. In the burial pit, the sound of cracking bones echoed as a colossal scorpion gradually emerged from the pile of white bones. Its body was cloaked in a thick, bluish-white exoskeleton, measuring as large as a liberation truck. The stinger at the end of its tail extended 5 to 6 meters, skewering the corpse of Hao Igua, which it then voraciously devoured. The digestive fluid secreted by its salivary glands coated Hao Igua, transforming him into a gelatinous mass in an instant, while the scorpion gleefully slurped him up, akin to indulging in a bubble tea. Run! Wang Pongzi exclaimed in terror, his eyes bulging as he shouted, grabbing several students with Huba, while Professor Chen retreated towards the exit. Cao Yang slowly rose, unsheathing the 9-crow blade, and handed his pistol to Shui Yang, saying, "Let me see your marksmanship." "Be careful," he added. Just then, the giant scorpion charged towards them, blocking their escape from the stone chamber. This scorpion was evidently mutated, its form indicating it had consumed something beyond mere corpses to attain such size. Its body shimmered with a metallic sheen, and its tail stinger glistened with a purplish hue, while its eyes emanated a chilling, human-like coldness. Cao Yang swept his 9-crow eyes across the creature, his expression one of horror as he once again beheld the purple light. What could this signify? Amidst his bewilderment, Cao Yang charged forward, activating the 9-crow spirit cultivation technique, entering a state of berserk mode. With a powerful push, he launched himself into the air, his python skin boots leaving trails of smoke as the stone floor cracked beneath him. The force of his leap was nothing short of terrifying. He soared high, wielding his blade overhead, aiming for the scorpion's tail. The moment his blade struck, the clash of metal reverberated, sending sparks flying, and the tremendous recoil left his hands numb, propelling him backward against the stone wall with a bone-jarring impact. Incredibly, his formidable strike had merely shattered a segment of the scorpion's exoskeleton, revealing its extraordinary hardness. Cao Yang was thrown against the wall, feeling a chill run through him, his back throbbing with pain. "Aim for its eyes," he shouted, hardly pausing to think as he charged again, this time opting for agility over brute strength. Like a nimble monkey, he darted between the stone columns, striking with precision when the opportunity arose. Shui Yang seized the moment, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. In rapid succession, she fired 4 shots before swiftly evading, repositioning herself. Her speed was astonishing. In what felt like an instant, she had discharged 4 rounds. After a brief struggle, Xiaqing joined the fray, wielding the weapon known as September, adding her strength to the battle. The trio coordinated seamlessly, with Shui Yang drawing the scorpion's attention, targeting its eyes with each shot. Despite the creature's poor vision, its eyes remained its primary means of navigation. However, their efforts seemed futile, as the scorpion's thick eyelids deflected the bullets with ease, rendering their attacks ineffective. "It's too tough to penetrate," Shui Yang exclaimed in frustration. Just then, the giant scorpion lifted its massive body on its pincers, raising itself a meter off the ground, its flattened head lunging towards Shui Yang. In that critical moment, Cao Yang and Xiaqing, positioned behind the beast, had no chance to intervene. Shui Yang, her eyes wide with determination, reacted swiftly. She pushed off the ground with all her might, leaning back, bending low, her left leg supporting her weight while her right leg extended straight. In a flash of lightning, she delivered a powerful kick to the scorpion's abdomen. Miraculously, her kick flipped the colossal creature sideways, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. Cao Yang and Xiaqing's eyes lit up simultaneously. They sprang into action, with Xiaqing leaping to intercept the stinger aimed at Shui Yang, while Cao Yang lunged forward, plunging his blade into the scorpion's belly, slicing through its flesh with force. The 9-crow blade embedded deep, cleaving the creature's abdomen in 2. The giant scorpion crashed to the ground, writhing for a moment before lying still. After Xiaqing helped Shui Yang to her feet, Cao Yang observed her right leg, where he noted the sheer strength of her earlier kick had nearly torn the fabric of her pants. The area around her ankle was particularly shredded, the damage evident. And with the added strain from the crisis, she winced in pain, realizing her leg would be immobilized for the next month or 2. "You should have focused on your training. Now look at the consequences," Cao Yang chided, noting she had just employed the mountain tamer's signature technique, the Coaching kick, which was said to amplify one's strength tenfold. Given the force she had just demonstrated, had that kick landed on a human, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Shui Yang, clutching her thigh and fighting back tears, snapped, "Stop with the sarcasm. Carry me out. I need medical attention." With a faint smile, Cao Yang sheathed the 9-crow blade, removed his clothing to wrap around her injured leg, and hoisted her out of the burial chamber, while Xiaqing picked up the fallen firearm, following closely behind. Upon exiting, Hu Ba and Wang Pengzi approached, their necks adorned with several grenades, each holding an assault rifle. Rushing over with concern, "Cao, are you all right? What happened to Miss Yang?" Wang Pengzi inquired anxiously. Cao Yang rolled his eyes, ignoring the two. "Sister Su, come here and take a look." She strained a muscle. "I'll fetch the medical kit." Su Ru hurriedly dashed toward the tent. Once inside, with Shui Yang on his back, Xiaqing entered carrying a metal box, producing a medicinal pill and offering it to Shui Yang. "Take this. It will help your muscles." Shui Yang accepted the pill and swallowed it. Su Ru entered with the medical kit, using scissors to cut away Shui Yang's pants for examination. She sighed in relief. Fortunately, Your ligaments are intact. It's just a strain. What on earth happened? Your strength is remarkable. Cao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Su Ruo's question struck a nerve with Shui Yang, who couldn't possibly admit that her predicament stemmed from her lack of diligence and training. Get out. Shui Yang fumed, throwing her water bottle at Cao Yang. He caught it, stifling his laughter as he exited the tent. If this scene were to reach the ears of Zhigu Xiao, it would surely evoke mixed emotions. After all, Zhigu Xiao had once single-handedly defeated a six-winged centipede, renowned for its ferocity. The Coatian kick had even earned a reputation for vanquishing a fox spirit. Suddenly, a thought struck Cao Yang, prompting him to hurry back to the burial chamber. Chapter 40. The giant-eyed stone statue. The demonic pill, akin to the corpse soul, is a rare herb that serves as both a primary ingredient in medicinal concoctions and can also be ingested alone. It is considered an exceptional tonic. The purple glow emanating from the bluish-white scorpion likely indicated the presence of a demonic pill within its body. Returning to the burial chamber, Cao Yang gazed at the motionless carcass of the giant scorpion and began to dismantle it with his 9-crow blade. The entire process was lengthy and tedious, and detailing it further might spoil one's appetite. I suppose I should behave like a human, he thought. After approximately half an hour, the colossal scorpion was fully disassembled, yielding 1 demonic pill, 1 stinger, 1 venom sac, and several segments of its robust exoskeleton. Although the creature's flesh was also edible and highly nourishing, the fact that it had grown by consuming corpses prompted Cao Yang to decisively discard it. As for Hao Aigua, only a pile of decayed bones remained within the scorpion's belly, a testament to the corrosive power of the creature's digestive fluids, which had dissolved everything to mere remnants. Collecting the demonic pill, Cao Yang approached Professor Chen, his tone subdued. Professor, there is nothing left. Professor Chen opened his mouth, tears streaming down his face. I caused his demise. I should never have brought him into this line of work. His temperament was ill-suited for archaeology. Overcome with guilt and sorrow, Professor Chen wept inconsolably. Observing the old man's sorrowful state, Cao Yang let out a soft sigh. Professor Chen, everyone has their own fate. Do not dwell too much on your grief, and take care of your health. Professor Chen nodded instinctively, his demeanor slipping into a state of disarray. Utterly unable to control himself, in a decisive moment, Cao Yang delivered a swift blow, rendering Professor Chen unconscious. He feared that if the weeping continued, the professor might succumb to madness, unable to accept the harsh realities of life. Shirley Yang cast a reproachful glare at Cao Yang, but refrained from voicing her concerns. Together, the plump man and Huba assisted in transporting Professor Chen into the tent, while Shirley remained steadfastly by his side. The plan to enter the main tomb chamber that afternoon was delayed due to the unfortunate demise of Hao Aigua, a man of rigid disposition and harsh demeanor. Hao had suffered persecution in his earlier years, fostering within him a deep-seated wariness and aversion to strangers, and his mental state was far from stable. To speak frankly, he was one of the tragic products of a transformative era. This state of affairs made it clear that his journey in academia would not endure. Venturing into tombs was his only lifeline, yet he was utterly ill-suited for this line of work. Archaeological research demands meticulous caution, and Hao Aigua was far too impulsive. Upon encountering rare antiquities, he disregarded all else, consumed solely by the desire to unravel their mysteries. Such recklessness would either lead to his demise or endanger others. Perhaps death would be a kindness. An early passing could lead to rebirth in a different life. Sometimes, death is not a misfortune, but rather a liberation. After sleeping for a day and a night and having taken a sedative, Professor Chen awoke the following day, his mental state significantly improved and his demeanor considerably calmer. Holding a pair of glasses that Hao Aigua had worn in life, he personally erected a grave marker near the tomb site. Aigua, you traveled alongside me, dedicating your life to the study of Western region culture. Now, you rest beside the ancient lands of the West, and I hope you find peace at last. After a lifetime of toil, may you finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. I shall carry forth your legacy until I uncover the ancient city of Jingjue and unveil the mysteries that shroud it. Cao Yang observed silently, beginning to admire Professor Chen for his rapid recovery and his intellectual resilience. The mindset of this scholar was beyond his comprehension. He could not attain such a state in such a short time. As they prepared to descend into the tomb once more, Professor Chen's entire demeanor transformed. He appeared invigorated, as if under the influence of a stimulant. Arriving at the subterranean stone hall, he hurriedly approached the 4 black-eyed stone statues surrounding the altar, his voice brimming with excitement. To think I would encounter these black-eyed statues here. I once participated in the excavation of a tomb in the western regions, where I discovered identical statues. Their eyes protrude prominently, unlike any ordinary features, and their bodies are entirely obsidian. Such statues have been unearthed across various regions, including Tian Shan, Altai, the Hotan area, and the Mongolian steppe. Their origins remain a mystery. Some scholars posited that they represented deities worshipped by nomadic tribes. As the group listened to Professor Chen's explanation, they scrutinized the black stone sculptures. The heads were proportionate to those of normal humans, while their bulging, oval eyes dominated much of their faces. There were no official caps atop their heads, only intricately carved hair. Their expressions were serene and devoid of emotion, embodying the aloofness of gods. Professor Chen directed Yi Yisan, Chu Jian, and Sa Di Peng to commence data measurements and record their findings. Just as they became engrossed in their work, an idea struck him, and he called out instinctively, "Aigwa, look at this." The students felt a pang of sorrow at the mention of how Aigwa, silently immersing themselves in their tasks. With a self-deprecating smile, Professor Chen remarked, "It seems I am becoming more muddled with age." "Professor, that was simply an involuntary reaction. It has little to do with age." Cao Yang interjected with a smile, shifting the topic. "What were you recalling just now?" Realizing the moment, Professor Chen swiftly returned to his professional demeanor, continuing, "I was about to mention that Aigwa and I had once compiled a document stating that Kublai Khan possessed a secret palace in the western region desert, known as the Fragrant Palace. Initially, these stone figures were believed to be revered within the palace, but as more ancient tombs have been excavated, numerous instances of these stone carvings have been discovered, thus challenging the hypothesis surrounding the Fragrant Palace. Some theorize they may have originated from the ancient Turks. Yet definitive evidence remains elusive, rendering it an enigma. Around the 5th century, the Turks were subservient to the Rurin, functioning as ironworking slaves. Could these figures represent such laborers? The significance of iron tools in ancient nomadic tribes was paramount, and entombing a stone statue, symbolizing an ironworker, could signify status. If these merely represented a deity, the frequency and quantity of their discoveries would seem excessive. Such a deity would hardly be so commonplace. Cao Yang concluded, prompting Professor Chen to exclaim, "Ah, Xiao Chao. Your hypothesis is intriguingly bold and carries a modicum of truth upon closer inspection. You possess the makings of a fine archaeologist. Your insight is exceptional. Have you considered accompanying me in this endeavor?" Professor Chen's sudden shift in focus toward Cao Yang took him by surprise, and a smile broke across his face. This old man certainly knew how to recruit talent. Chapter 41. 108. Cao Yang quickly waved his hands in refusal, pushing Shirley Yang, who had been observing, forward. No. I am far too lazy for this. I am not cut out for it, Professor. I think Miss Yang would be a perfect fit. Please consider her. I am already half a student of Uncle Chun, Shirley Yang retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Cao Yang. Just as she finished, a commotion arose from the direction of Wang Pengzi. While the group discussed academic issues, the plump man grew bored, and the attribute of the humanoid replica activator triggered, colloquially known as hand splatter, as he pulled the iron ring of the tomb passage, opening its door. "Xiao Wang, how could you have opened it? We lack the equipment and materials to protect the artifacts. Once the door opens, air enters the tomb and can easily cause oxidation." Professor Chen rushed over, scolding him. Wang Pengzi felt the weight of several disapproving gazes upon him, causing him to stiffen and retort, "I was merely considering everyone's safety, checking for any scorpions. If one were to leap out, we would all be in peril." The group collectively rolled their eyes. Yi Yisan, pouting, mercilessly criticized Wang Pengzi, "Brother Pengzi, what are you even thinking? The entrance to the tomb is so small, it would be a struggle for you to fit through. How could such a large scorpion possibly escape?" "Little Yi, stop attacking my physique. I must reiterate, this is called being robust, not fat," Wang Pengzi insisted, patting his belly with righteousness. Cao Yang chuckled at the absurdity. It was no small feat to produce someone of such size in this day and age. "All right, Pengzi. Acknowledging your mistakes still makes you a good comrade. We are descending into a tomb, not heading to a dance hall. Do not bring your reckless habits along. One misstep could be fatal, so remember not to repeat this." Old Hu's remark exposed Wang Pengzi's quirks entirely, and the expressions of the women around shifted to one of disdain, causing Wang Pengzi's face to flush with embarrassment. "Old Hu, where do you stand?" Old Hu grinned widely, thumping his chest. "I belong to the kind of people who can traverse the world with justification." With that, he shot a glance at Wang Pengzi and turned to Professor Chun, saying, "Professor, this guy's habit of being reckless is beyond remedy. Last time, he got drunk and ended up in the police station because of it. It was not intentional. It was merely an involuntary reaction. Please bear with us. We are but rough individuals, not well-versed in tomb matters. Should we err, do not hesitate to inform us. We will amend our ways." As the tomb passage was opened, I believe it is unnecessary to assign blame. Our immediate priority is to descend and salvage the artifacts, don't you think? Old Hu's fervent remarks swiftly shifted Professor Chen's focus, prompting him to rally the students. Xiao Hu is right. Chu Jian, Xiao Sa, swiftly prepare the equipment. We must venture down to rescue the artifacts. The two named promptly began to hustle, and this scene amused Cao Yang. This team is truly intriguing. Old Hu treats Professor Chen like a fool, while Professor Chen regards Old Hu as a monkey. Given Professor Chen's extensive experience, Old Hu's little tricks are but mere antics before him, akin to performing with a grand sword in front of Guangong. Yet, the old professor possesses a broad mind and elevated thoughts, unwilling to dwell on trivial matters. As they spoke, Chu Jian and Sa Di Peng returned with ropes, flashlights, and their archaeological equipment. The group prepared at the mouth of the tomb for a brief moment. Cao Yang, flashlight in hand, peered into the passage. It is quite deep. With a spiral staircase leading downward, the passage narrow enough for only one person. For safety's sake, I propose we enter in 2 waves. Very well, young Cao. We appreciate your leadership. We shall follow your lead, Professor Chen responded earnestly. Cao Yang thought, this old man is truly seasoned. I suggested entering in 2 waves. Yet he did not specify that I should go first. Professor Chen's words almost implied, young Cao, you are capable. You go first and test the waters. Cao Yang's gaze swept over the others, and he began to call names. As per our usual practice, the first group will consist of myself, Xia Qing, and Chu Jian. The rest shall await our signal. Upon hearing his name, Chu Jian exhibited clear excitement, flashlight in hand, ready to dive in. Wait, exclaimed Shui Liang, halting the group as she produced a small iron box filled with writing in English. She opened it to reveal 3 white tablets and handed them over. I brought these from America. Place them under your tongue to prevent oxygen deprivation. And they have mild antitoxic effects. Chu Jian accepted them eagerly and popped one into his mouth. Cao Yang leaned closer to sniff, detecting an indescribable, peculiar odor that surged to his head. He waved his hand in distaste, saying, Ugh, this smells like some American chemical concoction. Miss Yang, given your esteemed background, couldn't you have procured some unique remedy? Shui Liang glared at him. Take them or leave them. I never said I was giving them to you. Cao Yang grinned, drew his 9-black blade from his back, and jumped into the tomb passage, with Chu Jian closely following and Xia Qing bringing up the rear. The trio descended the spiral stone steps at a measured pace, with Cao Yang fully alert, cautious with each step. The stone steps were a deep, dark hue, seamlessly integrated, with clear carvings, as if chiseled directly from a singular block of stone. This situation could only be explained in one way. The tomb was indeed constructed within the mountain's core, with the burial chamber essentially being the mountain rock itself. Possibly a semi-natural cavern that had been modified. After approximately 40 minutes of descent, the space ahead opened up, revealing a vast, deep chamber, an icy breeze brushing against them, mingled with thick moisture. The 3 wielded their flashlights, scanning the surroundings. Wherever the light reached, they found uneven, dark stone walls, resembling a cavern, while deeper within lay an inky blackness. The beam pierced into the darkness like a light cast into an abyss. The cavern was profound, with 108 steps leading downward, placing them at least 100 meters underground. The observant Xia Qing counted the steps as they descended and remarked, 108? This number surprised Cao Yang. In the western regions, it immediately evoked thoughts of Buddhism, where the number 108 carries significant meaning. The Great Wisdom Treatise, Volume 7, posits that humans possess 108 troubles, commonly referred to as the 108 afflictions. There are 2 primary interpretations. One is that each of the 6 senses has 6 types of afflictions, multiplied across 3 realms, totaling 108. The other involves 10 entanglements and 98 knots, also summing to 108. The renowned 108 pagodas in Buddhism aim to eliminate these troubles. By constructing 108 pagodas, devotees hope to transcend these afflictions and attain inner peace and liberation. Furthermore, 108 can also signify the merits of 108 Buddhas or 108 forms of immeasurable samadhi. The number 108 frequently appears in Buddhist instruments, rituals, and architecture, such as prayer beads made of 108 beads, 108 lamps for offerings, and striking a bell 108 times. In Buddhist ceremonies, the number 108 holds special symbolic significance. For instance, ringing a bell 108 times is believed to alleviate worries and sorrows, while traversing 108 stone steps symbolizes the liberation from life's 108 troubles. The 108 stone steps at the Bodhisattva peak of Wutai Mountain represent the 108 troubles of life. Each step taken signifies entering a path and overcoming a particular affliction. There are 108 Buddhas, 108 Arhats, and 108 Bodhisattvas. However, within the teachings of Buddhism, practitioners believe there are 3 destinations after death. First, entering the 6 realms of reincarnation. Second, ascending to the Western Pure Land, a realm of light and wisdom. And third, achieving nirvana and reincarnation. After departing this mortal coil, Buddhists refer to the state of parinirvana, and burial practices are myriad. For instance, sky burial, emulating the Buddha's act of offering flesh to eagles, returns to nature and is most common in Tibetan Buddhism. The highest form of burial, stupa burial, is prevalent in the central regions, water burials for those devoted to charity, and cremation for returning to the Pure Land, while earth burial is most shunned by Buddhist practitioners. They believe that earth burial precludes reincarnation and access to the Western Pure Land, essentially fearing hell. Crossing 108 steps towards the light signifies resolving worldly troubles. Yet these descending 108 steps exude a sinister aura, clearly contradicting Buddhist principles. Everyone, be cautious. This tomb has an evil essence, Cao Yang warned. Just as he finished speaking, a flicker of eerie purple light suddenly illuminated the dark space ahead. It resembled a candle ignited in the void, its glow faint yet erratic, pulsating in all directions. Cao Gu, there's light. Chu Jian tugged at Cao Yang's sleeve, startled and shouting. Silence. Xia Qing shot him a cold glare. Her eyes filled with disdain. With one hand gripping the flashlight and the other holding her firearm, she raised her right hand, preparing to shoot. Cao Yang restrained her, lowering the gun's muzzle. Do not fire. Something feels amiss. Xia Qing looked at him, puzzled. Cao Yang gestured subtly toward the distance. That thing is moving. It resembles some kind of insect. Understanding dawned on Xia Qing. She lowered her gun, recognizing that Cao Yang's night vision surpassed hers. If he said it resembled an insect, it was likely so, and it was highly probable that it was a social creature. Indeed, aided by that faint purple glow, Cao Yang discerned outlines reminiscent of insect pincers. Was there a crab lurking beneath the Taklamakan Desert? The answer remained unknown. Cao Yang dared not assert its presence, but he was certain that danger lay ahead. The Taklamakan Desert is not entirely devoid of life. On the contrary, various flora and fauna endure within its expanse. At this moment, Cao Yang pondered which creatures bore pincers. His gaze remained fixated on the purple light, contemplating for a long while. Blinking, he came up empty-handed. This revelation struck at the heart of his knowledge. He only recognized ants, spiders, scorpions, snakes, and large maggots, leaving him utterly clueless about what insects might thrive in the Taklamakan Desert. In the enveloping darkness, adhering to the philosophy of if I am not awkward, then those who witness my awkwardness cannot see, Cao Yang decisively withdrew with Xia Qing and Chu Jian. Ascending the stairs, having barely climbed a dozen steps, Chu Jian halted, perplexed, and turned to Cao Yang. Cao Gu, weren't we here to scout? Why are we leaving? How shall we report back to the professor? Cao Yang waved his hand, stating, the enemy's situation remains uncertain, and our intelligence personnel are lacking in vision. For your safety, it would be prudent to retreat for the time being. Insufficient vision? Chu Jian scratched his disheveled head in confusion. Commonly referred to as blind as a bat. But that is not significant. What truly matters is that I fear you might wet yourself in fright. Cao Yang decisively ignored his own lack of knowledge and decided to use Chu Jian as a scapegoat. Feeling somewhat wronged, Chu Jian squeezed his throat in protest. Cao Yang, startled, gave him a jab in the back, angrily admonishing, speak plainly. The slender handle jabbed into Chu Jian's ribs, causing him to grimace in pain, and he wisely fell silent for the remainder of the journey. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Cao Yang gestured for the gathered individuals to remain silent. He approached Sherry Yang directly, lifted her onto his back, and called to Fatty and Old Hu. There may be danger below. Fatty, Old Hu, grab the high-powered flashlights. Stock up on ammunition and solid alcohol, and follow me as we scout ahead. Fatty and Old Hu exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. Although bewildered, they promptly began their preparations. Sherry Yang, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. Put me down. I'm injured, and you're carrying me into danger? Are you trying to get me killed? What a morbid thought. Why not think of you as bait instead? You grew up on beef and milk, so you should be fine. Sherry Yang, exasperated, took a deep breath and said, Cao Yang, are you not concerned that the skills I taught you in the 7 stars kick might be flawed? Why worry? Teach if you wish. If not, I could always summon your grandfather to come and instruct me. Miss Yang, while I covet your skills, they are not a necessity. Besides what? Cao Yang's mysterious smile and stomp hinted at something deeper. He was not speaking idly. There were indeed others present, and at least his godparents had not yet reincarnated. In a 2-to-1 scenario, the odds were in his favor. Worst-case scenario, he could have his godparents confront the troublesome adversary, perhaps even learn some mountain-moving techniques in a dream. The thought of his whimsical godparents conjured a hilariously vivid image in his mind. His godmother, brimming with good fortune, chasing the adversary while brandishing a large lantern, shouting, "You better stand still, you dog." The more he imagined, the more amused he became. Perhaps I shall burn some paper tonight. As for whether they could defeat the threat, that was not something for Cao Yang to ponder. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality as Sherry Yang gasped, and he leaped into the tomb passage once more. Even the typically bold and meticulous Sherry Yang was taken aback, genuinely believing Cao Yang intended to use her as bait. After all, this was the desert, and the likelihood of an injured person being abandoned by the team was 90%, especially in the liberally minded United States. Her education had instilled this understanding. "Cao Yang, I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, I will haunt you as a ghost. There is a kind of bug down there that I am unfamiliar with, and I thought you might be well-versed enough to assist in identifying it." "Really?" Sherry Yang asked skeptically. "Absolutely. Do you think Professor Chin would let me off the hook if I discarded you?" Sherry Yang momentarily struggled to process this. "Wait, why didn't you clarify that earlier? I thought you genuinely meant to use me as bait." Cao Yang cleared his throat twice, lowering his voice. Cough, cough. "As the team leader, I must avoid any statements that might tarnish my glorious image, for that would undermine morale, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Sherry Yang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What glorious image? The autumn pants blade god. Ha ha, you truly are humorous." Sherry Yang laughed uncontrollably on Cao Yang's back. Cao Yang was momentarily bewildered. "What on earth? Autumn pants blade god? When did I acquire such a flamboyant nickname?" It was absurd. If word got out, where would the dignity of the esteemed Cao Yang go? "Stop laughing and tell me who called me that. It's utterly ridiculous to assign such nicknames without courtesy." Sherry Yang stifled her laughter, teasingly retorting, "I won't tell you." The two fell into silence until they encountered Hu Ba-yi and Fatty Wang again. Cao Yang turned to old Hu, winked, and quickened his pace while still carrying Sherry Yang. Upon reaching the underground stone cave, old Hu and Fatty turned on their high-powered flashlights, illuminating the darkness ahead. Under the orange glow, the ground was teeming with writhing, flesh-colored bodies. Sherry Yang glanced at them, her face turning ghostly pale. "Hurry, we must go." Those resemble the legendary death worms. The light revealed thick, meaty worms, tightly packed in areas overgrown with purple vegetation. They occasionally opened their leathery eyelids, revealing eyes that glowed like purple candles, flickering in the darkness. Cao Yang recognized the large pincers at both ends of the death worm. These creatures measured approximately 1.6 to 7 meters long, with a girth comparable to a human thigh, resembling intertwined sausages. Their anus-like mouths constantly gnawed at the purple moss-like plants. The death worm, the harbinger of doom in the Mongolian Gobi Desert, old Hu swallowed hard. He had heard of the infamous death worm, known to the local herdsmen as the embodiment of death. A bizarre legend circulated in the Mongolian Gobi Desert, claiming that enormous blood-red worms roamed the desolate sand dunes, exuding highly corrosive toxic liquids. These colossal creatures could also emit unknown energy beams from their eyes, instantly injuring any person or animal within meters and slowly consuming their prey. Hence, they were dubbed the death worms or sandworms, synonymous with death itself. The earliest Western account of these worms was documented by explorer Roy Chapman Andrews, later the director of the American Museum of Natural History. In his book On the Trail of Ancient Man, he quoted Damden Bazer's description of the worms in 1922. They resembled 2-foot-long sausages, lacking both head and feet, but contain lethal venom. Any slight contact with humans or livestock results in immediate death. These creatures inhabit the most desolate regions of the Mongolian Gobi Desert. Andrews noted that although sightings of the death worms had become rare, the local Mongolians remained steadfast in their belief of their existence, and the accounts of witnesses bore striking similarities. Legend has it that those who have seen these worms often succumb to mysterious deaths, and throughout history, no one has ever seen one in its true form, nor has any visual evidence been substantiated. Most descriptions stem from herdsmen's oral traditions and the imaginations of explorers. Cao Yang could never have anticipated that such a mysterious and terrifying creature would exist within this ancient tomb. Fatty Wang, unaware of the worm's danger, scoffed dismissively. "What is the big deal? Just a bunch of worms. Watch me turn them into dried worms with a grenade." "Fatty, don't be reckless. You can't blow these things up," old Hu exclaimed, snatching the canvas bag containing the grenades from Fatty Wang with wide eyes. "Why not?" Fatty Wang protested, refusing to relent. It said that these creatures contain vast amounts of venom and unknown energy, so grenades are out of the question. After Sherry Yang finished her serious explanation, she struggled to dismount from Cao Yang's back and pointed ahead, saying, "Look at the purple plants on the ground, resembling moss. They appear to hold greater significance in the eyes of the death bugs than we do." And indeed, this was the case. Cao Yang and his companions had been in this place for quite some time, wielding their powerful flashlights, yet they had not attracted the attention of these voracious insects. Instead, they were incessantly devouring the purple moss beneath them, as if it were the most delectable delicacy. This must be a previously undiscovered type of moss, rich in nutrients, which explained how the death bugs could grow to such immense sizes. As Sherry spoke with increasing excitement, a sense of unease crept into Cao Yang's mind. She took the flashlight from Lao Hu and, casting a bright beam around the cavern, pointed to the ceiling with a smile. "Perhaps we can pass over them." Cao Yang looked up at the nearly 10-meter-high cavern and shook his head in resignation. These Americans, no wonder they say there are fewer of them online. They lack the guts that most people possess. No, it's far too dangerous. We might be fine, but what about the students and Professor Chen? If we disturb the swarm, we would only end up as food for the insects. He firmly rejected Sherry's suggestion. However, to his surprise, Sherry turned to him with a piercing gaze and a smirk, saying, "Isn't your blood supposed to have hallucinogenic effects? Why not use some?" Lao Hu and the chubby man's eyes brightened as they looked at Cao Yang, licking their lips. Cao Yang shot them a fierce glare. "You don't realize how deep this pit is. Who knows how many bugs are inside? My blood isn't free." The three of them glanced at the deep darkness ahead and fell silent. Cao Yang stared at the writhing mass of insects for a moment before breaking into a contemplative smile. Since grenades were off the table, perhaps they could use insects to combat insects. "Desert army ants," he suggested, and the three of them instantly brightened, speaking in unison. Cao Yang nodded and retrieved a porcelain vial containing beast spirit pills from his pocket, raising an eyebrow at Sherry Yang. "See, when it comes to dealing with monsters and demons, your American methods are ineffective. We must rely on the skills of our ancestors. What a blessing for old Yang to have a granddaughter like you." Sherry Yang flicked her hair and turned away, wisely choosing not to engage with Cao Yang's sarcasm. "But these are death bugs. The desert army ants may not stand a chance against them." "Indeed, Miss Yang has a point," Lao Hu added. "Moreover, the army ants might not be in great numbers. They might truly struggle against the death bugs." Cao Yang's gaze shifted between Hu Ba-yi and Sherry Yang, his expression inscrutable. "Well, Lao Hu, you've quickly sided with capitalism. Your stance is rather shaky. In the past, you would have been sent to the pigpen." Wang Pengzi chuckled. "Cao Yang, don't let Lao Hu's serious demeanor fool you. He is quite the jokester." Lao Hu slapped Wang Pengzi on the head, speaking earnestly. "Cao Yang, it's not the time for jokes. We need to devise a plan to deal with the death bugs. Ask Yang the boss." Cao Yang shrugged and turned to leave, pulling Xiaqing along. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Sherry's expression turned cold. Her teeth clenched in frustration. This jerk only cares about himself. Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pengzi looked at each other and chose to remain silent. Surui shook her head and crouched down. "Come on, Boss Yang, don't forget to give me a bonus when we get out." After a moment's hesitation, Sherry Yang climbed onto Suruhi's back. They returned to the tent, gathering to discuss their strategy. Professor Chen, upon hearing Sherry Yang's description of the underground cavern, became animated and began to speak incoherently. "Surely, describe the purple moss in detail." Seeing Chun's excitement, Sherry glanced at the others in surprise. "It resembles a type of moss, with dark purple leaves that are slightly longer than ordinary moss, shaped like match heads." The group looked at her with a hint of envy. Her night vision was astonishing, able to discern such tiny details from a distance of 20 to 30 meters, nearly rivaling that of a telescope. Professor Chen nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's it. It has appeared again. No wonder this area is home to desert army ants, terrifying giant scorpions, and the legendary death bugs. The source of it all lies within this moss." "This moss?" the others queried. "Indeed. It is an extremely rare and mysterious species, likely a type of special fungus, somewhat akin to cordyceps, a composite of moss and moth larvae. Highly nutritious and possessing unique medicinal properties. It can be considered an exceedingly rare medicinal herb, its specific name unknown, having appeared only a few times throughout human history, with no written records to document it." As Professor Chen spoke, Cao Yang's breath quickened with excitement. He believed that this purple moss was likely connected to the seven-star snow-patterned golden silkworm, implying that this ancient tomb was likely a remnant of the ancient kingdom of Khotan. After nearly 2 months in the desert, They finally had a lead on the 7-star, snow-patterned golden silkworm. Now, the most pressing issue was addressing the threat posed by the death bugs and safely reaching the depths of the cavern. Cao Yang contemplated deeply. The terrifying giant scorpions, desert army ants, and the swarm of death bugs likely existed due to the presence of this moss, having evolved and mutated around it. It could be deduced that these 3 species once engaged in a fierce struggle for dominance over this precious food source, ultimately leading to the death bugs claiming ownership of the purple moss. If that were the case, they were indeed in a predicament. The death bugs were not to be trifled with. While the venom within them was manageable, the real concern was that mysterious energy. With the expedition team's current capabilities, fire, explosives, firearms, who could say what kind of chain reaction might ensue? Professor, do you know the death bug's weaknesses? Cao Yang looked at Professor Chen with anticipation. Professor Chen shook his head. I am not a biologist, and the death bugs are far too enigmatic. No scholars have specifically studied them. However, your method might be worth a try. It could yield results. Even if we fail, we may glean valuable insights into combating the death bugs, which is crucial for us. Cao Yang grinned and stood up, brushing the sand from his pants. As expected from a scholar, your thought process is clear. Let us settle on this. Lao Hu Pengzi, and in Li Man, gather the others and relocate. The task of luring the insects will be entrusted to me and Sister Qing. During the operation, everyone must obey orders. Especially you 3. The further away you stay, the better. He specifically addressed Sa Di Peng, Chu Jian, and Yi Exian, aware of their overwhelming curiosity, which could prove perilous. The thought of simultaneously provoking 3 terrifying insect swarms was daunting even for Cao Yang. The trio frowned, glancing at Professor Chen for support. Chun's expression grew serious as he added, Our mission is to conduct archaeological research. Do not involve yourselves in matters beyond our capabilities. The death of Hao Igua had been a significant blow to him. Observing Cao Yang's decisive demeanor, Professor Chen suddenly realized that he might not be suited for a leadership role. Otherwise, his team would not be so disorganized. Chu Jian and the others shrank back, sensing the gravity of the situation as they had never witnessed Professor Chen speak so sternly. Cao Yang paused and turned to Su Ruhi. Sister Su, you should accompany us. Su Ruhi, busy organizing her medical supplies, shook her head. No, wherever you go, I go. The chubby man and Lao Hu exchanged glances, powerless to comment on Cao Yang's appeal to women, before rising to lead the others away. The team once again split into 2 factions, with Lao Hu, the fatty, and Lyman leading the main group, taking along Professor Chun, Shirley Yang, and others. Their destination was to establish a base camp at the ancient city of Xia. 3 hours after the main force set off, Cao Yang began his preparations. At present, it was just him, Xia Qing, and Su Rua fighting side by side. While distributing solid alcohol and loading ammunition in the tent, Cao Yang suddenly turned to Su Rua and said, You could have gone with them. As Su Rua pressed bullets into the magazine without looking up, she replied, You are my boss. Wherever you go, I, as your employee, must follow. Cao Yang blinked and smiled slightly. What if the boss goes to relieve himself? Su Rua paused her actions, raising her head to give him a disdainful look. Well done. Congratulations on your early promotion. Keep up the good work. Cao Yang felt gratified by Su Rua's choice. This woman was worth nurturing and trusting. Chapter 45. The ant sea tide. Once everything was packed, the trio embarked on their journey to attract the insects. This time, they were fully armed. The A-class weapon brought by Hu Ba and the fatty was promptly commandeered by Cao Yang, while Xia Qing and Su Rua each took one, flanking Cao Yang with an array of handguns, ammunition, and grenades strapped to them, resembling 2 formidable female soldiers ready for battle. After advancing 5 or 6 kilometers northeast and crossing a sand dune, the trio halted in their tracks upon witnessing a sight in the distance. The twilight desert was strewn with fiery red army ants and dark red carcasses of sand scorpions, resembling a lake overrun with crimson algae. The expanse was vast, roughly estimated to cover a mile or 2, with the elite forces of 2 great factions clearly divided into 2 opposing waves, tense and poised for confrontation. Leading the army of ants was a colossal ant king, black and red like charcoal, the size of a bison, with wings sprouting from its back. Opposing it was a giant scorpion, commanding its own faction. In that moment, Cao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. The combat prowess of these insects was truly astonishing. Without the beast spirit pill, we would have no choice but to flee before them. What would happen when facing the deathly insects? Xia Qing's gaze was fervent, filled with anticipation. However, the queen of the army ants had not yet appeared. Su Rua surveyed the ant army, her brow furrowing. With her reminder, Cao Yang realized the gravity of the situation and took a deep breath. This means that these army ants are only a fraction of the whole. The army ant is the most terrifying ant in the desert. Its fearsome nature surpassing even that of venomous scorpions and rattlesnakes. There's a saying in the Taklamakan Desert that describes their hunting scenes. The fiery red flames sweep across the desert, and the creatures have no chance to pray to Huda before descending into hell, their souls and bodies merging with the flames, leaving only bones to weep in the black sand. A phrase rich in religious significance, it encapsulates the terror of the desert army ants. Cao Yang suddenly thought of something, his heart racing uncontrollably. He hurried to a sand dune and stood atop it, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, 700 or 800 meters away, waves of red began surging from all directions towards them. Oh no, they're going to encircle us. Cao Yang felt a cold sweat breaking on his forehead as he sensed the overwhelming number of ants, simultaneously feeling a sense of respect for the ant queen. She was capable of controlling the swarm, resisting the allure of the beast spirit pill. That was the true horror. The queen's control over the army ants was astonishing. She directed a portion of the desert army ants to engage in a fierce battle here, while the remaining forces flanked from behind to encircle them. A true encirclement tactic. From the outset, their goal was to annihilate the scorpion horde, Cao Yang reflected, looking at the porcelain bottle in his hand. As a member of the insect kingdom, this ant queen was able to resist the scent of the beast spirit pill, transcending the level of life. So far, among the beasts and insects Cao Yang had encountered, only that pale blue scorpion could remain indifferent to the beast spirit pill's influence. Its aura, under the gaze of the 9 wraiths, exuded a nobility and rarity in deep purple. Perhaps it could be termed a demon or a spirit of sorts. This implied that the ant queen likely existed on a similar level. Look quickly. The direction of the encircling ants is southwest. Their ultimate goal may be that ancient tomb. Su Ruo exclaimed, filled with shock. Witnessing such a breathtaking scene for the first time, she felt nothing but awe and reverence for the natural world. The grandeur of this spectacle was beyond the scope of language to describe. The tide of ants drew increasingly nearer. The 3 exchanged silent glances. At this point, the only option was to run. Do not stop. Run swiftly. Cao Yang shouted, and the trio bolted, their movement causing the distant black-red surge to seemingly accelerate. In an instant, Cao Yang felt an unsettling illusion arise within him. It seemed as though the terrifying ant queen was lurking somewhere, watching them. Hold on to these. Throw them when it matters. They could save your life. As they ran, Cao Yang opened the porcelain bottle and poured out 3 beast spirit pills, handing them to Xiaqing and Su Ruo. The appearance of the beast spirit pills elicited an immediate reaction from the dwindling scorpion horde. Originally facing off against the ant king, the scorpions suddenly changed direction, pursuing Cao Yang and the others. Their movement triggered a chain reaction. The ant king waved its antennae, and in an instant, the army ants behind it split into 2 torrents, flanking the scorpions from both sides. The sight sent shivers down Cao Yang's spine. Surrounded by army ants, their only escape route was that ancient tomb. May the deathly insects lend some strength to withstand the onslaught of the army ants. Cao Yang silently prayed. Suddenly, the yellow sand directly ahead began to stir, rising like a sand spring, with grains cascading down. The 3 halted abruptly, swallowing hard. In an instant, dozens of sand pillars surged up, encircling them tightly. What now? Is this ant queen intent on not letting us go? Su Ruo exclaimed in fear, picturing herself being devoured by ants, sending chills down her spine. Throw them, Cao Yang commanded, pulling the pins from 2 grenades and tossing them. The explosions followed in quick succession, each detonating a sand pillar, and the army ants within scattered like petals. The surrounding sand pillars erupted, unleashing a dense tide of ants that rushed towards the trio. Xiaqing and Su Ruo squeezed the triggers, beginning to fire. Cao Yang hurled grenades, and their overwhelming firepower quickly cleared a path. They fought and ran, utilizing all available resources, grenades, A-class weapons, solid alcohol. The terror of the ant sea was boundless, dense as water, and their ammunition was depleting rapidly. Cao Yang tossed out the beast spirit pills, causing the ant tide to momentarily stir, disrupting their formation, allowing the trio to escape the encirclement. Just as they sprinted a few meters forward, the sand beneath them began to churn anew. Damn it, is this never-ending? Cao Yang cursed furiously, wishing he could stuff a pack of C4 into the ant queen's belly to teach her a lesson about human technology's wrath. But the reality was that he had no C4. His grenades were running low as well. Once again, they found themselves surrounded by the army ants, their spirits plummeting to an all-time low, with anger boiling over. Cao Yang drew the 9 wraith knife from his back. taking a piece of solid alcohol and rubbing it vigorously against the blade before igniting it. Wielding the fiery knife, he swung it towards a nearby sand pillar. Chapter 46. Is the Ant Queen coming? The blazing 9-wu blade descended with great force, cleaving the sand pillar in half at that very moment. Xiaqing, in perfect synchrony, crushed 2 solid alcohol blocks and tossed them inside. An explosive fire ignited, sending the desert army ants scattering like sparks to either side. Upon seeing the size of these ants, Cao Yang felt a jolt in his heart. The army ants that appeared this time were notably large, as thick as carrots and measuring over 10 centimeters in length, darting about like bullets with astonishing speed. Some caught fire from the alcohol, while others had already scurried several meters away. Several jumped onto Cao Yang's arm, biting into his clothing and exuding formic acid. His sturdy work jacket was instantly corroded, developing several smoking holes. The potency of the formic acid was comparable to sulfuric acid. Be careful, these large ants are somewhat intimidating. With quick reflexes, Cao Yang shook his right arm, sending a few ants flying off, and retreated a few steps to warn the others. As he spoke, he dashed towards another sand pillar, mimicking his earlier actions, cleaving it open and tossing in more alcohol. Before long, the ground was strewn with the charred corpses of ants. Just as the fire raged on, Su Rua abruptly grabbed Cao Yang, who was about to strike again. We're running low on alcohol, we must conserve it. Cao Yang, hearing this, felt a wave of frustration and, in anger, cleaved another sand pillar before urging the two to flee. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dune, the massive ant swarm had already tightened its encirclement. The sea of ants gradually approached the scorpion horde. Contrary to expectations, there was no fierce struggle or desperate battle. The ant swarm merely passed behind the scorpions and vanished without a trace. The humans had been consumed, leaving only bones to mourn in the black sand. However, the scorpions had simply disappeared without a trace. The vast army of ants, having eradicated the scorpions, did not halt their advance, but closely followed Cao Yang and the others toward the ancient tomb. Their objective, or rather, the queen ant's objective, had been clear from the outset. The scorpion horde was merely an appetizer. The death-invoking insects that dominated the purple moss were her true target, which could potentially contribute to the growth of the ant colony. As the trio approached the ancient tomb, the sound of ants crawling and the rolling of yellow sand grew closer behind them. Cao Yang glanced back, feeling a deep sense of confusion. The clear offensive objective of the ant swarm was evidently aimed at the purple moss beneath the tomb. While his beast spirit pill might incite a frenzy in part of the ant swarm, it could not influence the entire colony. What puzzled Cao Yang was the timing of this attack. The desert army ants chose to strike precisely when they discovered the tomb and opened the second passage. Such timing seemed too coincidental. The three jumped into the stone hall, using ropes to climb a large stone pillar, hiding in a cavity at the top. Once concealed, Cao Yang tossed 2 beast spirit pills into the entrance of the second tomb passage, extinguished his flashlight, and pricked his finger, smearing blood on the surrounding stone walls and on Xiaqing and Su Rua. Boss, make sure your blood doesn't fail us at a critical moment. They're coming in. The trio had barely concealed themselves for 10 minutes when the first wave of army ants entered through the tomb passage. Su Rua, gripping her weapon tightly, whispered nervously, "Shoo, hold your breath and close your eyes." Cao Yang pulled Su Rua into his embrace, tightly covering her mouth. This woman possessed night vision, and he feared that if she saw the approaching ant swarm, she might scream, thereby revealing their position. His blood had a hallucinogenic effect, and in this enclosed space, its efficacy was remarkably potent, creating a defensive barrier with a mesmerizing effect around them. Time passed slowly. The trio huddled closely together. Only the sound of ants crawling over the stone tiles reached their ears. This sound persisted for an entire hour without fading, illustrating the terrifying number of the ant swarm. Cao Yang estimated that this battle would endure for a long time, and his greatest concern was whether his blood could sustain its effect for such an extended period. However, there were no other options available. The ant swarm had surrounded the ancient tomb. While he could rely on his 9-wu spirit nourishing technique to enter berserk mode and break free, Xiaqing and Su Rua were likely in peril. As time gradually slipped away, hiding in this dark and confined space, with the terrifying ant swarm lurking below, was undoubtedly a tremendous psychological torment for the three. Cao Yang had lost count of how many times he had drawn his blade, and the rustling sound seemed to persist incessantly. At that moment, his eyelids felt heavy, his mind restless and agitated, overwhelmed with frustration, and he longed to scream to release this pent-up emotion. Just as he was experiencing this discomfort, a sudden warmth brushed against his ear. Don't be tense, relax. In a confined, dark space, it's easy for the mind to become strained, leading to irritability and anger. This is a sign of claustrophobia acting up. The best remedy is to shift your focus, Su Ruo advised. Suddenly, Cao Yang felt his hand being grasped, leading him to a wondrous place. Smooth, soft, large, these three marvelous sensations instantly alleviated some of his tension. Indeed, his focus had shifted, and even the rustling noise seemed to fade away. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Thank you. Could you take a quick look and see if there are any army ants left in the hall?" Su Ruo cautiously shifted her body to peer down for a moment before retreating. "I'm afraid we can't leave. The area below is swarming with army ants, and their behavior is quite strange, almost like they're standing guard." Su Ruo felt as if she were losing her mind, using the term standing guard to describe ants. This world was utterly bizarre. Standing guard? Cao Yang echoed in surprise. The situation was indeed peculiar. Could it be that the army ants intended to build a nest here, causing the colony to exhibit heightened vigilance? There was only one explanation. The queen ant had arrived. After Su Ruo spoke, both Cao Yang and Su Ruo simultaneously trembled. The mysterious queen ant was finally about to reveal herself? "How long have we been inside?" Cao Yang nudged Xiaqing's arm. 5 hours and 8 minutes. Xiaqing replied instinctively. Only she could keep track of time under such circumstances. 5 hours. He wondered how the battle between the ant swarm and the death-invoking insects had progressed. Su Ruo, curious, asked, "What do you think?" Cao Yang sighed. "Regardless of who wins, it makes little difference to us. We will ultimately have to engage in a deadly struggle with one side. The best outcome would be for both parties to suffer heavy losses, allowing us to take advantage of the situation. However, given the current circumstances, that seems highly improbable. The area where the queen ant is heading is undoubtedly secure. The army ants would not make such a fundamentally flawed error. I've been pondering why the army ants chose this precise moment, as we descended into the tomb, to confront the death-invoking insects for territory." Cao Yang expressed the confusion that had been plaguing him. Both Su Ruo and Xiaqing paused, their minds filled with questions, brimming with uncertainty. Chapter 47. The most bizarre tomb-robbing trio. This was indeed a perplexing matter. As the saying goes, they arrived neither too early nor too late, but precisely at this moment. Theoretically, it made no sense. Firstly, the desert army ants, both in number and combat capability, would annihilate the desert swarm. Even the large pale scorpion within the tomb would not stand a chance. The ant swarm would engulf it and make it disappear. Secondly, even if there were death-invoking insects in the underground cavern, ants are naturally adept at digging and do not require assistance from Cao Yang and the others to gain entry. The behavior of this group of desert army ants was baffling to Cao Yang, evoking an indescribable sense of strangeness, as if these ants had been waiting for them to unlock the ancient tomb. Could it be that the desert army ants were bred by the ancient people of the Yutian kingdom to guard the tomb? It was possible, but the likelihood was slim. Never before had I heard of desert army ants being employed to guard tombs. Such a notion is absent even in the records of the Wu Hou secret chronicles. Observing these desert army ants, from their encirclement of sand scorpions to their ability to resist the allure of beast spirit elixir, as well as their peculiar behavior of standing guard within the grand hall, one could easily be misled into thinking that they are under some form of command, as if the ant queen possesses an extraordinary intelligence. The behavior of such creatures is seldom straightforward. If it were merely a matter of contending for the underground purple moss, such a situation would have been resolved long ago. What, then, is their true purpose? Amidst Cao Yang's swirling thoughts, Su Ruo suddenly interjected with a note of urgency. "The ant queen is coming." The four words thrust Cao Yang into a state of heightened tension, his mind sharpening into focus. Gripping the jiu knife tightly, he tensed his body, assuming a combat stance. Su Ruo's voice trembled as she continued. "It seems she has noticed us." In her line of sight, on the stone path of the subterranean hall, a group of particularly robust and dark-colored army ants was seen carrying a large, plump maggot, measuring nearly 1 meter in length, as they traversed the stone pathway. Flanking them on either side were columns brimming with a thick mass of standing guard ants. The scene resembled the arrival of a royal procession. As the ant queen approached from a diagonal position relative to Cao Yang and the others, she abruptly commanded the ant swarm to halt. Her black, bean-sized eyes, glimmering in the darkness, locked onto Su Ruo's gaze. The strangeness of her stare rendered Su Ruo momentarily speechless, and Cao Yang, gripping her hand, could distinctly feel her trembling form, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Just as he steeled himself to unleash his fury and leap into battle, Xiaqing reached out and restrained him. "Wait, it seems she is trying to communicate with us." Cao Yang was taken aback, questioning the validity of her assertion. If such words had come from the corpulent figure, he would have delivered a few slaps. But Xiaqing, never one to jest about such matters, was serious. If she claimed it to be so, then it must be true. The crux of the matter was that the Ant Queen was attempting to communicate with humans. How fantastical. Indeed, she was conveying a message to us. What a remarkable ability, Xia Qing exclaimed, her voice laden with astonishment, as she closed her eyes tightly, furrowing her brow in concentration, as if deciphering the Ant Queen's words. An extraordinary scene unfolded as they maintained this connection, one human and one insect, sustaining it for a full half hour. Finally, Xia Qing opened her eyes, her expression flickering with astonishment. She says she wishes to collaborate with us to obtain the essence of the silkworm god. Cao Yang felt as though he had been struck dumb. Was this truly something an ant would say? Yet, the mention of the silkworm god ignited a surge of excitement within him. Could this indeed be the Ant Queen's ulterior motive? To wait for capable individuals to unearth the ancient tomb, only to then surround them with her army of ants and, after a trial, join forces to excavate the relics therein? Analyzing her peculiar behaviors through this lens made perfect sense. Ants, as a species, are inherently fascinating. Their vast colonies and numerous members suggest that controlling such a massive population requires the queen to be more than just a reproductive machine. She is, in fact, the core of the colony, the most unique entity among them, with terrifying reproductive capabilities, a long lifespan, and a formidable physique. Coupled with the pheromones that govern the entire colony, she functions as a highly developed brain, issuing complex commands while simultaneously managing the colony's activities. The sheer number of desert army ants could be described as a veritable sea of ants. To govern such a multitude, this queen has likely undergone significant evolution. Cao Yang speculated that she might have consumed the underground's purple moss, attaining incredible powers, which granted her the ability to communicate with humans. As for why Xia Qing could receive this information, he surmised it was likely due to a unique mental capacity. The human heart, with its emotions, pain, sorrow, longing, and love, plays a significant role in such communication. Some individuals possess a delicate sensitivity, and Xia Qing may belong to that category, or perhaps her biological electricity is innately strong, or her hormonal balance is favorable. Regardless of the reason, the pressing question remained, to cooperate or not. Cao Yang's mind raced. He was unsure what other formidable abilities the Ant Queen had yet to reveal. However, the boldness with which she appeared before them suggested she possessed means of self-preservation. He even harbored suspicions that the desert army ants, previously lured out by the beast spirit elixir, were intentionally released by the Ant Queen as a test of their capabilities. Once they had gauged their strengths, she would reveal her hand. With grenades, explosives, firearms, and solid alcohol as his arsenal, Cao Yang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Realizing that these were the only means at his disposal, all of which had already been employed against the desert army ants. This implied that the Ant Queen had already assessed their strategies. If he were to activate his fury mode and leap into action, there was no guarantee he could defeat the queen, and his companions would certainly not escape unscathed. Even if they chose to cooperate, the risks remained substantial. After all, this was an insect, a creature more formidable than beasts. Agreeing to her proposal will allow me to uncover what lies beneath that drives this Ant Queen to such madness, Cao Yang declared. Xia Qing closed her eyes once more, attempting to transmit the information. Following a series of intricate and unknown exchanges, the parties reached a consensus. Thus, the most peculiar tomb-raiding alliance in history was formed. The Ant Queen, a massive creature measuring nearly 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter wide, affectionately dubbed Big White, accompanied by countless worker ants and their offspring, joined forces with Cao Yang, Xia Qing, and Su Rua, embarking together into the underground cavern, officially commencing their expedition. Chapter 48. The Leap of Life. Upon once again entering the subterranean cavern, the trio found themselves in a state entirely different from their previous encounter. Behind them surged an army of billions of ants, flowing like a torrent, while ahead, an ant emperor the size of a calf, with 6 wings, led the way, followed closely by Big White. Their demeanor was nothing short of formidable. As Cao Yang descended the stone steps, the moment his feet touched the ground, he was drawn in by the sound of thuds emanating from ahead. Shining his high-powered flashlight, he beheld a scene of thick, viscous, bluish liquid splattering amidst a backdrop of dark red, thick-skinned fragments. The cavern walls, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide, sizzled as the bluish liquid made contact, reminiscent of sulfuric acid being poured onto the dark stone, emitting a hissing sound. Cao Yang grimaced, realizing the lethal nature of the death worm. He was grateful he resorted to grenades, for otherwise, they would have been splattered with this corrosive substance. About 10 meters ahead lay a corner shrouded in dense green smoke, obscuring their vision. While the air was redolent of something akin to rotting flesh being doused with an acidic liquid, the acrid scent was suffocating. The battle between the army and the death worms had commenced, with the green smoke emanating from the corrosive venom spewed by the death worms, which decimated the ant ranks and corroded their fallen comrades. The ant swarm pressed forward, sacrificing their lives in the advance. Cao Yang covered his mouth and nose, gripping the Jiu knife as he ventured forward. Peering around the corner, his flashlight illuminated a wide, gourd-shaped cavern, revealing its profound depths. The beam reflected faint purple light on the ground, and at the 5 to 6 meter wide entrance, a mass of dark red death worms was densely packed. Their flower-like mouths faced outward, thick, brownish folds of skin surrounding a ring of white spikes, continuously spewing forth bluish liquid in an attempt to repel the advancing army. Resembling a wall adorned with orifices, a wave of physiological discomfort surged through him. The ants' assault was direct and relentless. The dense army of ants surged along the rocky walls of the cave, pouring in from every crevice. Most were struck by the eerie blue liquid, instantly meeting their demise, their bodies bursting apart and releasing wisps of smoke. A small fraction, however, traversed the stone fissures, feasting upon their fallen comrades and injecting formic acid into them. Cao Yang, suppressing his discomfort, observed for a considerable time and discerned that these two species appeared to be natural adversaries. Once the death insects were approached by the army ants, they would explode upon receiving a copious amount of formic acid. Likewise, the army ants, upon being struck by the blue liquid, would burst apart in an instant. What could this be? A violent acid-based reaction? Cao Yang's expression grew serious as he activated the 9-Crow's treasure eye to peer deeper. Beneath the gaze of the treasure eye, a fantastical tapestry of colors unfolded. The blue represented the death insects, while the blood red symbolized the desert army ants. On the ground, shimmering purple spots intertwined to create a haze, resembling a multitude of fireflies congregated together. Cao Yang inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. He had encountered the purple light once more. Since entering the desert, this marked the third time. The first was with the translucent walnut made of infant-like yellow rubber. The second with the demon-imbued scorpion, and now, the third with this purple moss. Judging by the death insect's treatment of it, this purple moss must be extraordinary, as the death insects were willing to risk their very existence to compete for it against the army ants. Meanwhile, the large white creature seemed intent on achieving two objectives. It desired the purple moss and the essence of the silkworm god that resided within its being. Cao Yang's thoughts raced as he occasionally glanced back at the large white creature, contemplating whether he could launch a sudden attack in a frenzied state and eliminate it in one swift strike. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt an intense foreign force invading his very core, overwhelming him. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if his thoughts had been laid bare, and he found himself plunging into a bottomless abyss. Humans are so wicked. A strange message unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, nearly causing him to collide with the rock wall. Are you the queen ant? Indeed. Cao Yang attempted to convey his thoughts. This queen ant seemed to have acquired some remarkable power, one that could directly influence human minds and even communicate through them. How wondrous. The sensation was almost intoxicating. When the communication ceased, he felt an unsettling itch within. Queen ant, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have harbored animosity towards you. Given that we are partners, my wariness is a natural instinct. After all, in the underground caverns, ant colonies are the natural rulers. Having conveyed his thoughts, he frequently glanced at the writhing large white creature, uncertain whether the queen had understood his intentions. Minutes passed like years as he awaited the queen's response. Finally, he received an answer. Human, if you help me obtain the essence of the silkworm god, you may take anything here, and I will ensure the ant colony safely escorts you away. The queen's mention of the essence of the silkworm god compelled Cao Yang to take her seriously. It seemed that the moss, imbued with purple brilliance, paled in comparison to the essence. Who, then, was this silkworm god, and where could its essence be found? Cao Yang voiced his concerns. Collaborating with a queen capable of commanding a vast army of ants was fraught with peril. Failure to acquire the essence could provoke her wrath. The silkworm god, like me, is a mother insect that has undergone 7 transformations, slumbering deep underground. I need its essence to complete my 8th transformation. Cao Yang pondered in disbelief. Could these death insects be descendants of the silkworm god? No, it is a remarkable mother insect that spends most of its time in slumber, mating and reproducing only occasionally. Cao Yang nodded and inquired further. What do you mean by the 7th transformation? It refers to the leap of life. I have evolved from an ordinary ant, solely focused on reproduction, to the queen of an entire colony, experiencing 7 leaps of life. In human terms, you might call it reincarnation. Every 100 years, the colony consumes my body, and I am reborn in a new queen ant's form. Cao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. This was akin to a soul inhabiting 7 different bodies. How has she accomplished this? Good heavens. This queen ant had lived for 700 years. No wonder she could communicate with humans. Gradually regaining his composure, he hesitated. Queen ant, to be candid, I do not possess absolute confidence in securing the essence of the silkworm god, so our partnership warrants careful consideration. He felt compelled to be honest with her. If this ancient queen were to go mad, it could spell disaster. The silkworm god is encased in a cocoon during its slumber, impervious to fire and the bites of ants. I merely need you to open it. Cao Yang was taken aback. How could I possibly open such a formidable cocoon? The method to open it lies with the owners of this tomb, who once worshipped the silkworm god. They possess the means to unlock the cocoon, likely within this ancient tomb. The queen's words ignited a spark of excitement within Cao Yang. He was drawing ever closer to discovering the 7-star, snow-patterned golden silkworm. He could not help but inquire about one last lingering question. Queen ant, why would the silkworm god allow its worshippers to know how to open its cocoon? Like me, it is merely a mother insect, unable to hunt, act, or command numerous subjects. Thus, it collaborates with humans, who provide sustenance, while it produces precious silkworm larvae that humans require. Nature treats all life fairly. Those endowed with great reproductive abilities and long lifespans, capable of ruling their kind, are stripped of their capacity for action. The silkworm god is no different. It is just an ordinary insect, with its uniqueness lying in its ability to produce different silkworm larvae every decade. Cao Yang released a sigh of relief, locking eyes with the queen ant, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. He felt an uncanny resemblance between this queen and a human, or perhaps the soul of a human residing within the queen's form. Regardless of the truth, the queen's motives for seeking his collaboration had been unveiled. Facing risks either way, with the ant colony addressing the death insects, why not seize the opportunity? Thus, Cao Yang agreed to the partnership. As he followed in the wake of the ant colony, he stepped onto a soft patch of purple moss, crouched down, and carefully plucked a strand of moss for closer examination. This moss, striking in its rarity, bore peculiar stamen resembling a matchstick, capped with a fluffy orb that housed a thread-like insect. Had he not heard Professor Chen speak of such a phenomenon, he might have mistaken it for mere moss. This purple moss seemed to possess a lethal allure for insects, as not far ahead, a 6-winged ant king, the size of a calf, was indulging in a feast. Within this enormous gourd-shaped cavern, approximately 100 meters in length, the walls and ceiling were adorned with this extraordinary purple moss. As I gazed around, it felt as though I had stepped into a gourd brimming with purple moss. When illuminated, the violet light danced, resembling a celestial expanse of amethyst, a sight of exquisite beauty, yet equally fraught with peril. The army of ants vanquished the deadly worms obstructing the entrance, and upon entering the first oval cavern, Cao Yang came to understand the essence of a writhing sea of worms. As he ventured a few meters further inside, the ground became almost impassable, covered in a dense layer of bodies, both large and small, writhing in an unsettling display of fleshy brown forms. The sight sent chills down his spine and raised goosebumps across his skin. The desert army ants, however, seemed to revel in the chaos, surging forth like a deluge, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the deadly worms. Cao Yang finally witnessed the terrifying capabilities of these creatures. Their corrosive venom was merely one aspect of their threat. More alarming was the mysterious energy emitted from their eyes, which, upon contact with the bodies of the army ants, caused them to explode in a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. Observing the dismembered remains of the army ants strewn across the ground made Cao Yang swallow hard. Such ferocity in the deadly worms. He mused that if one were to strike a human, the outcome would hardly be favorable. This purple energy flowed like a high-voltage arc, seemingly even more potent than an electrical discharge. The initial assault from the army ants ended in devastating loss. Yet, the queen ant showed no signs of remorse. She soon initiated a second and then a third wave of attack. The ordinary army ants led the charge, while the larger ones formed the backbone of the assault, launching a coordinated siege in 2 waves. The spectacle was visually stunning, akin to a sci-fi film depicting an insectoid race attacking another planet. Cao Yang had every reason to believe that these deadly worms were not creatures native to Earth. Their venom and energy flows bore no resemblance to earthly life forms. The deadly worms exhibited remarkable aggression, yet they harbored a critical weakness. Their attack speed was disappointingly slow. Despite their gregarious nature, they lacked a leader. And some would even attack their kin for a morsel of purple moss. Their intelligence was alarmingly low. They were driven solely by hunger. This vulnerability was quickly recognized by the queen ant, who skillfully orchestrated her vast army. She began a rhythmic assault, using a small contingent of ordinary army ants to draw fire, while the more formidable forces surged forward in a frenzy. The sounds of the exploding worms echoed like firecrackers during the New Year celebrations, showing no signs of abating. Cao Yang, Xia Qing, and Su Ruhua watched for a while. But the intense scenes proved too overwhelming, prompting them to close their eyes and listen instead. However, the sounds seemed to possess a magical allure, flooding their minds with vivid images of splattering juices. Xia Qing remained composed, sitting on the ground and methodically chewing on a piece of jerky, a testament to her remarkable mental fortitude. In contrast, Su Ruhua appeared pale, frequently retching as if suffering from morning sickness. Cao Yang glanced between the two, offering a gentle smile to Su Ruhua. "Sister Su, shall I help divert your attention?" Su Ruhua managed a strained smile, raising an eyebrow at Xia Qing as if to say, "If you're not afraid of her wrath, go ahead." Cao Yang turned to Xia Qing, who finished the last morsel of jerky, stood up, and dusted off her pants. "I'm going to fetch the tent and prepare your beds. You see, this is the hallmark of an exemplary employee, an embodiment of dedication and a model for your future endeavors." After imparting his motivational sentiments to Su Ruhua, he retrieved a gold-inlaid bone token from his pocket, placing it around her neck to help shift her focus. Chapter 2. The Wu Hou token. Su Ruhua shot Cao Yang a sidelong glance, her cheeks tinged with color, as she took the token from around her neck, examining it with curiosity. "What is this?" Cao Yang cleared his throat and explained, "In our line of work, we have our symbols and techniques. This is the Wu Hou token, a mark of belonging. Wear it, and you become one of us. What do you think?" Su Ruhua blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering as she questioned, "What do you mean by symbols and techniques?" Cao Yang felt an urge to slap his forehead, but reminded himself that she was a novice in this field. He patiently elaborated. "We are part of the world of tomb raiders, known colloquially as digging pits in the vernacular, or moking gold in formal terms. In the South, we are referred to as earth ground dragons, essentially, tomb robbers." Upon hearing the term tomb raider, Su Ruhua's eyes lit up, and Cao Yang felt a surge of pride, silently acknowledging her adventurous spirit. "So, you are a tomb raider," he remarked, but quickly glossed over the awkwardness of the phrase. "You must have heard stories of Wu Zishu, Xiangyu, and Cao Cao digging graves for treasure and seizing military funds. Our profession originates from such tales. Long ago, Cao Cao established a seal with 9 symbols, officially bringing our trade into the light. Those who wield the copper seal are known as Feiqiu Zhonglong, masters of the art of excavation. Their middle and index fingers uniquely adept for the task. I wonder if you'll ever encounter one." Cao Yang reminisced about that particular man. The one who bears the symbol is the Moking Shaowei. Old Hu and Fat Wang are somewhat of a representation of this. "Why somewhat?" Su Ruhua inquired curiously. "Because Old Hu possesses only half of the Moking secret techniques, which are essential for locating graves. However, both of them were counterfeit symbols, hence they are considered only somewhat affiliated." Su Ruhua nodded, and Cao Yang continued. "Then there are the Mountain Movers, a unique faction among tomb raiders. They descend into graves solely in pursuit of medicinal herbs, not for riches. Their skill set includes the Quaixing kick and various secret techniques of the mountain-moving sect. Sherry Yang is a legitimate heir, and you, too, belong to this lineage, as many of their ancestors were members of your Zagalama tribe. Lastly, we have the Unloading Ridge people, who were akin to heroes among tomb raiders during the folk period. Their influence was significant, though they have largely vanished today. In this age, gathering in the mountains is no longer viable. It is doomed to be extinguished. Who knew that digging a grave came with so many intricacies? How tedious," Su Ruhua remarked, prompting a grin from Cao Yang as he patted her shoulder. "Very well said. You show promise, and your thought process aligns intriguingly with your boss's. However, the rules of moking and mountain moving are quite numerous. The Feiqiu Shenlong is elusive, and the Unloading Ridge has fallen from grace. Nowadays, it is up to us to uphold the reputation of tomb raiding. While there are some Earthmen in the South, they lack a legitimate lineage and are mere amateurs. My surname is Cao, and my ancestry traces back to Cao Cao. I practice the Wu Hou secret techniques and wear the Wu Hou token, adhering to the principle of plucking the feathers as the wild goose passes, ensuring no waste. A true thief is never idle. I advocate for a low-profile approach to thievery and a high-profile approach to life. We do not seek to become grand or powerful, but to ensure that the quality of our offerings is of the highest standard. aspiring to build a commendable reputation within the industry and to elevate the name of Tianyi Tower. This is our corporate culture, also known as the Cao family maxims. Remember it well. Understood? Su Ruhua rolled her eyes and smirked. Boss, you might be rambling a bit. Cao Yang shot her a bewildered look. What do you mean by that? Your words are quite dense, Su Ruhua replied, stifling a laugh. Hey, you audacious woman. Just because you've recently secured your position doesn't mean you can jest at your boss's expense. Come here, and let me show you why the chrysanthemum is withered. Cao Yang teased, raising an eyebrow. Su Ruhua shot him a glare. Her curiosity piqued once more. Why is that? Because you'll find out in due time, Cao Yang replied. A sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze growing enigmatic. Su Ruhua sensed that this was likely not a good sign and rolled her eyes once more, holding the domino in his hand. He waved it before Cao Yang and asked, who uttered these 8 characters, and what do they signify? Cao Yang shook his head and replied with a serious demeanor. They originate from the Wu Hou secret record. The literal meaning is easy to comprehend, yet I am uncertain about who spoke them or their true significance. However, this domino is exquisitely crafted, made from fine materials, seemingly from tiger bone. The front is inlaid with 4 golden characters proclaiming Wu Hou bestows blessings, adorned with phoenix motifs, while the reverse features 4 silver characters inscribed with all evils retreat, engraved with fire patterns. It is likely intended for blessings and warding off malevolence. I possess only 3 of these in my collection, so take good care not to misplace it. As he advised, Cao Yang activated the 9 Wu treasure eyes and cast another glance at Su Ruhua. He noticed the blood-red eye in the darkness visibly flickering, as if it were about to open. A chill ran through Cao Yang's heart, and he subdued his supernatural powers. In truth, his earlier statements were half-truths. The domino was crafted by someone he commissioned. The inscriptions and patterns were authentic, derived from the exorcism and ghost-repelling section of the Wu Hou secret arts. The secret technique he had employed once involved nailing down a red-haired giant with 9 thunderstruck peach wood corpse nails. The talismans inscribed on it also stemmed from this source. Furthermore, the material was not tiger bone but rather chicken bone, specifically from a 6-year-old rooster. The rooster, known as a phoenix bird, after 6 years of nurturing, becomes somewhat sentient. Thus, its bones were utilized. Watching Su Ruhua secure the domino and tuck it into her clothing, the two exchanged smiles, and henceforth, Tianyi Building welcomed a new employee. Su Ruhua, a rose from the vast deserts of the western regions, was a descendant of falconers. Just then, Xiaqing descended the stone steps, carrying 2 large bags. The 3 collaborated to establish a rudimentary camp at the entrance of the passage, preparing for a prolonged battle. The conflict between the army ants and the death worms was expected to last several days. Listening to the muffled and intense explosions from the nearby cave, Xiaqing assessed their supplies. Food and fresh water can sustain us for 7 days, and we have a reasonable amount of ammunition, though fuel is running low. Before the division of their forces, the trio chose to travel light, leaving behind scant supplies, which now caused Cao Yang some concern. In the desert, supply issues were the most troublesome. We'll reassess in 3 days. If the army ants and death worms have not reached a conclusion, we should first head to the West Night ancient city to replenish our resources. However, as Cao Yang spoke, Xiaqing exchanged glances and gestured towards the Ant Queen, implying how to communicate with her. Cao Yang felt helpless regarding this dilemma. With everyone gone, it was clearly impossible. If the Ant Queen believed they had fled, it could lead to trouble. I'll stay behind. You all return, Su Ruhua interjected calmly. Cao Yang and Xiaqing exchanged surprised looks, noting her swift adaptation to the role. No need. I'll stay, and you two should go back. Su Jia, consider the timing. Ba Longzi will be returning soon. You ought to verify our backup support situation. Mentioning Ba Longzi caused Su Ruhua to hesitate. It had been several days since she last saw her falcon, and to claim she didn't team miss it would be disingenuous. The timeliness of the backup support hinged on Professor Chen's connections, which were crucial for the success of this expedition. If all else failed, they would have to rely on hunting and this peculiar purple moss to sustain themselves. Although somewhat repulsive, they could manage to swallow it down. After all, this purple moss appeared extraordinary, a food both the death worms and desert army ants coveted. Certainly not mundane. Given the situation, retreating was out of the question for Cao Yang. He was determined to uncover the secrets of the Queen of the Desert. The waiting period was always the hardest to endure. Aside from joking with Xiaqing and Su Ruhua, Cao Yang found himself idly passing the time, attempting to bond with the Ant Queen, who was preoccupied commanding the battle. Days dragged on until, at last, on the 3rd day, hope emerged for the Ant Queen. Undoubtedly, the Ant Queen triumphed, albeit at a great cost. The army ant swarm visibly diminished by a third, their corpses and the remnants of the death worms littering the ground. At that moment, the three stood at the cave's entrance, awestruck by the scene before them. The entire cavern shimmered with violet light, resembling a multitude of purple lanterns. The bodies of the army ants and death worms disappeared at an astonishing rate, indeed vanishing entirely. The purple moss, akin to a massive, highly absorbent carpet, devoured the remains of corpses and venomous residues with remarkable speed. It was truly the unexpected beneficiary of this conflict. Cao Yang marveled at the wonders of nature. Two factions clashed, ultimately nourishing the purple moss, which emerged as the true victor. Plants possessed the ability to absorb corpses as nutrients. But the speed of this absorption was astonishing. In just half an hour, the scene was immaculate, as if cleaned by human hands. The air within the cavern, once reeking, now exuded a marvelous fragrance. Cao Yang took deep breaths, feeling his very soul tremble, warmth radiating through his bones. This sensation was euphoric, intoxicating, as if reaching the pinnacle of beauty. As these thoughts surged within him, a vision unfolded before his eyes. On a small island in the Pacific, adorned with golden beaches, stood a grand courtyard with red walls and elegant pavilions, a traditional Chinese abode nestled on the mountainside. Gothic villas concealed within lush greenery, understated yet luxurious. At the dock, pristine yachts bobbed alongside sun-kissed beachgoers laughing and frolicking along the shore, the sky a brilliant azure, sunlight radiant. There lay Cao Yang, donning sunglasses, reclining on the sand, basking in the sun, drifting into a blissful reverie, feeling as though he had reached the end of his journey. The end? A question flickered in Cao Yang's mind. And in an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, white mists surged across the sea, and a chilling wind swept through. The clouds coalesced, forming a human face. Cao Yang opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the visage, cold sweat broke out across his skin. Damn it, I was careless. His awareness snapped back, and the dreamscape shattered. When he beheld the scene before him, his scalp tingled with dread. Countless slender purple worms writhed before him, their elongated mandibles snapping at Xiaqing and Su Rua, both enveloped in a cocoon of these purple creatures. In an instant, Cao Yang's brain surged with adrenaline. Activating berserk mode, he swiftly wielded the 9-wu blade, slashing through the writhing worms and snaring their legs, then sheathed the blade, exerting force beneath his feet to pull both women out of the cave. Just as they exited the cave's mouth, the purple worms surged forth like a frenzied mass, relentlessly pursuing them. Drawing the 9-wu blade once more, he sliced his palm, letting droplets of blood fall. In an instant, the purple worms hesitated, slowing down as they detected the enticing scent of fresh blood, scrambling to seize it. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Yang grasped each woman and dashed onward, racing to the makeshift camp. Upon arrival, he confronted the indifferent Ant Queen, surrounded by army ants, his voice laced with fury. Ant Queen, why didn't you warn me? I am uncertain why this has occurred. It never was like this before, the Ant Queen replied, her tone filled with wariness. Cao Yang paused, suddenly recalling the scene of the purple moss absorbing the remains of the worms. Could it be that they have evolved? Let us depart. This place is ill-suited for prolonged stay, Cao Yang urged, decisively hoisting Su Rua onto his back and cradling Xiaqing as he navigated the stone staircase passage. The queen ant swiftly issued commands to a legion of robust soldier ants, who promptly lifted her ample form, following Cao Yang's lead. Upon reaching the grand hall, Cao Yang, still uneasy, set down a stone slab and smeared it with copious amounts of fresh blood. After completing this task, he felt a measure of relief. With Su Rua and Xiaqing secured on his back, he ventured out of the grand hall, distancing himself nearly 100 meters from the ancient tomb before assessing their conditions. Rolling up Xiaqing's pant leg, Cao Yang gasped in horror. Her legs were riddled with countless tiny, purplish puncture wounds, dense as pinpricks. This venomous menace left no part of her legs unscathed. A glance at Su Rua revealed a similar, though somewhat less severe, condition. Panic gripped Cao Yang. The suddenness of the incident left them with nothing but their close-range weapons and clothes, all else abandoned in the stone cave camp. The nearest outpost, the Western Night Ancient City, was nearly 5 days away. In this vast desert wasteland devoid of resources, what should he do? Taking a deep breath, he halted the 9-crow meditation technique, regaining his composure. He recalled the wisdom of the ancients. For every poison, an antidote lies within 7 steps. Reaching the Western Night Ancient City was impractical. Attempting to carry 2 incapacitated individuals without sustenance would surely exhaust him. Thus, he resolved to return and take a gamble. With determination, he repositioned the 2 at the entrance of the tomb. Hoisting their supplies and the grenade pack, He retraced his steps to the grand hall. The queen ant, upon his return, fixed her beady eyes on him, conveying a message. Human, I thought you had fled. Commendable, you possess some courage. Flight, a jest. When has Lord Cao ever retreated in the face of danger? And remember to address me as Lord Cao henceforth. Queen ant, I beseech your soldier ants. I intend to confront these vile creatures. The queen ant, without verbal response, demonstrated her resolve to procure the silkworm god's essence, dispatching her largest soldier ant to assist. Go forth. There exists an ancient saying among humans. Failure leads to death. I have lived long enough. Should I fail to seize the silkworm god's essence, my 8th life transition will inevitably falter. Rather than perish in futility, I shall fight with every ounce of strength I possess. Take the ant emperor with you. It can comprehend your words. The fate of my kin is entrusted to you. Cao Yang, invigorated by her words, removed the stone slab from the passage and, with a sweeping gesture, commanded, charge forth, my little ones. The ant emperor's antennae quivered, and the soldier ants surged into the passage, following in a disciplined line. Cao Yang and the ant emperor brought up the rear. As they descended the stone staircase, a faint purple glow caught Cao Yang's eye. The proliferation of these creatures was astonishing. In mere moments, they had reached this point. Without hesitation, he wedged a grenade under his arm and prepared his firearms. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted as he unleashed a torrent of bullets, scattering them across the stone steps, igniting sparks in their wake. In an instant, the purple creatures recoiled, seemingly intimidated by the fiery bursts. Ah, so you fear fire. Cao Yang's spirit soared. The bizarre creatures, resembling jellyfish with their soft, luminescent forms and slender, hair-like appendages, bore fierce, jagged teeth. Those with a fear of dense clusters might well faint at the sight, as they appeared like the tresses of a malevolent spirit. Having discovered their weakness, the task became manageable. Cao Yang undertook the role of distant fire support, armed with his firearms and a dozen grenades. This was sufficient. He pressed on until he reached the subterranean camp, retrieving supplies, and a relaxed smile crept upon his lips. Solid alcohol, along with a backpack full of it, enough for their needs. He stowed his weapons, slinging the backpack of solid alcohol across his chest while drawing his rifle and preparing a piece of solid alcohol to throw. As it soared through the air, he swiftly pulled the trigger, igniting it mid-flight. The shattered, ignited solid alcohol rained down upon the writhing creatures, inciting chaos as they scurried to evade the flames. And Emperor, let your soldiers advance. Take advantage of their weakness. In an instant, countless soldier ants surged forward. With powerful mandibles, they rendered the creatures into mere shreds, their bioluminescence extinguishing as if severed from their life force. The soldier ants feasted upon their prey with an instinctive fervor, the hunt igniting their primal urges. Cao Yang maintained oversight, tossing grenades to disrupt the swarm and facilitating the ants' hunting efforts. Once more, he returned to the gourd-shaped stone cave. Drawing a deep breath, he unsheathed the 9-crow blade, channeling his fury as he activated his berserk mode. With the blade's tip touching the ground and a powerful push from his legs, Cao Yang sprinted forth. Wherever he passed, the sharp edge of the blade effortlessly cleaved through the purple creatures, the sensation of slicing through them exhilarating. However, stepping on their slippery forms felt akin to sinking into mud, their resilience exceeding expectation. Each step yielded a bouncy, unsettling sensation. Despite the blade's efficacy, mere weight seemed ineffective against them. After several laps around the cave, Cao Yang's body radiated heat, and the purple creature's glow dimmed, their former ferocity diminished. Curling up like singed hair, with their roots severed, their lives flickered away. The remainder would be left to the soldier ants. Today was a fortuitous day. The soldier ant swarm could indulge in an unrestrained feast. Approximately 2 hours later, the cave lay barren of purple creatures, save for a robust root standing resolutely in its center. This root, roughly the diameter of an adult man's thigh and about 50 centimeters in height, bore a dark purple hue, resembling both tree roots and ginseng, with a faint humanoid shape discernible. Cao Yang rubbed his nose in astonishment. He detected a rich medicinal aroma. This object appeared to be a form of traditional herbal medicine. With little time for further examination, he knew that any delay could endanger Xiaqing and Su Rui's lives. He swiftly severed the root and cradled it as he departed, noticing an unusual sight. The soldier ants that had consumed the purple creatures now lay motionless on the ground, as though in a deep slumber. Curiosity piqued, he activated the 9-crow mystic eye, discovering that the aura surrounding these soldier ants had intensified, suffused with a crimson hue and purple mist. Truly a marvel to behold. It seemed they were on the brink of evolution. The wonders and mysteries of nature remained beyond human comprehension. This purple moss, a parasitic plant, had absorbed the nutrients from numerous deceased insects and soldier ants, transforming into a plant capable of producing countless silken strands. For now, let us refer to it as a plant, for its roots still anchored it to the earth. Perhaps it was a unique species that had survived since ancient times. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, the queen ant, noticing Cao Yang emerge with the substantial humanoid root, unusually offered a word of caution. This entity is imbued with potent vitality. Its juices can detoxify and bolster strength, but be mindful of the dosage when utilizing it. Cao Yang halted his steps and inquired, "Queen ant, do you know what this is?" "I am uncertain, but I can discern its purpose. It should be highly beneficial to you humans, akin to the effects of ginseng. You may utilize it as such," she replied. Cao Yang was taken aback. A ginseng as thick as a thigh. He gazed down at the tree root in his arms, which was indeed of a similar girth, its severed end glistening with moisture. A deep purple hue reminiscent of a radish. It was quite appetizing to behold. "Queen ant, I must first attend to my companions. We can discuss the rest upon my return. By the way, your soldiers seem to have evolved as well." "I sensed it. Go ahead." Cao Yang nodded and hastened away. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, he set down the purple tree root and retrieved a dagger from his boot, preparing to cut away the trousers of the two individuals when he suddenly recalled that they had not brought spare clothing among their supplies. "Ah well, I suppose I shall have to remove them." He whispered a silent prayer, Ba. Cao Yang began his work, stripping the two individuals entirely and cutting off a small piece of the tree root, from which he extracted the juice to meticulously apply. The pale purple liquid was thick and viscous, imbued with a rich medicinal fragrance that reminded him of essential oils. With a deep sigh, he reflected on the absurdity of his situation. Who would have thought that I, Cao Yang, would one day play the role of a technician? Life truly is unpredictable. He chuckled to himself, recalling how he had often regaled Dejina with amusing anecdotes about health treatments during his time at the shop, joking that if he were to leave the antique business, he would become a technician. Little did he know, that day had indeed arrived. After applying the purple juice, a miraculous transformation began to unfold within minutes. Chapter 5. The Jade Yellow Exquisite Dragon and Phoenix Pearl. The tiny, dense, purplish pinpricks on their skin absorbed the juice, and the purple hue gradually faded, restoring their skin to its original color. The purple liquid solidified into a jelly-like membrane, firmly adhering to their skin. Xiaqing and Su Rua slowly regained consciousness, their bodies stirring restlessly as they instinctively attempted to scratch the areas where the juice had been applied. This left Cao Yang in quite the predicament, as he juggled 2 hands against 4. It had taken him nearly 3 hours to apply the medicinal liquid. Some might question why such a simple task required so much time. Those who had undertaken similar duties would surely understand. Having the rare opportunity to serve as a technician, he was determined to fulfill his responsibilities diligently. As a boss, he felt it was his duty to provide wholehearted service to his employees. Thus, he decided to give the two a comprehensive treatment. In the desert, their skin certainly needed hydration. By the time he finished, night had fallen. Carrying the two into the Grand Hall, he admired their rosy complexions and radiant skin, feeling a twinge of envy. If they could bottle this as a face mask, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Embracing the role of a benevolent herbalist, he cut off a piece to taste. It was cool, sweet, and crunchy. Consuming it felt as if a fire ignited within him, warming his entire being, leaving him as alert as one who had enjoyed a restful night's sleep. That night, Cao Yang found himself unable to slumber. Just from a small piece of the purple tree root, he lay wide-eyed, devoid of fatigue. Even the cuts on his hands had scabbed over. This truly was a miraculous remedy. It pained him to think such a precious resource lay abandoned in the sand. It felt like a waste of nature's bounty. However, lacking means to preserve the fresh herbs, he pondered a solution. He decided to extract the juice for transport. Grabbing a water pouch, he cut a piece from his backpack's lining, cleaned it, and with great effort, manually pressed and filtered the juice into the pouch. After all, concentrated essence is the true treasure. He had no intention of discarding the remaining herbal residue either. He planned to dry and package it for later use, intending to create a few potent concoctions to sell to the antiquities merchants back in the city. His primary target? Dejina. After all, with Jianghong now in the picture, that old fellow had slimmed down considerably. Eating goji berries daily could not be the solution. A change of flavor was in order. Perhaps it could even remedy his asthma. As the logistics manager and sales director of the team, Cao Yang hoped Dejina wouldn't meet an untimely demise. Talent was scarce these days, especially in their line of work. There were plenty of people coasting through life, but few who could genuinely make a profit. and even fewer whom one could fully trust. Beijing was one of those rare individuals, an irreplaceable asset to the team. Cao Yang resolved to concoct a potent version for him, ensuring he had a comprehensive boost, ideally leading to the birth of a son, as nurturing the next generation of the enterprise was equally vital. After a long night's labor, when Cao Yang had nearly finished squeezing the remaining tree root, he prepared to cut off another piece when his dagger suddenly halted, as if it had struck something solid. He exclaimed, swiftly excavating the center of the root, revealing an oval object coated in viscous liquid. Upon inspection, he was delighted to discover familiar translucent, gel-like skin, within which lay a faintly purple mist resembling a developing embryo. The exterior was identical to the walnut he had previously found, the only difference being the inner core. One was cabbage-colored, and the other a delicate purple hue. After cleaning the sticky substance, he compared it to the first one he had discovered. They were indeed twin siblings. It appeared that this was a naturally formed treasure. What was it? The heart of the tree, or perhaps an internal elixir? As he scanned it with his nine-crow's eye, he became increasingly intrigued. After a long time in the antiques trade, he had never encountered anything like this. After examining it for a while, he grinned and declared, regardless of its nature, "It shall belong to me. I must bestow upon you a name. How about the jade yellow exquisite dragon and phoenix pearl? A perfect pair indeed. And given its quality and origin, calling it a heavenly treasure is no exaggeration." In high spirits, Cao Yang stowed the pearls away and continued his juicing efforts, adding another precious item to his collection. After a night of diligent work, he had successfully filled a water pouch with approximately 5 to 6 pounds of fresh purple juice. Fearing it would spoil, he hastily secured it in a plastic bucket filled with ice water, alongside a full backpack of herbal residue. Come morning, the sun shone brightly. Cao Yang carried the herbal residue outside to dry. Xiaqing and Su Rua quietly opened their eyes, gazing at each other before turning away in unison. They both rose, one to prepare breakfast, the other to gather water. They sought secluded spots to secretly caress their rejuvenated skin, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. Especially for Xiaqing. Her smile radiated like the summer sun, vibrant and warm. As she laughed, her eyes brimmed with tears. Having lived with unsightly scars for years, she now reveled in the return of her youthful, supple skin. This was a blessing for a woman, like a rebirth. As for the application of the healing oil by Cao Yang, they both tacitly chose to forget. After breakfast, they ventured deeper into the stone cave, and upon entering, were greeted by the sight of tiny, purplish-red army ants, each the size of a small dog, their shells adorned with purple circular patterns, exuding a palpable weightiness and a gleaming metallic sheen. Their fearsome mandibles and robust limbs indicated to the trio that these creatures were formidable adversaries. As soon as the six-winged ant emperor laid eyes on the ant queen, it staged a dramatic display of life's emergence. Cao Yang shook his head in amazement. This stuff is truly nourishing. Look at how well-fed the ant emperor appears. It's clear he has been overindulged. Having consumed a piece himself, he was well aware of the potency of this substance, particularly in the morning when even his eyes remained reddened. Let us first scout the area. Such inappropriate theatrics might taint our innocent souls, he remarked, beckoning his companions as he brandished his nine-crow's blade, heading directly towards the rear section of the gourd-shaped cavern. As they arrived at the junction, the three individuals paused in their tracks. Xiaqing and Su Rua each wielded a powerful flashlight, casting their beams upon the imposing stone door before them, as well as the peculiar stone statues that guarded its entrance. This stone door towered approximately 7 to 8 meters high and spanned 3 to 4 meters wide. It seemed solidly sealed with molten iron. Flanking both sides were two stone statues, each about 2 meters tall, crouching ominously. The figures resembled bears, yet also bore an uncanny resemblance to saber-toothed tigers due to their notably elongated canine teeth. Moreover, the door was inscribed with an intricate tapestry of characters unique to certain ethnic minorities, densely packed like sacred texts. Are you able to decipher the script? Cao Yang inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Rua, the only one among them likely to recognize such writing. Su Rua did not respond immediately. Instead, she remained fixated on the stone door, her concentration unwavering for an extended period. Taking a deep breath, she finally remarked in a tone tinged with disbelief. This appears to be the most primitive script of the Mongolian people. I can recognize a few characters. For instance, this one signifies the land of fragrant diffusion, and this one reads, "The great Khan gathers the treasures of the world into this palace," along with another that speaks of the ancient secrets buried herein. As she illuminated the inscriptions with her flashlight, translating them, Cao Yang found himself perplexed. It was highly probable that this ancient tomb belonged to a notable figure from the ancient kingdom of Yutian. However, the Yutian people did not seem to employ Mongolian script. Their writing was likely a phonetic system known as Siwan, which belongs to the Indo-European language family, closely related to the Wakhi language spoken in present-day Afghanistan. In contrast, ancient Mongolian script was derived from the Uyghur script, created by the esteemed teacher of the Mongolian tribes, Tatatong A, based on ancient Uyghur letters. To discuss the origins of such scripts inevitably led to a pivotal figure, the unparalleled Genghis Khan. It was he who decreed the creation of the Mongolian script, which evolved over generations into the Mongolian language we recognize today. As an antique dealer, Cao Yang possessed a basic understanding of historical knowledge. The mere mention of Mongolia prompted him to harbor doubts regarding the origins of this tomb. From the black-eyed stone statue at the stone hall altar to the intricately inscribed Mongolian door and the bizarre stone carvings flanking the entrance, all indicators suggested a connection to the Mongolian people. Thus, a daring hypothesis sprang to life in Cao Yang's mind. Could this tomb be the fabled fragrant palace constructed by Kublai Khan in the western regions? The fragrant palace? Xiaqing and Su Rua exchanged astonished glances at Cao Yang's suggestion. The legends surrounding the fragrant palace are scarcely documented, with almost no textual records available, primarily mentioned in scattered historical accounts or oral traditions. Based on chronological and geographical deductions, the most likely vicinity would indeed be the ancient Peacock River area. Oh, if we were to unearth the fragrant palace, Cao Yang's stature in the realm of tomb raiders would ascend to unprecedented heights. Who was Kublai Khan? He was the grandson of Genghis Khan, the son of Talyui, and the fifth Khan of the Great Mongolian Empire, the founder of the Yuan dynasty. The secrets of his hidden palace would be valued no less than the discovery of an imperial mausoleum. In an instant, Cao Yang felt a thrill coursing through him. Rubbing his hands together as he took the flashlight from Su Rua, scrutinizing the crevice of the door with meticulous attention. The molten iron sealed it tightly. The likelihood of entering through the main door seemed slim. These stone doors were at least a meter thick. His 9-wu blade could slice through softer materials. But with a thickness of 1 to 2 meters and a gap of merely 5 to 6 centimeters, forcing it open appeared nearly impossible. To breach such a tomb door, typically one would resort to fire, sulfuric acid corrosion, or a considerable amount of explosives. Alternatively, one could circumvent the stone door and attempt to tunnel from the sides. Which was worth a try. Cao Yang wielded his 9-wu blade, tapping against the rock walls flanking the stone door, gauging their thickness. What a challenging location. The rock layers are impenetrable, he muttered, feeling somewhat anxious. Suddenly, a sound resembling a swarm of army ants scuttling emerged behind him, as ant soldiers, the size of small dogs, carried their queen towards him. Cao Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ants are indeed experts at burrowing and constructing nests. These mutated army ants should be able to gnaw through the rock wall or breach the stone door, right? Indeed, the queen shared the same sentiment. Upon reaching the stone door, the soldier ants surged forward, surrounding it, and beginning to exude formic acid. The hissing sound of the transparent liquid splattering echoed, reminiscent of a venomous snake releasing its toxin. The potent formic acid splashed onto the stone door, causing it to emit smoke and hiss as it corroded. The queen and her legion of ants utilized their formidable mandibles to devour the eroded sections. The once solid door became as pliable as a biscuit under their relentless assault, quickly forming a sizable dent. Witnessing this ferocious display, Cao Yang's throat went dry, his eyes wide with astonishment, filled with fervor. Silently, he fixated on a single ant, mentally noting the duration of its burrowing efforts. In less than an hour, the heavy stone door yielded to the diligent efforts of the ant swarm, breaking open a hole nearly 1 meter in diameter. The entire process unfolded before Cao Yang's eyes. The army ants demonstrated clear divisions of labor and seamless cooperation, with some diligently excavating while others sprayed formic acid in alternating shifts. A total of 120 soldier ants, divided into 3 waves of 40, participated, with only 10 focused on digging, while the remainder deployed formic acid. Each soldier ant could spray approximately 1 syringe worth of formic acid, indicating that the digging ants hardly consumed any. Initially, Cao Yang contemplated requesting a few army ants from the queen to take with him, but reconsidered. He was not the queen and could not effectively command the army ants. Ants are a species that thrive on collective action. A handful would lack the desired impact. Furthermore, these mutated army ants were oversized and oddly shaped, making them inconvenient to transport. They paled in comparison to the mountain-digging abilities of the burrowing beetles. After weighing his options, Cao Yang concluded that nurturing 2 burrowing beetles would be a more reliable choice. This was not a daunting task. with the beast spirit pill and the mountain moving technique. Cultivating 2 enhanced burrowing beetles capable of tunneling through mountains and splitting stones would be a simple feat once they exited the desert. Cao Yang resolved to accompany Sherry Yang to the United States to seek guidance from the master of the mountain moving technique. The lineage of this technique had its origins as early as the Qin and Han dynasties, with the renowned 3 nails and 4 beetle method. However, the legendary 3rd nail and 4th beetle might be lost to time, even beyond the knowledge of the master. What Cao Yang valued most were the techniques for taming exotic beasts and various precious formulas and methods for crafting tomb raiding tools left behind by the mountain moving sect. These were the true treasures. He had long coveted the Kuei kick method, having witnessed its explosive power in action. He knew how well it complemented his 9 Wu spirit nurturing technique, an impeccable match. As the soldier ants breached the final layer of stone, Cao Yang had just lifted his powerful flashlight, ready to assume the role of the vanguard when a rich fragrance wafted forth from behind the stone door. The 3 army ants, caught off guard, were immediately overwhelmed by the scent, plunging into the grand hall in a frenzy, leaving no time for reaction. Cao Yang quickly pulled Xiaqing and Su Rua back beside the queen, their expressions alert. With a mere thought, he began to communicate with the queen. "Queen, what is the source of this fragrance?" The queen, squirming restlessly, finally responded after a prolonged silence. "Indeed, it is the scent. It belongs to the god of silkworms. Oh, how intoxicating this aroma is. After so many years, I have encountered it again." "Ha!" The queen's large white body twisted in excitement, a hint of madness evident in her demeanor. The god of silkworms? Cao Yang was perplexed, wondering how a single silkworm could exude such an intense fragrance. Was the greatest secret buried within Kublai Khan's fragrant palace indeed this? Yet, that seemed implausible. There were no legends suggesting that the Mongols were adept at sericulture. Could it be that Kublai Khan had secretly nurtured the silkworm deity in his fragrant palace, never intending for anyone else to know? And what of the 7-star snow-patterned golden silkworm from the ancient kingdom of Yutian? Though it had been under Mongol rule by that time, the ancient kingdom was practically a shadow of its former self. At that moment, the northern front was commanded by Genghis Khan's second son, Kublai's brother, Chagatai, not Kublai Khan himself. There were many inconsistencies in this narrative. However, what lay before him was likely Kublai Khan's fragrant palace. The queen ant had confirmed that the silkworm deity was indeed present here, and the events that had transpired remained shrouded in mystery. "Is this fragrance harmful to humans?" Cao Yang inquired, taking a deep breath. The queen ant provided a vague response. "It can be said to be both harmful and harmless." "What do you mean by that?" Cao Yang pressed. "The silkworm deity is a female insect, and the scent emanating from her is irresistibly alluring to male creatures, while it has little effect on females." Upon hearing this, Cao Yang's expression darkened, his face marked by a grimace of disgust. The imagery hit him hard. He realized he had developed a feeling towards a large, plump white silkworm. Heavens! No, this is too revolting. In an instant, he felt sullied. Yet the urge to investigate further clawed at him. Caught in a dilemma, he clenched his teeth and confirmed with the queen ant. "As long as I do not inhale it, I will be fine, correct?" "Yes." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well, then I shall hold my breath and go in." In a desperate move, Cao Yang activated his berserk mode, capable of holding his breath for 20 minutes. With the energy-boosting purple ginseng liquid, he could extend his berserk state indefinitely. The pressing issue was how to breathe while in the tomb. Rushing to the camp, he rummaged through the supplies for a long time, searching for anything that could help him avoid inhaling the toxic fumes. Ultimately, he could only find water, towels, and gauze. It seemed he would have to fashion a rudimentary filtering mask, minimizing the risk of inhaling the fragrance, allowing him to breathe once every 20 minutes. This should suffice, he thought to himself as he constructed the breathing apparatus, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. The fragrant palace of Kublai Khan was right before him. If he did not venture inside, he would not be a competent antique dealer, nor a qualified tomb raider. The temptation was overwhelming. Moments later, Cao Yang fashioned a breathing mask using a wet towel wrapped around a moist piece of gauze and sanitary cotton balls for covering wounds. Summer Qing furrowed her brow as she gazed at the mask in his hands. "Isn't this a bit too risky? Are you sure it will work? What if you were to be poisoned?" Su Rua blushed, but did not finish her thought. It was evident to anyone that the scent posed a lethal allure to males. It was akin to a potent aphrodisiac, and while Summer Qing might not mind, Su Rua found the situation quite uncomfortable despite having been thoroughly stripped. "How will we know unless we try? If worse comes to worst, I can always escape," Cao Yang argued, maintaining a stern demeanor, prompting eye rolls from the two women. They tacitly decided to present a united front. one in front, the other behind. They slipped through the stone door, one illuminating the path, while the other cleared the way. Their cooperation surprisingly harmonious. They're practically in sync, like two peas in a pod, Cao Yang muttered to himself, stripping off his shirt to cool down, in berserk mode. He was akin to a walking heater, and he feared overheating. Upon entering the stone cave, Cao Yang nearly collided with Su Rua, who stood alongside Summer Qing just inside the door, dazedly shining their flashlights ahead as if spellbound. Cao Yang brushed past them and followed the beam of light, his eyes widening as he beheld the scene before him, nearly losing his composure. Before him stretched a dazzling expanse of gold. A pure gold walkway led directly to the depths of the palace, flanked on either side by golden railings, gilded lampstands, golden trees and flowers, jade pools, and red silken curtains, with various decorative items scattered about like a meticulously arranged tapestry. The sheer opulence was staggering, yet it was not the most captivating sight. What drew the eye was the multitude of women positioned in each jade-bordered pool. Their forms varied, their poses provocative, shrouded in crimson veils that hinted at their figures, gazing towards the golden pathway with sidelong glances directed deeper into the palace. Their skin bore a pallid hue with a metallic sheen. Mercury corpses, Cao Yang discerned immediately, recognizing that these women had been alive when they were filled with mercury. A quick count revealed no less than 100. This tableau seemed designed to recreate the palace's former grandeur, a testament to its past extravagance. Coupled with the intoxicating fragrance in the air, it could be aptly described in 8 words: fragrant palace, golden hall, silver corpse lair. This is utterly cruel, Su Rua lamented, her eyes filled with compassion. These faces and hair colors reflect different ethnicities. They are likely tributes from nations trampled by the Mongol cavalry, Summer Qing explained matter-of-factly. Cao Yang nodded, acknowledging the grim reality. In that era, the defeated had little recourse to claim their rights. The Mongols' mercy was merely a reprieve from annihilation. The whip of God was no idle threat. The Mongol horsemen had swept from East Asia to Eastern Europe, conquering a staggering 33 million square kilometers, obliterating over 70 nations and subjugating hundreds of ethnic groups. The Mongols had learned Eastern tactics and gunpowder technology from the Song, Jin, and Liao dynasties and easily overpowered the Europeans, Russians, and Persians. This was the monumental legacy of a singular genius. In a vast world, Genghis Khan was a solitary figure. The sheer scale of 33 million square kilometers, equivalent to 3 Chinas, was terrifying to contemplate. At that time, Europeans were relegated to the status of slaves to the Mongols. What alternative did they have but to pay tribute? The obstinate met only one fate: annihilation. The Mongols executed policies of genocide during their 3 Western campaigns. They razed countless cities, and the death toll was unfathomable. Reflecting on this, Cao Yang felt a surge of bravado. Gripping the 9-black blade as he strode towards the golden walkway, his spirit roaring within him. Kublai Khan, Cao is here to claim the treasures. Chapter 8. The Tai Chi Inyang Pool. This was an indescribable sense of honor, even if you were a descendant of a great conqueror. It could not shield you from the methods of a tomb raider. The feeling of conquest surged within him as he stepped onto the golden walkway, crouching down to plunge the 9-black blade into the ground. Upon drawing it out, his legs weakened as he beheld the cut, pure gold, an entire path paved with gold bricks. On either side, numerous golden and gem-encrusted statues stood: eagles, bears, wolves, and warhorses, each pair spaced 10 steps apart along a walkway nearly 100 meters long. Just the act of transporting this gold would allow him to retire in luxury. Cao Yang nearly lost his breath at the sight. At that moment, he wished to stand and curse the heavens. Why do you not grant me space and equipment? Each exquisitely crafted golden statue, each golden brick, each golden tree and flower, each item held immeasurable value. Alas, Cao Yang could not take any of it. Now is not the time to empty this place. Firstly, the expedition team has limited capacity, and secondly, the archaeological team is already aware of this location. Cao Yang's mind raced as he contemplated how to outsmart Professor Chun and his team, ideally making this tomb vanish forever, even if they were aware of its existence. If they could not enter or locate the original site, it would all be in vain. The quickest solution would be to collapse the original passage, burying the tomb entirely beneath the sands, and later, when conditions are more favorable, return to excavate it. This plan is feasible, but it requires the cooperation of the Ant Queen, as only the unique abilities of army ants can accurately locate it underground for future searches. Even before thoroughly exploring the tomb, Cao Yang was already devising ways to claim it for himself, leaving him somewhat in awe of his own ambition. Was he becoming too greedy? After a moment's reflection, he suppressed this thought, slowly rising to signal for forward movement. The matter of claiming it could wait until after they had completed their exploration of the ancient tomb. The three formed a triangular formation as they stepped onto the golden pathway, advancing slowly. With each step, the beam of their flashlights illuminated the faces of the mercury corpses, each distinctly styled and exuding an exotic allure. Suddenly, Cao Yang felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were venturing into an ancient castle in a medieval fantasy world. With the mercury and the European red-clad female corpses, one could almost expect a vampire to appear unexpectedly. The 100-meter golden path, a multitude of silver corpses, and the crimson female tombs were predominantly composed of Turkic, Western, European, and Persian ethnicities. One could not deny the opulent wealth possessed by the tomb's owner, who had indulged in the blessings of this world. Within this small palace, dozens of ethnicities gathered, a testament to the former might of the Mongols. The trio passed through the golden pathway without incident. As they stepped onto the stone steps, Cao Yang adjusted his mask to take a breath, feeling a twinge of confusion. Even with the death worms at the entrance and the purple silk threads guarding the fragrant palace, there were no traps or mechanisms inside. What could this mean? Was it a manifestation of the Mongols' innate pride? Did they disdain the need for defenses, or was the true danger yet to come? After crossing the golden pathway, Cao Yang used his flashlight to examine the path behind and the layout of the entire palace. In the spacious stone hall, there was only a staircase leading upwards, forming a square trapezoidal stone platform that was simply adorned. Surrounding it were 4 black lamp-bearing slave statues, each holding a thick blue candle that glistened like some animal fat. The stone steps led directly to the top of the platform. Beyond this, the entire stone platform was devoid of any other objects, leaving Cao Yang even more perplexed. According to the overall layout of the hall, this should be the main chamber. After the golden path, one would expect to find a more concealed inner sanctum. So what was the meaning of this solitary stone platform? The tomb exists between the realms of the living and the dead, catering to the needs of both. A throne for an emperor made sense, as they are meant to be exalted, gazing down upon the world. Yet this stone platform resembled more of an altar than a throne. The three exchanged glances. Xiaqing and Suru wrinkled their delicate noses. Xiaqing looked at Cao Yang with concern. The fragrance here has intensified. Boss, can you handle it? Cao Yang nodded, indicating he was fine, and pointed towards the high platform, stepping up. The platform wasn't particularly tall, comprising 18 stone steps, approximately 7 or 8 meters high, and upon reaching the top, Cao Yang's gaze flickered, his breath catching. He fixed his eyes intently on the center of the platform. At its heart lay a circular Taiji Yin-Yang dual fish jade pool. The Yin pool was made of pure black Hetian jade, a precious variety known for its excellent qualities, smooth, warm, and with a rich, deep black color. The Yang pool, in contrast, was crafted from pure white jade, its texture delicate and lustrous, glowing softly under the flashlight's beam, reminiscent of sheep-fat white jade. On the inside, there was a golden platform shaped like a coiled dragon, supporting a bed-like structure resembling a screen, its backrest tall and adorned with intricate carvings. The arms and backrest were relatively squared, yet incorporated graceful curves for comfort. The backrest elegantly descended in height, creating a rhythmic flow, and every inch was richly decorated, resembling cloud patterns. Cao Yang examined the arrangement closely and recognized its origin. If he was not mistaken, it represented the Yin deity, the nine-spirit Taitian Golden Mother, often equated with the Queen Mother of the West, the hostess of the Peach Banquet, while the Yang counterpart was the East Emperor, the Eastern Huashanxiang, both representing the duality of Yin and Yang. In the center of the two thrones stood a lacquered altar, flanked by 2 sky-blue, 3-legged beast incense burners. Standing about 10 centimeters tall, their surfaces glazed with a uniform sky-blue hue, exuding an ancient and solemn charm. Upon closer inspection of the items displayed on the altar, Cao Yang's first reaction was one of elation. He had struck gold. Chapter 9. The Truth of the Stone Cave. A golden staff adorned with an eagle's head entwined with dragons. A white jade seal intricately carved with a dragon entwined around a peony, and a rectangular gold medal with a perforation. Cao Yang swiftly approached, picking up the gold medal to examine it closely. The medal was a rounded rectangular piece, with a circular hole at one end, weighing approximately 300 grams. Its texture somewhat coarse, likely a gold-silver alloy, measuring about 25 centimeters long, 8 centimeters wide, and 0.1 centimeters thick. The circular hole had an outer diameter of 5 centimeters and an inner diameter of 2 centimeters. Inscribed around the edge with 4 Chinese characters meaning the emperor's decree is inviolable. Those who defy it shall face death. This was the legendary gold medal of the first emperor of the Yuan dynasty, said to exist in a total of 99 pieces, each corresponding to a specific decree. And this one was the first, its meaning unknown to Cao Yang, and perhaps to anyone in the archaeological community. Yet it undeniably existed. Setting down the gold medal, Cao Yang picked up the intricately carved white jade seal, examining it closely. The jade was of a pale blue hue, sculpted in a rounded rectangular cylindrical shape, deeply carved and adorned with floral motifs. The five-clawed dragon and phoenix eyes were fierce, with a robust body winding through the floral arrangements, while a small hole in the center allowed for cord attachment. The inscription was in a script Cao Yang couldn't decipher, likely belonging to a significant official position. Such a seal would correspond to a high-ranking official, at least akin to a national advisor. The aforementioned elements vividly reflect a characteristic of the Mongolian people, pragmatism. Kublai Khan stands out as one of the few Mongolian rulers who valued Han culture and esteemed Confucianism. The Yuan dynasty, ruled by Mongolians, possessed a fascinating cultural landscape, which can be succinctly described as a harmonious amalgamation of Persian, Arab, Han, Tibetan Buddhism, and Taoism, among various other influences. This is evident from several artifacts, showcasing an impressive pragmatism. On a stone platform, one can observe a Taoist Tai Chi Yin-Yang pool, symbolizing the thrones of the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor, alongside a Han Dynasty jade seal engraved with Bashwan characters. This underscores the resilience of Han culture. Although the Southern Song was vanquished by the Mongolians, Han culture continued to flourish defiantly. As long as Han culture endures, even if the land changes hands numerous times, it remains the realm of the Han people. The cultural contributions of foreign ethnic minorities can only merge and evolve upon this foundation. The Mongolians took the lead, and the later Qing dynasty, ruled by the Manchus, followed suit, adhering to Manchu customs while employing Han culture to govern the nation, ultimately becoming one of the 56 recognized ethnic groups. Boss, where are you looking? Just as Cao Yang became engrossed in examining the treasures, Su Rua, wielding a flashlight, pointed towards a space behind the stone platform, drawing his attention. Following the beam of light, Cao Yang discovered a hidden cavern behind the stone platform, which acted as a partition. Dividing the cavern into two halves, the front was an opulent pink chamber, while the rear housed a stone hall, surrounded by natural stone walls with only minimal embellishments, significantly smaller than the front. In this cavern, the most striking feature was a large iron cage suspended by 8 robust chains, within which something appeared to be confined. Delicate, white filamentous structures densely enveloped the cage, transforming it into a ball of silk. Apart from this, the cavern contained nothing else, and it seemed to culminate here. As if all activity had ceased, Cao Yang took the flashlight, surveying the area before concluding that this was neither the legendary fragrant palace nor the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Khotan. It was likely a secret underground chamber used for imprisoning the silkworm deity, constructed by a significant figure among the Mongolians, possibly the owner of a white jade seal adorned with a dragon and peony motif. This suggests that the golden medallion represented the enigmatic nature of the silkworm deity, with intentions that are unmistakably clear. Those in power ultimately cannot escape the conventional pursuit of immortality. Everything unfolded in secrecy, with the appointed master seizing the opportunity for personal gain, emulating Kublai Khan's fragrant palace by transforming this place into an underground treasure trove. Regrettably, while it bore the semblance of the fragrant palace, it lacked its essence. Thus, it can be concluded that Kublai Khan's fragrant palace most likely did exist, filled with unparalleled opulence. After a thorough exploration, Cao Yang nodded at Xia Qing, who promptly unstrapped her backpack and began packing. Observing this, Su Rua hesitated for a moment before clumsily stepping forward to assist. Although they could not carry away the larger treasures, Cao Yang was determined to take these smaller items with him. As for the larger artifacts, he felt an ache in his head, as thousands of gold bricks, though not entirely pure, were still predominantly gold, alongside gold statues, mercury corpses, exquisite ink jade, and a yin-yang pool made of mutton fat white jade, each a precious treasure. Reluctant to part with them, yet unable to transport them, he could only watch helplessly for the time being, resolving to address it later. Once Xia Qing completed packing several items, Cao Yang nodded at her, and she understood, heading outside to summon the Ant Queen. Cao Yang handed the flashlight to Su Rua and, wielding the 9-crow blade, leaped from the stone platform, raising the blade high before bringing it down forcefully onto the thick iron chains. The blade struck the chains, sending sparks flying and producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. After a series of vigorous strikes, the large iron cage crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. During this time, The ant soldiers carried the ant queen into the grand hall, traversing the golden path to ascend the stone platform. The ant queen gazed at the large iron cage, momentarily lost in thought. I initially believed you were being cared for by humans, but it seems you are imprisoned by them. Cao Yang rubbed his nose, aware of the nature of the Han people, understanding their reluctance to nurture a mere insect. For a Han person, even a deity of high stature must yield when the moment demands. It's just a special silkworm. Whether it's fried or braised, you decide, Cao Yang conveyed, interrupting the ant queen's contemplation. Turning to him, the ant queen looked deeply into his eyes and said, I can sense that its life is nearing its end. Having not fed for centuries, its survival is already remarkable. This confinement is more cruel than death. Let us end its suffering. With a grin, Cao Yang advanced, raising the 9-crow blade and slicing through the cage, attempting to sever the white silken threads. Under the ant queen's astonished gaze, the blade cut through the tangled cocoon with the ease of slicing tofu. The true visage of the silkworm deity was finally revealed. Chapter 10. The fallen silkworm deity by my great-uncle's name. Ant Queen, is this truly the silkworm deity you speak of? After slicing through the cocoon, Cao Yang beheld a diminutive yellow-white larva, no thicker than a finger, and could not contain his astonishment. Memories flooded back to his initial encounter with the concept of the silkworm deity. He had imagined a magnificent creature, pure as jade, radiating iridescent light, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, exhaling a potent pink mist, residing in a cavern adorned with vibrant silken cocoons, looking down upon all beings like a divine entity. Yet, what stood before him was merely a small, feeble worm. Careful, you might get poisoned, Xiaqin warned, her expression shifting. Cao Yang, upon hearing this, held his breath and continued conversing with the ant queen. Is this really the silkworm deity? The ant queen commanded the ant soldiers to gently lower it from the stone platform, approaching the cage closely to observe for a prolonged moment. Indeed, it is. After centuries of slumber, its energy is nearly depleted. The last time I saw it, it was a massive motherworm. Alas, it has fallen into human hands and has degenerated into this state. Cao Yang's lips twitched upon hearing this. Using the blade's tip, he prodded the legendary silkworm deity for a closer inspection, discovering that it was indeed unlike ordinary silkworms. Its abdomen was transparent, and instead of repugnant fluids, it housed a diamond-like crystal occupying most of its body. Is this the essence of the silkworm deity? Cao Yang inquired, seeking confirmation from the ant queen. Indeed, the ant queen affirmed, simultaneously commanding the ant soldiers to gather around. The three became instantly vigilant, assuming defensive postures. Do not panic, do not panic. Here, take it, Cao Yang said, placing the silkworm deity before the ant queen, unwilling to provoke her at this moment as he still needed the ant army to navigate the underground chamber. Turning hostile now would be unwise. Receiving the silkworm deity, the ant queen wasted no time and swallowed it whole, instructing the ant soldiers to retreat. Human, you have done well. I owe you one. Yes, you owe me a favor, Cao Yang corrected the ant queen's phrasing, emphasizing the need for clarity regarding the nature of the debt. However, you will soon repay this favor. As we previously agreed, the essence belongs to you, while the rest is mine. I need your assistance in concealing this underground chamber until I return to retrieve its treasures. What do you say, Ant Queen? Will you honor this favor? I am capable of assisting you. Have the soldier ants sever the passage you arrived through. Remember to take these 3 soldier ants with you. They will be able to locate me in the desert. I intend to use this underground palace as a nesting site, and I can safeguard the items you desire. The Ant Queen, without hesitation, agreed and commanded 3 army ants the size of rats to approach Cao Yang. Very well, it is settled, Cao Yang said. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body and quickly bid farewell, exiting the grand hall. After deactivating his berserk mode and consuming half a jug of water, he began to feel somewhat relieved. The scent of the silkworm deity was indeed potent. Though the deity was diminished, the residual aura within the hall remained terrifyingly powerful. The silkworm's essence had returned to the Ant Queen, while the 7-star snow-patterned golden silkworm was left without a host. Fortunately, he had acquired several treasures and a quantity of gold. This venture was not entirely in vain. Cao Yang gazed up at the darkened sky, inhaling deeply, his gaze directed towards the southwest. He planned to depart at dawn the following day to rendezvous with the main forces. At the ancient city of Xiye, he would excavate the tomb of Prince Gomo while awaiting reinforcements, before delving into the depths of the Black Desert to explore the ancient city of Jingjue. This city represented the final glimmer of hope on his journey through the western regions. If this silkworm had once belonged to a noble in a certain kingdom, according to the lore of this world, the kingdom of Jingjue had once conquered this land. The 7-star snow-patterned golden silkworm was likely brought to Jingjue as tribute or spoils of war. The most probable location for its existence would be within the coffin of the Queen of Jingjue. Recalling the coffin crafted from Kunlun divine wood made Cao Yang salivate. He yearned to lie within it for days. This wood was legendary among antiques. No item of antiquity had ever been made from Kunlun divine wood. Perhaps there were some yet to be discovered. Its value was not merely that of a rare treasure. For those who understood its significance, it was a divine object. While for the uninitiated, it was no more useful than firewood. To acquire Kunlun divine wood, one must first contend with the monstrous serpents within the ancient city of Jingjue, as well as the corpse fragrance tuber and the queen herself. Cao Yang was eager to personally measure the queen's proportions. Her grand garments were objects of envy for him. However, the prerequisite was to deal with the corpse fragrance tuber first. A confrontation with an illusory realm awaited, pitting the corpse fragrance tuber against the ethereal flower. The next day, the weather was not promising. Early in the morning, the cold wind howled through the desert, lamenting, while the dim twilight deepened, casting a pall over the landscape. The sky was dark, yellow sand billowed, and the world was shrouded in dusk. Calculating the time, it seemed the windy season in the desert had nearly arrived. While packing their belongings, Su Rua stepped outside to check the weather and returned with a grim expression. A sandstorm was likely to occur today. After speaking, she looked at Cao Yang, awaiting his decision. After a moment's hesitation, Cao Yang stated, "We must go. If we delay any longer, we may perish of thirst here." Their supplies were already precariously low, and reaching the ancient city of Xie would take at least 4 or 5 days. Given their current provisions, they had just enough to support 3 people until they reached the city. Before departing, Cao Yang offered his companions a sip of the purple liquid to expedite their journey. After bidding farewell to the Ant Queen, he used the last 2 grenades to destroy the entrance to the ancient ruins. Without the 3 soldier ants provided by the queen, the tomb would remain undiscovered from this point onward. By the time they returned, it would likely have transformed into an underground kingdom of soldier ants. Cao Yang observed that the Ant Queen, though outwardly indifferent to the purple moss, actually cared deeply for it. Before setting off, he attempted to excavate the root, but was stopped by the Ant Queen. It was hard to imagine how much the Ant Kingdom would evolve in the years to come. The Ant Queen had completed her 8th life leap. She had ascended to a level akin to that of a mythical being. Whether she would succeed remained uncertain. In principle, Cao Yang hoped for her failure. Her existence had already transcended the limits acceptable to humanity, yet rationally, he wished for her success. For after all, the treasures still lay in her possession. Sooner or later, they would need to reclaim them. Chapter 11. The gunfire in the sandstorm, they plunged headlong into the swirling yellow sand. Along the way, the 3 of them pressed on in silence, advancing rapidly towards the southwest. Cao Yang watched Su Rua's long legs move swiftly, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, they had the purple liquid. Without it, she would have struggled to keep pace with him and Xiaqing. As they journeyed, Cao Yang rifled through the recipes in the Wu Hou secret record, and after some time, he finally identified a formula that could utilize the purple liquid as a substitute for the primary ingredient, the demon ginseng golden demon pill. The main ingredient was a demon essence, complemented by herbs such as Hisho Wu, ginseng, and goji berries, forming a restorative concoction. In essence, it could be summarized that a man consuming it would be overwhelming for a woman, and vice versa. If both consumed it simultaneously, even their neighbors would be overwhelmed. The recipes contained within the Wu Hou secret record were evidently special. Conveniently, he possessed a demon essence. Upon returning, he would prepare it for Su Rua, aiming to facilitate her transformation. The residue from the purple ginseng could also be crafted into a lower-grade version, allowing him to reap a wave of wealth. Selling one for 5,000 would not be excessive. The big gold-toothed man was his chosen representative. This old fellow was notorious for his poor health among the antique dealers in Panjiayuan. Curing his asthma would surely make headlines. Shortly after noon, chaos erupted in the Black Desert. The sky darkened as if the sun had set, seemingly expelling the unwelcome visitors with its wrath. As Lyman would say, Old Hu is furious once again. A sandstorm, the most terrifying natural disaster in the desert, approached. Cao Yang donned his goggles and gazed at the towering waves of sand surging on the horizon, instinctively swallowing hard. With a thought, he activated his berserk mode, shoving all his belongings into Su Rua and Xiaqing's arms. He then took hold of both women, his legs moving swiftly as he raced against the encroaching storm. Fortunately, the direction of the sandstorm was behind them. Otherwise, they would have wasted several days. As they ran, Cao Yang moved at great speed. However, Su Rua and Xiaqing, squeezed under his arms, were not as comfortable. They clung tightly to his heated body, their long legs unable to find a place to rest, dragging along the desert sands. The scene appeared quite comical. At this moment, there was no time for frivolity. Their urgent priority was to escape the sandstorm's coverage, ideally seeking refuge in a sheltered area. Even glimpsing an old, crumbling city wall would suffice, but fate was not on their side. Despite activating his berserk mode 3 times in desperate flight, they saw no shelter from the wind and sand. Just as Cao Yang prepared to drink another sip of the purple liquid for a 4th sprint, Su Rua suddenly leaped with joy, pointing at the sky. My darling, it has returned. I see it." Cao Yang's initial reaction was to think that the woman had been disoriented. In such a massive sandstorm, it was improbable for her darling to be airborne. Just as he was about to drink the purple liquid and take off, he heard a faint yet distinct eagle's cry amidst the wind, a sound that stood out. Looking up, he caught a glimpse of a spiraling figure through the yellow sand. It was indeed flying high. Just in time, it seemed to be guiding them southward. Cao Yang's spirit soared. Those 3 beast spirit pills had not been wasted, as they had saved all 3 lives at a crucial moment. Following the guidance of the eagle, they sprinted southward for nearly 20 minutes, and Cao Yang vaguely spotted a cluster of structures resembling Buddhist pagodas some 5 or 6 miles ahead. Upon seeing the mounds of earth, Cao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was something to shield them, enduring the sandstorm would pose no issue. With a firm push of his feet, his speed increased. As he approached their destination, Cao Yang quickly locked onto a low, sturdy earthen pillar, dashed over, and secured the backpack containing their supplies between his legs. He retrieved a blanket, leaned against the pillar, draped it over his head, and tightly embraced Xiaqing and Su Rua. Just as the 3 had settled, a fierce wind swept in, accompanied by a torrent of sand. Cao Yang felt as if someone were trying to yank Xiaqing and Su Rua away, threatening to drag him along. He held on tightly, determined not to let go. Yelling in their ears, he urged them to brace themselves, freeing one hand to plunge his knife into the pillar for stability. The situation improved considerably with this support. Before they could even catch their breath, they were struck by countless grains of yellow sand, causing pain throughout their bodies. Soon, they felt themselves being buried in the sand, the air suddenly becoming stifling, inducing panic. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, half an hour. The sandstorm raged for over half an hour. As Cao Yang listened carefully, he sensed the wind had lessened significantly, and just as he felt a momentary relief and prepared to check on Xiaqing and Su Rua, a sudden loud bang echoed, a muffled gunshot. Good grief, what kind of place is this? Cao Yang cursed, suppressing the urge to investigate, and quietly asked, "Are you both all right? Arm yourselves. We might be encountering those old Russians. Weren't they headed to the ancient city of Jingjue? How could they be here?" Su Rua questioned, pulling her handgun from its holster. "They must have been driven here by the storm. When it comes to a confrontation, don't hold back," Xiaqing advised, hinting at the gravity of the situation. She had taken lives before, but neither Cao Yang nor Su Rua possessed such experience. Killing a person was a wholly different matter than dispatching corpses or insects. The first hurdle to overcome was the mental barrier. Focus on our boss instead. Remember, I am a battlefield medic with a minor in anatomy. To me, a human is no different from a lab rat. All right. So that's how we're playing it, huh? I, the illustrious Autumn Pants Knife, am afraid of killing? What a joke. Just as the trio exchanged hushed words, the wind carried the distinctive sound of gunfire, intensifying amidst the chaos, accompanied by indistinct shouts. Roughly 300 to 400 meters away, the commotion was alarmingly close. It seemed the individuals had been suddenly ambushed by something. The 3, unfamiliar with Russian, could not decipher their cries, but the sounds suggested the presence of some creature. In the notorious Black Desert, this sea of death harbored not only a despairing environment and terrifying sandstorms, but also a plethora of desert creatures. Those creatures that could survive here were certainly not benign, and these individuals appeared to have encountered something formidable. The gunfire persisted relentlessly for nearly 10 minutes. Chapter 12. Human bombs. As the gunfire ceased, only the sound of the wind and sand remained. The 3 exchanged glances beneath the blanket, though shrouded in darkness. Their teamwork was evident as they instinctively met each other's eyes. In unison, they rose and forcefully pushed aside the blanket of yellow sand. Cao Yang gripped the knife handle, activating his berserk mode as he withdrew the 9-crow knife. Xiaqing crouched, one hand wielding a pistol while the other held the 9 moon, scanning their surroundings like a hunting leopard. Even Su Rua, the least experienced in combat, adopted a determined demeanor, pressing against the earthen pillar with her handgun aimed vigilantly toward the source of gunfire. Under the murky sky, the air was laden with fine dust, causing irritation, mingled with the pungent odor of gunpowder. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 such earthen pillars, ideal for urban combat. Securing the high ground provided a strategic advantage, and they felt confident in a firefight against their adversaries. Cao Yang's primary concern was that these Russians, lacking martial ethics, might resort to explosives reminiscent of their ancestors. These men undoubtedly carried a substantial amount of explosives. It was the only method the Russians employed in their tomb raiding endeavors. Today is indeed an eventful day, sandstorms and foreign adversaries. How rare it is to witness such excitement in this desolate land. Ladies, be cautious when we engage. Let us avoid excessive bloodshed. With that, Cao Yang bellowed, springing from the sand to leap atop the earthen pillar, swiftly traversing to the next. Xiaqing followed closely, opting for a flanking maneuver. Her speed equally impressive as she darted around the pillar. Su Ruo blinked in confusion, taken aback by how quickly her companions had vanished. She promptly rose and sprinted to the left front. Approximately 300 to 400 meters ahead lay a dilapidated earthen wall structure, and the gunfire emanated from that direction. Cao Yang was the first to approach, standing atop the nearest pillar for a clear view. Indeed, it was the Russian tomb raiding group, numbering around 5 or 6. They were likely the same team headed for the ancient city of Jingjue. Each member wielded a universal artifact known informally as the arc opening device. Fully equipped with military standard tactical vests brimming with magazines, grenade pouches, tactical flashlights, windproof masks, half-finger tactical gloves, desert combat boots, and water bottles, they were well prepared for conflict. From their attire, Cao Yang deduced that this foreign tomb raiding group was no ordinary band of grave robbers or explorers, but rather a mercenary organization. Their firepower was sufficient to support a small-scale skirmish, and if the original archaeological team were to encounter them, the odds of survival would be slim. However, they were up against Cao Yang, the renowned divine eye of Panjiayuan, and though he was not adorned in autumn pants today, that was inconsequential. What mattered was action. Cao Yang inhaled deeply, pushing off with his feet to leap from the pillar, aiming directly for the closest Russian. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could strike, Xiaqing expertly fired, drawing the Russian's attention. Internally, Cao Yang commended her. As he landed, the 9-crow knife pierced the Russian's back, emerging from his chest, its blade untainted by blood. In a swift motion, Cao Yang kicked the wounded Russian away, using the momentum to execute a backflip to safety behind a sand dune. The sound of bullets rained down, kicking up clouds of dust. A robust figure soared into the air above the earthen wall before descending slowly. Bang, bang. Xiaqing raised her pistol, accurately detonating the grenade strapped to the burly man's waist. Before he could reach the ground, he exploded into fragments, with successive explosions echoing as shrapnel rained down like divine flowers from the sky, landing upon the heads of several Russians. The outcome was a human bomb. The power was terrifying. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the nauseating stench of viscera and blood wafted through the air. Cao Yang pinched his nose in distaste, cursing, "Damn. These foreign devils are inhumane, even shooting their own. Did they not see the grenades strapped to him? Thankfully, I was prepared. Otherwise, I might have been done for." After the explosions subsided, silence fell within the earthen walls, as the human bomb had obliterated their opposition. Even the battle-hardened veterans were taken aback when, from several meters away, someone hurled a burly man as if he were a mere stone. Their initial intent was to detonate the grenades attached to him, obliterating Cao Yang concealed behind him. This tactic is a common method for eliminating foes on the battlefield. Alas, experience was overshadowed by brute strength. It was unfathomable to conceive the sight of a heavily armed giant descending from the sky. When Su Ruo arrived, the skirmish had already concluded. From a distance, she beheld Cao Yang lying on the ground and the elegantly strolling Xiaqing. Su Ruo stood in a daze. Was that it? Glancing back at the half-destroyed earthen wall, the scene was gruesome. A severed head was stuck to the wall, the goggles once perched upon the face nowhere to be found, and one eyeball dangled, eerily fixated in her direction. In that moment, Su Ruo detected a flicker of disbelief within that eye. Cao Yang approached her, noticing her stupor, and slapped her awake. "Didn't you study anatomy? Go check if there are any survivors." Su Ruo glared back. "Why don't you go? I am the boss, you are the employee. The boss's orders are absolute. Do you dare defy me?" Su Ruo bent over, retching violently, her eyes rolling back in her head. Cao Yang observed her perplexed, sensing her reaction was involuntary. Just then, they discovered one survivor, fortunate enough to have only been stunned by shrapnel. "The boss's eyes are quite peculiar. Come take a look." Xiaqing's voice called from behind. Turning to see her holding a bloodied, severed head, delicately toying with the fallen eyeball, Cao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to Su Ruo and remarked, "It's truly a stroke of luck you didn't become a forensic pathologist. Come along with me, and I assure you, You shall dine well with every meal. Su Rua retched even harder, prompting a chuckle from Cao Yang as he moved towards Xiaqing. Upon closer inspection of the eyeball, he noted its distinctiveness. Chapter 13. The silver vertical pupil being, it was unlike any human eye. The pupil was a striking silver-white color, and astonishingly, it was vertically oriented. Was this a human or something other? Cao Yang pondered, recalling the foreign fascination with genetic hybridization experiments. Could these foreign grave robbers be products of a grand genetic engineering project? The silver vertical pupil was indeed an anomaly. It could only be described as extraordinary. As realization dawned, Cao Yang sensed that they had unwittingly entangled themselves with a powerful foreign entity. Their purpose for venturing into the Taklamakan Desert surely transcended mere grave robbing. They were likely after samples of peculiar desert organisms, which was their true objective. That silver pupil cannot belong to a human. Su Rua, having regained her composure, stepped forward and exclaimed, instinctively retreating a few paces. Cao Yang turned to Xiaqing. Sister Qing, have you discovered anything else? Nothing yet. But we must interrogate the surviving woman, Xiaqing replied in unison. Cao Yang's inquiry pertained to the objects the Russians had fired at earlier. It's peculiar. Were they firing at nothing? He muttered, furrowing his brow. Su Rua chimed in. Regardless of what it is, I sense this place is far from benign. The sandstorm has abated significantly. I recommend we leave promptly. I concur, Xiaqing, in an uncommon display, echoed her sentiments. Ordinarily, such decisions fell under Cao Yang's purview. With her executing orders, her proactive stance was a first. Cao Yang paused, deliberating, and ultimately agreed with their assessment. The enigmatic nature of the Black Desert was unlikely to be unraveled in a lifetime. He wished to avoid further complications, especially near ancient ruins. Even if a tomb was present, excavating it would yield little. The rewards thus far had exceeded his expectations, while no one would reject more treasures. Practical considerations loomed large, especially regarding extraction. After marking the makeshift map, Cao Yang signaled the two to take along the lone survivor, beginning their retreat. As they evaded the sandstorm from the southwest, they aimed to retrace their steps along the correct path. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Cao Yang estimated they had returned to the right route. The timing of the sandstorm was unfortunate. It had altered the desert-esque landscape dramatically. The place was unrecognizable compared to his recollections. Xiaqing and Su Rua released their hold on the Russian woman. Su Rua stepped beside her, then swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps. The latter jolted awake, her silver vertical-pupiled eyes darting around, reminiscent of a snake, her tongue flicking as she scanned her surroundings. What is your name? Su Rua demanded, brandishing a dagger against the woman's throat. The woman hesitated, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Cao Yang fixated on her pupils, observing a struggle in her subconscious against some external force, ultimately reclaiming control over her body. Ilya, my name is Ilya, she responded in broken Chinese, quickly grasping her predicament. What is your purpose in the desert? Su Rua pressed, tightening her grip on the blade. To retrieve mummified corpses and exchange them for wealth, Ilya replied. With that, Xiaqing swiftly severed one of Ilya's arms, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as Ilya gritted her teeth in pain. Xiaqing, well versed in the art of interrogation, sensed Ilya's reluctance to speak. As Xiaqing prepared to remove her other arm, Ilya hastily shook her head. No, please don't break my arm. Xiaqing paused, standing beside Ilya, her gaze cold and unwavering. Ilya shrank back. We were ordered to venture deep into the Taklamakan Desert to locate the ancient city of Jingjua, aiming to capture a unique species of snake for our organization's research. Which organization do you belong to? Cao Yang inquired eagerly. Our mercenary group is called Black Wing Angels, contracted by a biological research firm known as Green Biotechnology Company. They instructed us solely to retrieve samples of that snake. Beyond that, I know nothing. Green Biotechnology Company. Cao Yang's brow furrowed, recognizing the name as likely linked to dubious practices. Extracting information about the organization through Ilya seemed futile. What about your pupils? He persisted. Ilya paused, her expression bewildered. I'm not entirely sure. It was provided by the company, described as a new energy supplement they developed, capable of unlocking physical potential in critical moments, assisting us to navigate the desert. While searching for the ancient city of Jingjua, we lost our way due to a sandstorm and, compelled by circumstance, consumed the substance. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves in that earthen city, having evaded the storm. However, we discovered strange, unidentified creatures within the crumbling city, swift, elusive beings that were akin to small insects, swarming together. Without that supplement, we would never have identified them. Before I could eradicate these pests, I encountered you. By the time I awoke once more, I had already become your captive. I implore you, spare me. Please. Elia recounted the general sequence of events, and it seemed devoid of any glaring inconsistencies. However, the truth of her words required further verification. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Yang resolved to keep this woman alive for the time being. From Elia's descriptions, he sensed that the miraculous potion she spoke of possessed an extraordinary power. It could manipulate human bodies, instinctively evade natural disasters, and accurately locate safe havens from sandstorms without any maps. Such phenomena were indeed remarkable. Cao Yang yearned to witness this ability in action, to broaden his horizons and discover the current state of foreign biotechnology. Chapter 14. The Search for Ancient Corpses in 1982. During this era, the Black Empire, which revered freedom and democracy, and the Red Empire, which adhered to Leningradism, were embroiled in a frenzied arms race. At this juncture, the Eagle was attempting to deceive the Old Bear with dozens of PowerPoint slides. The concept of biochemical weapons had been employed since World War II. It was inevitable that some deranged ambition would lead to the clandestine development of inhumane creations. This potion might very well be one of the byproducts of that arms race. Yet, it had not yet been widely disseminated and remained in the experimental phase. Elia and her mercenaries were merely prime test subjects, armed with a novel potion, venturing into the mysterious ancient lands of the East to pilfer the remnants of a superior civilization. By sheer coincidence, they crossed paths with an explorer who had returned to the United States with fragments of information regarding the legendary city of Jingjue. Not only did he return, but he also seemed to have lost his sanity, undoubtedly attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Consequently, the whispers of the ancient city of Jingjue reached even Sherry Yang, a woman of Chinese descent. The American intelligence agency, the FBI, the Russian KGB, and various capital magnates were all likely aware of it. Thus, the foreign powers could no longer remain passive. In such matters, mercenaries were the most suitable choice, operating under the guise of theft to retrieve extraordinary biological specimens from tombs for research purposes. The red-haired, venomous snakes found within the ancient city were particularly well suited as carriers of biochemical viruses. Those unscrupulous individuals who would stuff smallpox viruses into mushroom bombs, all while shouting about freedom and democracy, would certainly not let such prime biological weapons slip through their fingers. Yet, a question arose. While the mercenaries from the Red Bear were present, who had come from the Black Eagle's side? Was it another expedition team? Cao Yang shook his head, temporarily dismissing the urge to probe further. He simply wished to lead a mundane life, to unearth treasures and attain financial freedom without becoming entangled with the powerful. However, given the current circumstances, seizing the ancient city of Jingjue would not be without its challenges. After traveling southwest for 3 days, they were less than a day's journey from the western night ancient city. Cao Yang decisively ordered the team to halt. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Qing, who promptly kicked Elia, who was over-exaggerating, sending her sprawling into the sandy ground, her mouth filled with exotic yellow sand. Elia raised her head, spitting several times, and as she attempted to rise, Xia Qing sat upon her back, pinching her chin from behind and forcing a vial of luminous green liquid into her mouth. The three of them quietly observed the changes in Elia. Within 3 minutes of ingesting the potion, silver vertical pupils reappeared in Elia's eyes, and she began to writhe on the sandy ground as if possessed by madness. Using her hands and feet to prop herself up, her spine twisted like that of an invertebrate, contorting in astonishing arcs. She commenced crawling across the sand, heading southwest at an incredible speed. The trio had to jog to keep pace with her erratic movements. This bizarre scene left them in stunned silence. After a long pause, Surua could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Where is she headed? The Western Night Ancient City?" "Perhaps," Cao Yang replied dismissively, though uncertainty gnawed at him. This was beyond comprehension. They had transformed a person into a living navigation device. Cao Yang speculated that the potion must contain a special drug that enhanced the human sense of smell, allowing one to detect scents in the desert and, through a hallucinogenic response, convince the user that they were a snake or a lizard, a type of reptile. By instinct, they would seek the source of the scent. It was undeniable that the inventor of this potion was a brilliant madman, capable of devising such a scheme. Cao Yang, reluctant to admit it, recognized that a similar method was mentioned in the Wu Hou secret record, with techniques and principles that were strikingly alike. Not only was this found in the Wu Hou secret record, but some local practitioners could also discern the presence of ancient tombs based on the scent of the earth, employing the same principle. Just as with his 9 Wu Baoyan, which allowed him to perceive treasure light and human energy, others could sense the presence of ancient tombs. Under the illumination of the 9 Wu Baoyan, a radiant world unfolded. Similarly, in this catalytic state, it was a realm of sense. Cao Yang pondered various possibilities but remained perplexed as to how she could determine her location based on scent. The three of them followed at a distance, speechless, all somewhat shaken by this uncanny spectacle. After several changes in direction, Elia finally came to a halt as darkness fell. Beneath the dim twilight, Cao Yang stood atop a sand dune, gazing southwest, where he could faintly discern the outline of an ancient ruin. The Western Night ancient city had arrived. "Boss," Su Ruo exclaimed, her gaze fixed intently on Elia. Cao Yang turned to see Elia, like a dung beetle seeking rain, digging into the sand with fervor. What was she unearthing? The three exchanged curious glances, their eyes riveted on Elia. After nearly half an hour of relentless digging, her hands were bloodied and raw, yet she persisted until she finally unearthed a darkened, purplish human thigh bone. At that moment, Elia ceased her labor, a look of obsession crossing her face. In the next instant, before the astonished gaze of the trio, Elia extended her tongue and licked the bone with fervor. Su Ruo promptly retched at the sight. The remnants of purple-brown flesh clung tightly to the bone, resembling dried meat. It was then that Cao Yang comprehended the truth. She was relying on the scent of the corpses in the desert to guide her. Under the influence of the potion, her sense of smell was magnified to such an extent that she could detect the odor of desiccated bodies from miles, even tens of miles away. In a past life, Cao Yang had heard that at one point, foreigners ground mummies into powder, akin to brewing coffee, and considered it a delicacy. This peculiar practice had once swept through European and American societies. Mummies had become a unique health supplement among the European and American elite. Initially skeptical, Cao Yang now believed it. These eccentric individuals, collecting and pilfering unique ancient corpses from the Taklamakan Desert, were undoubtedly driven by motives beyond mere collection. The purpose of such activities was likely related to biotechnological research, among other ulterior motives. The inventor of this potion was indeed a genius, albeit a mad one. With an ingenious method, in this boundless desert, the presence of aged corpses was likely associated with ancient tombs or ruins. The remaining chance was that they were remnants buried deep in the yellow sands, not completely digested by the desert's wild creatures. This approach to locating tombs was truly exceptional. Chapter 15. The Western Night Ancient City. Bang. Bang. Cao Yang obtained the information he sought without hesitation and shot Elia, this unfortunate soul, sending her to meet her maker. "Let us proceed to the Western Night Ancient City," he called to his companions, turning to walk towards their destination. "As for Ilya's remains, come tomorrow morning, dust to dust, earth to earth. The body will return to the embrace of nature, while the soul will belong to the king of hell. To die in an ancient eastern land seems to be quite a fitting end. In the next life, there is a chance to be reborn as a Huaxia person under the red flag, growing up in the spring breeze." The group reconvened, and upon seeing Cao Yang, the night watchman, Old Hu and Fat Wang, greeted him as if they were long-lost relatives, bursting into silly laughter. Fat Wang's gleaming white teeth shone brightly in the darkness, and he grinned widely as he exclaimed, "Cao Yang, Old Hu has discovered an ancient tomb here. When shall we take action? You decide. I've been holding my excitement for days, just waiting for your return." Cao Yang's expression darkened. One might think they had some peculiar hobby from his words. "What have you been holding for days? The tomb is right there. It won't run away. Can't you let me rest a bit after just returning? Do you have no sense of awareness? Do you not know who I am? This ancient tomb, it won't fly away." Yes, you are right, Old Hu. I was too anxious," Fat Wang replied, nervously. "Cao Yang, please, allow me to boil some water and serve you." Old Hu, rather unkindly, took the opportunity to mock Fat Wang, who simply blurted out a response. Cao Yang observed them both, bemused. "Well, after just a few days apart, you two have made quite the progress, learning to play both sides. It seems that associating with the intellectuals has its benefits. You've both learned to speak more diplomatically." They exchanged sheepish grins. Upon entering the camp, the three quickly freshened up and gathered everyone for a brief meeting. "Professor, I fear that ancient tomb may not be ours to keep. After you left, we descended into the depths of the tomb, only to discover it was not a tomb at all, but rather a nest of desert army ants. We nearly met our end and had to use grenades to blast our way out." Cao Yang summarized the situation. After hearing this, Professor Chen's expression showed regret. But after a moment, he chuckled. "No matter, as long as you are safe. Surviving an encounter with a nest of desert army ants is quite an accomplishment, Xiao Chao. Your skills are impressive." Cao Yang felt uneasy. Professor Chen's words seemed oddly sarcastic, but he had no proof. So he feigned ignorance. "Indeed, a swarm of ants is quite unsettling. If we hadn't been well prepared, we might not have returned." He exchanged a knowing glance with Old Hu. Old Hu, understanding the cue, spoke up. Professor, the great leader once said, all monsters and demons are but paper tigers in the face of the great proletariat. Whether it's desert army ants or scorpions, they are just beasts we can overcome. As long as we unite, we will surely find the legendary city of Jingjue and locate Miss Yang's father. Now, we must plan our next steps. Professor Chen, do you have any ideas? He deftly shifted the topic, passing the ball to Professor Chen. Professor Chen looked troubled, contemplating for a moment. In desert exploration, logistics is paramount. I'm unsure if our rescue signal has been sent out, and our current supplies may not last long. Whether we can find the ancient city remains uncertain. It should have been sent out. It's likely on its way. We have seen the return of the eagle. Cao Yang replied. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Professor Chen, Shirley Yang, Sudi Peng, Chu Jian, and Yi Yisan sparkled with excitement. Brother Cao, has the eagle really returned? Yi Yisan asked, unable to believe it. Yes, I saw it during the day, Cao Yang confirmed, relieving Professor Chen. Chu Jian remarked. It's truly remarkable to rely on a single eagle for rescue. I never would have imagined such a thing. Do you think the eagle could be from outer space? Sudi Peng interjected, enthusiastically promoting his alien theory. The others chose to ignore him. Shirley Yang pondered for a moment before saying, in that case, we should remain stationed at the ancient city of Xie for a while longer, awaiting further support. During this time, let's carefully plan our upcoming itinerary. Before the army moves, supplies must be arranged. Transporting resources in the desert is no small challenge, and we cannot place all our hopes on assistance. We should draft an emergency plan for unforeseen needs. After Hu Ba finished speaking, he continued, Professor, how about this? Tomorrow, we regroup our supplies. And you and Miss Yang can further study the route ahead. The rest of us will explore the surroundings. See if we can hunt for some game to replenish our food supplies. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts. And Cao Yang secretly gave Old Hu a thumbs up. In the course of exploring the surrounding environment, it isn't unreasonable to stumble upon an ancient tomb, is it? After a restful night, the next morning, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Hu Ba, fully embracing his role as logistics officer, reorganized the supplies and devised a consumption plan. Meanwhile, he sent a few people to gather more resources. Professor Chen's 3 students went to find dried poplar, sand willow, and other windblown plants to use as fuel. Hu Ba, Fat Wang, Cao Yang, Xiaqing, and Su Rua formed a hunting team to venture out. And Li Man, Professor Chen, Shirley Yang, and the 3 remained behind to plan their itinerary. As they exited the camp, Fat Wang waved his weapon excitedly, praising Old Hu. Old Hu, how come I never noticed before how cunning you are? You're like a ghost. Cao Yang, where can we find dry firewood in this vast desert? Old Hu is a bit too sneaky. After all, he is still a university student. Don't you think this arrangement is a bit unfair? Cao Yang chuckled, patting Fat Wang on the shoulder. Fat Wang, listen to your brother's advice. Those big sisters of red romance suit you better. This little bourgeois is too refined for you. Hu Ba couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fat Wang, embarrassed by the revelation, turned a deep shade of red. Chapter 16. The black serpent. Fat Wang was momentarily at a loss for words, staring in disbelief, and grew anxious as he glared at Old Hu, who was laughing the loudest. Hu Ba, is this how you treat your brothers? Is our revolutionary friendship really so fragile? Friendship is friendship. But your embarrassing moments bring us the greatest joy. We are living through tough times in this vast desert, and you still want to let us have our laughs. Once we raided this tomb, I'll take you to Red Romance for a 3-day celebration. Old Hu's usual demeanor was replaced with exuberance. His voice filled with passion, clearly in high spirits. Excluding the last tomb they plundered, which was primarily Cao Yang's doing. This ancient tomb in Xie represents Old Hu's first independent discovery since mastering the secretive art of yin-yang feng shui. For him, it holds profound significance. Stirring a sense of excitement within, the 5-man team departed from the ancient city camp, walking eastward for about 5 or 6 kilometers. Cao Yang surveyed the terrain, noting the 4 surrounding sand dunes, creating a perfect pit for ambush. This will do. Let's prepare our weapons, Cao Yang declared, tossing a beast spirit pill into the center of the pit. Each of the 5 took their positions behind 2 sand dunes, creating an angle for their ambush, waiting for prey to arrive. Before long, barely 10 minutes into their ambush, a piercing eagle cry echoed from above. Su Rua looked up and remarked, "It's the eagle. It seems to have caught something." Saying this, she took down her eagle whistle and blew it. Su Rua blew the eagle whistle several times, but the barangzi circled above them, refusing to descend. Seeing this, Cao Yang chuckled and remarked, "Sister Su, a married daughter is like spilled water. Your barangzi has completely betrayed you." Infuriated, Su Rua handed the eagle whistle to Cao Yang, insisting, I refuse to believe it. If you have the ability, call it down. Cao Yang waved his hand without accepting it, gesturing towards the sky. With a sharp cry, the Barangzi immediately responded, excitedly diving towards Cao Yang. Su Rua was left utterly astonished. It was just 3 medicinal pills, and the eagle she had raised since childhood had turned against her. As Cao Yang focused on the descending Barangzi, he noticed the prey clutched in its talons and frowned. It was a peculiar black snake, adorned with strange eyes atop its head, measuring about 1 to 2 meters in length and as thick as an arm. This snake was known to guard the ghost cave within the ancient city of Jingjue, and Cao Yang wondered where the Barangzi had captured it. Upon landing, the Barangzi flapped its wings a couple of times, tilted its head to make eye contact with Su Rua, and decisively turned to present the now empty snake carcass to Cao Yang as if offering a treasure. This theatrical display succeeded in eliciting laughter from Xiaqing. Cao Yang was at a loss. How could this eagle be so extraordinary? It caught a snake, consumed its gallbladder, and brought back the body as a gift, all while subtly ridiculing its former owner with its proud demeanor and expressive eyes. Cao Yang picked up the black snake and scrutinized it with the 9 crow's precious eye. But unfortunately, he found nothing. He handed it to Su Rua, saying, Here, expert dissector, let us see what we have. Humph. Su Rua huffed in annoyance, turning her gaze towards the sandy pit, only to spot a few small sand lizards curiously approaching the beast spirit pill. With a decisive click, she loaded her firearm and fired rapidly. The poor lizards were reduced to fragments. A moment of silence for them. Amen. Cao Yang and Xiaqing exchanged silent glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Xiaqing took the peculiar snake from Cao Yang and prepared to dissect it with a dagger. Cao Yang's attention turned to the eagerly watching Barangzi. He took out 3 beast spirit pills and fed them to it, gently patting its head. Thank you for saving our lives last time. From now on, you shall be the intelligence scout of Tianyi Tower. Young one, do your best. I have high hopes for you. The Barangzi responded with an excited coo. It seemed to have grown significantly, its feathers glistening, and its claws had changed color, indicating that it was not far from transformation. Xiaqing approached, pointing at the Barangzi's talons. Indeed, it possesses an impressive aura, soaring towards greatness. In the future, it will undoubtedly become an exceptional jade-clawed eagle. Cao Yang also observed the Barangzi's aura, noting its remarkable transformation. The deep azure hue, tinged with purple, appeared richer than before. Upon hearing this, Su Rua glanced at the Barangzi from the corner of her eye, her firearm naturally lowering. After all, she had raised it herself. To claim there were no feelings involved would be disingenuous. For the Kyrgyz people, their love for eagles and training them was profound. Hoping one day their eagles would become the gods of 1,000 eagles, akin to their own children, wishing for their success and far-reaching journeys. Among the eagles of Liaodong, none were as majestic as the Heidongking, which held immense allure for those who trained eagles. Gradually, Su Rua chose to tacitly accept, effectively handing over the guardianship of the Barangzi to Cao Yang. With the aid of beast spirit pills, the hunting team returned triumphantly, each carrying a yellow goat, much to the distress of Elder and Liman, who recited prayers over the goat for quite some time. After setting down the goat, Su Rua entered the tent, preparing to dissect the black snake. Its appearance startled the 3 young students, and Sa Di Peng exclaimed, I'm certain it came from outer space. Look at the eyes atop its head. Don't they resemble a black moon? Cao Yang cast a surprised glance at Sa Di Peng, carefully examining the strange eyes of the snake. They were round, with deep black pupils surrounded by blood-red patterns, resembling a dark moon at first glance. The moment Sherry Yang beheld the eye, it was as though she had been struck by lightning, her gaze fixated on the snake's head, frozen in place. Su Rua, wielding a small surgical knife, carefully opened the snake's abdomen as the others gathered to observe. After a lengthy examination, they finally discovered something unusual. The snake's gallbladder differed from that of ordinary snakes. Aside from the one consumed by the Barangzi, there was another, red and circular, nestled beneath the liver. Su Rua, adorned in gloves, extracted the crimson gallbladder, resembling a vermilion pill, and tentatively labeled it as a gallbladder, given its connection to the liver via the bile duct. 2 gallbladders? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Cao Yang leaned closer to Su Rua's palm, inhaling deeply and remarking, Have you noticed? This snake lacks any fishy odor. Hearing this, the others leaned in to smell, growing increasingly perplexed. Professor Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while before analyzing. Perhaps it has something to do with the desert's unique environment. Look, its stomach is empty, as if it hasn't eaten in a long time. We can boldly speculate about its living conditions. It might have been asleep when captured by the Barangzi. Cao Yang thought for a moment. casting a deep glance at Professor Chun. Indeed, the professor's perspective was quite extraordinary. According to the original text description by Uncle Ba, these strange snakes lay dormant within the ancient city of Jingjue. They could potentially originate from there. After a brief hesitation, Cao Yang revealed a shocking piece of information. What? Cao, are you serious? Professor Chun, suddenly agitated, rushed over to grab Cao Yang's sleeve, eager to uncover the truth. Cao Yang nodded, stating, it's highly likely. Look at the strange eyes atop its head. They resemble the eye patterns worshipped by the ghost cave people. Just as Professor Chun was about to take a closer look, Cao Yang pulled him back, cautioning, Professor, don't rush in. This might be dangerous, so it's best to keep your distance. Upon hearing this, Professor Chun paused, nodded, and stepped back. Cao Yang surveyed the group and declared, everyone, please step outside. I want to investigate what this cursed thing truly is. Upon hearing this, Sherry Yang stubbornly shook her head. I'm staying. Cao Yang nodded at Xia Qing and Su Rua, who promptly began ushering everyone out. Before long, the tent was left with only Cao Yang. Taking a deep breath, he donned rubber gloves, activated his berserk mode, and simultaneously engaged the Nine Crow's precious eye. Focusing intently on the strange eye, he slowly used the sharp surgical knife to excise the eyeball, gripping it with tweezers and swiftly slicing it open. At the moment the blood-red eye was severed, a fine stream of dark mist surged towards Cao Yang's face, akin to a faucet being turned on. Rather than being startled, Cao Yang felt a surge of excitement, thinking to himself, as expected, there is something amiss. Calmly retreating, he observed the dark mist. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. Could the curse of the Queen of Jingjue be connected to this snake? What appeared to be a cloud of black mist was, in fact, a swarm of minuscule parasitic insects dwelling within the snake's eye. They were an eerie sort of creature, flat, covered in fine limbs, devoid of discernible features, and minuscule enough to evade the naked eye. Even under a low-power microscope, they were difficult to detect. Were it not for the berserk mode of the Nine Crow's precious eye, Cao Yang would have been unable to discern their true nature, mistaking them for mere fog. The world of insects has always been shrouded in mystery, especially such diminutive creatures. Much like the tenacious water bears, they can survive extreme conditions, low temperatures, absolute zero, high temperatures, volcanic environments, and even vacuums devoid of oxygen. If the essence of the curse lies within these insects, once infected, they would breed within the human body, leading to mutations and eventual death for the host. As for generational inheritance, that would be even simpler. One might boldly speculate that this peculiar parasite does not reside within the organs or blood tissue of the human body, but rather within the very cells. Perhaps even the chromosomes themselves. If this hypothesis holds true, it would indeed be terrifying. These parasites are insidious, their lair likely nestled within the queen's tomb. Given their ability to inhabit the bodies of monstrous serpents, it would not be far-fetched to assume they could easily infest those who dare to enter the tomb. But where did they originate? What is their ultimate destination? Cao Yang recalled the unfathomable ghost cave, rumored to lead to a wondrous dark realm, which may sound fantastical. However, let us entertain another notion. Suppose the ghost cave leads deep into the Earth's core, a domain equally mysterious and unknown to humankind. Perhaps these parasites are remnants of ancient microorganisms that once thrived on Earth, only to be submerged within the Earth's depths as environmental conditions changed. This conjecture seems considerably more plausible. Cao Yang had no intention of filling the pit for Uncle Ba. He merely sought to uncover the source of the curse. Although Uncle Ba claimed that the Yaochen Pearl could dispel it, that pertains to a world within the pages of a book. Who can say whether the Yaochen Pearl holds any efficacy in this realm? The answer remains uncertain. Prevention at its root is the most effective approach. Regrettably, although Cao Yang had identified these parasites, he could not confirm their nature nor conduct experiments. If he were to be ruthless and find a couple of individuals to feed these parasites to, he might likely achieve results. However, time was not on his side. This place was ill-suited for such endeavors. Cao Yang paused for a moment, reflecting deeply, and silently scraped the alcohol from the canvas onto the sandy ground, burying it beneath the sand. Regardless of its truth, he had no intention of divulging anything about the curse to anyone, especially not to Shirley Yang. As for the reasons, it is better left unsaid. Addressing her as senior sister was merely a means to gain access to the secrets of the mountain-moving Taoist. It did not imply that Cao Yang viewed her as family. This matter was best kept buried within his own mind. Resolute in his decision, Cao Yang turned and stepped outside the tent, shaking his head as he said, "It is merely an ordinary snake's eye. I see nothing particularly special about it." A flicker of suspicion crossed Shirley Yang's eyes. Limping into the tent, she proceeded to verify for herself, and Cao Yang did not impede her. He then turned to Professor Chun with a smile, saying, "Professor, we have not even reached the ancient city of Jingzhou yet, and we've already encountered such a bizarre serpent. Perhaps the ancient city itself is a nest of serpents, and there might even be shape-shifting serpent spirits within. Should we still proceed?" Professor Chin squinted, chuckling as he replied, "Young Cao, have you secured the medicinal materials you sought?" Cao Yang's expression stiffened for a moment, sighing deeply. Everything was left unspoken. Professor Chin gave a knowing smile, saying, "Young man, the world is vast and full of wonders. My purpose in life, as Chunjuran, is to explore these mysteries." His expression suddenly shifted to one of melancholy as he added, "After dedicating most of my life to teaching, if I could uncover these enigmatic existences before I pass, leaving behind some documentation for my country, my life would feel complete." Cao Yang suddenly realized that this old gentleman possessed the spirit of ancient scholars. The continuity of Chinese civilization through the ages is inextricably linked to these pioneers. Perhaps this is the unique allure of Chinese culture. Every scholar venerates the act of writing as the highest spiritual endeavor. For scholars, penning works may be akin to achieving a celestial realm. In pursuit of such exalted spiritual heights, what is life? A mere physical vessel, once gone, is gone. As long as I can leave behind my works, even in death, I shall continue to live on. Chapter 18. The Land of Auspicious Stars. This may indeed reflect the belief commonly expressed in Western culture. They have mocked the Chinese for lacking faith, unaware that the spiritual beliefs of the Chinese are beyond their comprehension. To sum it up in one sentence, there is simply no resonance of the soul in their genes. They are not on the same wavelength. Professor, tonight, make sure to indulge in the most succulent lamb tails. You need to replenish your strength. Cao Yang cast a warning glance at Wang Fatty. In terms of both sentiment and reason, he merely hoped that the esteemed professor could endure and emerge from the desert, that his frail body would not meet the same fate as in the original tale. The plump lamb tails were a rare delicacy in this era, a fine means of replenishment, especially considering that Wang Fatty had devoured the majority of what was available, only to become even rounder. It would be better to share this bounty with Professor Chen. Scholars are often too modest to eat as greedily as Wang Fatty. Upon mentioning the lamb tails, Wang Fatty instinctively licked his lips, grinning without an ounce of embarrassment. For him, indulging in meat was a matter of self-interest, such as the path to greater robustness. As night fell once again over the desert, the ancient city of Xie appeared even more desolate, mysterious, ancient, and serene. Within the city, a flickering orange campfire roasted the succulent lamb, crackling and releasing an intoxicating aroma. Cao Yang, Shirley Yang, Professor Chun, and others gathered around the fire, enraptured by the enchanting melodies of the local minority songs. This evening, a gentle breeze prevailed. The night was clear, the sky a deep azure, the stars twinkling, and the moonlight shimmering like silk, a tapestry of stars above. The night, the starlight, the gentle breeze, the ancient city, the desert, the campfire, the roasted meat, the beauty, and the songs. All that was missing was a fine cup of wine, and one could easily become intoxicated by life itself. As the song concluded, Cao Yang turned the roasted lamb and exchanged a knowing glance with Old Hu. Old Hu understood immediately and gave Wang Fatty a nudge. "Fatty, accompany me for a moment." Wang Fatty's gaze was lost in the pure eyes of Yi Yi-sin, his expression dazed, and he remained unresponsive for quite some time. The others began to tease him. Hey, stop staring. Fatty, wipe your drool." Wang Fatty instinctively reached for the corner of his mouth, mortified, glaring angrily at Cao Yang. "Old Cao, you're taking it too far." "Old Hu, what did you just say?" Laughter erupted as Wang Fatty's antics were truly remarkable, complemented by his silly expression, resembling an endearing puppy. "I said, accompany me for a moment." Old Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation and dragged Wang Fatty away. Just as the two of them stepped out of sight, Old Hu rushed back, heading straight for his backpack, rummaging through it until he produced a small compass, gazing skyward. The giant gate star, the left assistant star, the right helper star, with the sun star and the moon star aligned in between, 3 stars shining. What a propitious land of Qianjiajinji, Old Hu muttered while adjusting his position to observe the stars. Moments later, he stood at the ancient well in the city, shouting with incredulity, "Professor, come quickly, there is a grand tomb here." This exclamation shattered the crowd's earlier uncertainty, their curiosity piqued by the mention of a grand tomb. Cao Yang couldn't help but smile. He had to admit that Old Hu possessed a talent for garnering attention. Professor Chun was the first to rush over, leaning over the well to peer inside, then looking up at Old Hu with a frown. "Little Hu, you're not joking, are you? Is there really a tomb in this well?" Professor, I'm not joking. I am certain there is an ancient tomb down there, Old Hu assured him. He then proceeded to share some insights on feng shui, elaborating on what constitutes a propitious land of Qianjiajinji, leaving several intellectuals in a daze. Once Old Hu finished explaining, Wang Fatty chimed in. If there is a tomb, shouldn't we go down to take a look? Young Wang is right. Xiao Sa. Chu Jian, prepare the equipment. Let's investigate. Wang Fatty chuckled, patting his chest. Professor, such rough work as scouting should not burden you. Just watch and learn. Old Hu. Pass me the rope. Brother Wang, just be careful not to get stuck down there. Yi Sin teased, stifling a smile, her eyes sparkling as she playfully warned him. Wang Fatty's face flushed with embarrassment, and he waved his hands dismissively. Xiao Yezi, just you wait and see. Your brother Wang may be plump, but my agility is unmatched. Here, Xiaqing said, pulling out a slender cowhide rope from her waist and handing it over. Wang Fatty's expression faltered momentarily as he swallowed hard. Isn't this a bit too thin? The rope in Xiaqing's hand is crafted from cowhide and hemp fibers, treated with a special solution, resulting in a soft yet resilient material, roughly the thickness of a child's finger, making it easy to carry. One end is affixed with a silver claw hook, measuring about 7 or 8 meters in length. Make way, she admonished, pushing Wang, who hesitated, aside. Securing the claw hook against the well's edge, she grasped the rope and gracefully descended into the depths below. The entire process was executed with remarkable fluidity. Moments later, her voice echoed from the well's bottom. There is a side passage along the well wall, but it is blocked. Indeed, this must be the entrance to the tomb. It was hard to believe that someone would construct a burial site in such a location. Xiao Hu, Xiao Wang, quickly prepare the equipment. I want to investigate personally. Professor Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, his demeanor vibrant with enthusiasm. Before long, Hu Ba and Wang had erected a tripod, attaching the rope to lower Professor Chen. Chu Jian, Sa Di Peng, and Yi Xin in succession. Sherry Yang cast a glance at Cao Yang, her expression filled with determination. He waved his hand and said, You should stay up top and wait for us. However, Sherry resolutely shook her head, her gaze unwavering. No, I must go down to see. We are not far from the ancient city of Jingjue, and we may uncover new clues. With that, she limped past the well's edge. Old Hu and Wang looked at Cao Yang, who reluctantly nodded, allowing them to lower Sherry Yang as well. At last, only Li Man remained at the campsite. Before descending, Cao Yang shared a meaningful glance with Li Man, then entered the well. After sliding down the rope for about 4 or 5 meters, he discovered a broken side passage, situated close to the water's surface, just over a meter away. The stone bricks embedded in the well wall were antiquated, exhibiting a grayish-white hue, each brick uniform in size and thickness. The material used for the mortar was meticulous, resembling a blend of lime and glutinous rice water. Despite the surrounding dampness and moss, the structure remained remarkably sturdy. From this tomb entrance, it was evident that the tomb's owner held a position of significant status. No ordinary small nation in the western regions possessed the craftsmanship to produce such exquisite bricks. This technique clearly originated from the Central Plains, and the financial capacity of such a diminutive nation was indeed surprising to Cao Yang. Chapter 19. The Ancient Tomb in the Well. As they entered the corridor, Cao Yang surveyed the surroundings. The brick and stone corridor was deep, seemingly bottomless, and not overly narrow. Professor Chen and the others had already begun to meticulously examine the structure, taking notes. Cao Yang gestured to Xiaqing, who was leading the way with a flashlight, prompting her to proceed further. Professor, let us not get too caught up in research just yet. Let us venture deeper into the corridor first, he suggested, encouraging everyone to continue moving forward. Professor Chen nodded in agreement, offering a few reminders to Yi Xin about recording their findings before following suit. The corridor was extensive. After traversing 2 stone doors, approximately 50 meters in, they finally arrived at the tomb entrance. A stone door, sealed with animal hides, bore carvings of unknown mythical beasts. Upon sighting this door, Professor Chen grew even more animated, stepping forward eagerly. Indeed, this is an ancient tomb. The use of animal hides to seal the door gaps is a method employed to prevent moisture from entering the burial site. This technique is unique to the western regions. Professor, can you determine the origin of this ancient tomb from the carvings on the stone door? Sherry Yang inquired, illuminating the beast carvings with her light. Professor Chen scrutinized the details before shaking his head. The ancient nations of the western regions have customs and practices distinct from those of the Central Plains, with totems that vary widely. It is difficult to ascertain much from mere carvings. However, since this ancient city is referred to as the ancient city of Xie, it It is likely that this tomb is related to the Xie kingdom. Cao Yang rolled his eyes at this statement, thinking it was as obvious as lice on a bald head. Professor Chen had truly mastered the art of verbose commentary. Professor, let old Hu and me open the door, while you enlighten us about the Xie kingdom. Wang, preparing his entrenching tool, adopted a demeanor of earnest curiosity. Professor Chen smiled warmly. It is rare for Comrade Xiao Wang to play the role of a diligent student. Very well, let me share some insights. The Xie kingdom was a small nation along the southern route of the ancient Silk Road, also known as the Floating Sands, which, at its peak, boasted a population of over 4,300 households, with a standing army of 1,000. Only 4,000 people, Wang remarked, suddenly losing interest in the task at hand. He believed that a tomb belonging to such a small nation would yield no treasures. Professor Chen nodded in agreement, chuckling. Indeed, historical records indicate that at its height, the Xie kingdom had a population of just over 4,000. Yet, it was a legitimate nation, with a populace akin to the Chang people, primarily engaged in a nomadic economy and known for their exquisite jade craftsmanship, making it a prosperous realm. Wang's eyes lit up at the mention of jade, and he eagerly prepared to dig into the animal hides with his entrenching tool. The current Wang was no longer the naive individual he once was. Having opened an antique shop with old Hu, he had dedicated considerable effort to understanding the value of antiquities. Coupled with the influence of Cao Yang and De Jinya, he had become quite knowledgeable about what was precious and what was not. As a region renowned for its beautiful jade, he was well aware of the worth of ancient jade artifacts from the western regions. Be careful, Xiao Wang. Don't damage the animal hides. We'll need them later. His swift actions left Professor Chen astounded. The entrenching tool was swung with such force that it nearly sparked against the stone door. Being single has its advantages, Cao Yang mused, admiring the speed of a single young man, who, in this day and age, seemed free from the distractions of cultural conflicts. Unmarried youths were notably vigorous, unlike later generations, who felt embarrassed to share unless they had hundreds of gigabytes of resources stored on their hard drives. Rest assured, Professor, my hands are steady. I won't damage anything. Please continue. What else is remarkable about the Xie kingdom? Cao Yang sighed, facepalming. This unfiltered companion had unwittingly revealed his greed. I meant, what other fine artifacts might we encounter to broaden our horizons? Wang quickly corrected himself, realizing the awkwardness of his words. Professor Chun's expression darkened, casting a significant glance at Cao Yang, as if to say, if you don't reign in this character, I won't be able to provide you any cover. Resigned, Cao Yang stepped forward and kicked Wang in the rear, saying, Fatty, go check on Li Man. Don't let him escape. Wang, reluctantly rising, met Cao Yang's piercing gaze and fell silent. Grudgingly, he relinquished the entrenching tool and, as he passed Yi Exin, shamelessly attempted to charm her. Exin, it's cold and damp in there. Do you want to come up with your big brother, Fatty? I'm not going. I still have records to make. Yi Exin responded, hiding behind Chu Jian, casting a disdainful look at Wang, refusing his advances. Life is truly unfortunate, Wang lamented, shaking his head as he entered the corridor. Cao Yang and old Hu worked together to peel away the animal hides sealing the door, pushing open the heavy stone entrance. After allowing some air to circulate, they switched on their flashlights and, wielding the 9 raven blade, stepped first into the tomb. In the original narrative, this tomb posed no danger, yet caution was prudent. Following the stone corridor for about 5 or 6 meters, they found themselves in a spacious, dry stone chamber, approximately 60 to 70 meters in length and width, with a height of about 3 meters. The presence of 7 or 8 individuals within the chamber did not feel cramped at all. Though the stone chamber appeared ordinary, the atmosphere was anything but relaxed, as the ground was littered with bones, leaving little room to stand. The remnants, judging by their shapes, seemed to belong to animals, carelessly strewn about. Surrounding the chamber were dozens of wooden pillars, bound with iron chains that held the desiccated remains of human corpses, presumably adult males. Old Hu, Xiaqing, Su Rua, and Xiao Yang, all seasoned individuals, sensed an eerie quality about this place, but did not feel fear or discomfort. The trio of Sataping, Chu Jian, and Yi Yisin were utterly horrified upon their first close encounter with the desiccated corpses, their faces paling as they were rendered speechless. Following closely in Professor Chen's footsteps, they trailed behind him, unwavering in their proximity. Shirley Yang gazed at the lifeless bodies and sighed, reflecting on the tragic fate of these individuals who had perished after being drained of their blood, likely slaves or prisoners sacrificed in a barbaric ritual. Barbaric? Cao Yang scoffed, rolling his eyes, suggesting that the Americans were merely being overly dramatic, as they were quick to label such acts barbaric while being unhesitant in their own brutality. Professor Chen surveyed the area and concluded, it appears this was merely a site for sacrificial ceremonies. In ancient times, blood rituals were commonplace. So there is nothing particularly surprising about it. Just as he spoke, Yi Yisin stumbled forward, seemingly tripped by an unseen object. Are you all right, little Yi? Chu Jin asked. Quick to catch her, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Yi Yisin replied, crouching down to rub her toes, indicating a small protrusion on the ground. At her words, Cao Yang blinked in disbelief, realizing that the clumsy antics had shifted from the portly companion to Yi Yisin. These individuals, characters born of a narrative, seemed to possess an innate ability to unlock secrets. If he wasn't mistaken, Yi Yisin had stumbled upon the entrance to the second level. Hu Ba approached and began to excavate the fragmented bones with a trowel, soon uncovering a large stone slab secured with 2 iron rings, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Cao. Wei Yi found the entrance to the burial chamber. Cao Yang rolled his eyes, internally cursing Hu for misjudging the significance of their discovery, and turned to Professor Chen. Professor, this layer below should be the main burial chamber. What do you think we should do? Professor Chen, with determination, uttered a single word before continuing. Instead of allowing those Russians to plunder it, we should take it ourselves. The treasures of our nation should not be excavated by outsiders. At that moment, Professor Chen resembled an impassioned youth. Cao Yang grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Professor, I commend your spirit. Should you require assistance in antique appraisal in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall offer my services free of charge. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen smiled warmly, regarding Cao Yang with a knowing glance. I've long heard of the famed Cao from Panjiayuan. I hope to trouble you in the future, and you must not decline. Of course, as long as there are antiques to appraise, I guarantee I will assist you in distinguishing the genuine from the counterfeit, Cao Yang emphasized, wanting to clarify that his expertise lay solely in antiques, wary of being drawn into further complexities. As they conversed, Hu Ba, Chu Jian, and Sataping worked together to shift the stone slab, revealing a dark, foreboding passage. Shirley Yang produced a cold firework, igniting it and tossing it into the abyss, illuminating the space below. The chamber was of a similar size to the one above, housing a square coffin that, to Cao Yang, resembled a mere large box. Diverging significantly from the coffin seen in central China, this one bore no ornate decorations and was distinctly cuboidal. This form of burial and coffin was unlike anything Cao Yang or Hu Ba had encountered, and even Professor Chen, with his vast knowledge, could not discern its origins. It likely belonged to an ancient civilization long lost to time, heavily influenced by Han culture while integrating their own traditions, a rarity indeed. Alas, our equipment and personnel cannot reach here to ensure proper preservation. How unfortunate, lamented the elderly professor. Professor, your discovery is the best protection for it, Cao Yang reassured him, being the first to descend into the chamber. The main burial room was over 2 meters high, and the others, apart from Hu Ba and Xiaqing, required ropes to assist their descent. Once in the burial chamber, Cao Yang immediately switched on his flashlight, surveying the surroundings and noting the stark simplicity of the space. Aside from the coffin, there was nothing else. He approached the stone wall and began examining the mural. The artistry was exquisite. As he deciphered its meaning, Professor Chen, just arriving, gasped in excitement, speaking in a flurry. This mural indeed documents events related to the ancient city of Jingjue. Little Yi, Little Chu, Little Sad, come quickly and prepare to record. He beckoned the trio to assist him, seemingly uninterested in the central coffin. Without being prompted by Professor Chen, Cao Yang refrained from suggesting they open it. Patiently listening to the interpretation of the mural, it illustrated that the burial subject was a prince of Gumo, a vassal state of Jingjue, which annually paid tribute to the queen with a wealth of cattle, sheep, and treasures. The mural depicted the prince's dissatisfaction with his people's plight, as he sought the queen's favor on 3 separate occasions to secure freedom for his subjects, yet was met with indifference. Upon returning home, witnessing the suffering of his people, he encountered a diviner from the east, who proclaimed him the embodiment of the sun god of war and urged him to eliminate the queen to liberate his subjects, gifting him a purple lotus. At this juncture, Professor Chen struggled to find words to describe the scene depicted in the mural. The diviner, holding the purple lotus high above his head, seemed to ward off an unseen force, represented in the mural by a swirl of ethereal lines, signifying its intangible nature. Professor Chen paused and rephrased his explanation, contemplating its implications. What could it be? Just then, Shirley Yang interjected, it must be the queen's curse, or perhaps her gaze. This purple lotus could be a shield against the curse or a manifestation of the queen's mysterious powers. Cao Yang silently shifted towards the coffin, determined to employ a unique technique known only to him to discern or retrieve whatever lay within. The significance of the purple lotus weighed heavily upon him. If it could indeed counteract the curse, his expedition to the ancient city of Jingjue would be devoid of peril. Cautiously, he positioned himself behind the coffin, crouching to retrieve a handkerchief embroidered with chrysanthemums from his pocket. Biting his finger, he drew a symbol in his own blood, murmuring incantations under his breath. If one were to approach, they would hear his simple yet poignant plea. Mother, mother, I seek your presence. I have a request. And in return, I shall offer you 2 pounds of fine Shifeng wine. Moments later, as Cao Yang's call echoed, the temperature in the burial chamber dropped sharply, enveloping them in a chilling atmosphere that made the others shiver. Professor Chen rubbed his knees, questioning the sudden drop in temperature. Hu Ba, rubbing his hands together, glanced back, sensing a disturbance behind him. Just as Cao Yang rose slowly, Hu Ba's eyes widened in alarm as he beheld Cao Yang, who stood shrouded in an intangible mist, concealing his face, reminiscent of a headless specter. Had it not been for the 9-tailed knife he held, Hu Ba might have instinctively drawn his weapon. After a moment's hesitation, he released the trigger, inhaling deeply before silently turning away. Choosing silence, Hu Ba was acutely aware that Cao Yang was a person of considerable ability, shrouded in secrets. The likelihood of such an individual being possessed by a ghost was virtually non-existent. This bizarre and uncanny scene was undoubtedly orchestrated by Cao Yang himself, and he must have his own intentions behind it. The only path before Old Who was to cooperate with Cao Yang. Professor Chen, Miss Yang, what is the extraordinary nature of this purple lotus that can ward off curses? Is that really true? It seems rather far-fetched, doesn't it? Old Who failed to notice the tremor in his voice, but fortunately, he redirected the attention of the group to the mural. Behind him, Cao Yang silently gave Hu Ba a thumbs up, pushing aside the hand of his ghostly godmother that covered his face, and whispered, Godmother, could you please not cover my eyes next time? How am I supposed to see? Giggling with fear? It would be better to frighten you. I'll conjure a little ghost servant for you, she teased. The familiar flavor of the saucy noodles was enough to make Cao Yang wince. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Godmother, this isn't a time for reminiscing. To make a long story short, I summoned you for a treasure. Please take a trip for me. Just take a glance inside this coffin. If there is a purple lotus, bring it out for me. Sure, but I'll be coming to find you tonight. She replied mischievously. Cao Yang's expression darkened, but he reluctantly nodded in agreement. In an instant, a wisp of white mist enveloped him and slipped into the coffin's crevice. Within mere seconds, he felt a weight in his backpack, realizing he had obtained the item. His heart soared with gratitude. Thank you, Godmother, for your generous assistance. Don't be too hasty in your thanks. This item is indeed valuable. To retrieve it, I sacrificed at least 10 years of my yin energy. You must let me absorb some tonight, she cautioned. Cao Yang was taken aback yet elated. Anything capable of costing his ghostly godmother 10 years of yin energy was undoubtedly a treasure. If it means letting you absorb some, then it is worth it. With the treasure in hand, Cao Yang was in high spirits. He had employed a spell from the Wu Hou secret record, known as the Wu Hou summoning technique. The principle was simple: summon a spirit to perform a task for you, with the price being your own blood. 3 years prior, Cao Yang had inadvertently learned this incantation and, in a muddled way, formed a soul bond with his ghostly godmother. In a sense, they had established a connection. As long as he drew the summoning symbol with his own blood, he could call upon her. This method was indeed effective, though it came at a steep price. He would lose blood, and his godmother would silently take items, which also drained her yin energy. Thus, he refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary. So, as long as we obtain this purple lotus, we can safely enter the ancient city of Jingjue. Hu Ba glanced subtly at the dazed and blissfully smiling Cao Yang, filled with astonishment and growing admiration for him. It seemed that Cao Yang had successfully made off with the treasure, a feat that was simply extraordinary. Hu Ba silently vowed never to become an enemy of this person and resolved to caution the overweight man upon his return. Professor Chen hesitated. The curse of the Queen of Jingjue is merely a legend. It doesn't actually. No, it exists. I am a descendant of the Jingjue people, Shirley Yang interjected. Her voice tinged with excitement as she pulled down her shoulder to reveal an eye symbol on her skin, turning her back to the group. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry for keeping this from you. The true purpose of my father and me coming to the ancient city of Jingjue was to unravel this curse. Now that we've finally found a clue, I must obtain this purple lotus. Professor Chen and the 3 students stared blankly at the eye symbol on Shirley Yang's shoulder, speechless for a moment. After a pause, she turned back. Whether we can successfully enter the ancient city of Jingjue depends on this. Her words were resolute, and her gaze locked onto Professor Chun, filled with determination and fervor. Old Hu caught a glimpse of Cao Yang, who was making faces at Su Rua, and sighed in resignation. He silently mourned for Shirley Yang. Encountering this individual was truly unfortunate, and even being American wouldn't save her from eventual calamity. Professor Chin fell silent. Suddenly, he turned to Cao Yang. Cao, what are your thoughts? Cao Yang looked up, meeting Professor Chun's gaze, and grinned. I'm just a worker here. Fighting monsters is fine. But you shouldn't ask me about matters of national importance. With that, he pulled Su Rua aside to whisper, adopting an attitude of indifference. Professor Chun, feeling exasperated, lowered his head and pondered for a long while, engaging in an internal struggle before finally saying, "Open the coffin." These 3 words seemed to drain the old professor of his spirit. A man who had dedicated his life to preserving artifacts was now compelled to open a coffin for treasure, a violation of his principles. Surely, once we return from the ancient city of Jingjue, this national treasure must be surrendered to the state, Professor Chun added stubbornly. Shirley Yang nodded with a smile. No problem. I will personally deliver it to the museum. Very well. Xiao Hu, lend a hand. Professor Chen exclaimed, noticing Hu Ba's lack of enthusiasm. Oh, I'm on it. Hu Ba, along with Chu Jian, Sa Di Peng, Shirley Yang, and Xia Qing, combined their efforts to pry open the coffin nails and remove the square wooden lid. As they lifted the lid, they noticed that the beautifully painted lacquer coffin inside began to darken at a visible rate. Professor Chin watched helplessly as the lacquer's surface oxidized, his mouth opening to protest, but it was already too late. With a sigh of resignation, he gestured for them to continue. Cao Yang observed with keen interest, silently commenting, I didn't expect the Gomo kingdom to possess such craftsmanship. The lacquer techniques are comparable to those of the Central Plains dynasty. Perhaps this coffin was crafted by the people of the Central Plains. It was indeed strange for nomadic tribes to have such technical skills. Just as he was lost in thought, Shirley Yang took the initiative to pry open the second coffin. Chapter 22. The Millennium Willow Wood Coffin. As the second layer of the Gomo Prince's coffin was revealed, Cao Yang raised an eyebrow and halted Shirley Yang, who was about to open it. The Willow Wood Coffin cannot be opened by a woman. At this declaration, the crowd's attention turned to Cao Yang. Cao, what significance does this Willow Wood Coffin hold? Professor Chen inquired, perplexed. Willow trees are considered wood, and there are scarcely any coffins made from willow wood in the world. This second layer of the Gomo Prince's coffin is crafted from aged red willow. Look at the tree rings, they are dense and tight. It's at least several hundred years old, if not a millennium. This type of coffin is rich in energy. It not only preserves the corpse from decay, but also nourishes whatever is inside with the wood's energy. At this point, Cao Yang suddenly recalled the purple lotus in his backpack. The Gomo Prince had chosen a coffin made of willow wood, which was prone to corpse transformation. Likely to nourish this lotus. Could it be a living entity? Cao Yang's thoughts shifted, and he began to suspect that the purple lotus was likely alive. Why can't it be opened? Shirley Yang asked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction as she stared at Cao Yang. The energy within the willow wood coffin is too potent. Once it is opened, the energy will disperse. Women are inherently If such energy enters their bodies, it could lead to death or injury. Energy entering the body? The others contemplated this notion. Those who frequently dealt with ancient tombs had heard of it, but had never witnessed it. Then you do it, Shirley Yang said, stepping back, ready to heed his advice. Old Hu, clear the area. Cao Yang signaled to Hu Ba, determined not to let the curious onlookers who were eager for entertainment remain. The consequences of energy entering their bodies were unimaginable. Hu Ba's expression darkened as he opened his mouth, glancing at the onlookers who seemed eager to witness the spectacle. And he felt an urge to retort, questioning why the burden of offending others fell solely on him. However, upon meeting several murderous gazes, he instinctively shrank his neck and decisively capitulated. This is not right, Lord Cao, he thought. The trio included a boss, a dignified elder lady, and a possible relative of hers, all of whom he dared not provoke. Clearing the scene would only invite trouble. Professor Chun, sensing the atmosphere had become tense, cheerfully interjected to diffuse the standoff. Surely, for your safety, it would be best if you left first. Don't worry, Uncle Chin will keep watch here. After Professor Chin spoke, Cao Yang added, Professor, you should also leave. People of your age cannot withstand the malevolent energy. It is no trifling matter. If you wish to end up in a wheelchair, then by all means stay. Professor Chin's face flushed awkwardly, leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, Shirley Yang silently turned and limped toward the stone chamber's entrance, followed by Xia Qing and Su Rua. with Professor Chun and Yi Yisin reluctantly trailing behind. Once they departed, the tomb felt eerily vacant. With a sudden thought, Cao Yang activated his aggressive mode and stepped forward. Everyone step back, he commanded. At his words, Hu Ba was the first to dash to the corner, moving with remarkable speed. Chu Jian and Sa Di Peng exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before following suit. Cao Yang ignored the three cowards, gripping the Nine Crows blade firmly. He inserted the blade's tip into the coffin's seams, forcefully slicing through the coffin nails before delivering a powerful kick to the coffin lid. With a loud crash, the heavy lid flew off, spinning in the air before landing heavily on the ground. As the lid was kicked away, a dense accumulation of grayish-white malevolent energy surged forth from the coffin, enveloping Cao Yang. The temperature in the stone chamber plummeted, becoming chillingly cold. The trio huddled in the corner, their arms crossed, trembling and paling in color. Sa Di Peng was the first to break under the pressure, stepping away and bolting toward the passageway. Old Hu cast a disdainful glance at Sa Di Peng, snorting softly without uttering a word. Conversely, he held a newfound respect for Chu Jian, whose face was even paler and shivering uncontrollably, yet he remained silent and steadfast. This made Old Hu feel a sense of admiration, as he saw reflections of the new recruits he once trained. Just as Hu Ba prepared to shed his outer coat, the temperature in the stone chamber suddenly seemed to stabilize. Turning around, he was taken aback. There was no longer a trace of the malevolent energy. Instead, Cao Yang stood atop the coffin's edge, holding the Nine Crows blade, with a round, fuzzy object impaled on its tip. As the flashlight beam illuminated the object, Hu Ba's heart sank in shock. It was a severed head, resembling a hairy-faced monkey with coarse grayish-blue hair. Hu Ba swallowed hard, nudged Chu Jian, and cautiously stepped closer to the coffin, staring at Cao Yang with wide eyes filled with fear. Goodness, this is a bit too fearsome, isn't it? Inside the wooden coffin, there lay a golden coffin adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, containing the remains of a couple whose bodies were covered in grayish-blue hair, already undergoing the process of decomposition. At that moment, only two segments of their torsos writhed within the coffin, their limbs and heads having been severed by Cao Yang. Why are you staring at me? Chu Jian, go call them down. I'll handle things here. You stay behind to assist Professor Chun and the others, Cao Yang instructed before leaping down from the coffin, discarding the prince's head with a flourish as he departed. Within the coffin of Prince Guemo, apart from the purple lotus flower taken by the ghostly foster mother, there were several burial items, a pair of gold crowns inlaid with carved jade beads, resting upon the heads of the couple. The prince was adorned with a red stone seal, a necklace, a talisman, rings, and other ornaments. The princess was similarly adorned, with no exceptional treasures aside from her golden and jeweled accessories. In the eyes of the Nine Crows treasure, these items were mere trinkets, dull and ordinary, with craftsmanship far beneath that of true treasures. The red stone seal, however, possessed some intrigue, its brilliance slightly more pronounced, showcasing a white hue with a hint of green. If he were to guess, it likely belonged to the prince, a personal seal from a minor kingdom. Yet its luster paled in comparison to a fifth-rank official seal from a powerful dynasty. Cao Yang found himself utterly disinterested. Not all ancient artifacts could be deemed antiques. Their materials, craftsmanship, provenance, inscriptions, and, most importantly, the identity of their owners all played crucial roles. To put it bluntly, even a seemingly ordinary bamboo slip written by Emperor Qin Shi Huang would radiate an intimidating aura. In Cao Yang's view, the quality of antiques was intrinsically linked to the individuals associated with them. Specifically, it was connected to their charisma. Individuals of substantial presence were invariably not mediocre. Across any dynasty, they would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Thus, items once utilized by such individuals would rightfully hold the title of antique. The term antique itself has an interesting origin, relating to the Ming Dynasty scholar Dong Qichang, who mentioned in 13 discourses on antiques that artifacts passed down through time reveal their essence, shedding flesh to preserve their core. The character for understand here is a homophone for antique, signifying historical depth and cultural context. Chapter 23, The Nine-Tiered Lotus Pestle. That night, Professor Chun and his 3 students toiled through the night in the ancient tomb, recording observations and implementing protective measures. With even Old Hu and the chubby fellow pressed into servitude, at the campsite, only Xia Qing, Su Rua, and Li Man and Cao Yang remained. Old Man and Li Man had retired early, leaving the 3 around the campfire engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Xia Qing winked at Cao Yang and said, "Boss, have you acquired another treasure? Let's have a look." Su Rua stared at Cao Yang, her eyes widening in disbelief. "When did you manage that without anyone noticing?" Cao Yang rolled his eyes, grinning with pride. What a joke. If you had caught me, I would have lost face. Sister Qing. How did you figure it out? Xia Qing smiled slightly, tilting her chin toward the backpack behind Cao Yang. You were too conspicuous. Not even bothering to take off your backpack at this hour? Clearly something is amiss. You didn't even show such diligence with the Mongolian master seal. It's obviously something significant. Cao Yang gave her a thumbs up. One could not deny her keen observation. He had been swinging the backpack around all afternoon, and only Xia Qing had noticed the oddity. Let us head to the tent. I'll show you both something extraordinary. Cao Yang beckoned the two into the tent. As he unzipped the backpack, a splash of purple luminescence spilled forth from the opening. Under the dim light of the wind lamp, it appeared both mysterious and chilling. Without even seeing the object, Su Rua's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with astonishment. Too stunned to blink as she gazed at Cao Yang's hands. Gently, Cao Yang presented the purple lotus, cradling it before them. Instantly, the entire tent was suffused with a haunting purple glow, cool and ethereal, casting a luminous sheen over the bedding, water bottles, and other items, rendering them all seemingly sacred. This was indeed a genuine treasure. Under the gaze of the 9 crows, its brilliance was as weighty as gold, radiant as the rising sun, and dense as mercury. Cao Yang had never encountered an artifact radiating such magnificent light. This single item from their desert expedition was enough to overshadow all else. The purple lotus measured approximately 40 centimeters, its thickest part akin to a baby's arm, with a translucent purple hue that appeared naturally flawless. Devoid of any marks of craftsmanship. Its material was peculiar, neither metal, jade, stone, nor wood. It resembled a solidified liquid, with fine ripples adorning its surface. Its shape bore a resemblance to a lotus pestle, akin to the treasure lamp from a television series, yet the lotus platform, petals, and stamen at the top were smaller and more natural than those of the treasure lamp. A flower the size of a fist, upon careful counting by Cao Yang, revealed an astonishing 108 petals. According to Buddhism's classification of the lotus into 9 grades, this particular lotus should be referred to as the 9-grade superior lotus. The color of the petals diverged slightly from that of the stalk, exhibiting a lighter hue that seemed to possess an ethereal quality. Generally, they appeared to be a pale purple, yet when viewed from different angles, one could discern subtle variations in color across each petal. In nature, the 9-grade lotus belongs to the family of water lilies, renowned not only for its exquisite beauty, but also for its myriad of benefits, such as invigorating the mind, alleviating fatigue, boosting stamina, serving as a diuretic, dispelling heat, detoxifying, strengthening capillaries, lowering cholesterol levels, resisting cellular mutations, preventing cancer, promoting calmness and sleep, enhancing immunity, slowing aging, and beautifying the skin. The lotus has, since ancient times, been regarded as a medicinal herb. Suddenly, Cao Yang looked up at Su Rua and said, Sister Su, this treasure may be able to suppress your curse. Upon hearing this, Su Rua was momentarily taken aback, her eyes moistening as she choked out, It's too late. My father didn't wait for me. Cao Yang sighed. Each person has their fate. Please accept my condolences. Your father will witness this moment. With that, he pulled Su Rua closer, gently removing the garment from her shoulder and slowly bringing the lotus stalk near the eye mark. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, yet the eye mark showed no sign of change. Xia Qing furrowed her brow and said, Could it be that we were mistaken? It must be the method that is wrong. Do you remember those murals in the underground stone chamber? The distant fortune-teller handed this lotus stalk to Prince Gomo, who took it into the Queen of Jingjua's chambers, thereby uncovering her secrets. According to the original narrative, this curse is akin to a special virus, and those strange serpents might serve as its carriers. The queen is believed to embody the serpent deity, so it stands to reason that her chamber would not be devoid of such serpents. However, after Prince Gomo's assassination attempt failed and led to his demise, the murals never mention this curse, likely because he bore it. Perhaps this lotus stalk can resist the spread of the virus. Cao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were on the verge of witnessing a monumental discovery. In the original text, Bashu wrote that the Yaochen pearl is the key to resolving the curse. Yet, Cao Yang felt that the Yaochen pearl resembled more of a temporary key to seal the curse rather than a true antidote. Since touching it proved ineffective, he decided to explore alternative methods. He picked up a dagger, its tip approaching a petal of the lotus, yet he hesitated to act. Perhaps we should abandon this. It would be a shame to ruin something so precious. Observing Cao Yang's indecision, Su Rua's tone reflected her disappointment. Xia Qing smirked, teasingly gazing at Cao Yang. Filled with playful intent, Cao Yang's expression faltered. He indeed felt reluctant to part with it, but considering the treasures awaiting him in the ancient city of Jingzhou, he steeled himself and fixed his gaze on Su Rua, declaring, "You, woman, should you ever dare to betray me, I assure you, I shall eradicate you." Crack. With that, as a crisp cracking sound echoed, the three held their breath, fixated on the fallen petal. The atmosphere inside the tent tensed to the extreme. Chapter 24. Moths to flame as the size of a fingernail. The purple petal halted its descent about 50 to 60 centimeters above the ground, suspended in midair. The three exchanged astonished glances. Just as Cao Yang reached out to touch it, a resounding boom erupted, and the purple lotus instantaneously transformed into a flaming purple-golden lotus flower, blooming beautifully in the air. Wow! This abrupt spectacle startled all three, with Cao Yang's eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the burning lotus flower. Suspended in the air, it ignited without flame. The fiery bloom, akin to a summer-bursting water lily, radiated purple-gold brilliance, shimmering with colors, its petals plump and natural, with graceful lines clearly visible in the golden veins. Just these two aspects were enough to attest to the extraordinary nature of this purple lotus stalk. Such a marvel existed in the world. Before long, Su Rua suddenly grasped her shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she emitted a captivating moan, lost in a state of ecstasy. Cao Yang and Xiaqing exchanged surprised glances, their attention drawn to Su Rua, who appeared as if she had ingested some potent substance. Immersed in a state of blissful oblivion, she resembled a drug addict in desperate need of a fix. Xiaqing remarked softly, and Cao Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's akin to being high on something, and it's evident she's thoroughly enjoying herself. Xiaqing rolled her eyes and gave Cao Yang a playful elbow, expressing her displeasure. "Boss, come look at the eye mark on her shoulder." Returning to the matter at hand, Xiaqing stepped forward to pry Su Rua's hand away, astonished. Cao Yang leaned in for a closer look, instinctively rubbing his arm. The eye mark on Su Rua's shoulder appeared to come alive, pulsating with a vivid crimson and violet hue, encircled by swirling black and red patterns, resembling a writhing insect. The entire eye mark seemed to long for awakening, like a bloodshot eye yearning to open. With a determined thought, Cao Yang activated his berserk mode and the 9-crow treasure eye. Indeed, the curse on Su Rua showed signs of change. The blood-red eye contorted in agony, fluctuating in size as if caught in a struggle between opening and closing. In that brief moment, it appeared to shrink significantly, resembling a moth drawn to a flame. Cao Yang murmured, "Exactly, it's like a moth to a flame." Fully aware of the impending doom, yet still compelled to draw near. The energy released by this lotus stalk could suppress and weaken the curse. As Cao Yang spoke, Xiaqing frowned in doubt, questioning, if that is true, then why did Prince Gumo, wielding the lotus stalk, return empty-handed from the Queen's chambers? Hard to say. The weakening effect seems gradual. Perhaps the lotus stalk's power is preventive rather than destructive, Cao Yang speculated, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Only those who were part of the original tale could elucidate the details, as there were too many variables and uncertainties. For instance, why was the eye mark located on the shoulder rather than other parts of the body? Additionally, did Prince Gumo truly utilize the lotus stalk? If he did, the downfall of the ancient kingdom of Jingzhou might have stemmed from this very incident. Conversely, if he did not, then where did this lotus stalk originate? Cao Yang leaned toward the latter theory, judging by the lotus stalk's ability to weaken the curse. It seemed as though both parties were destined for mutual destruction, one dissipating into stardust, the other dimming in brilliance. If Prince Gumo had succeeded, the lotus stalk should have vanished as well. As Cao Yang's thoughts raced, the fiery lotus gradually dimmed, losing its purple-golden glow, transforming into mere embers that faded into the air. Alas, such a magnificent treasure! Cao Yang gazed longingly at the lotus stalk, feeling a pang of regret. After all this commotion, it was merely a consumable item. From the way the petals vanished, it appeared to be a one-time use. How unfriendly. Entering the ancient city of Jingzhou, it seemed unlikely he could retain this lotus stalk. Regarding Cao Yang's avaricious demeanor, Xiaqing couldn't help but find it amusing yet exasperating. She consoled him, no matter how precious a treasure may be, if it cannot be utilized, merely possessing it holds little significance. That's true. As they chatted aimlessly, they kept an eye on Su Rua's condition. Cao Yang felt Su Rua's forehead, alarmed by its alarming heat, and quickly instructed Xiaqing to fetch some cool underground water, dampening a towel to place on Su Rua's forehead to help bring down her temperature. On this night, Su Rua's condition was quite dire, her body resembling that of a boiled shrimp, radiating an alarming heat. Cao Yang was taken aback. It was astonishing that just a mere lotus petal could provoke such a profound reaction. Indeed, it aptly illustrated the saying, "Illness recedes like pulling silk." Given her state, it was likely to take several days for her to recover, which was quite vexing. After a night of turmoil, as dawn broke, Cao Yang concealed the lotus petal within his tent. Just as he finished hiding the item, a melodious sound of camel bells wafted from the distance. The graceful figure of Jiu Ba Longzi pierced through the morning haze, soaring like an arrow into the sky, reminiscent of a child seeking a reward from an adult after completing a task. Chapter 25. The Black Desert. Cao Yang observed the approaching caravan from afar, his anxious heart finally at ease. Reinforcements had arrived. Judging by the silhouettes of the camels in the morning sun, the caravan boasted no fewer than 50 camels. The supplies they carried would sufficiently sustain the archaeological team for their ongoing endeavors. At this moment, Cao Yang felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy, "The Liberation Army has come!" As a Chinese citizen, the emotions that surged within him upon encountering the Liberation Army in times of distress were beyond mere words. Indeed, the comrades in green military uniforms were marching across the arid sands, embodying hope amidst the desert. Cao Yang waved his arms, flashing a wide smile under the sun. Among the caravan, the short and stout director Ding finally caught sight of Cao Yang. He exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, it's them." This young man, surnamed Cao, even boasted that he is a descendant of Cao Cao. Yes, it's them. Comrades, let us put in more effort. Victory is within our grasp." Within the ranks, a young leader, likely a squad leader, began to rally the weary transport team, encouraging them after days of travel. About half an hour later, the two groups met at the ruins of the ancient city of Xie. The old man and Li Man clapped his thighs in excitement, greeting Director Ding with enthusiasm. "Ah, old Ding, you finally made it. If you hadn't arrived soon, I would have had to accompany old Hu to the afterlife. And on an empty stomach, no less. And Li Man, who would have thought that the living map of the desert would finally show up today, haha?" Director Ding chuckled, teasing the old man. And Li Man shrugged, saying, "What can I do? This time, the boss has a problem here, it's quite severe." With that, he kept winking at Cao Yang. Director Ding's expression turned serious as he pulled Li Man aside and whispered, "And Li Man, this mission is of great significance. You must not falter. Do you see that eagle in the sky? It has already conquered the Kyrgyz people." Before we set out, the county leaders and even comrades in the army were particularly concerned about the safety of the archaeological team. "I tell you, do not let us down at a critical moment." And Li Man, with his small eyes twinkling, raised his goat-like beard and assured, "Ah, you need not worry. And Li Man, am not one to falter easily. As long as there is food and water, I assure you I can lead them out of the desert." "That is good to hear." Director Ding let out a sigh of relief. Though he was merely a small director at the town hospital, he was also a party member. After receiving the task from above, he had been anxious about taking on the role of guide, fearful that the old man and Li Man might stumble and cause some trouble. It seemed, however, that the stubborn mule had been tamed, a rare occurrence indeed. The arrival of the caravan infused new life into the archaeological team. As bags of bean cakes, salt, stacks of naan, raisins, jerky, dry batteries, solid alcohol, and flashlights were unloaded, several students erupted in excitement, chanting, "Long live the Liberation Army! Long live China!" The atmosphere swelled with emotion, and Professor Chun, with tears brimming in his eyes, tightly grasped squad leader Chi's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude for their timely assistance. The caravan arrived swiftly and departed even quicker, having unloaded their supplies and replenished their fresh water, resting for less than 3 hours before leaving. Despite Professor Chun and the archaeological team's multiple attempts to persuade them to stay, they were resolute in their departure, ultimately bidding a reluctant farewell several miles down the road. Everyone felt profoundly moved. The reason these soldiers were reluctant to linger was their desire not to deplete the archaeological team's precious resources, which had been arduous to transport. Cao Yang held deep admiration for this army. They were a group of remarkable individuals. In their fresh water, he had added a touch of purple ginseng extract to bolster their strength as they traversed the desert. After the transport team had departed, Cao Yang conferred with Professor Chun and decisively resolved to accelerate the exploration of the ancient city of Jingjua, launching an offensive toward the final leg of their journey. In the afternoon, everyone took the opportunity to rest, organize supplies, or tend to the camels. They busied themselves until evening, when the archaeological team indulged in a luxurious meal of dried meat and vegetable soup, accompanied by naan, leaving them satisfied and pleasantly full. After a restful night, they set off before the sun had risen the following day, braving the cool morning breeze. Heading southwest, they finally entered the so-called Sea of Death, the boundless black desert. By 3 p.m. here, no more poplar trees graced the landscape, nor did the undulating sand dunes rise and fall. The surrounding dunes were uniform, resembling flat buns, stretching endlessly, presenting the same view from every angle. Save for the somber black sand, nothing else adorned the scenery. There was not a hint of life. Professor Chin turned to Enli Man with a grave expression and asked, "Old brother, have you been here before? We must not deviate from our course." Enli Man shook his head with a wry smile. "This is hell for yellow sand. Even old Hu wouldn't want to come here." "I've only been here once, just like now," the group murmured. Despite the complaints, Enli Man earned his title as the living map of the desert for good reason. His familiarity with the desert was akin to a soldier handling his weapon. Though it was their first venture into this fearsome black desert, he skillfully identified plants like saxaul and wormwood using his keen eyes, reminiscent of a desert fox. He relied on these botanical clues and his years of experience navigating the desert to lead the archaeological team through the Black Desert. While the desert appeared barren, beneath the surface lay China's largest inland water system. Although the surface seemed devoid of life, deep underground might flow torrents of hidden rivers. Some desert plants, like saxaul, survived by utilizing the scant moisture that rose from underground water veins. In ancient times, this land was once the cradle of civilization, a vital hub along the ancient Silk Road. Oasis towns, Buddhist temples, and relay stations dotted the landscape, with countless caravans transporting tea, silk, spices, and livestock until the Yuan dynasty, when the renowned Italian Marco Polo accompanied a caravan through this very area. In this land of divine relics, the civilization buried beneath the black sands extended far beyond Jingjue. While Cao Yang's heart brimmed with anticipation, it was tempered by a profound respect and fear for the desert. On the day of their departure, the winds howled, a rather unfortunate omen. Although supplies were ample, he remained apprehensive, for the terrors of the Black Desert had only just begun. Chapter 26. The mysterious disappearance of the stone tomb. The horrors of the Black Desert did not stem from quicksand that could swallow a man whole, nor from the army ants that could strip a camel bare, or the apocalyptic black sandstorms. In the depths of the legendary Black Desert lies a fantastical realm, where those who venture in are greeted by azure lakes, silvery rivers, and innumerable enchanting maidens, alongside mythical beasts akin to white camels, and even pristine snow-capped mountains and beautiful oases. Exhausted and parched, travelers strive desperately towards these alluring sights, yet they find themselves unable to reach them, ultimately succumbing to fatigue. These visions are but traps set by demons, designed to lure the avaricious to their doom. This is the true terror of the Black Desert. Only, with a somber tone, recounted the legend of the Black Desert, his fox-like eyes filled with reverence and awe. After finishing, he closed his eyes and offered a prayer, murmuring fervently, "O Allah, may you grant protection and ensure the safe return of the children." Cao Yang, listening to the intertwining prayers in Uyghur and Mandarin, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It seemed the old man had become quite muddled. It appeared that your deity was not only a protector, but also a connoisseur of the Mandarin language, a rather taxing endeavor. Shui Liang smiled gently and clarified. What he speaks of is a natural phenomenon in the desert, commonly referred to as a mirage. Indeed, those who are overly fatigued can easily become lost. However, pausing for a moment, she gazed skyward, her tone growing heavy. Our true challenge lies with the heavens. The weather has turned. The clear skies of this morning have now transformed into a murky yellow, and the winds are rising once more in the Black Desert. In just half a day, the wind and sand had intensified to the point where even the birds were reluctant to fly, choosing instead to rest on Cao Yang's camel, its head drooping in a somewhat listless manner, clearly displeased by the dust-laden weather. After consulting the map alongside Shui Liang's notes and confirming the route, he declared, "We shall travel for another 2 hours and make camp in this region tonight." Traveling through the desert after nightfall is akin to courting death, especially in the Black Desert where navigation is already a daunting task. After 2 arduous hours of battling the increasingly fierce winds and sands, Onli and the archaeological team finally halted amidst a cluster of sand dunes. "Boss Chow, let us settle here. The dunes provide ample shelter from the winds," he suggested. "Very well," Cao Yang replied, surveying the area and noting the abundance of dunes that resembled grave mounds, closely packed together. As the team came to a stop, Old Hu called for Wang Pongzi, along with Chu Jian and Sa Diping, to begin setting up the tents. Although they would only be staying for one night, safety was paramount, and Old Hu was quite experienced in this regard. The tents were pitched along the edge of the dunes, utilizing their natural barriers against the wind and sand. While digging the tent's foundation, Sa Deeping's shovel struck a hard object, producing a sharp sound. Clang. The others turned their attention towards him. There are stones beneath. Sa Deeping rubbed his slightly numbed arm from the impact. Realizing the force he had exerted was considerable for someone not accustomed to such labor. Is it a tomb? Little Sa, little Chu, hurry and dig to investigate. Professor Chun was the first to rush over, kneeling at the dune's edge to start excavating. Cao Yang felt a wave of disbelief. Was this not the very stone tomb described in the original tale? He had thought that by dealing with the foreign tomb raiders, they would avoid this stone tomb altogether. He had underestimated the protagonist's extraordinary luck. To stumble upon an ancient tomb while merely digging a trench next to their tent was indeed a stroke of incredible fortune. With everyone joining in to assist, they swiftly cleared the sand from the stone tomb, revealing its true form. Professor Chen immediately recognized the architectural style. This is a quintessential stone tomb from the Wei and Jin dynasties. The arched stone structure, half buried in the desert, resembled a large white bun. Sturdy stones were bound together with a natural adhesive, appearing remarkably resilient, akin to a small fortress. Professor Chun, shining his flashlight around the tomb, beamed with joy. It is an intact Wei and Jin stone tomb. Fortunately, it has not been looted. Judging by its size, the occupant must have been at least an official. Wang Pengzi rubbed his hands together, eager to use the shovel, but found himself scrutinizing the area for the tomb's entrance, which remained elusive. Old Hu, sensing Wang Pengzi's impatience, gestured for him to be discreet, mindful that Professor Chun was still present. Whether the tomb can be opened is not for us to decide, he cautioned. Wang Pengzi, feeling frustrated, glanced at Cao Yang, who appeared unfazed, his demeanor relaxed. This only heightened Wang Pengzi's anxiety, as he desperately tried to convey urgency through his gaze, but Cao Yang remained indifferent. In truth, Cao Yang had little interest in the stone tomb. Such structures were plentiful in the desert, particularly near the ancient Peacock River, and their excavation value was rather mediocre. After observing the commotion for a short while, Cao Yang pulled Xiaqing into the tent. Professor Chun and the students completed their brief documentation before retreating to their tents for rest. As night descended, the howling winds intensified, causing the tents to flap violently. Inside Cao Yang's tent, Xiaqing and Su Rua were wide awake, fearful that a sudden sandstorm might blow their shelter away. Yet Cao Yang slept soundly, enduring the night. They awoke to a significant reduction in the wind and sand sounds at dawn, the world outside shrouded in silence. The restless group, having spent a sleepless night, succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Just then, Cao Yang abruptly opened his eyes, grasped his 9-crow blade, and dashed out of the tent. As the first light of dawn broke, the sky was a deep blue, and the scenery was breathtaking. Yet, Cao Yang had no time to admire the beauty. His gaze was fixed on the empty space to the east of their camp, his body radiating heat and his expression one of astonishment. The stone tomb they had discovered yesterday had vanished. It had stood in that very spot, but now, all that remained was a barren expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any trace of the tomb. This eerie scene was unsettling. Just then, Xiaqing and Su Rua, awakened by Cao Yang's sudden movement, emerged from their tent, equally perplexed. "Where's the tomb?" Cao Yang commanded. "Everyone, wake up. Something is amiss here." With the 9-crow blade in hand, he began to scrutinize the surroundings. Chapter 27. The Sacred Mountain of Zagralama. After circling the campsite several times, Cao Yang observed that several dunes within a radius of hundreds of meters seemed to have disappeared. The sand around them bore signs of movement, particularly one dune, which had a distinct indentation resembling an hourglass. Xiao, how did you sense something was off?" Professor Chun inquired gravely. "Half an hour ago, I felt tremors beneath my feet, and by the time I emerged, this was the situation," Cao Yang explained. Professor Chun fell silent, struggling to articulate the bizarre phenomenon before them. Could it be quicksand? Wang Pengzi speculated. That doesn't seem likely. If it were quicksand, our camp would have been engulfed as well, Shui Liang countered, shaking her head at Wang Pengzi's conjecture. "What do you propose it is then?" Wang Pengzi retorted, somewhat discontented. Shui Liang, her brow furrowed in concentration, was unable to provide a reasonable explanation. "Regardless of what it is, I believe we should evacuate. This place is not safe for prolonged stay." Hu Ba suggested they leave, but Cao Yang felt an unsettling instinct that the ground beneath this desert held profound secrets. This scene resembled quicksand, yet it was not. As Shui Liang had pointed out, had it truly been quicksand, their camp would not have survived. Yet what force could have caused a stone tomb to vanish in such a mysterious manner? Firstly, the sand bears traces of movement, undoubtedly having sunk into the earth. The manner of this subsidence, however, is perplexing. Moreover, being in the soft desert makes excavation impossible. After a brief stalemate, feeling utterly helpless, the group decided that retreat was the wisest course of action. Cao Yang silently marked this area in his notebook, alongside the ancient ruins where the foreigner had perished. This was already the second enigmatic zone encountered. The land abandoned by death is rife with mysteries that seem eternally unexplorable. Cao Yang resolved to dedicate time to research upon returning to Beijing, as he remained preoccupied with the sight of Kublai Khan's fragrant palace. Having witnessed the wonders of the Black Desert, he instinctively felt that Kublai Khan's palace lay beneath this very sand, awaiting discovery by future generations. If necessary, he would venture once more into the Taklamakan Desert, but next time he would be thoroughly prepared. The subsequent days passed without incident. Although the archaeological team faced the significant challenge of having lost their forward momentum, Only Man, the elderly gentleman, had reddened eyes yet found no signs of hidden rivers. He threw up his hands and sat down on the sand, exclaiming his utter helplessness. I am completely at a loss. There isn't even a shadow of a poplar tree here. I suggest we return. Advancing further is tantamount to courting death. Only Man's tone was tinged with frustration and resignation. From his demeanor, Cao Yang sensed a profound sense of impotence. It appeared that the old man truly had no way forward. At that moment, Shirley Yang retrieved her notebook once more, flipping to a page and saying, Professor Chun, Mr. Only Man, within this British explorer's journal, it is recorded that another British explorer also lost track of the Zidu River deep within the Black Desert. In this sea of death, two enormous magnetic mountains stand opposing each other, basking in the glow of the setting sun, resembling ancient warriors clad in black armor, guarding ancient secrets. Passing through a valley that resembles a grand gateway, a legendary city might reveal itself. Magnetic mountains? Hubba exclaimed in surprise, raising his wrist. No wonder my watch has been inaccurate these past few days. I thought it was broken. It must be the influence of the magnetic mountains. This means we are not far from the Jingjue ancient city. Indeed, the Jingjue ancient city should lie within this vicinity, Shirley Yang affirmed. With a mysterious smile, Cao Yang squinted at the portly Wang. Swiftly, he drew a dagger and made a cut on Wang's arm, the sharp tip instantly drawing forth a bloom of blood that splattered onto the sand. What are you doing, Cao? Wang's face turned pale from the sudden action. Instinctively reaching for his firearm, Cao Yang gestured for calm, crouching to observe the trail of blood. After a moment, he made a similar incision on his own arm, allowing the blood to fall freely to the ground. Soon, Old Hu, Chu Jian, and Sudi Peng followed suit, leaving no one untouched until Shirley Yang's blood fell, causing everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. The direction of Shirley Yang's blood splatter was notably different from the others, all pointing in the same direction. Seeing this, Su Ruo wasted no time, brandishing a dagger and slicing her arm, though her technique was less precise than Cao Yang's. Blood flowed profusely, and the pattern of her blood splatter diverged from Shirley's. Cao Yang looked up, flashing a grin at Shirley Yang. Boss, it's time for your contribution. Shirley furrowed her brows, questioning, isn't it too reckless to advance solely based on the direction of the blood splatter? This seems perilous. Cao Yang waved his hand, cryptically replying, I trust divine guidance over human instruments. Let us proceed in this direction. I assure you, it will not lead us astray. But what is your basis for this? Shirley persisted. Cao Yang remained silent, sheathing his dagger and striding forward confidently, with Xiaqing and Su Ruo following without hesitation. Using blood splatter to determine direction was a method he had learned from Wu's third young master. Fundamentally, the principle remained similar. In essence, it was the peculiar curse linked to Shirley Yang's blood that undoubtedly bore a connection to the Jingjue ancient city, serving as the finest compass. Thus, after 3 days of travel, the group finally beheld a striking sight. Two vague black silhouettes lay across the yellow earth, resembling two slumbering dragons. Clad in black armor, the ancient warriors, guardians of the old city, had finally manifested. The sacred mountain of the Zaglamar tribe stood before them. Cao Yang gazed into the distance, his voice tinged with excitement and challenge, his feelings difficult to articulate after nearly 3 months in the desert. After all, it was for this moment that they had persevered. Is this the sacred mountain of the Zaglamar tribe? Su Ruo murmured, her voice trembling. The group looked on in exhilaration, Yi Isin shedding tears of joy, Professor Chun gazing in rapture, while Hubba and Only Man felt immense relief. The moment they laid eyes on the sacred mountain, their true emotions were laid bare. In the vastness of the desert, stretching endlessly before them, two faint black lines appeared on the horizon, sometimes converging, sometimes diverging, resembling black dragons sprawling across the earth. The sacred mountain of the Zaglamar tribe had finally arrived. Chapter 28. The Sea of Snakes in the Valley last year. Surely Yang's father had sought the Jingjue ancient city with these clues. It remains uncertain whether they discovered this sacred mountain. If they too had reached this place, what had they encountered that led to their disappearance? Was it the black serpents? The curse of the queen of Jingjue? Or some other peril? In the camp tent, Cao Yang toyed with the lotus staff, his thoughts racing. Throughout this journey, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the seven-star snow-patterned golden silkworm. Though he had acquired numerous treasures, particularly this purple lotus staff, which was undoubtedly connected to the queen of Jingjue. After several days of experimentation, the ocular markings on Su Rua had faded to invisibility. Intriguingly, her night vision abilities had not only persisted but seemed to enhance, especially in the darkness. She could see tiny beetles crawling on the sand from hundreds of meters away, which was quite unsettling. She was nearly on par with a rampaging Cao Yang. With their destination in sight, the priority now was to recuperate and muster their strength to unveil the mysteries of the Jingjue ancient city. Consequently, the group agreed to rest for 2 days before embarking on their exploration of the ancient city. Days of rest always seem to pass swiftly. On the third day, the archaeological team began their approach toward the sacred mountain of Zaglamar. After a brief respite, the atmosphere within the group had notably shifted. Each member was buoyed with excitement, utterly oblivious to the potential dangers that lay ahead. As the saying goes, a horse dies from running toward the mountain. With their sights set, they did not arrive at the mountain's base until the latter part of the night. This evening, the moonlight poured down like water, the clouds were light and airy, and the desert resembled a tranquil sea. The sacred mountain of Zaglamar loomed nearby, its undulating peaks resembling a dragon, composed entirely of black stone. Rather than a mountain, it felt as if 2 colossal black slabs had been placed here by some divine force. These massive formations, each with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, merely protruded slightly above the sandy expanse, their buried magnitude unfathomable. What astonished the group even more was the formidable magnetism of the black stones. As they approached the mountain's base, they felt as though the metal objects on their bodies were being pulled away. Watches, compasses, and similar items malfunctioned completely. The magnetic field here was astonishingly powerful. As they entered the mouth of the valley and had scarcely walked a few dozen meters, the camel laden with supplies was the first to sense danger, halting in its tracks. No amount of whipping or tugging could coax it to move forward. Even the boy perched atop the camel was on high alert, his body tense as he surveyed the surroundings. Noticing this, Cao Yang waved for the team to cease their advance. There was no way forward. The camel, having detected peril, refused to budge. I proposed splitting the group. One team would retreat to the valley entrance to set up camp and guard the supplies, while the other, traveling light, would accompany me to search for the ancient city of Jingjue. As soon as Cao Yang finished speaking, the elderly Li man was the first to raise his hand. Boss Zhao, I'll stay behind. This place is inhabited by devils, and I wouldn't dare enter. Not even if Huda himself ordered me. Just admit you're scared. Don't drag Huda into this. Wang Pengzi scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. Enough, fatty. This isn't the time for chatter, Hu Ba interjected firmly, stepping decisively to stand beside Cao Yang. If you all are going, then I must go as well. Wang Pengzi laughed as he joined them. Our goal is to find the ancient city of Jingjue, and we are so close to success. I must be part of this. Professor Chun, having just expressed his determination, was interrupted by Cao Yang. Professor, the ancient city of Jingjue is fraught with danger. Having too many people may work against us. I suggest your 3 students remain behind to watch over the supplies. At this, Sa Di Peng, Chu Jian, and Yi Yisan immediately expressed their discontent, clamoring to join the expedition. Just as the arguments escalated, the boy on the camel suddenly let out a sharp cry and leaped forward, darting low to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. By the time everyone reacted, the boy's keen talons had plunged into the yellow sand, seizing a black serpent as thick as a man's arm, which he violently hurled against the black rock wall. A snake. There's a snake. Sa Di Peng shrieked in terror, gazing into the dark ahead. Stop yelling and fall back. Wang Pengzi snapped, racking his gun and preparing to fire. Cao Yang's pupils constricted as he stared into the pitch-black void, his mind racing. They had barely arrived at the valley's mouth, and already danger awaited them with open arms. Several rifles began to spit fire into the darkness, the sounds of bullets striking flesh sending shivers down the spine. The sheer number of serpents was enough to be described as a sea of snakes. Nearly every bullet found its mark, carelessly sweeping through the throng of black creatures. Su Rua, Hu Ba, Wang Pengzi, and Shui Liang formed a line, firing while steadily retreating. Xia Qing and Cao Yang flanked them, eyes alert to prevent being encircled by the serpents. These black serpents, as if encountering a natural enemy, charged heedlessly into the hail of bullets. The greatest concentration of serpents surged toward Cao Yang, Xia Qing, and Su Rua. The three exchanged knowing glances, silently coordinating to shift positions while using Hu Ba and Wang Pengzi as cover. The serpents' erratic behavior hinted at some external influence affecting their actions. Cao Yang possessed something that could provoke such a response. Xia Qing had something too, the beast spirit pill and the purple lotus staff. The beast spirit pill was securely sealed within a porcelain vial, leaving only the purple lotus staff as the likely catalyst. Cao Yang anticipated the extent of its power. As he drew near, he found himself surrounded by the black serpents. Fatty, Lao Hu, use grenades, Cao Yang commanded. Determination in his voice. He stowed his 9 raven blade, grasped a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the fray. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. A barrage of 7 or 8 grenades exploded within the serpent horde, the resounding blasts and dazzling flames sending smoke, dust, and bits of serpent flesh flying. Instantly, the valley was filled with the acrid scent of charred meat and gunpowder, an intoxicating aroma that filled the air. Yet the explosions only fueled the serpents' ferocity. Their numbers continued to swell, with some scrambling up the rocky walls and others leaping directly at the group. What the hell? These serpents have gone mad. Cao Gu, Lao Hu, we need a plan, or we 1T last. Wang Pengzi yelled, using the butt of his rifle to swat away a serpent, frantically reloading. As the saying goes, misfortune seldom comes alone. Just as they contended with the serpents, another crisis arose within the team. Hey, don't shoot. And Li Man, startled, was dragged out of the valley by a frightened camel. The old man clung desperately to the reins, falling to the ground, legs flailing and shouting. The cacophony of gunfire, the writhing serpents, and the explosions, each was a source of unknown terror for the camels. After enduring the mounting pressure, a dozen of them finally succumbed to panic. Damn it! Cao Yang cursed under his breath, pushing off the rocky wall to sprint forward. Lao Hu, Fatty, grab the camels. Cao Yang was far more concerned about the camels than the serpents. They carried the supplies essential for their survival and all their hard-earned gains. The sudden upheaval caused the archaeological team to momentarily falter, prompting Cao Yang, Hu Ba, and Wang Pengzi to chase after the camels. Su Rua, Xia Qing, and Shui Liang continued to fend off the serpents, but with 2 fewer guns, their firepower began to wane. In the center of the group, Professor Chun and his 3 students were in a frenzy, utterly helpless. He glanced at his students, whose faces had turned pale with fright, and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Why is there such a disparity among us? He lamented. Hey, you all go ahead, leave here. Shui Liang suddenly shouted, her rifle firing twice. She hastily rummaged for grenades at her waist, her face paling in realization. I'm out of bullets. Without waiting for a response, she seized Su Rua's grenade pouch and began lobbing grenades. This isn't a solution. You all go? I'll draw the serpents away, Xia Qing declared, and without waiting for a reply, she thrust her gun into Su Rua's arms, unsheathed her 9-moon blade, and leaped up the rocks, scaling the ridge. Are you insane? Su Rua shouted, trying to grab her, but it was too late. Xia Qing was already too fast, vanishing into the rocky terrain. The moment she left, the serpents abruptly shifted their pursuit, converging toward the dark mountain. This bizarre scene left Shui Liang stunned. Su Rua, however, understood. Xia Qing's pack contained the purple lotus staff. For the time being, the crisis posed by the serpents had been averted. Biting her lip, Su Rua abandoned her weapon and sprinted in the direction Cao Yang had disappeared. Only he could save Xia Qing now. The situation was dire. The densely packed serpents were enough to send chills down one's spine. A single bite could mean certain death. Meanwhile, Cao Yang, having chased the camels out of the valley, entered a frenzied state to calm the frightened beasts running wildly across the desert. He caught one camel, then another, smearing his blood on their nostrils to lull them into a state of blissful calm. Surprisingly, this tactic worked remarkably well. Fatty and Hu Ba quickly tied the camels together, managing the aftermath. Just as Cao Yang finished securing the camels and took a moment to catch his breath, Su Rua came running, urgency etched on her face. Cao Yang, you need to save Xia Qing. She went to draw the serpents away. At her words, Cao Yang's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his frenzied state once more, confirming the direction, and dashed back like the wind, re-entering the valley. Cao Yang climbed the ridge, leaping over the jagged rocks as he advanced, his mind racing with uncertainty. This black magnetite, an unknown stone, is both hard and smooth. He can only stabilize himself with the 9 crow's blade, each strike sending sparks flying, numbing his wrists. The ridge is incredibly steep, resembling the spine of a stegosaurus, with sharp, jagged rocks protruding. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to ascend. In a state of fervent determination, Cao Yang moves like an agile monkey, leaping across the ridge. After traversing about a mile, the scenery shifts dramatically. The chaotic rocks vanish, replaced by a series of small, half-human-height black stone Buddhas intricately carved. The center of the ridge has been methodically leveled and stone steps constructed, with a statue placed at intervals. Cao Yang pauses, furrowing his brow as he gazes at the mirror-smooth stone steps, filled with confusion. He has never heard of stone steps or black statues on the sacred Mount Zagralama. Who would construct such things in this remote place? What is their purpose? Under the moonlight, the polished steps reflect the silvery glow, resembling a winding silver dragon or a parasite clinging to the spine of a black dragon. The steps undulate with the terrain, and Cao Yang estimates that a black statue stands every 9 steps, each uniquely shaped and facing the highest point of the ridge, gazing upward. Their expressions resemble those of fervent worshippers of a particular faith. Taking a deep breath, Cao Yang crouches down, carefully searching for traces left by the black serpent, then steps onto the stone steps. The moment his right foot touches the step, it feels as if a massive weight has been imposed upon him. Is this a gravitational formation? Cao Yang's expression shifts, a tempest of emotions rising within him. It is inconceivable that, thousands of years ago, in an era of primal existence, someone could create such a phenomenon. This is utterly astonishing. The ancients, utilizing the power of magnetic fields, managed to achieve this level of mastery. In his astonishment, Cao Yang scrutinizes one of the black statues, activating the 9 crow's eye for inspection. Under its gaze, the statues exude a metallic sheen distinctly different from that of Mount Zagralama. Cao Yang slowly comprehends that the formation of the gravitational field is related to this. Clearly, this is a stone forged from a material with magnetic properties unlike those of Mount Zagralama. The interplay of these 2 magnetic fields has formed a gravitational force. Even in modern times, this would be regarded as a monumental marvel. After marveling at this revelation, Cao Yang begins his ascent up the steps toward the summit of Mount Zagralama. Beneath the luminous moonlight, he walks with heavy steps, as if a devout believer journeying to pay homage on a sacred ancient path. The grandeur of this ancient road is beyond description. The effort of polishing thousands of steps and sculpting countless statues is a staggering undertaking. What other ancient secrets lie hidden in this forsaken land? Perhaps, as Satapang suggested, extraterrestrial beings truly exist. This sacred ancient path bears the hallmarks of alien craftsmanship. What awaits at its end? Chapter 30. The pilgrimage ritual. As Cao Yang ascends this ancient path, each step feels laden with immense weight. After only a few dozen steps, mist envelopes him. Sweat drips from his brow like rain, faster than he can wipe it away. Gazing at the scenery on either side of the sacred mountain, he momentarily envisions the ancient Zagralama ancestors kneeling in reverence on either side of the mountain, worshipping the sacred peak. This evokes a peculiar illusion in Cao Yang, as if he were the high priest of the Zagralama tribe, conducting a ceremonial rite. At the end of the ancient path, might the queen of the exquisite await? Each step is a print, each thought a reflection. In this moment, Cao Yang's mind is engulfed in a tempest of imagination, inexplicably drawn to thoughts that arise unbidden. While contemplating and walking, he halts, discovering a mark, an asymmetrical character resembling the number 8, left by Xiaqing. The larger end points upward, indicating her direction. Cao Yang touches the mark, takes a swig of purple elixir, and hastens his pace. By the time the moon reaches its zenith, a silver disk suspended in the night sky, with stars twinkling like a vibrant tapestry, he finds himself at the summit. At this moment, he has no time to admire the night sky from this height. He forces himself to control his rapid breathing, fearful of disturbing the strange scene before him. At the highest point of Mount Zagralama, at the end of the pilgrimage path, stands an ancient altar, entirely white like jade, circular and inscribed with ancient characters. It is situated at the peak, surrounded closely by 8 stone Buddha statues, each extending their arms to cradle the altar. Xiaqing stands at the center of the altar, one hand gripping the September blade, the other raised high with the purple lotus staff, urgently signaling him. Cao Yang understands her gaze. She warns him to leave immediately. Surrounding the altar, a mass of black serpents raises their heads, grotesque eyes fixated on the purple lotus staff in Xiaqing's hand. The density of the serpents resembles overgrown weeds, sending chills down his spine. The serpents remain transfixed, and Xiaqing dares not move. Cao Yang is filled with urgency, afraid to even breathe, lest he disrupt this eerie equilibrium. This scene resembles fervent believers waiting for a ritual to commence. What are they anticipating? The descent of a serpent deity? Thousands of years ago, What purpose did this altar serve? Was it for the worship of heaven and earth, or for the serpent deity? In an era when various sacrificial rituals flourished, from insect and human sacrifices to blood offerings and shamanistic rituals, no historian has been able to fully interpret the deities and beliefs these rituals represent. The culture of sacrifice is one of the most enigmatic and perplexing chapters of ancient civilization. Even the effectiveness of such rituals remains a mystery. Yet, these ceremonies undoubtedly invoke certain mysterious powers. The current scene before him cannot be adequately described, filled with the fantastical and the miraculous. This tension persisted for over an hour until suddenly, the serpent throngs grew restless. From a distance, Cao Yang could sense their rising fervor, akin to fans awaiting the arrival of a star at an airport. Are they about to descend? Cao Yang scans the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Just as his doubts arise, he inadvertently looks up and notices that a portion of the full moon has vanished. A dark cloud, seemingly from nowhere, obscures part of the moon. It is this shadow that reveals to Cao Yang that the moonlight illuminating the altar has been blocked, plunging the summit into darkness. In the shadow's embrace, the already dark mountain peak appears even more profound. An eerie spectacle unfolds. The 8 Buddha statues surrounding the altar, deprived of moonlight, contort into expressions of rage, faint red glimmers flickering in their eyes. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that each statue's forehead is embedded with a gem resembling a ruby. The Buddhas tilt their heads back, faces raised towards the sky, seemingly to better absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, Xiaqing's purple lotus staff ignites without warning, as if provoked by some unseen stimulus. Startled, Xiaqing releases her grip, and the staff floats like a torch at the altar's center, radiating a dazzling golden-red flame that slowly blossoms. The frenzy of the serpents escalated dramatically. These once peaceful creatures suddenly turned upon one another in a savage display of bloodshed. The grotesque eye atop one of their heads emitted a mesmerizing, sinister glow, and its lower jaw clamped down mercilessly on the nearest kin. Now was the moment. A spark ignited in Cao Yang's eyes as he activated his berserk mode, propelling himself upward toward the mountain's summit with a powerful push. The 9-wraith blade flew from its sheath, plunging into the chaos of writhing serpents. Observing this, Xiaqing leapt from her pedestal to join him. The pair effortlessly escaped the clutches of the serpentine horde, their formidable skills playing a crucial role, but more significantly, the black serpents were oblivious to their presence, consumed by their own vicious combat. Rather than mere killing, it was a competition, a selection process to determine the singular king serpent to dominate. What exactly? Perhaps it was the violet lotus staff that had burned brightly, or something yet to emerge. Cao Yang and Xiaqing exchanged glances and settled behind a stone to observe the tumultuous spectacle, occasionally offering commentary. This resembles the cultivation of goo. What a pity for my 9-tiered lotus staff, Cao Yang remarked, striking a chord of truth. The outcome of this serpentine slaughter was inevitable. One would emerge as the undisputed king. Curiously, I noted that the altar beneath us appears to be hollow, as if it could be unlocked. Perhaps this lotus staff is the key. Really? Cao Yang's eyes brightened, confirming his suspicion. Xiaqing nodded affirmatively. Cao Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement, his gaze fixed ahead. Whatever the object of such fervent competition among the serpents, it was certainly no ordinary item. It was likely something capable of catalyzing their evolution. Akin to the queen ant competing for the essence of the silkworm deity, a biological obsession for advancement that humanity might struggle to comprehend. This pursuit transcended life and death, paralleling humanity's relentless quest for wealth, earning 100 today, 200 tomorrow, 300 the next day. When profits soar to 300%, a person can become beastly, indifferent to all else. The black serpents were no different, their kin slaughtering one another in their fervor to ascend to a higher echelon of existence. Chapter 31. The altar space, the scene of thousands of serpents engaged in combat, was not a visual feast, but rather a chilling spectacle. The potency of these black serpents was such that a single bite from a fellow creature would lead to instant death. The victor would claim its prize, devouring the grotesque eye atop the vanquished serpent's head. Initially, Cao Yang was captivated, but as time passed, the novelty waned, and fatigue began to weigh on him. Observing these reptiles in conflict proved to be devoid of excitement. It was neither exhilarating nor thrilling, but rather repugnant, akin to a mass of writhing black maggots. After a while, he reclined on the ground, resting his head on Xiaqing's lap, succumbing to drowsiness after a long journey. At that moment, the violet lotus staff vanished, transforming into a radiant fire lotus that floated above the altar, exuberantly releasing its light. The 8 surrounding Buddhas, embellished with red beads at their foreheads, grew increasingly vibrant, casting an eerie glow upon their grotesque visages and forming a beam of light directed at the fire lotus. In the setting, the terrifying countenance of the Buddhas appeared even more grotesque, resembling furious guardian deities. The serpent's bloodshed was likely to endure for quite some time. Cao Yang unstrapped his backpack and checked his supplies, relieved to find it stocked with dried meat and water, avoiding the need for another trip back. Having arrived, he resolved to wait until the final confrontation unfolded, eager for the climax of this contest. Unforeseen by him, this wait extended over 3 days and nights. During this time, Cao Yang made a trip back, falsely claiming he could not locate Xia Qing, instructing them to remain in place while replenishing supplies before hastily returning. On the 4th day, progress finally emerged. Below the altar, 2 transformed king serpents raised their heads, their blood-red, black eyes glowing ominously, their sizes having multiplied 4- or 5-fold to that of a massive rainforest anaconda. Black and red wings sprouted from their necks, and a silver line coursed down their spines, traversing their entire bodies. The decisive battle was imminent. Unexpectedly, the 2 serpents did not engage in close combat, but instead opened their gaping jaws in unison, spewing venom. The transparent liquid arced through the air like silken threads, densely targeting one another. At that moment, the fire lotus above the altar flickered, and with its flashing, Cao Yang heard a faint crackling sound beneath the altar, as if some mechanism had been activated. Was the altar about to open? This thought invigorated him. The ultimate treasure was finally on the verge of revelation. Both king serpents ceased their venomous assault simultaneously, swiveling their triangular heads toward the altar, and in the next instant, they surged violently with hisses, charging at each other, biting, spraying venom, and constricting. These were the 3 primal tactics of serpentine predation, executed with raw power and devoid of finesse. In just a few short minutes, one king serpent was caught off guard and struck by a barrage of venom, its body emitting wisps of smoke. In less than a minute, it was consumed whole by its adversary. The victorious king serpent, dragging its hefty body, climbed toward the altar, falling multiple times, yet refusing to relent. As the crackling sounds from beneath the altar intensified, this king serpent mustered its final strength, coiling its body and leaping onto the altar just as it finally opened. In that precise moment, the altar revealed a central, white jade disc, which unfolded like the petals of a lotus flower. The king serpent emitted a peculiar, triumphant hiss, while the fire lotus above gradually dimmed, transforming into dazzling specks of light that began to descend. The points of light landed precisely where the altar had opened, concealed for so long. Cao Yang and Xia Qing exchanged a knowing glance, flanking the altar and leaping forth in unison. The 9 wraith blades struck at the serpent's head, while the September blade targeted the king serpent's vulnerable midsection. The king serpent, having emerged victorious from the throngs of serpents, had not yet savored the fruits of victory before the 2 ambushers ruthlessly divided its remains, leaving behind a quivering, unyielding carcass. The serpent's severed head, propelled into the air, unleashed a spray of venom, yet met only with emptiness. Cao Yang gazed down into the altar's open chamber, and a jolt of shock coursed through him. Within the lotus-shaped cavity, a verdant jade vessel cradled a translucent, reddish liquid, within which floated 2 living eyeballs, human eyes, staring directly at him. The fallen starlight melded into the mysterious liquid, and the eyeballs, appearing to have just been harvested from a human, began to crystallize with the naked eye. As the starlight faded, the transformation completed, resulting in 2 orbs resembling polished blue crystals. Eagerly, Cao Yang activated the 9 wraith's eye for confirmation. A single glance revealed a deep, vibrant azure radiance akin to an expansive blue lake, profound and boundless as the sea. Such immense treasure was a sight to behold. Just as Cao Yang marveled at this spectacle, the azure light shifted once more. At the very center of the blue lake, a bubble-like space slowly opened, revealing a realm composed of shimmering blue ripples. This left Cao Yang at a loss for words, grappling to articulate the extraordinary scene before him. The radiant light was not as it seemed. Cao Yang's pupils constricted, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that this bubble-like azure space was indeed extraordinary. In actuality, it was 3-dimensionally transparent, intermingled with rich radiance. If one did not look closely, it would be easy to misinterpret it. What could be opened was not the luminous treasure, but rather the pupil deep within the eye. The essence of the jade-like eye was that bubble-like, undulating space. Speaking of space, Cao Yang immediately thought of the illusory realm of the Queen of the Lost City. Legend had it that her eyes were connected to an unknown virtual space, capable of banishing all foes who opposed her. Could it be related to this phenomenon? Cao Yang closed the 9 wraith's eye, reached for the verdant jade cup, and noticed that the pale pink liquid within exuded a rich fragrance. Upon a gentle shake, he realized it was a transparent, viscous liquid. The pale pink hue emanated from the 18 embedded rubies at the base of the cup. This jade cup was a marvel of craftsmanship, made from the finest Hitian jade. Its color as translucent as ice and as vibrant as spring foliage, painstakingly carved from a single block of jade. The 18 circular red gems at the bottom were no ordinary rubies. They resembled the fruits of a specific plant, identical in appearance to lotus seeds. Moreover, the thick base of the cup concealed a mystery, as the dense green jade appeared to encase something unseen. The more Cao Yang observed, the more intrigued he became. Unable to resist, he reopened the 9 wraiths' eye to glimpse the secrets within. To his surprise, he made a new discovery. At the substantial base, he found a lotus platform encased within. The base of the cup, along with the 18 lotus seeds, constituted a lotus platform from a single flower. This was indeed fascinating. This cup, devoid of any inscriptions, made of jade with a lotus platform at its base, bore distinctive characteristics of an ethnic minority. Could it be a naturally formed artifact? Or perhaps, centuries ago, a lotus flower that had borne seeds, under certain circumstances, was buried deep underground, not decaying but transforming into jade. Upon its discovery, it was sculpted into its current form. The specific origins are a matter for another time. What is crucial is that this jade lotus cup emanated a rich amalgamation of red, white, and green light, combined with the cerulean hue of the eye within the cup, 4 colors in total. The radiance was as dense as mercury, pure and natural, unmistakably a rare treasure. It was indeed a remarkable object. Cao Yang sighed, his gaze fixed on the eye within the cup, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. In the next moment, he slowly extended 2 fingers towards one of the eyes. Xia Qing, witnessing this, involuntarily held her breath, her gaze fixated on Cao Yang's fingers, gripping the September blade with increasing tension. The touch of his fingers submerged in the viscous, transparent liquid was akin to the sensation of summer jelly, springy and soft, cool to the touch, evoking a profound sense of comfort. The instant his fingers grasped the eye, Cao Yang felt as though struck by lightning, his expression momentarily frozen, his eyes shifting in color. Xia Qing, anxious, called out, as Cao Yang appeared ensnared, as if under a spell. At that moment, he was transported to ancient visions. A tall woman, adorned with a golden mask, draped in the robes of a foreign king, crowned and laden with opulent ornaments, raised her hands high, holding a purple lotus petal. She ascended the ancient pilgrimage path, followed by cloaked figures resembling wizards, who danced bizarrely, reciting incomprehensible incantations. It seemed they were escorting her to a divine altar for a mysterious ritual. The sacred mountain of Zagalama was flanked by kneeling ancestors, alongside dark serpents. As the woman traversed thousands of stone steps to the altar, the crowd erupted in fervent cries. Then, she removed her mask, turning her back to the crowd, placing the purple lotus pestle upon the altar, swaying in a series of intricate rituals. The pestle ignited, the altar opened, revealing the jade lotus cup. A wizard beside the woman used a small knife to gouge out her eye, then took the jade eye from the cup and drank the mysterious liquid within. Was this the queen's succession ritual? The vision faded, and everything vanished, restoring Cao Yang's state. From what he had witnessed, the altar on the sacred mountain and the ancient path were not merely places of worship, but also the site where the queen completed her ascension. Could this space truly exist? Cao Yang grasped the eye, his heart racing. The coveted spatial equipment was right before him. How could he not feel exhilarated? Should he extract the eye or refrain? He pondered repeatedly, weighing the risks. Like the queen, if he removed his eye and replaced it, he might acquire an eye imbued with the virtual space. The temptation was undeniably immense. Was this a test for a tomb raider who had traversed realms? What difference was there from testing a cadre with a stunning beauty? Should he fail, he would lose his eye, the 9 wraiths' eye. If Cao Yang lacked the 9 wraiths' eye, he would not hesitate to try it immediately. However, given that his eye had already undergone changes, would a conflict arise? He was uncertain whether removing one eye would cause the 9 wraiths' eye to cease functioning. This was his greatest concern. As he hesitated, lost in thought, he suddenly realized that the other eye in the cup had somehow found its way into Xia Qing's hands. Clearly, she recognized the eye's potential and perceived Cao Yang's indecision. In the next moment, without hesitation, Xia Qing unsheathed a dagger and swiftly severed one of her own eyes, the warm blood splattering onto Cao Yang's face, jolting him back to reality. Are you insane? This decisive act left Cao Yang astounded. How could she dare? Was she out of her mind? If I go blind, You will be my eyes. Xia Qing's succinct statement rendered Cao Yang speechless, an indescribable feeling welling within him. She was paving the way for him. In a flurry, he attempted to follow the ritual, placing the eye into the socket and administering the mysterious liquid from the jade cup. Thus, the Queen's succession ritual unfolded in a mere few steps, yet it had deceived countless ancestors of the lost city. This ancient path, situated atop the mountain, was not for common folk. They could not see the Queen and the wizards performing their actions above. The notion of the Queen as the embodiment of the serpent god was likely a ruse to obscure the truth. Such was the common tactic of ancient rulers, utilizing various means to deify themselves, rendering them transcendent over their subjects, commanding their loyalty as exalted deities. Having completed the ritual, Cao Yang gazed at Xia Qing, who was gradually succumbing to slumber, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. As time passed, when Xia Qing awoke again, it was the dead of night, the moon in the sky shining resplendently. How do you feel? Does it still hurt? Any other sensations in your eye? Cao Yang inquired anxiously, his voice trembling, fearing Xia Qing had lost her eye in vain. It doesn't hurt, just a bit itchy, Xia Qing replied, lazily curling up in Cao Yang's embrace, resembling a docile kitten. Itching is a good sign. It indicates a reaction. Cao Yang rejoiced. If this truly allowed for a successful eye replacement, then the mysterious liquid in the jade cup was indeed a treasure among treasures. He once again picked up the jade cup, shook the liquid within, estimating that there was just enough for 3 more doses. Without a second thought, he administered another dose to Xia Qing, smiling as he did so. If you truly succeed, you will become the new generation of the Queen of Jingjue. Let us go, Your Majesty. It is time to return. Cao Yang silently picked up Xia Qing's left eyeball and stored it away. He took the jade lotus lamp, carried Xia Qing on his back, and prepared to descend the mountain. On the way down, Xia Qing fell asleep again on his back. It seems that the mysterious liquid in the jade lamp has remarkable effects. Upon reaching the valley entrance, Su Ruo rushed over upon seeing the two. What happened to Xia Qing? He asked urgently. It's complicated. I will explain later. Rest assured, her life is not in danger, Cao Yang replied, carrying Xia Qing into the tent they had set up. Xia Qing's slumber lasted a long time. They waited at the valley entrance for 2 days. On the 3rd day, she finally awakened. Cao Yang removed the bandage from her eyes and gazed at the eye that was identical to her right one, feeling an indescribable sensation within him. Chapter 33. Sherry Yang's conditions. How does it look? Xia Qing asked nervously, looking at Cao Yang. It looks beautiful, identical to the original. Truly miraculous. Cao Yang expressed his astonishment, covering Xia Qing's right eye with his palm and raising 3 fingers. How many fingers do you see? 3. And this one? 5. After several tests, Cao Yang was finally at ease. Her vision was as perfect as before, perhaps even sharper. Now, only one question remained. Can you sense the imaginary space? It seems I can, Xia Qing replied, closing her eyes and attempting to use the imaginary space for the first time. After numerous attempts to retrieve items, she finally managed to bring a lighter into it. Cao Yang observed the entire process. Regarding this ability, he mused, it seems somewhat impractical. How large is the space? About the size of a tent, but controlling it successfully is a bit challenging, she replied. Slowly does it. Having it is better than not. Is there any other ability? Cao Yang inquired. Xia Qing shrugged. None. It does feel a bit impractical. I think, with my current abilities, I can only manage to retrieve a lighter. Cao Yang felt even more speechless. What could one do with a lighter? Could they transport a gold coin from the ancient city of Jingjue? That seemed far-fetched. Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing. It would surely prove useful one day. What if we replaced it with this one? Cao Yang suggested, shaking the jade lamp containing another eyeball. That one is meant for you. Xia Qing decisively shook her head. Cao Yang scratched his head, feeling troubled. You know, my eyes are already extraordinary. If there were any adverse effects, it would be quite amusing. That's true. Let's keep it for now. Once I fully master this ability, we can discuss it again, Xia Qing added thoughtfully. All right, I will heed your advice. Cao Yang gazed at Xia Qing's left eye and recalled the boundless demon eye of the Mother of Ghosts. He wondered what wondrous effects that I might possess. Everything that had transpired over the past few days felt dreamlike, somewhat surreal. However, upon reflection, if his family's 3rd young master could cure lung cancer with a casket of golden water, surely Xia Qing wouldn't need to rely on a mysterious liquid for a mere eyeball? If he were to acquire the boundless demon eye in the future, perhaps they could form a tomb raiding team. The strength of such a team would rival that of the Zhang family. Moreover, Cao Yang possessed the secret records of the Wu Hou. This inheritance might not match the Zhang family, but it would surely not fall far behind. If he could gather 9 prescriptions, Cao Yang was confident he would surpass that man. The only thing he might lack was the longevity granted by the blood of the Qilin. Everyone agreed to embark on tomb raiding together. Yet the Zhang family persisted in their pursuit of immortality, making them incomparable foes. Returning to the matter at hand, Cao Yang focused on writing. Ahem. On the night of Xia Qing's awakening, during dinner, Professor Chen eagerly proposed, "Little Cao, what happened to those black snakes? If they have left the ancient city of Jingjue, shouldn't we seize this opportunity to enter and explore the city tonight?" Cao Yang certainly would not disclose to Professor Chen what had transpired atop Mount Zagramar. He feigned ignorance. Shaking his head, "I don't know. By the time I found Xia Qing, they had vanished." "Cao, what was the scenery like at the mountaintop? Were there any treasures?" Wang Fatty chimed in, his comment seemingly a misstep. "You should go see for yourself," Cao Yang retorted curtly. Wang Fatty appeared puzzled, glancing at Lao Hu with a bewildered expression, pointing at his own mouth. The two began a silent exchange. "Wang Fatty, Lao Hu, what's wrong with Cao? Did my mouth cause trouble again?" "Hu Bai, what else?" "You fat fool, if you can't speak wisely, keep your mouth shut." "Wang Fatty, what can I do if my mouth wants to talk?" "Hu Bai, if you keep babbling nonsense, I'll sew it shut." Wang Fatty provocatively raised his eyebrows at Hu Bai, as if challenging him. Hu Bai rolled his eyes in disdain, choosing to ignore the annoying fat man. After a while, Wang Fatty, seeing Hu Bai's indifference, lost interest and shamelessly moved beside Yi Yisin to continue his antics. Dinner ended on an unremarkable note, and the plans for when to enter the ancient city remained undecided. Just as Cao Yang, Xia Qing, and Su Rua returned to their respective tents, Sherry Yang entered without delay. Upon entering the tent, she scrutinized Cao Yang with a complex gaze, remaining silent, her eyes filled with appraisal. "Is there something you need?" Cao Yang asked suspiciously. Sherry Yang took a deep breath. "I sense that the curse on Su Rua seems to have weakened. Xia Qing's left eye makes me uncomfortable. Do you have a way to lift the curse?" Cao Yang maintained his composure, his pupils constricting momentarily before returning to normal. It was indeed remarkable that Sherry Yang could perceive such changes. "I know a method, but it is quite precious. The entire inheritance of the mountain-moving Taoist may not suffice," he replied after some contemplation, directly stating his terms. "Although the purple lotus pestle is gone, the mysterious liquid in the jade lamp remains. This liquid is so valuable that it can flawlessly replace a person's eyeball. What do you want in return?" Sherry Yang asked, suppressing her excitement. "I haven't decided yet, but I can offer a little something for the Coatian kick. However, I must clarify that it is diluted. I am unsure of its effectiveness." Cao Yang shrugged, laying out his condition. The curse had plagued Sherry Yang's family for generations. She would surely make a thoughtful choice. "All right, it's a deal. Not only the Coatian kick, but I can also teach you my grandfather's entire inheritance," Sherry Yang replied decisively, without hesitation. "And the terms?" Cao Yang inquired with a smile. "Though my grandfather has passed, the connections he left in America still exist. If anyone asks, I hope you will respond as his disciple," Sherry Yang concluded. Cao Yang paused, contemplating. It seemed that Zhigu Shao had not been idle abroad all these years. Could it be that he was attempting to revive the mountain-moving lineage overseas? Otherwise, why would Sherry Yang be so insistent on this title? It appeared there was more to this than met the eye. Nonetheless, it mattered little. If she wished to call him disciple, so be it. The deal was struck. Chapter 34. Coatian kick. Sherry Yang's eyes visibly brightened, and she took a deep breath, appearing quite elated. "Mr. Cao, thank you. No need for thanks. It is a transaction. I will provide the item tomorrow." Cao Yang smiled in response, and Sherry Yang added, "It's all right. A few more days won't matter. After waiting for so many years, what is a mere few days? If we fail to find the Machin Pearl, I still hold a glimmer of hope." This was indeed true. "The curse upon you is somewhat different from that on Su Ru, and it seems more severe in your case. Therefore, I cannot be entirely certain of the effects of this item, but it should prove somewhat beneficial." Cao Yang had already taken precautions with Sherry Yang, providing her with a mysterious liquid that would certainly require dilution. It would undoubtedly have some efficacy, but the extent of its effectiveness would depend on her fate. After all, it is better than having nothing at all. I shall not overlook even the slightest opportunity. Sherry Yang smiled, exuding confidence, and one could not help but acknowledge her perceptiveness. After speaking, Sherry Yang immediately revealed the key to the Coatian kick. Cao Yang gave her a thumbs up. "You are indeed someone who accomplishes great things. A person of principle." The next day, Cao Yang handed her a flask of the diluted mysterious liquid. "This is the potion to suppress the curse. Take a small sip each day, no more, as the reaction may be quite intense." As he spoke, he handed her a water bottle. Sherry Yang excitedly accepted it, opened it, and leaned in to take a whiff. Aside from a uniquely fragrant aroma, It resembled water in every other respect. Thank you, Mr. Cao. You deserve it. Give it a try? Cao Yang replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Sherry Yang took a small sip from the flask. The liquid, mixed with the essence of the jade lotus cup, felt as if she had consumed a potent drink, cooling and sweet as it traveled down her throat, igniting a fiery blaze in her stomach. Compared to vodka or whiskey, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Oh my God. I swear this is the best medicinal water I have ever tasted. Cao Yang smiled quietly, refraining from speaking, for he feared he might betray a smirk. After all, this was merely a diluted version. Had Sherry Yang consumed the original, the experience would have surely been transcendent. That night, Sherry Yang stayed by his side, guiding him meticulously and imparting the secrets of the Coatian kick, one of the techniques of the mountain-moving sect. Cao Yang was convinced that the Coatian kick she taught him was indeed the authentic version. Having learned much from Xiaqing about martial arts, he possessed a certain discernment. In reality, martial arts from different paths converge, ultimately aiming for the utmost lethality. It was not as mystical as described, but rather a special technique harnessing the body's joints, tendons, bones, and muscles to unleash power. The essence of the Coatian kick lay in its explosive force. Once learned, Cao Yang felt profound admiration for the ancestors who created this technique. In ancient times, despite the absence of advanced machinery capable of moving mountains and filling seas, the ancients' development of their own bodies was truly remarkable. The power technique of the Coatian kick was exquisite, particularly in its mastery over strength, reaching an unparalleled level. Without a decade of martial arts foundation, merely knowing the technique for generating power and storing energy would prove futile. The reason was simple: it was impossible to execute. The technique requires the user to engage every muscle, tendon, and bone in their legs. None can be omitted. Should control falter, the outcome could mirror Sherry Yang's predicament after her urgent attempt, resulting in strains or even ruptured tendons. However, Cao Yang was different. His body, enhanced by the blood-boiling transformation, was not to be underestimated. In less than a day, he had proficiently mastered the Coatian kick. His physical talent was indeed astonishing. Sherry Yang, witnessing this over the course of the night, was left in awe, exclaiming, "Oh my God," repeatedly in disbelief. Although she had trained for over a decade under the guidance of Zhigu Shao, she never expected that the core secret technique of the mountain-moving sect could be grasped by Cao Yang in such a short time and with impressive power. This ignited her competitive spirit. The following morning, just as dawn broke, the stubborn Sherry Yang insisted on dragging Cao Yang to test their skills at the valley's entrance. Before a massive black stone, "I say, perhaps we should refrain from competing. With your leg, I'd rather not see you injure yourself. We are in the desert, and there are no hospitals here," Cao Yang remarked, unable to bear the thought of discouraging her. This comment earned him several eye rolls from Sherry Yang. Nonetheless, her determination was entertaining. Despite her feigned disdain, her words remained resolute. "If I break it, you won't be responsible. Let us compete." "Fine, let us compete. You go first." Cao Yang gestured for her to take the lead. She planted her left foot firmly to gather strength and swiftly kicked the black stone with her right foot. What appeared to be a simple kick resulted in a remarkable spectacle. With a thud, the stone flew several meters away mere seconds after her foot retracted. Observing her trembling leg, Cao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop laughing, it's your turn," Sherry Yang retorted, her frustration escalating after the previous night's blows to her ego. "All right, it's my turn now." Cao Yang composed himself, targeting a nearby stone with his right foot and casually executing a kick. The watermelon-sized stone shattered into fragments upon impact. To Sherry Yang's astonishment, the resulting pieces were uniformly sized, each comparable to a fingernail. "Oh my God, are you even human?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Cao Yang's strength had shattered her understanding. How could a person's power reach such heights? It was as if he were superhuman. Despite both employing the Coatian kick, the disparity between them was staggering. Cao Yang smiled without offering an explanation. Internally, he felt quite satisfied with the potency of the Coatian kick. Utilizing it with his current physical strength was far more advantageous than entering a tattooed state. After all, the exhaustion that followed such a state was quite uncomfortable. With the Coatian kick, it was a delightful addition to his arsenal. In his ordinary state, it was an exceptionally formidable technique. This kick left Cao Yang feeling content. Should he encounter creatures like the red-haired hound or the giant scorpion again, this technique would undoubtedly cause them grievous harm and lead to their demise. In a crisis, if Sherry Yang could kick a creature weighing at least 1,000 pounds, for Cao Yang, it would be a tenfold enhancement. This transaction was not only lucrative but also far from a loss. Chapter 35. The Ancient City Under the Radiance of Dawn. In summary, both parties had their own calculations. However, Their interests did not conflict, thus their cooperative relationship remained harmonious for the time being. After the contest, they returned to camp. One by one, the others began to awaken and prepare breakfast. With a wave of his hand, Cao Yang urged, "Hurry, eat your meals, and organize your gear. We depart for the city in an hour." Upon hearing this, Wang Fatty was the first to exuberantly shout. These past few days had been quite stifling for him. Had it not been for Cao Yang's restraint, he would have already urged the archaeological team to enter the ancient city of Jingjue ahead of schedule. As they set out once more, free from the obstruction of the serpent swarm, they smoothly traversed the sacred Mount Saglama, whether by fate or coincidence. Just as they passed through the valley, the dark clouds overhead parted to reveal a crimson slit. After several days of gloomy weather, the sun finally began to shine. At the moment of sunrise, they beheld the first ray of sunlight in the ancient city, which was seen as an auspicious omen. Unconsciously, everyone turned their gaze eastward. The morning glow, akin to a resplendent sun, pierced through the heavy clouds, illuminating the sky with a vibrant rose hue that gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, ultimately morphing into golden rays as the sun's arc emerged. In that instant, the clouds could no longer conceal the radiance, and in a heartbeat, the endless sea of sand seemed to turn into gold within a great furnace. Amidst the heavy, shimmering golden molten gold, an ancient city, seemingly unchanged by time, emerged before the onlookers. A colossal architectural complex, with countless remnants of walls and various constructions made of brick, wood, earth, and stone, lay scattered throughout the city. Countless towers dotted the landscape, the most prominent being a black stone tower in the center, leaning quietly as it stood. It resembled the photograph brought back by the British explorer in Sherry Yang's hand, identical in every detail. After more than 2 millennia, the remnants of the ancient kingdom of Jingjue truly existed deep within the desert. This grand city stood silently embraced by the sacred Zaglamar mountain, preserving the last moments of the kingdom's splendor. Professor Chen's lips trembled with excitement as he pointed at the ruins of the ancient city, his voice quivering. "Look! What a complete ruin of an ancient city. Such a vast scale is enough to demonstrate the might of the Jingjue kingdom." The city was capable of housing at least 70 to 80,000 residents, whereas renowned cities like Lulan, at their peak, only accommodated around 20,000. Jingjue was indeed a powerful nation, capable of conquering this land. History was on the verge of being rewritten. At the utterance of this thought, Professor Chen's spirit soared. His posture straightened, face solemn, and eyes resolute, as the sparse hairs on his head danced with the wind, masking the few strands of white that betrayed his age. He appeared as a spirited young scholar, radiating vigor. To the eyes of the archaeological professor, the ruins of the ancient city represented evidence of civilization, whereas to the average person, they appeared as a dilapidated city. The city was so ravaged that its main structure was buried beneath the yellow sands, making it difficult to distinguish between sand dunes and fortifications. Most of the towers had collapsed under the ravages of wind and sand. Nevertheless, the remnants still hinted at the once grand magnificence. In the distance loomed the sacred Zaglamar mountain, while the ground was covered in endless golden sands. This ancient city stood here, majestic and vast, a veritable miracle amidst the Taklamakan Desert. Hidden in this desolate region for years, it was likely that few could find this place. The immense magnetic field generated by Zaglamar Mountain made it difficult for aircraft to pass, and the endless sea of sand provided the best protection on the ground. Countless exploration teams and lost souls must have traversed this area before the archaeological team arrived. It could be confidently stated that 99% of them departed with a profound shock at the sight of the ancient city. Olden Lyman, upon first glimpsing the ancient city, knelt and remained there, endlessly bowing in reverence. His weathered face was etched with piety and awe. The desert's devilish city held immense power for those who believed in Hu, seeing the varying states of mind among the group. Cao Yang exchanged glances with Sherry Yang, who intuitively understood and spoke. "Comrades, after our relentless efforts, we have finally discovered the ancient city of Jingjue. Before we enter, I would like to say a few words. Everyone, listen closely. We have achieved a preliminary victory, and I have decided to reward everyone with 10,000 meters of knives each." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Cao Yang echoed Sherry Yang's words, boosting the morale of the team. The atmosphere within the group grew fervent, banishing all discordant thoughts. Even Lyman cast aside his reverence for Huda, beginning to praise Sherry Yang instead. "Ah, Boss Yang, you are the most generous leader I have ever met. You are like a beautiful Tila Gully, blooming in this barren land. You are a good person. Surely Huda will bless you." With these words, Surua could not help but double over in laughter. Old Tila Gully, you truly know how to flatter. You have me in stitches. And Lyman awkwardly retracted his neck. Sister Sue, what does Tila Gully mean? Yi Isin asked curiously. Tila means money in Uyghur, and Gully means flower. The crowd looked at Lyman in disbelief, utterly speechless at his skill and flattery. If Lyman were a few decades younger, he would undoubtedly have the potential to be a king of the seas. You've taken my money. Shouldn't you say something nice in return? Sherry Yang wondered why Cao Yang had instructed her to do this. Did you not see the earlier states? If we don't stimulate them with rewards, they might become completely deranged. Stepping inside would be akin to walking into death. And what would be left of our expedition into archaeology? As Cao Yang spoke, Sherry Yang paused, her expression growing heavy. Chapter 36. The Leaning Black Tower. Do you not find everything that just transpired a bit peculiar? Are you suggesting that this ancient city possesses a power that influences people's minds? Cao Yang furrowed his brow, reflecting on the earlier behaviors of the group, Professor Chen's exuberance, and Lyman's fear and reverence, Wang Pengzi's greed, Hu Baiyi's hesitation, and the excitement and obsession exhibited by Sherry Yang and Su Rua. These buried emotions within everyone seemed magnified. Perhaps it was related to the sunrise. In terms of feng shui, as the sun rises and the moon sets, the yin energy descends while the yang energy ascends, causing certain changes in the magnetic field shaped by the land, some of which are beneficial to the human body while others are harmful. This is the distinction often made between a land of fortune and a cursed land. Hu Baiyi explained the bizarre phenomenon using feng shui theory, though it sounded mystical. It was not without merit. Old Hu, what do you think of the feng shui here? Cao Yang asked eagerly. Hu Baiyi's expression darkened as he rasped. It is quite poor. Look at the Zaglamar mountain. Its jagged rocks and ugly terrain resemble a massive dragon covered in black thorns, its head and tail buried deep underground. A dragon without a head or tail. This valley resembles a sharp sword, cleaving the dragon in two. The feng shui here is extremely ominous. I cannot fathom why the Jingjua people chose to build their city here. To put it bluntly, this is a place where even dogs would not dwell. Upon hearing Hu Baiyi's remarks, Cao Yang immediately thought of the mysterious, unfathomable black hole. The greatest enigma in the world of ghost blows out the light. Let us depart. The answers await us. Cao Yang swung his 9-wu knife, brimming with combat spirit. The group packed their belongings and set off once more. Crossing the mountain pass, they entered the collapsed city gates and ventured into the ancient city. Surrounded by desolation, the previous beauty and grandeur were entirely lost. Upon closer inspection, they found ruins everywhere. Not a single house along the streets remained intact. This was nothing like the ancient city they had envisioned. And disappointment washed over them as they navigated through the dilapidated structures, heightening their vigilance to the eerie silence that enveloped the city. Only Professor Chun and his companions seemed to find treasure among the ruins, expressing keen interest in everything they encountered. How strange. Where did the inhabitants of this ancient city go? We've been walking for half a day, and not even a single corpse has been found. Wang Pengzi began to voice his dissatisfaction. Professor Chen paused, his expression faltering. Indeed, where have all the bodies gone? They must be buried beneath the sands. Listening to their analyses, Cao Yang did not share the same sentiment. He preferred to believe that the Jingjua people had all entered the ghost hole. A city with a population of 70 to 80,000 could not have been destroyed by war without leaving a single trace. This was clearly illogical. Even finding a single bone would not change his opinion. This city was too clean. Not a single bone could be seen. As if the entire population had evaporated in an instant, leaving behind a hauntingly pristine emptiness. Even if much of the city's structure lay buried in the sands. The weathering of these buildings suggested no signs of past warfare. The sun has risen, and we should head directly to the palace. This kingdom in the desert is constructed near the underground rivers, where water is likely to be found, and the temperature is relatively cooler. The camels can also take a much-needed rest. Professor Chen paused for a moment, looking up at the sky. The journey from the mountain pass to the ancient city was a meandering one, from dawn to midday, as the sun's warmth gradually intensified. Overcast days in the desert are not to be feared. Rather, it is the clear skies that pose a greater threat. Foreshaded areas with evaporating moisture are truly blessings in this arid land. Professor Chen's suggestion was met with unanimous agreement, particularly from Lyman, whose smile was as joyful as a child's. The camels, to him, were more precious than life itself. The group began to disperse, pairing off and spreading out every 20 to 30 meters as they navigated through the ruins. They circumvented areas of collapse, and after a considerable time, they finally arrived at the very heart of the ancient city around 3 in the afternoon. Here, the streets noticeably widened, although still covered in yellow sand. The remnants of grandeur were still evident. However, aside from the leaning black tower, there were no other substantial structures in sight, not even a decent dwelling, just crumbling earthen walls. Professor Chen observed the surroundings and remarked that the palace might be underground, urging everyone to be vigilant for hidden doors. Just then, Cao Yang suddenly interjected. Don't bother with anything else. The entrance is right here. He pointed at the slanted black stone tower. This tower, with its peculiar design and 6 levels, was constructed from the same stone as that of Mount Zagrama, featuring only a low entrance for entry. Cao Yang bent down and stepped inside first, prompting the others to follow closely behind. Upon entering the black tower, a shiver ran through everyone. At the far end of the first level stood a black stone ram, its massive horns and robust body adorned with intricate carvings of ghostly symbols, staring back at them as if it were a creature from the abyss. The ram bore a striking resemblance to the wild sheep of the plateau, imposing and fierce, emanating an aura of untamed wilderness. After a long examination, Cao Yang had to concede that the stone carving skills of the ancient civilization were indeed remarkable. With his extensive experience in the antiques trade, he assessed that this stone ram statue was vividly lifelike and impressive, its value undoubtedly considerable. Should it find its way into the hands of collectors with an affinity for Western culture, it could yield a significant profit. Alas, its size and weight rendered it immovable. The multitude of ghostly symbols inscribed upon it held immeasurable worth. Xiao, I wish to study and document this here. Please let everyone take a rest. Professor Chen, upon encountering such a marvel, transformed from his usual gentle demeanor into a figure of determination. Cao Yang nodded and instructed Hu Ba and the portly man to set up camp, noting that the area was spacious enough for the camels to rest. All right. The two replied in agreement. The remaining members of the team busied themselves with camp preparations as Cao Yang exchanged a subtle glance with Xiaqing. Their eyes met in a tacit understanding, and they quietly ascended to the second level of the Black Tower. Chapter 37. The treasure map in the eyes. The second level of the tower was slightly narrower than the first, yet it also housed a stone statue. This time, however, the statue depicted a human figure. With a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, it towered above the average person, resembling Su Ru, kneeling within the tower. Its body similarly inscribed with ghostly symbols. What did these symbols signify? No one could decipher them. The reading of the ghostly script had been entirely lost, and even Professor Chen could only make half-hearted guesses. Unlike the pictographs of the Central Plains, to an untrained eye, these appeared to be mere symbols, somewhat reminiscent of an extraterrestrial civilization. The second level was rather unremarkable. The two did not linger and quickly ascended to the third level. Upon entering, Xiaqing exclaimed at the sight of a stone statue with enormous black eyes. No, it should be referred to as a black-eyed stone sculpture covered in ghostly symbols, Cao Yang corrected, filled with curiosity. What did this represent? It was found in the false incense palace, and here as well. Could it be that thousands of years ago, a race with such protruding eyes existed? What purpose did this tower serve, and why was there a statue on every level? It seemed to symbolize some form of social hierarchy. The ram on the first level represented livestock, the human figure on the second represented slaves, and the third level's giant-eyed statue. Cao Yang found himself at a loss, unable to ascertain the status of these figures within their society. The mysteries of the ancient civilization were perplexing. Upon reaching the fourth level, Xiaqing was left speechless and began to voice her discontent. What a bizarre culture. What is this creature on the fourth level? There is no such thing as a snake person in the world. This is nothing but a monster. The snake figure had the face of a man, fierce and glaring, with a snake's body and human head, possessing strong limbs, one wielding a sword and the other a shield. The back of the statue bore a black sphere, resembling the monstrous black snake of the valley, and was also covered in ghostly symbols. This must represent their soldiers, Cao Yang remarked as he stepped toward the stone stairs leading to the fifth level. This level represents the imaginary space in your mind, he said, and Xiaqing shivered, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread as she gazed into the empty space. They reached the final level, where they fixed their eyes upon the veiled queen. This statue of the queen was adorned in lavish garments, her features obscured, seated regally upon her throne, reminiscent of a supreme matriarch. Unlike the previous statues, this one bore no ghostly inscriptions. At that moment, Cao Yang was gazing intently at the eye motif at the pinnacle of the tower. Boss, there seems to be something up there? Xiaqing pointed out, her expression one of surprise. I see it. It looks like a roll of animal hide. Cao Yang observed with keen interest, a sense of unease stirring within him. This object was absent in the original text. Perhaps Professor Chen and the others had overlooked it. At the center of the black eye motif, a cleverly carved circular hole held a roll of animal hide. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Yang activated his determination mode, lifted Xiaqing, and tossed her upward. She successfully retrieved the roll of hide and landed safely in his arms. They unrolled it to discover a pure black piece of animal hide inscribed with tiny silver characters and illustrations. This concealed item was undoubtedly significant. It seems to be a map of the ancient city, Xiaqing speculated after examining it for a while. Cao Yang's heart soared with excitement, and a smile broke across his face. Indeed, it is a map, and a complete one at that. Look here, this marks the altar of Mount Zagrama. And this is the ancient city, with the queen's slumbering palace below it. The creator of this map must have been a skilled artisan. We are destined for fortune. Cao Yang had pinpointed the location of the queen's treasure palace marked on the map. Unlike the grand hall within the tomb, this concealed stone chamber was almost embedded within the mountain's crevices, exceedingly well hidden. Without the route map, even if one were to scour the ancient city, locating this palace would be nearly impossible. What might the queen have concealed with such care? What could be so valuable to her? Coordinate with me when the opportunity arises. Cao Yang instructed, tucking the treasure map into his clothing as he and Xiaqing exited the 6th level. Upon their emergence, Wang the fatty approached them with a sly grin. So, what did you find up there, Master Cao? Any treasures? No treasures. But there is a bear queen of the ancient civilization. Would you like her? Cao Yang teased. Oh, come on, Master Cao, don't joke at a time like this. I've been eating nothing but sand on this journey, and I've caught not a single thing. It's driving me mad. Cao Yang jested with a smile. Isn't there still Sherry Yang's treasure to be had? You should be content. I want treasures, my dear. In my and Master Hu's treasure trove, there isn't a centerpiece yet. If you seek treasures, take a left upon exiting. After speaking, Cao Yang strode away with Xiaqing. He didn't have time to amuse Wang Fatty. He needed to quickly plan a route to stealthily acquire the items hidden within the treasure hall. The cunning queen of the Jingjue had even cursed the items meant for burial. The true treasures were secretly stored in a concealed palace, revealing the queen's firm belief that she would return, relying on these riches to rise again and dominate the entire western regions. What had transpired back then to prompt such a decision from a queen of her stature? Upon returning to the tent, Cao Yang once more studied the treasure map meticulously, confirming the route. After a long while, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a predicament. The treasure hall is alarmingly close to the ghost cave. What kind of treasure could compel the queen to hide it so meticulously? Could it be her eyes? Xiaqing's bold speculation held some merit. Regardless of what it might be, Cao Yang was determined to unearth it. If it was indeed the queen's lifelong collection, the 7-star snow-patterned golden silkworm might very well be hidden here. However, to access this treasure hall, meticulous planning was essential, especially since its proximity to the ghost cave could easily lead to disaster. By the time Professor Chun and the others finished documenting the inscriptions within the Black Tower, it was already evening. Cao Yang and Xiaqing had devised a rough plan, and now everything was in place, awaiting their entry into the queen's tomb. After a brief exchange with Professor Chun and the others, it was unanimously decided that they would commence their exploration of the queen's mausoleum the following day. Unlike the original narrative, there were significant changes in the personnel involved. Not everyone could join. Someone needed to stay behind to guard the camp. And Li Man couldn't handle it alone. With so many camels, losing a few would complicate their return journey. After a lively debate, the final number of participants was established. Professor Chin would only take Chu Jian with him, primarily to assist him, while the others would stay behind. Wang Fatty and Hu Bai remained, deciding who would stay through a game of guessing. Ultimately, Old Hu triumphed, winning 3-2. Thus, the team consisted of Sherry Yang, Cao Yang, Su Rua, and Xiaqing, totaling 7 individuals who would enter the underground palace. However, the search for the entrance to the underground palace proved to be quite challenging. Everyone was aware that the true royal city lay beneath their feet, yet they could not locate the entrance. Searching for a hidden door amid the ruins, littered with yellow sand, was indeed laborious. Even though Cao Yang knew the entrance was within a structure resembling a temple, the numerous dilapidated buildings made it impossible to distinguish between a temple and a mere dwelling. Reluctantly, they opted for a brute force approach, systematically checking one building after another. At long last, Professor Chin discovered a particularly ruined structure. From the remnants, he discerned the silhouette of a minority temple. It was a black stone edifice, mostly buried in yellow sand, resembling a colossal beast with its mouth agape, its entrance piled high with sand. After clearing the sand to create a passage, Sherry Yang tossed in 2 cold fireworks, donned a gas mask, and began to enter sequentially. Inside the stone hall, the contrast with the exterior was stark. Only a small portion of the temple was visible above ground. The interior was astonishingly vast, featuring 26 towering stone pillars, each as thick as two people. At the deepest part of the hall lay a jade eyeball, pristine white with streaks of red, its pupil in eerie blue, reflecting the characteristics of the Western ethnic groups. This jade orb was exquisitely crafted, vivid and lifelike, resembling a giant's eye made of jade, almost indistinguishable from reality. Cao Yang, using the Nine Crow's eye, felt relieved he hadn't brought Wang Fatty along. Otherwise, he feared he might have been compelled to give Fatty a good thrashing. This was a masterpiece of ancient jade craftsmanship, radiating a rich luster far surpassing that of Lu Zigong's gilded jade guanyin. Undoubtedly a first-rate treasure, it would serve as an exceptional centerpiece. Upon closer examination, Cao Yang noticed that the eyeball was speckled with minute black dots, resembling the black flying insects found on strange serpents, their numbers overwhelming. It was no wonder that in the original tale, Wang Fatty was besieged after shattering the eyeball. It was indeed shrouded in mystery. The mechanism to unlock the underground palace had been cleverly concealed. Had it not been for Cao Yang's Nine Crow's eye, and by sheer chance not allowing Wang Fatty to descend, this jade eyeball would have fulfilled its purpose, rolling away into the depths of the palace. The sound of mechanisms activating was exhilarating, drawing everyone's attention to a dark corner from which the sound emanated. The darkness there deepened, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast awaiting their entry. The palace's mechanisms had been set in motion, but the means of activation had caused Professor Chun to lose a considerable amount of hair in the process. The intricacies of this mechanism were remarkable. To this day, no one could comprehend its operational principles, and even the Wu Hou secret record, which documented numerous mechanisms, lacked any mention of it. Cao Yang speculated that it must relate to the fleshy orb atop the temple, though he chose not to disclose this to the group. For now, with the jade orb intact and the entrance to the underground palace located, there was no need to seek further. Look at the bases of these pillars. They have hexagonal bases that seem movable, Su Ruo exclaimed, squatting down to inspect a pillar with her flashlight. The group hurried over to examine it closely. Upon inspection, they discovered something intriguing. Of the pillars, 16 were indeed movable, each adorned with 6 eye patterns. The bases were regular hexagons, 5 sides marked with distinct symbols corresponding to various entities: hungry ghosts, sheep-headed beings, who people, giant-eyed individuals, and guardian beasts, while one side remained blank. The appearance of these different pillars piqued the professor's interest, prompting him to take out a notebook to record each symbol and instruct Chu Jian to attempt to rotate them in search of a solution. At that moment, Cao Yang turned to Hu Ba-yi and remarked, "Old Hu, don't these 16 pillars resemble the 16 dragons through the earth, aligning with the number of the giant gate?" Hu Ba-yi's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he began to calculate around the pillars. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Cao Yi, so you understand this too? It truly is the 16 dragons through the earth. Who to go? What are you talking about? Do you know how to solve this formation?" Chu Jian asked, looking confused. The 16 dragons through the earth actually refers to serpents. The ancient Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret states, the serpent flits through, suddenly south and north. Among these 16, only one truly penetrates the earth's veins, representing the real dragon. It sounds simple, but solving it requires considerable thought. As he spoke, Hu Ba-yi's gaze fixed on the 4 floor tiles deep within the temple. He retrieved a small geological hammer from his backpack and tapped one, discovering 3 were solid while 1 produced an empty echo. It seemed that beneath the 2-meter square stone tile lay a hidden door. He then focused on the nearest pillar, confidently asserting, "This pillar is the mechanism to open it. I wonder if it still functions. Cao Yi, come lend a hand," he called over to Cao Yang. Old Hu then aligned the empty side of the pillar with the likely secret passage beneath the tile. He then raised his gaze to Cao Yang and inquired, "Master Cao, is it possible to unlock this? It all hinges on this tremor." Following the sequence of 5, 1, 11, and the 16 dragons beneath the earth, I have delved into these matters and believe my understanding is sound. To seek the dragon across 1,000 miles, one must navigate to the left and right. Step 5 paces in the light, and follow the shadow of 1. Thus, the mechanism opens. Upon hearing this, Hu Ba gazed at Cao Yang in astonishment, expressing his admiration. "It truly is Master Cao. You have even studied this." Cao Yang merely smiled in silence as his subordinates began to exert effort, rotating the hexagonal base. Concepts such as the 16 dragons beneath the earth, the great door of numerology, the innate 8 trigrams, and the acquired 64 hexagrams serve as foundational theories for setting up mechanisms. The introductory section of the Wu Hou secret record on mechanism deciphering encapsulates this principle. There is a well-known adage in the demolition industry that rings true: one must first learn how to construct before understanding how to destroy. This maxim equally applies to the art of tomb mechanisms. Chinese contraptions are inextricably linked to these principles. Without this knowledge, attempting to unlock a mechanism is indeed a fanciful notion. Having located the mechanism, the entrance to the underground palace has been opened. However, what perplexes Cao Yang is why the ancient kingdom of Jingjue, situated deep in the western regions, would employ the prevalent practices of yin and yang along with the 5 elements that are characteristic of the Central Plains. How could they possess such knowledge?